allowed Lancet to prepare the monsters they would train with. Lancet willed the simulation into creating 4 mountain wolves. The simulated wind picked up. Shadows near the craggy ravines began to contort and lengthen, solidifying into 4 massive, gray-furred mountain wolves with ugly red eyes. "What are we training for today?" Lancet asked her. "Well, I want to begin with training your left arm, but we'll leave it for next week." Lancet felt a rush of relief. "Thank God. That always feels like leg day. So today I'll be training you on how to fight against multiple opponents," Estintia announced. Lancet's eyes widened. This was exactly what he needed. After relentless bullying and threats of more bullying in the future, Lancet needed to learn not just how to fight, but how to fight a group of attackers. "This is commonly called crowd control," Estintia said. "It is an ability in combat that requires a great level of awareness, precaution, precision, and rhythm." Lancet completely emptied his mind and his thoughts, listening with every single nerve in his ears as he absorbed what Estintia taught. Luckily for him, he had created Estintia to be a really good combat trainer, and it showed. Estintia explained to him that he should never let the opponents form a complete circle and to always keep his footwork light. She taught him to force them into a funnel, keeping them within a 45-degree cone in front of him. Let the momentum of your first strike carry through to the second target, and try to make each of their attacks not just be a threat to you, but a threat to their cohort. With their numbers, it'll almost be impossible for them not to get into each other's way. She showed him an example. Estintia fought the wolves, using only her attributes, no skills. She showed Lancet that as long as he kept moving, being light on his feet, he becomes a target that they all can't pounce on at once. She made the wolves make mistakes, then she punished them with her blade. When the last wolf fell and vaporized into blue cubes, Lancet raised his head. Got it. He rose to his feet and created 4 more mountain wolves. Estintia stepped away to let him attempt to kill all 4. Lancet stepped into the center, settling into a low, wide stance. Immediately, the wolves attacked from the shadows. As expected of wolves, they attacked as a coordinated pack. The lead wolf snapped its jaws as it jumped for Lancet's throat. Lancet made a forward leap, using his newfound agility to execute a fast pivot that sent the wolf sailing past his shoulder. Then he swung the practice sword high up. The blade cleaved cleanly through the beast's simulated torso, scattering it into digital blue polygons. "That's great," Estintia praised. "Remember to keep the rest in a funnel." Lancet registered her advice, but remained concentrated on the battle. Using the momentum of the swing, he spun. 2 wolves were already on his flank, so he quickly planted his boot to adjust his weight for a brisk attack. Balanced, Lancet drove the tip of his sword straight into the snout of the closest beast, hearing a crunch like broken biscuits. As it cried, he dragged the blade low, tearing its neck open. 2 down. The third wolf leaped, claws extended. But Lancet's motion wasn't done yet. He dragged the sword around, from down to up, raising the broad side of the blade. The wolf landed on top of the sword. It was heavy. Lancet gritted his teeth against the weight, then shoved back with his new strength, throwing the beast off balance before stepping in and executing a flawless downward slash, splitting it in half. 3 down, but the adrenaline made him sloppy. The fourth wolf, having circled around his blind spot during the chaos, lunged from behind. The massive beast slammed into Lancet's back, its weight driving him face first into the unforgiving bedrock. Dust exploded into the air as Lancet hit the ground hard. The wind knocked completely from his lungs. The wolf's jaws snapped open, diving for his neck. Chapter 64. The one with the iron will bonus chapter, but right then, the wolf evaporated. Mountain Land fell silent. Lancet looked over his shoulder and saw Estintia looking down at him with a smile. "That was impressive. You managed to get 3 of them." "Thanks," he replied, tasting sand. Lancet pushed himself up onto his hands and knees. His chest heaved, his torso completely covered in gray dust and sweat, his muscles burning from the sudden burst of exertion. He spat a mouthful of dirt onto the bedrock, then grabbed the hilt of his sword and forced himself back to his feet, swaying slightly before locking his knees. He and Estintia locked gazes. "I want to do it again." By the mountain face, Thor unfolded her arms, her silver blue eyes narrowing. That drew her to watch more closely. Lancet faced the 4 mountain wolves again. This time he did not rush. He exhaled through his nose gently, tightening his grip on the practice sword. His eyes moved once across the pack, then settled. Lancet started to watch the wolves, their rhythm, their pace, how they moved together. Before the wolves prowled forward, he somehow could already tell which one was going to leap first. Lancet took 1 step forward instead, then another. The mountain wolves hesitated. That was their mistake. The hesitation meant they had just reacted to his move, so if he attacked right now, Arf! Lancet burst forward. They would be the ones on defense. Estintia barked again, louder this time. "That Esset! Do not react to their attacks. They should react to yours. Confuse them." Lancet attacked the one that he had figured was the lead wolf. It sprang at him, but he countered before the leap fully completed, cutting diagonally into its line. His footwork was sharp, his body turning just enough to make the beast miss cleanly by a hair. At the same time, his sword came up in a fast, controlled rise. The blade split the wolf from chest to skull. Digital blue fragments burst across the air, but Lancet did not stop to watch it fall. He was already stepping into the space the wolf had vacated, forcing the next 2 beasts to adjust around him. Their coordination broke for a fraction of a second, and that fraction was his opening. "Make them come to you," Estintia shouted. "Set the pace." Lancet did exactly that. He shifted his weight, then moved suddenly to the left, not in panic but with intent, dragging the pack's attention with him. The wolves reacted as a unit, turning too sharply, too eagerly. Then Lancet saw their formation bunch right in front of him. A funnel. He'd got them this time. The second wolf lunged, but Lancet fearlessly dived in. The beast's jaws closed on empty air as he pivoted inside its attack, his shoulder brushing past its muzzle. His sword drove forward in a clean thrust straight through its open jaw and up through the skull. The wolf shattered in a burst of blue light. 2 down. The third wolf came from the side, tried to exploit the gap the others had left. Lancet saw it coming, but rather than flinching or snapping his head at something he would have done a week ago, he turned his whole body into a sharp half circle, forcing the wolf to meet his blade on his terms. The beast's claws struck first, only to strike air as Lancet slid back by a precise step. He then cut across its front leg, then immediately followed with a second slash, higher and tighter, catching it across the neck. It stumbled. Lancet stepped through the opening and finished it with a brutal downward strike. 3 down. The last wolf froze. It seemed this was not what the beast had expected. It had expected him to be chasing its movements, reacting to the shadows, reacting to the pack. Instead, Lancet stood still for half a breath, sword lowered at an angle, eyes calm and focused. The wolf shifted. He shifted with it. The beast tested him with a crouch to the right. Lancet's blade moved left. He didn't intend to strike. He was just letting the creature know where the fight would go. The wolf barked and lunged. That was what he had been waiting for. Lancet stepped forward into the attack, closing distance instead of giving it. The wolf tried to correct, but it was too late. He had already broken its timing. Its leap landed short, its body twisting in the air as it tried to recover. Lancet's sword swept up from below in a vicious arc. The wolf's body split apart in a shower of blue polygons. Silence fell. Lancet stood in the center of the shattered simulations, chest rising and falling, sword still in hand. Estintia was smiling from ear to ear. Thor was staring. "You did it. You're mastering crowd control." Lancet's lips tightened. He understood now. Crowd control was not just about surviving 4 attacks at once. It was about deciding where the battle was allowed to happen. He looked at the fading fragments where the wolves had been. Then he slowly parted his lips to speak. "Simulation. Make it 5. The wolves spawned. Lancet fought. He cut down 4, but his footwork faltered and a wolf tore his leg out from under him. Estintia dispatched it. Lancet stood back up, panting harder. Again, each time he failed, he redid the session. Each time he won, he demanded the simulation to add another mountain wolf. This went on until he was now facing a total of 11 mountain wolves at once. Thor watched the grueling, repetitive cycle from her spot against the rock. Her brow was heavily furrowed. Estintia was beside her, watching Lancet grow with a proud feeling in her chest. He has no real talent for fighting, Thor observed. His form is scattered. He relies entirely on raw strength and brute reaction time. Many would have given up by now. Why does he still continue? Is he not a summoner? His summons are the ones who will fight for him. That's Lancet for you, Estintia replied, never taking her blue eyes off the dusty, sweating boy as he desperately parried a wolf's claws. He doesn't treat me like any normal summon. He knows I am the sword, but he refuses to just sit back and be the hand that merely points. He has training because he wants to fight alongside me, not just yell orders from a safe distance. Thor watched Lancet for a while, but he can never truly fight alongside you, Estintia. You are the iron will of mortality. You will kill 30 demons by the time he is done killing one. Estintia turned her head to the Valkyrie. You can never know, she said softly. I have seen plenty of people do things that the world deemed completely impossible, simply because they had the drive to do it. She smiled knowingly. I would know. I'm the one with the iron will. Out on the plateau, Lancet drove his sword through the final wolf of the 11 pack. The beast shattered into light. Lancet rested the tip of his sword on the ground, leaning heavily on the pommel. He was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling in rapid, exhausted hitches. He looked over at Estintia and raised a hand, motioning that he was done with the solo drills. Estintia withdrew her sword. It's time for the two of us to fight a swarm together. Estintia called out to him. How about 40 mountain wolves? Lancet spat another glob of dust from his mouth, wiped the sweat from his eyes, and gripped his hilt with both hands. Sounds good. Estintia took a step forward to join him, but Thor's voice stopped her in her tracks. Estintia, Thor called out, her tone lacking its usual hostility. Thor looked at the boy, then at the knight. Why does he want me to be his summon? Anyway, there were many more powerful awakeners in our time. Why me? Estintia paused. She looked back at the Valkyrie over her shoulder, her golden braid shifting in the wind. Then she smiled lovingly, as if assuring her of something profoundly wonderful. He simply wants you, Thor. With those words hanging in the air, Estintia turned her back and walked towards the center of the mountain ground, taking her place right beside Lancet as the shadows of 40 wolves began to lengthen across the bedrock. Chapter 65, Oddly Intimate. Master bonus chapter match my rhythm. Master. Estentia's voice rang out, clear and commanding over the chorus of 40 snarling mountain wolves. Do not overextend. Let them crash against our defense like water against a cliff. Lancet wished she didn't have to be so poetic, but he was ready regardless. He planted his feet, gripping the hilt of his greatsword. Got it. The swarm descended like a gray avalanche. But with Estintia by his side, Lancet was feeling very courageous. A wolf lunged for his left flank. Before he could even turn his blade to parry, Estentia's golden greatsword flashed past his shoulder, cleanly severing the beast's head. Step in, master, she cried. Lancet quickly stepped into the opening she had just created, driving his heavy blade forward to impale a second wolf mid-leap. He twisted the hilt, kicking the beast off his sword, and immediately pivoted. Wonderfully done, master. Estintia stepped back precisely as he stepped forward, their shoulders brushing. They continued like this, cleaving down mountain wolf after mountain wolf. Estintia acted as the hammer, her golden blade creating space each time she slaughtered 10 wolves for Lancet to swoop in and kill 3. Within 5 minutes, the final wolf dissipated into polygons. Lancet dropped to one knee, using his sword as a crutch, chest heaving. Estintia stood beside him, her breathing perfectly even, not a single drop of sweat on her brow. That was incredibly done, Master Lancet, she praised, a warm smile on her lips. Your instincts are sharp. You just need the muscle memory to support them. Lancet wiped his forehead with his bandaged wrist. All right, let us up the stakes. Simulation. Upgrade opponents to lycanthropes. Astincia's forehead creased. Are you sure you're ready to go again? Lancet nodded once. The bad guys want to wait for me to catch my breath before attacking. Astincia smiled, agreeing with that logic after thinking it over. Thor, still by the mountain face, watched them with a frustrated look on her face. Regardless of what she thought about this Lancet, she couldn't help but feel a little left out. The simulated wind howled, carrying a deeper, much more terrifying roar. From the craggy ravines, towering, bipedal figures began to emerge. They were 8 feet tall, packed with rippling, unnatural muscle, their elongated snouts dripping with digital saliva. Lycanthropes were infinitely faster and physically superior to the wolves. Lancet stood up, raising his right hand and pointing to his index finger. Resting snugly against his skin was the dark, metallic band. Astincia, this is a phantom tag team conduit ring. Lancet explained quickly as the lycanthropes began to circle. Every kill you make feeds a grace. For every 10 kills, it stores a charge. Each charge allows me to borrow one of your specific skills. Astincia gazed at the ring on his finger with intrigue. Should we test it out? She asked. Sharing my skills with you through a ring feels oddly intimate, Master. Lancet chuckled, and she did too. After staring into each other's eyes, she turned to the lycanthropes. Leave it to me, Master Lancet. I shall fill your ring to the brim. Immediately, Astincia exploded forward like a golden comet. Glorious hurricane blade. She yelled those words the moment she entered the middle of the swarm of beasts. She spun around with the blessed blade extended and created a golden tornado that swirled across the numbers of lycanthropes, killing every single one of them till the last fell. Lancet looked down at the ring and saw a holographic display pop out of the orb. 20 kills registered by your summon. Astincia Valengard, Night Class. Astincia's powers can be used for 2 skills. Lancet asked Astincia to teach him 2 of her skills. One he especially had in mind was Glorious Sword Projection, which he had fallen in love with when she did it against the Orc King back in the higher dungeon. After Astincia explained the stance and the positioning of the blade, Lancet willed the ring to activate. A sudden, massive surge of a new type of grace he had never felt before flooded up his arm, wrapping around his practiced sword until the steel hummed with volatile energy. Glorious Sword Projection, he commanded. From the tip of his sword, a massive, 10-foot-long golden extension of the blade erupted forward. The projection punched into the flesh of 2 charging lycanthropes. Whoa! Lancet gasped, feeling the recoil run up his arms. The ring ticked down to 1 charge. All right, use the other one I taught you, Astincia said, pointing to the remaining beasts. Lancet dashed forward, his faster legs carrying him across the bedrock in a flash. He burned the final charge by yelling, Glorious Slash. A golden aura manifested around his training sword. He planted his foot and brought the sword down in a vertical arc. A boom! Sound followed the movement, and a dangerous magical blade spread out like a vertical shockwave and obliterated the last 2 lycanthropes. Silence followed after. Ha ha ha! This is amazing! Lancet broke it with an overjoyed laugh, the thrill of the power completely intoxicating him. He was actually wielding the power of a class that wasn't his. Ha ha! If he simply wanted, he could create characters with all the classes in the world, just so he could use this risk and have access to all their skills. How incredible! Bravo, Master! Astincia cheered, clapping her gauntlet hands together. You're surprisingly skilled in channeling grace that your body isn't yet used to. Are you 2 quite finished playing with the dogs? Lancet and Astincia turned. Thor Stormchild was walking slowly toward them from the edge of the mountain face. Her arms were no longer crossed. The hammer of force rested casually on her shoulder, crackling with impatient, silver-blue static. Her face still held its haughty, prideful scowl, but there was a distinct, undeniable hunger in her eyes as she looked to the scattering of digital dust. I have watched you stumble through your paces long enough, Thor said, stopping a few feet away. She looked out at the craggy ravines. It has been 300 years since I last crushed a skull. I am stiff. If this simulation of yours can manifest proper beasts, bring them out. Lancet looked at Astincia. Astincia nodded. Lancet grinned. You want a proper fight? He asked, raising his head. Simulation. Maximum swarm. Mountain wolves and lycanthropes. Do not stop spawning until I say so. The entire simulated mountain range shuddered in response. From every ravine, every peak, and every shadow, red eyes began to glow. A chorus of hundreds of blood-curdling howls echoed through the cold air. Suddenly, hundreds of mountain wolves and lycanthropes clawed down toward them. Thor looked up at the crowd of monsters, and a bloodthirsty smile touched the corner of her lips. Do not get in my way, summoner, Thor warned. Then, with lightning beneath her greaves, she vaulted 30 feet into the air, soaring high above the charging front line of lycanthropes. She gripped the hammer of Force-Tide in her hand and raised it high. Judgment of Storm. She struck the bedrock. A blinding, cataclysmic pillar of silver-blue lightning erupted from the point of impact. The thunderclap was so loud it physically rattled Lancet's teeth. A massive web of high-voltage electricity tore through the ground, instantly vaporizing a dozen lycanthropes in a blinding flash of raw destruction. Astincia surged to the left flank. Lancet took the right. As they fought the monsters, the phantom ring on his finger was vibrating so violently it felt hot on his finger. With both Astincia and Thor completely annihilating the horde, the ring was charging up every passing second. On another note, for the first time since he entered the academy, Lancet wasn't hiding behind his summons. He was standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Maybe he wasn't getting as many kills as either of them, but at least he was doing something, and it would only get better from here. Chapter 66. Everyone has the desire to become stronger. Bonus chapter, half an hour later. Lancet, unable to keep up with the Platinum Legends, slumped against the base of the mountain wall, his chest still heaving slightly as he caught his breath. His knuckles ached, his muscles even more, and he was completely covered in a fine layer of gray dust. Still, Lancet had never felt better. He held up his right hand, resting his wrist on his knee. Projected above the phantom ring was the holographic counter. Astincia Valengard kills, 130 Thor Stormchild kills, 120. That was satisfying to see. Almost 300 mountain wolves and lycanthropes were killed. That meant almost 30 charges stored in the ring, ready to let him borrow the skills of either heroines whenever he needed them. It also meant they had burned through a staggering amount of the Academy's energy reserves. Generating hundreds of hyper-realistic beasts back-to-back required a large amount of facility grace. If Lancet had been paying out of pocket, he would have been in debt for the rest of his Academy years. But thanks to the 1-week free pass he had been rewarded, he had unrestricted, unbilled access. It was only logical to milk it completely dry while he still could. Out in the center of the cratered plateau, Astincia and Thor were wrapping up. Thor stood amidst the fading blue polygons of the final lycanthrope, her chest rising and falling in deep, measured breaths. The hammer of force was shivering, actively shedding arcs of kinetic lightning into the bedrock. Fluidly, Thor flipped the heavy weapon and hung it on the small silver hook on her belt. Astincia walked over to her, her sword already sheathed. The knight offered a warm, approving smile, and Thor answered with a respectful nod. The Valkyrie looked invigorated. After pouring all her anger, confusion, and frustration on those wolf beasts, she had visibly loosened. Her broad shoulders seemed free at last. Lancet pushed himself off the rock wall and walked over to them, wiping the sweat from his brow. So Lancet said, stopping a few feet away with a casual grin, "What do you think of the Academy's simulation tech?" Thor looked at him. She crossed her arms over her golden breastplate, lifting her chin to look down her nose at him. She was desperately trying to maintain her haughty, unapproachable aura, but the flush in her cheeks gave her away. The beasts were frail, Thor declared dismissively. They lacked the true stench of Gehenna that you can only smell when you kill demons. Their movements were entirely predictable, but I suppose it served as an adequate stretch for my limbs. Lancet chuckled, entirely unbothered by her thinly veiled critique. Come on, Thor. Just admit that we made a pretty good team back there. Thor's silver-blue eyes flicked to the side, avoiding his direct gaze. Perhaps, she muttered softly, do not let it inflate your ego, summoner. I'm not, Lancet replied, his smile softening into something much more earnest. But I'm getting stronger. You saw it out there. And it won't be long until I'm strong enough that you'll have to accept me as a leader. He looked at his bandaged hands, balling them into tight fists. I'm driven to get stronger, Thor. I'm not just going to hide in the backlands while you and Estintia do all the bleeding. Thor watched him, her brow furrowing slightly. She couldn't help but admire everything he had shown since the moment he picked up the sword to start the training. But at the same time, she also couldn't help but be stubborn. Everyone has the desire to become stronger. Lancet, she said, abruptly sounding like a sage. Having the desire does not make you a worthy leader. You're right, Lancet agreed instantly, looking back up at her. It's one thing to desire something, and it's another to go out there and get it. Thor paused, listening intently. That takes courage, Lancet continued, studying her silent face. And it's courage you're really looking for in a leader. Isn't it? Because without courage, every other value is entirely meaningless. Thor stared at him. The wind brushed past them, pouring their hair over their faces and filling their nostrils with the scent of nature. Birds, trees, clouds, hope. Estintia studied his face, her silver-blue eyes searching his darker ones. It was as if a completely new layer of the boy had just been peeled back and revealed to her. You are very good with words. Thor finally spoke, a silent but heavy tone. But I cannot just follow words. Lancet stared at her for a moment, wondering if he was out of his depth. Perhaps this was much more difficult than he anticipated. No, he wasn't going to give up that easily. Then tell me about him. Thor raised a confused brow at him. Who? Servant, Lancet said simply. Thor's jaw clenched instantly. She tried to hide her reaction to the mention of her former master's name, but Lancet could see all of it. He saw her become defensive. He asked the one you've been comparing me to this entire time, right? He asked gently, making sure his voice was soft and not challenging. Your former master? The threshold I have to meet. Tell me about him. Why? Thor's voice trembled slightly, her hands curling into tight fists at her sides. Why would I do that? Lancet smiled and shrugged warmly. Talking about him will give you some closure. It'll make the weight in your chest just a little bit lighter. And it lets me know exactly who I have to emulate to finally prove myself to you. Thor stood frozen. Her silver-blue eyes quivered as centuries of buried grief warred against her Valkyrie pride. Her hand clenched and unclenched as if she was considering just turning around and disappearing. For a long, agonizing minute, the only sound on the mountain was the howling wind. Then, Thor turned away. Lancet thought he had overdone things, but he watched her slowly walk toward the edge of the cliff, overlooking the ravines below. When she reached the precipice, she stopped, looking out at the gray, ash-like sky. Slowly, carefully, the strongest of the 5 Valkyries sat down on the edge of the cliff, letting her armored boots dangle over the abyss. She didn't turn her head, but her voice drifted back to him over the wind. Aren't you interested in listening anymore? Lancet's face lit up, and he immediately walked over to the cliffside, taking a seat right beside the legendary heroine of thunder. First, Thor settled herself with a deep, trembling breath. Then she began to weave the tale of the most powerful awakener during the era of Ash, a man named Servant. Lancet listened with undivided attention. A fair distance away, on a smooth boulder near the center of the mountain ground, Estintia ran a whetstone smoothly along the edge of her blade. A radiant smile graced her lips as she watched her master and her old friend sitting together, knowing that the armor around Thor's heart had finally begun to crack. Chapter 67. Thank you so much, Miss Nightingale bonus chapter. The final day of the weekend came, and when Lancet woke up, the pain all over his body reminded him of his grueling session with Estintia and Thor. He was pretty satisfied with how far he'd gone in combat training. But to be a powerful awakener, physical training was only half the battle. Lancet also needed to master the art of absorbing and retaining grace. In this world, ambient magic was simply referred to as magical energy. It floated in the atmosphere, neutral and raw. But awakeners could not just inhale it and cast spells. They had to perform the filtration process, known as separation. When an awakener drew in magical energy, separation forcibly divided it into two distinct elements, grace and gloom. Awakeners immediately expelled the toxic, heavy gloom through their breath and pores, but kept the purified grace to fuel their powers. Demons and beasts, however, operated in the exact inverse, hoarding the dark gloom to mutate their bodies and expelling the grace. Thanks to the Orc's heart, Lancet's grace retention limit had expanded to 1,250. But capacity meant nothing if his absorbing and separation speed was still a slow trickle. Between acting as the spiritual anchor for 2 platinum rank legends and the new skills he would have to fuel thanks to the Phantom Ring, he would be burning through grace faster than he could replenish it. He needed a way to absorb ambient energy faster and separate it more efficiently, which brought him back to the golden halls of the Grand Library. He pushed through the oak doors, meeting that library smell of books and wood. Like a man on a mission, Lancet marched straight to the front desk. "You again," the elderly, sour-faced librarian droned, her lip curling the moment she saw him. "You know the rules, boy. You're a bronze. Do not enter the restricted section. Do not touch. Actually, I'll do precisely what I want," Lancet interrupted smoothly. He showed her his student card, which had the insignia of his 1-week free pass glowing beside his passport. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. "Seeing that this is an academy facility," Lancet said, smiling like her condescendingly, "my pass grants me completely free, unrestricted access to everything and anything in this library." The woman's sour face contorted into an expression of stifled rage. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. If she dared contest this, it meant she was challenging the academy. So she watched, completely handicapped, as Lancet casually walked right past the security barriers and into the atrium. It was a small, petty victory, but felt fantastic. Lancet navigated the shifting shelves easily, heading straight for the sections on grace mechanics and separation theory. Now that he had unrestricted access, he bypassed the general history sections and stepped into the area with darker lighting, where he found heavily warded alcoves of the advanced archives. He pulled several heavy tomes from the shelves and settled at a secluded reading desk. "All right," Lancet thought, cracking open a book titled The Flow of Grace. "I just have to find that technique and refresh my memory on how it's done." He spent the next hour immersed in the text, looking for the particular technique he half remembered from the novel. On another note, he also learned some stuff. Lancet learned that some awakeners relied on passive separation, using an enhancement that lets their lungs filter the energy naturally. It was expensive and required magical surgery. Lancet ignored that. He continued to read until he finally found what he was looking for. Right there on one of the restricted chapters of time, he saw a technique called the open pores. From what Lancet remembered, it was a notoriously difficult and dangerous style of absorption. Even the book warned him as well. However, the benefits were just too juicy. The book explained that the technique bypassed the lungs and even the core entirely, filtering magical energy directly through the awakener's pores like a sponge. If learned correctly, an awakener could regenerate grace so quickly they could essentially never run dry, regardless of how wide their well was. But the text came with severe warnings. Any minor errors could cause a gloom expulsion that could lead to instant core combustion. And when the core combusted and all that was left was gloom, a purification bath would be completely useless. The awakener was bound to turn into a beast. It was far too dangerous to try alone. He had to find someone to teach him. Lancet sighed, rubbing his temples. Who the hell is going to teach a year 1 bronze an advanced, life-threatening absorption technique? He raised his head, and his eyes suddenly caught a sight deep in the back of the atrium. In front of the large, circular glass window, bathing the floor in colorful light, he spotted a solitary figure sitting at a mahogany table. Lancet's breath staggered. It was Miss Estelle Nightingale. Whoa, what luck! The professor sat in a silence she seemed to enjoy, reading a thin book open in front of her. She was a quiet, serene woman with an appearance that was undeniably striking. She had a pale, flawless skin and raven-black hair, which was elegantly streaked with deep, blood-red highlights. Today, she wore a matching, deeply colored crimson gown, and her lips were painted a stark, immaculate red. As Lancet knew, Miss Estelle Nightingale was an empath mage, capable of manipulating emotions. She was the instructor for Enchanter D, and almost everyone in the Academy's students and fellow professors alike was utterly terrified of her. Powers that messed with the mind left people deeply paranoid about what she might be doing when they were around her. It was the reason she was practically invisible during the dungeon expeditions and other competitions. She was so quiet, so isolated by the fear of others, that she faded into the background. But she's exactly the type of person I need right now, Lancet thought. He was right. In a novel, Estelle Nightingale was part of the prestigious Nightingale family, a legendary bloodline that had birthed the most powerful Enchanter-class awakeners in the world. She even had an elder sister right there in the Academy, Serena Nightingale, a temporal mage who taught the elite Enchantress class. One could imagine how powerful she must be. If there was any class group that intimately understood the magical element of grace, it was the Enchanters. And Lancet knew for an absolute fact that Estelle Nightingale, despite her chilling reputation, knew the open pores technique. In fact, he could swear she was using it right now. Lancet swallowed his nerves, stood up, and slowly made his way across the library. As he approached her table, the pressure started getting to him. Her aura was so strong it made him stop farther than he normally should be. "Excuse me, Miss Nightingale," Lancet said softly. Estelle slowly raised her head. Her striking, cold, dark eyes locked onto his, making Lancet feel as though she were reading the very marrow of his bones. "Lancet Leogart," she murmured coldly. She recognized him. Of course she did. She had watched him become MVP during the expeditions for 2 weeks in a row. "Good morning, Professor," Lancet greeted respectfully, keeping his posture straight. I was trying to learn how to absorb magical energy better, but I keep hitting a dead end, and, Lancet gulped. "I was hoping that you might help me learn the open pores technique." Estelle stared at him. It was like she was incapable of blinking. For a long time, she simply studied his face. Then her lips softly parted. "You're serious?" she asked, toneless. Lancet nodded firmly. "Yes." Estelle slowly closed her book. She folded her slender arms across the dark red fabric of her gown, leaning back in her chair. "Many others would have been thoroughly frightened at the mere thought of standing this close to me," Estelle stated quietly, her eyes piercing through him. "Yet, you're standing here and asking me to teach you a technique so incredibly dangerous. It has been outlawed quite a few times in this institution's history." Lancet shrugged nervously. "Pretty much." Silence stretched between them as Estelle continued to watch him, her empath abilities likely searching his aura for deceit, arrogance, or hidden motives. Whatever she found, it seemed to satisfy her. "Very well," Estelle finally said, still no tone in her voice. "Meet me in the class Group D Grace Hall every other school day during recess." Lancet's eyes widened. He had expected a test, a rejection, or at least a scolding. "Really?" Lancet gasped. He quickly caught himself and bowed deeply from the waist. "Thank you so much, Miss Nightingale." "Thank you." Without waiting for her to change her mind, Lancet turned and hurried away from the table before she changed her mind. As soon as he was safely out of her immediate line of sight, he aggressively pumped his fist into the air, a massive grin splitting his face. Estelle Nightingale tried to return to her book, but her serene eyes lifted again, staring at the space where the legend summoner had just been. How curious. Chapter 68. You are here for a reevaluation bonus chapter by Monday morning as the Academy woke up to begin the usual academic events. Lancet and his roommates, Casto and Anita, walked down the hallways. As expected, the topic of gossip was very much on Lancet Leogart and the rumor that he had summoned yet another legend from the era of Ash. Everywhere Lancet looked, he saw eyes following him. First-year students from other class groups stopped dead in their tracks, pointing openly. Seniors leaning against the lockers paused their conversations to stare. Even a few curious professors and a janitor sweeping the courtyard paused to watch the trio walk past. "Is that him?" a girl whispered loudly as they passed a group of elementalists. "Yeah, the Summoner D kid. I heard he brought out Thor Stormchild, and he defeated Grim Lake as Shadow Summon. So now he has 2 Platinum Legends as summons? That's not even possible for a bronze rank." Casto, excitedly nervous as usual, puffed his chest out slightly as he walked next to his newly famous roommate. With Anita, they bombarded Lancet with questions about who he planned to summon next. "Mr. Leogart." A voice stopped them in their tracks. The trio looked in front of them, where a woman in a crisp, dark gray suit had stepped directly into Lancet's path. She had a strict expression on her face. "You are needed in the Awakening Hall." Immediately, the official stated. Casto blinked, completely baffled. The Awakening Hall? Why? Lancet's eyes, however, flashed with sudden understanding. He remembered seeing the notification beside his talent. Class, Architect, Dull, Note. Available for reevaluation. It seemed the Academy had fished it out too. No one with a bottom-tier Dull rank talent should be able to summon, let alone sustain, 2 Platinum rank historical legends. "It's fine, guys," Lancet said, giving his friends a reassuring nod. "I'll catch up with you during recess." He followed the suited woman away from the crowded corridors, descending into the quiet, heavily warded lower levels of the Academy. They arrived at the massive gold doors of the Awakening Hall, the very first place in AS. A Lancet had seen after he transmigrated into this world. Once inside, he looked around the incredibly vast space. With the hall empty, the cavernous room felt incredibly awkward. There was nothing to see amongst the crowd, so he looked ahead to the center stage. There he saw the runic circle was active. Standing around the glowing perimeter were 3 individuals. The first was Dean Ordnance. He stood straight-backed, his hands clasped firmly in front of his sweeping, immaculate robes, appearing like he was hiding his excitement. Beside him stood Miss Measle, who smiled proudly from there. And then there was the third man. Lancet had never seen him before, but the strong aura of the man's presence gave him away. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and draped in a regal cloak designed with thin spectral feathers. His eyes were sharp and feral, yet completely refined. Lancet recognized him soon enough as Arcival Edgerton, the head professor for the entire Summoner class group. He was known as the greatest spirit caller on the continent, a man who commanded the spirits of legendary beasts. Lancet stepped up to the stage, his heart beating a rapid rhythm against his ribs. "Lancet Leogart," Dean Ordnance greeted, his deep voice echoing in the empty hall. "You are here for a reevaluation." Arcival Edgerton stepped forward, his feral eyes studying Lancet like a hawk analyzing a field mouse. "It is an exceedingly rare occurrence," Arcival explained, his voice a smooth and baritone. "A reevaluation is only necessary in 2 cases. When the rank of an Awakener's talent was simply misread by the Circle at their awakening ceremony, or in an even rather case when the talent self-upgrades." Lancet moved his eyes to each of their faces, noticing the slight change in breath when Arcival had said those last words. In either case, Miss Measle chimed in kindly, "A reevaluation is strictly necessary. Given the recent, monumental events surrounding your summons, the board has unanimously decided that your current rank is an impossibility. If your case is the latter," Arcival continued, his eyes narrowing slightly, If your class actually upgraded, it means you possess the exceptionally rare ability to level up your talent as fundamental tier. Now the looks on their faces became even more intense. Lancet knew exactly why this was such a massive deal. In this world, an Awakener S talent was a fixed, immovable ceiling. One S talent decided their rank limit. Because Lancet was registered with a dull rank talent, he was a bronze rank Awakener, meaning he could only ever reach level 50. That was the peak of a dull rank. But if his talent could continuously upgrade, it meant his leveling potential was completely infinite. He could possibly shatter the ceiling of the World S power system. Of course, that terrified them. All right then, Dean Ordnance said with a calm breath. Now that has been explained, please step onto the circle, Mr. Leogard. Lancet looked at the dean and nodded respectfully. Then, he stepped over the glowing runes and moved to the center of the array. The official in the suit stood by the crystal terminal at the far corner. That terminal helped to depict the intensity of the light, which defined exactly what rank Lancet S talent was. It did not take very long for the runic circle to light up. Like a flare, the ambient magical energy in the room rushed toward Lancet, swirling up his legs and chest. Above his head, the construct of his Class S crest, a glowing gold quill, began to manifest. But this time, it wasn't dim and pitiful. Not like the gray, barely gold light from his first day. The quill basically ignited. The glow was so strong that Miss Measle was forced to shield her eyes with her sleeve, while Arcival and Ordnance squinted against the radiant pressure of Lancet S talent. What is the light intensity? Ordnance turned to the terminal, shouting over the light. The official was staring at her terminal, too dumbfounded to speak. It's brilliant. His talent S rank is brilliant. The light snapped off, leaving the room plunged into a momentary, spot-filled darkness. As Lancet S' vision cleared, he looked at the faculty. For a second, Lancet thought he had grown another head from how they were staring at him. From dull rank directly to brilliant? The official whispered, her hands shaking on her clipboard. We've never seen a jump like that before. It's never been recorded in Academy history. Arcival Edgerton stepped closer to the circle, studying Lancet with profound awe and apprehension in his emerald green eyes. 12 just leaped past Glimmer, luminous and radiant in a single bound. If he gets reevaluated again in the future. The official trailed off, looking at the dean. Could there even be a talent rank higher than Solar? They all shared short, tense glances. The geopolitical implications of a student with a potentially infinitely evolving talent were staggering. Arcival straightened his feathered cloak. I shall inform the board immediately. He raised a hand, and in a flash of greenish grace, a massive spectral bird beast manifested beside him. He mounted the creature, and as it flew out of the window, they vanished. Lancet stared at the ceiling where they had been just a second ago. He was still getting used to seeing magic used so casually. He snapped out of his trance when he felt a strong, steady hand on his shoulder. Dean Ordnance was standing right in front of him, right on the edge of the circle. You hold a heavy destiny, Lancet, the dean said quietly. Now, all you must do is keep your mind sharp and continue to master your abilities. There will be many who fear what you might become. Go to the student affairs room immediately and update your student card, from bronze to gold. Yes, sir. Thank you, Lancet said, giving a respectful bow. He stepped off the circle and walked back toward the gold doors, his heart pounding for reasons he couldn't really explain. Behind him, the adults watched him leave, all awestruck. I thought Renat Falconheart would be the one to lead us to finally defeat the Second World, Ordnance murmured to Miss Measle. But it seems we have a new contender. Lancet practically collapsed through the door of the nearest ground floor bathroom. Whoa, he gasped, leaning heavily against the row of porcelain sinks. That was suffocating. All that pressure had clogged his throat and pressed his heart. He didn't really know why, but for some reason, standing in a room with the dean and the summoner head instructor was blood pumping. It was the strange thing with meeting characters from a novel you love to read. While some characters were written so badly, you had no reason to respect them. Others, like Ordnance and Arcival, made you feel like you were in the presence of cult legends. Lancet sighed the thought away and turned on the cold tap, splashing water over his face and running wet fingers through his hair. He stared at his reflection, a shaky smile breaking across his face. A brilliant rank. That means I'm upgrading from a bronze to a gold card. He chuckled quietly to himself, wiping his face with a paper towel. Since I'm the one that creates my summons, it makes sense for my talent rank to increase. That is why I was a dull rank when I had no summons. Creating more powerful heroines increases my talent S rank in some way. He tossed the towel into the bin, taking a deep, steadying breath. It was time to head to student affairs and claim his new status. Bam! The bathroom door burst open, slamming violently against the tiled wall. Lancet flinched, spinning around. Standing in the doorway, blocking the only exit, he saw Callan Callahan. And a second later, like a pack of rabid hyenas, Stacy Blue, the Temperature Twins, and Barrack Chairhead poured out his sides. Callan stepped into the bathroom, a sadistic, ear-to-ear grin stretching across his face. He slammed his fists together. Sizzling blue lightning sparked and danced around his knuckles. "Hey there, slum rat," Callan sneered. Chapter 69. Just charging up bonus chapter. Barrack swung the bathroom door shut, the hydraulic hinge hissing as it sealed Lancet inside with the 5 students who had made his first week at the academy a living hell. The bathroom, even as large as it was, suddenly felt suffocatingly small. Callan Callahan cracked his knuckles as he stepped forward. The lightning continued to sizzle across his fists and his hand, shining a light on the sadistic grin on his face. He wanted to hurt Lancet. Lancet took a slow step back, his shoes squeaking against the wet tiles. "What the hell do you guys want?" "Nothing else but beating your ass," Callan chuckled, fanning out his group to block the door. "It's a good thing you picked such a spacious bathroom, slum rat. It gives us more than enough space to hurl you around." "Yeah," Stacy Blue chimed in, tossing her perfectly styled hair over her shoulder. "Plenty of hard ceramic to scrape your face against." "We're going to make you boil," Cecil Dark Matter sneered, heat radiating from his palms. "And shatter," Killian finished, icy vapor rising above his shoulders. Lancet continued to backpedal. "Didn't you guys hear the rumors? I just beat Nereus Grimlake, and I have a new summon. Do you really want me to summon Thor right now?" "Ha ha!" Callan laughed mockingly. Then he opened his arms wide. "Go ahead. Do it. We both know you want T." The lightning mage took another step closer, his grin widening. "The thing about you summoners is that your powers can't be used quietly. Summon her, and everyone in the corridors will find out. A 300-year-old legend like her doesn't know how to battle without making a scene. And once you're caught using your powers in the halls, you'd be expelled. Good riddance." Lancet gritted his teeth. "Damn it. He*s right. Get him, Barrack." Callan barked. "Stacy, mess with his mind. Twins, make him feel the heat." Killian poked his head out of Callan's side, looking slightly peeved. Callan looked at him. "Oh, the cold too." Killian smiled, then joined his cohorts as they slowly advanced towards the slum rat. Lancet immediately tried to drop into the defensive stance Estintia had drilled into him. But when Stacy's voice sneaked into his mind, his concentration was completely shattered. Stacy's eyes glowed purple, and that same light shone on Lancet's forehead. From that moment, Lancet felt an irrational fear towards the bullies. His vision blurred, his heart hammered against his ribs, and his muscles locked up. He tried his very best to shake the mental paralysis, but a pair of thick, meaty arms quickly wrapped around his neck from behind. Barrack Chairhead had crossed the room in a second, locking Lancet in a crushing chokehold that immediately cut off his air supply. Lancet gagged, his hands flying up to claw at the barbarian's massive forearms. "Hee." Cecil laughed like a snake. "You've got him where we want him. Let us chill him up," Killian said. His brother, Cecil, snapped his head at him. "You forgot about me. We can't both chill him up. You should have said something else." Killian raised a curved eyebrow. "Something else like what?" "I don't know, but don't leave me out when you drop cool lines. We're twins. Can you idiots shut up and just hurt him already?" The Temperature Twins turned to Callan and smiled. "You got it." Together, They slowly walked towards Lancet, who was struggling to breath, face turning purple, hands clawing at Barrick's bicep. "What's the matter?" Killian asked mockingly. "Too hot. Maybe I can cool you down." He grabbed Lancet's right shoulder, plunging the temperature to 0 and sending agonizing, icy needles deep into his muscles. "Oh, too cold?" Cecil laughed. "How about I turn up the heat?" He pressed his blazing palms against the left side of Lancet's ribcage, the extreme heat instantly searing through his academy uniform and scorching his skin. The sensory overload was absolute hell. Lancet screamed, but the sound was choked off by Barrick's grip. Half of his body felt like it was melting, while the other half felt like it was shattering, and Stacy's mind magic amplified every single nerve ending, making the torment feel worse than it naturally should. Lancet slumped, his vision darkening around the edges, his legs giving out as Barrick held his weight up by his neck. Callan sauntered up to him, his face inches from Lancet's. "You really think you can come from the slums and just be better than all of us?" Callan mocked venomously. "Better than people who are actually meant to be awakeners?" He stepped backwards, then slowly raised his right hand. On his palm, a ball of blue lightning gathered, hungry to strike a target. "Keep him straight," Barrick, Callan ordered. "Let me get him a good thunderblast." Callan drove his glowing palm directly into the center of Lancet's chest. Thunderblast. Crack. The blast struck Lancet square in the chest, causing him to groan in pain. He'd never been struck by lightning before, but the pain was maddening. Lancet felt everything in his body tense up. He convulsed in Barrick's arms before finally going limp, his chin dropping to his chest. Callan leaned in close, grabbing a fistful of Lancet's hair and yanking his head up. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Callan whispered. "Now you know you don't belong here. You're weak. Give your summons to someone better and leave this school before we actually kill you." Lancet's mouth hung open. He tried to speak, but the words came out as a garbled, breathy mumble. Callan frowned, looking up at Barrick. "Is he actually dying?" Lancet slowly raised his head. His blue eyes locked onto Callan's, and there were no signs of the induced fear from Stacy anymore. Surprisingly also, the burns on his left side and the frost on his right seemed irrelevant. In fact, he looked brand new, refreshed, like they hadn't been tormenting him for the past minute. "No," Lancet said, then he shot Callan a smile. "I was just charging up." Callan's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell?" The others looked at each other like they had just witnessed a resurrection, or at least something as impossible as that. With that mischievous smile still on his face, Lancet tilted his head. "How about a taste of your own medicine?" The phantom conduit ring on Lancet's right index finger blinked, showing the counter had reduced from 25 skills to 24. He had just absorbed all the punishment from these goons, and now, thanks to Thor fueling the ring, he could send it all right back. Lancet pushed his palm forward. Instantly, a roaring blast of lightning erupted from the center, striking Callan square in the chest. It lifted the radiant-ranked bully completely off his feet and threw across the spacious bathroom, slamming him brutally into the tiled wall near the door. Callan slid down to the floor, head low and seemingly lifeless. The remaining 4 bullies froze, glancing at their fallen leader and the slum rat who had just struck him with a lightning blast. "Gosh," Lancet smiled, despite still being held by Barrick. "I've always wanted to say that line." Chapter 70, Crowd Control. Bitches. Lancet looked up and around at their horrified faces. "Oh, you guys." His fingers closed around Barrick's forearm. The forearm was thick and corded, which was expected as Lancet had seen him snap steel rods to hit him with. Still, when Lancet squeezed, his fingers sunk deep into the iron skin. The sound was wet and meaty, cartilage and bone grinding together under Lancet's pressure. Barrick's eyes went from triumphant to confused to agonized in the span of a heartbeat. His grip on Lancet's throat dissolved instantly, both hands flying to his ruined wrist as a shriek tore out of his throat high and animal, nothing like the tough guy sneer he'd warned seconds ago. Lancet didn't let go. He dropped back to his feet, planted them wide, and used Barrick's own panicked momentum against him. His free hand shot up, grabbing a fistful of the Barbarian-S collar, and he spun. The heavy boy became a projectile, his boots scraping uselessly against the wet tiles as Lancet pivoted on his heel like a hammer thrower at the Olympics. Unable to stop himself, Barrick's heavy skull rushed down to meet the even heavier metal door handle of the nearest toilet stall. Clang! The sound echoed off the tiled walls like a bell being struck with a sledgehammer. Barrick's eyes rolled back instantly, his body going limp mid-flight. He crashed against the stall door, bounced off, and hit the floor with a wet slap, out cold before his skull finished ringing. Lancet released the collar, letting the barbarian head hit the ground. "Get him!" Cecil shouted. The twins moved as one. They always did. Cecil's hands sizzled with heat distortions, and he pushed waves of them towards Lancet's chest. The goal was to burn right into his heart. At the same time, Killian thrust both arms forward. He couldn't manipulate ice, but he could make the air cold enough for ice to form. Successfully, a spear of ice materialized in front of him, its tip needle-sharp and also aimed directly at Lancet's heart. Lancet's ring pulsed silver blue. 23 charges remaining. He activated Thor's Thunderstep. A sweeping thunder sound zipped in the room, and Lancet dodged the first set of combo blasts. Deciding he didn't want to waste skill charges on defensive moves, he decided to physically dodge the next attacks. When the heat and chill came again, he went low, dropping into a crouch so fast his knees almost kissed the tiles. The ice spear screamed over his head, close enough that a single frost-tipped hair broke off and spiraled away. The heat surge followed a heartbeat later, the hotness kissing the back of his neck as Lancet twisted beneath it. When he shot back up, Lancet was ready to counterattack. His left hand caught Cecil's extended wrist, the one, still trailing vapor from the heat, attack and yanked. The heat bender stumbled forward, off balance, his eyes going wide as Lancet's right fist cocked back. The punch wasn't fancy. It was a bare-knuckle, put-your-hip-into-it blow that drove deep into the soft meat, just below Cecil's sternum. Cecil's diaphragm spasmed. Every ounce of air in his lungs evacuated in a single, pathetic hoof. His mouth opened in a silent scream, spittle flying, as his knees buckled. Rather than simply letting him fall, Lancet swept his leg, catching Cecil behind the ankles and sending the boy crashing sideways, right into Killian, who had been winding up for a second eye spike. The twins collided in a tangle of limbs and curses, their temperature attacks fizzling out as they hit the wet floor in a heap. Cecil's still smoldering sleeves sizzled against Killian's frost-rimed jacket, steam hissing between them. "Stacy." Callan had drifted awake. "Do something." Stacy Blue's eyes snapped open. They weren't blue anymore. They had somehow evolved to purple. Lancet didn't know what they meant, but she threw both hands toward him, fingers splayed, her whole body going rigid with focus. The air between them rippled. Visible waves of psychic pressure started to distort the bathroom's fluorescent light. Then Lancet felt the spike. Designed to bypass every physical defense, it drove straight into his amygdala, filling him with agony crafted from Stacy's worst nightmares and sharpened into a needle. But Lancet's intelligence and constitution was high enough to rival the mental assault of a mind mage in the same level group as him. Her magic slammed into his mental defenses and shattered, fragmenting into 1,000 harmless shards that dissolved before they could even tickle his prefrontal cortex. Then, he slowly started to walk toward her. Stacy's jaw dropped. "No," she whispered. "No, that's not that. That's impossible." Lancet kept walking. Each step was slow, deliberate, the sound of his boots echoing off the tiles like a countdown. I didn't have time to prepare for it last time. But as long as I know she's about to mess with my mind, I can physically prepare myself, he thought. And with my constitution and intelligence already higher than most, it's easier to fight back against her annoying powers. Stacy scrambled backward, her spine hitting the porcelain edge of the sinks. She tried to push herself over them, to put anything between them, but her legs had turned to jelly. "Stay back." ILL scream. "I'll tell the faculty." ILL tell them you attacked us. Lancet stopped inches from her. His ring pulsed silver blue. 22 charges remaining. His hand shot out, grabbing the lapels of her pristine white uniform, and he lifted her up on her tiptoes, then higher, until her designer heels dangled an inch above the floor. Her purple eyes were still wide, still glowing, still trying desperately to find a crack in his mental armor. Nothing. Lancet channeled a fraction of Thor's essence into the ring. Not lightning, exactly. He just exerted the heroine of Thunder's pressure. The apocalyptic weight of a Valkyrie's presence, the kind of aura that made lesser beings forget how to breathe. It washed over Stacy like a tidal wave. Static electricity crackling through Lancet's fingers and dancing across her collar. He dragged her face so close it felt like they would kiss. Then he spoke with a whisper. "Who is terrified now?" Stacy's glow died. Her eyes rolled back white. Then nothing, and her body went completely limp, held up only by Lancet's grip on her uniform. He held her there for a moment, watching her face slacken, then gently lowered her to the wet floor. She slid down the sink cabinet and settled in a heap, her purple hair fanning out across the tiles like spilled ink. Lancet straightened up. The bathroom was quiet. No groans yet, just the drip, drip, drip of a leaking faucet and the sound of the ventilation fan. Bodies were everywhere. Barrick sprawled against the stall door. The twins tangled together like puppies, still breathing but utterly unconscious. Callan staring at him, but paralyzed by the electric shock, causing his limbs to spasm, blood leaking from his nose. And Stacy, curled at his feet like a discarded doll. Lancet rolled his shoulders and looked down at Callan one last time. "You guys really need to learn how to pick your targets." Callan's lips moved, but no sound came out. Lancet adjusted his collar, stepped over Callan's twitching leg, and pulled open the bathroom door. "Crowd control, bitches." Then he walked out into the hallway, as if he'd just finished washing his hands. A few minutes later, Lancet gently pushed open the glass door of the Academy's medical wing. Nurse Hallow looked up from her paperwork. When she saw him, she tilted her head exhaustingly. "Mr. Leogard, are you about to add more profits to your academy debt?" Lancet shrugged innocently. "I'm trying my best not to, Miss Hallow." Nurse Hallow smiled and shook her head. "Sit on the bed, Lancet." She reached for her medical kit, already pulling out disinfectant and bruise salves. "Let us see what you've broken this time." Chapter 71. I want your best. Elsewhere in the academy, behind a massive, dark wood desk of his office, sat Dean Ordnance. He rested his chin on the back of his crossed hands, his piercing eyes silent in thought. Standing stiffly in front of the desk was Fyodor Blaze. Today, the Elementalist D instructor had his long dark hair tied back, save for a thick chunk held up by a fire crystal clip. He wore rich, vibrant red clothing beneath the academy teacher's robe he wore so proudly. On his face sat an arrogant sneer that was only barely kept in check by the fearful respect he held for the man sitting across from him. It seemed they were waiting for something, but the silence in the room was beginning to gnaw at Fyodor's nerves. "It's been 10 minutes, sir," Fyodor finally spoke up, unable to help himself. Dean Ordnance slowly raised his eyes, his expression unchanging. "I am aware." Fyodor puffed out his chest slightly, giving a sycophantic shrug. "Personally, I would never keep you waiting that long, Sir Ordnance." The dean sighed like it was a curse, his crossed hands falling to the table. "Fyodor, it is not that the others are late. It is that you arrived entirely too early." Fyodor's eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth, hastily attempting to form a reply to salvage his pride, but he was instantly interjected by a knock on the door. "Come ordinance commanded." The door swung open. Miesel Gudgarten stepped in first, looking sharp in the blue shirt and black skirt she had worn back in the awakening hall. As she took her place beside Fyodor, the two shared a glare. Fyodor sneered, audibly scoffing before looking away, while Miesel simply rolled her eyes. Following close behind her was Dexter Marxist, the instructor for Specialist D, Dressed impeccably in a formal, tailored three-piece suit, Dexter carried an aura of refined intellect. Amongst all class Group D instructors, Dexter was the passionate. He genuinely loved to educate and mold young minds. Finally, Estelle Nightingale entered. The Enchanter D instructor was clad today in an intricately woven orange and silver gown. Despite the warmer colors, her expression was as cold and unreadable as ever. One by one, they offered their respectful greetings to the dean, taking their places in a horizontal line before his desk. Dean Ordnance leaned back in his heavy leather chair. I'm sure you are all wondering why I have summoned the 4 instructors of Class Group D to my office, Ordnance began. As you may or may not know, I have spent the morning inviting the instructors from the higher years into this office as well. I have been asking them all for a single critical thing, to offer up their most powerful students for an important cause. The instructors exchanged subtle, tense glances. For Class Group S, the dean continued, I only ask for 1 student total, because they are the exceptionally powerful awakeners of our world. The number of students in the S tier is extremely low, and I must allow the rest to remain available as a reserve force in the case of a total emergency. For Class Group A, I ask for 1 from each instructor. For Class Group B, 2 from each. For Class Group C, 1 from each. And finally, we come to your class group. Class Group D. Sir, Dexter Marcis spoke up, adjusting his glasses. If you're drafting the absolute elite of the academy, this cannot be a standard dungeon clearing exercise. It is not, Ordnance said grimly. Suspense raised. Massive demon movement has been spotted congregating in the city of Hepthage. It appears the Second World is attempting to establish another citadel on our soil. A collective, sharp breath was drawn by the instructors. Even Estelle, as eyes narrowed slightly at the news. We absolutely must avoid a situation like Devil Fall from happening again, Ordnance stated strictly. The government has formally requested the Academy to send immediate aid. Our objective is to deploy a specialized strike team to destroy the demons and execute the demon head before they grow stronger and take over the entire region. Hepthage is densely populated, Miesel noted, her voice tight with worry. Will the students be handling civilian evacuation or purely offensive roles? Both, Ordnance answered seamlessly. The S and A groups will spearhead the assault on the Citadel S Corps. The lower groups will secure the perimeter, handle the stragglers, and ensure the city does not fall. Which brings me to why you are here. He leaned forward, his piercing gaze sweeping across the 4 teachers. I need you to do exactly as your peers have done. Submit 1 name. Give me your best, most powerful student, the one whose raw power and tactical acumen you know will be integral to the survival of this mission. The dean's eyes hardened. I know you are all well aware that the rewards and political prestige from a government-sanctioned raid are astronomical. But hear me clearly. Do not play favoritism. There are millions of civilian lives at stake. I want your best. The room fell into a heavy, contemplative silence. Ordnance gestured to his left. We shall begin with Professor Dexter. The specialist instructor cleared his throat, his decision seemingly apparent. Of course, sir. My choice is incredibly obvious. I submit Renat Falconheart, Knight. He is by far my most powerful and dependable student. His blade work is already matching Year 3 standards. Ordnance nodded, making a swift notation on the parchment on his desk. A great submission, Professor Dexter. Miss Nightingale? Estelle replied briskly and directly. Her voice was smooth and emotionless as always. I choose Amira Vinehart, Arcanist. She has the best crowd control hexes I've seen since my time teaching here. An excellent selection, Ordnance praised lightly, noting the name. Professor Blaze? Fyodor puffed out his chest, an overstated confidence on his face and his selection. With absolute pride, sir, I choose Frida Castleloft, Fire Mage. Her destructive output is unmatched in the D group. She will burn the Second World to cinders. I expect nothing less. Thank you, Fyodor. The dean finally turned his eyes to the last instructor. Miss Gudgarten? Miesel slowly lowered her head, her hands clasping tightly together in front of her skirt. She looked deeply conflicted. I had initially given the position of my best student to Min Tu Akron, Meisel admitted quietly. She is still the highest ranked, and her undead summon has proven to be extremely powerful. Ordnance watched her carefully, sensing the incoming shift. But Meisel took a deep breath and raised her head, certainty in her eyes. But after all of the recent events, I would be a fool if I didn't submit Lancet Leogard to join the mission. NGH. A sound violently ripped from Fyodor's throat. His face contorted in anger as he whipped his head toward Meisel. His mouth opened to unleash a tirade of insults about selecting a bronze slum rat over proper nobility. But Fyodor remembered the dean was here, and his jaw immediately snapped shut. He swallowed his rage, his fists trembling at his sides, as he forced himself to hold his tongue. "Thank you, Miss Meisel, for your submission," Ordnance said smoothly, writing Lancet's name down at the bottom of the list with a heavy stroke of ink. He set his pen down and looked at the four of them. "You are to keep these selections strictly to yourselves until the official academy announcement is made tomorrow morning. Failure to do this will lead to severe punishment, up to and including cutting your salaries. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir," they echoed in unison. The instructors bowed deeply and turned on their heels, exiting the office. The door clicked shut behind them. Dean Ordnance remained perfectly still in his leather chair. His eyes locked onto the door as numerous thoughts filled his head. Far above the dean's office, in the opulent halls of the upper echelons of the academy, 5 students gathered around the corner of a corridor, holding their body parts in pain. "I told you we shouldn't have ambushed him all at once. We should have tested what he was capable of first." "Oh, shut up, Cecil. You're the one who got kicked into your own brother. My head is literally splitting open. Stop yelling." The arguments echoed down the lavish hallway. Barrack Chairhead was leaning against a marble pillar, holding a bloody rag to his forehead. The Temperature twins were shivering and sweating simultaneously, nursing deep bruises, while Stacy Blue simply stared blankly at the floor, still pale and traumatized from the psychic backlash. "Shut up, all of you. Just shut up." Callan Callahan aggressively scolded his goons. He held a piece of ice wrapped in cloth against his own face, trying to stem the bleeding from his violently swollen nose. His pristine academy uniform was scorched, and there was a black star on his chest from where a lancet had struck him. The group obediently fell silent. "Wait for me here," Callan said. "I'll go do it." The rest of them looked at each other, fearful and worried. After taking a deep, shaky breath, Callan headed down the corridor and stopped by a tall gilded door. He turned to face it. The brass plaque on the center read, "Student S Lodge, Class Group S." Callan's hand trembled slightly as he reached out and knocked 3 times. The heavy lock clicked. The door slowly creaked open, revealing the luxurious, darkly lit interior of the S-Class suite. Callan swallowed hard, the fear in his eyes causing them to quiver as a tall, shadowed figure stepped out into the doorway. The upperclassman was shrouded in the dim lighting of the suite, his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his expensive, tailored trousers. Callan instantly dropped his gaze to the floor, his voice breaking as he began to apologize. We tried to do exactly as you asked," Callan stammered, turning from the arrogant bully back in the bathroom into a groveling subordinate. "We isolated him. We hit him with everything we had, but he beat us all. We don't know how, but it seems he must have been training secretly or hiding a magical artifact. I'm sorry, boss. Please. I swear I'm so sorry." The shadowed figure stood in silence for a moment, looking down at Callan and then turning to the battered, bruised, and broken year. One student hiding in the corner with petrified expressions. Then the figure chuckled. "Low, dark. Don't worry, little serpent," the figure said, his voice entirely calm, entirely pleased. "You did exactly what we needed you to." Callan's eyes widened. Chapter 72. "So how are we doing this?" "There. You're all fixed." Lancet felt a warm, emerald green light flush through his body, leaving behind a soothing, minty coolness. The small flickers of the torment the bullies had inflicted upon him was completely gone. He was as healthy as a newborn child. Nurse Hallow stepped back, her hands glowing faintly as she lowered them. She began placing glowing vials and enchanted bandages back onto her medical cart. I had to use a dual-phase thermal salve to neutralize the searing burns on the right side of your body, and a deep-tissue marrow-warming spell to thaw the frostbite on your left. If I hadn't properly regulated your internal temperature, the conflicting magical residues would have sent you straight into severe pneumonia. Lancet sat up on the pristine white bed, flexing his arms. His skin was flawless. Even the scorched scar Callan-S thunderblast had left right in the center of his chest was completely healed, the lingering ache smoothed away by her magic. That brings today's medical expenses to a total of 700 profits, Nurse Hallow listed off, tapping the crystal terminal on her clipboard. Adding that to your previous balance, your total academy debt is now 1,700 profits. Lancet slid off the bed and stretched his shoulders. Well, he said with a wry smile, at least it wasn't in the thousands. Nurse Hallow shook her head, her vibrant green hair bouncing around her shoulders. Regardless of your optimism, Lancet, your debt continues to rise. Perhaps if you can actually go a full week without getting severely wounded, a miracle would happen and your debt might actually start to reduce. Lancet adjusted his uniform collar and shot her a confident look. Don't worry about it, Miss Hallow. I'm absolutely sure that after this week's expedition, my entire debt is going to be cleared. Nurse Hallow paused and looked into his eyes, searching for the usual hollow arrogance found in Year 1 students. But she didn't find it. Somehow, she murmured softly, I actually believe that. She turned and headed toward her desk. On the main note, you're fully healed and free to go. Lancet nodded. Thank you. He walked toward the glass door, but just before he pushed it open, he stopped and looked back. Miss Hallow, do you ever actually leave this office? She stopped sorting her paperwork and looked up, thinking about the question for a moment. No, she answered truthfully. It is my sworn duty to the academy. Students will always be in need of emergency care. As one of the most powerful healer mages in the institution, I must be present at all times. If I were to leave for leisure, a life could be lost in my absence. Lancet looked at her, truly taking in the weight of her words. To have immense power, but to be tethered to a single room simply because others were too fragile. Seems like a lot of responsibility, Lancet said quietly. Nurse Hallow smiled genuinely. Yes, but it is one I fully accept. Well, Lancet said sincerely. I personally think you're doing a swell job. And all of us in Class Group D, thank you very much for it. He pushed the door open and gave her a cheerful wave. Goodbye, Miss Hallow. The heavy door clicked shut behind him. Inside the clinic, Nurse Hallow stood perfectly still, her breath hitching slightly in her throat. She stared at the closed door, a warm flush rising to her cheeks. This kid. Back in the corridors, Lancet navigated through the sea of students, intending to head straight to the Students' Affairs room so he could update his card. But, as he turned a wide corner near the central atrium, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up. Lancet wasn't the most perceptive, but the primal chill that washed over him told him something was wrong. It felt like someone was watching him. He slowed his pace and glanced to his right. There, standing in the shadowy alcove between two massive marble pillars, was a figure. It was Lindsley. She had a wide, unhinged smile on her face, and her head was tilted at an unnatural angle, her messy ponytails falling over her shoulders. Lancet watched as she raised a hand and waved eerily at him. Her fingers twitched around the battered, stitched-up doll she always carried. This crazy chick. Lancet paused mid-step. Every noise around him suddenly became white, humming at the back of his neck as he tried to concentrate. If she's here, he just slowly turned his head, his dark eyes scanning the perimeter. Then, across the hall, blending perfectly into a cluster of gossiping seniors, Lancet spotted Muscard. The tall, lean senior was leaning heavily against the stone wall, his arms folded across his chest. His eyes were direct at Lancet, and his mutated right arm was visibly radiating thin trails of dark smoke. Lancet's eyes narrowed. His heartbeat fastened as he moved his eyes again, searching the passers-by, until he found the last of terribles. Standing perfectly straight near the grand staircase, ignoring the students parting around him like water around a stone, was Calum. His posture was impeccable, one shoulder angled forward, his head slightly lowered. His eyes were locked dead onto Lancet, carrying the same dark intensity that his mischievous smile had. Lancet swallowed hard, forcing his mind to remain utterly calm. So, this is it then, Lancet thought, his muscles tensing slightly. The Serpent Society are done talking. They've sent the terrible three to rough me up this time. Lancet stood still for a while, thinking of a plan. They kept watching him, and he kept watching them. Then, he slowly started to walk away from the crowded main corridor and toward the quieter, less populated wings of the academy. Immediately, the predators began to move. Mustard peeled off the wall. Lindsley skipped silently out her alcove. Calum matched his pace perfectly. They didn't rush him. They simply stayed in the far corners and the deep shadows, tailing him like a pack of wolves herding a lone stag. Lancet approached the elevator banks, but as he saw the metal doors, he quickly changed his mind. If he got into the elevator, they could easily force their way inside before the doors closed. A confined, metal box with these three was a guaranteed death trap. Instead, he veered left, pushing open the fire doors that led to the Academy's main stairwell. He descended at a fast, slow pace. The stairwell was deserted, and the silence that came with it amplified the tension. A few seconds after Lancet passed the first landing, he heard the three sets of footsteps following him down. They were quiet. Nobody spoke a single word. It was like they all agreed to not do anything until a particular moment. Lancet kept his pace steady, momentarily peeking over his shoulder through the gap in the railings to check if they were still there. They were, descending casually, effortlessly, silently. Lancet reached the ground floor, pushing out into the open air of the Academy's rear courtyard. He continued walking still, past the manicured gardens, and headed straight for the abandoned sector of the campus. Looming ahead of him was the old, ruined dome. It was a massive, forgotten structure, choked with thick vines and dust. Lancet opened the spoiled magic stone gates, walked across the cracked marble floor, and headed straight for the broken, spiraling stone stairs that led deep underground. He descended into the dark, expansive, abandoned underground training arena. The air down here was cold and dusty. There was a lot of ambient grace, but it felt ancient, unusable. This was the exact same place where he had summoned Essentia for the first time, to fight Theo Kane's descending demon. Lancet walked out into the center of the massive, square battleground. The floor was still scarred and cratered from previous fights. The self-repairing magic was weak now, since the place was abandoned. He stopped right at the edge of the designated dueling bounds, turned around, and waited. Right on cue, the footsteps of the three echoed as they descended the broken stone stairs. Lancet waited. He couldn't see them, but he could feel their presence getting closer. From the dark archway on the far end of the arena, their silhouettes emerged. Lindsley skipped forward first, stopping on the opposite side of the square. She grinned maniacally, her fingers violently squeezing the neck of her doll, as if trying to choke the life out of it. Mustard stepped out next, his boots crunching against the loose gravel. He stood like a stone golem, utterly silent, the dark smoke pouring from his red arm, sizzling the air around him. Finally, Calum stepped out from the shadows and into the center of their formation. He smiled, handsomely and confidently, promising nothing but absolute trouble. The silver lion head pauldron, strapped to his shoulder, glinted from the thick ray of sunlight pouring through the hole in the ceiling far above, illuminating the battlefield. "Nice place you chose," Calum called out, his smooth voice echoing across the empty arena. "Honestly, I couldn't have picked a better tune myself." Lancet refused to flinch. He stood perfectly still, his eyes analyzing the three eerily powerful Year 2 students standing before him. His focus sharpened into a razor-edge edge. "So?" Lancet asked, cutting through the heavy tension in the room. "How are we doing this?" Chapter 73. Beauty is subjective, right? Calum let out a dark chuckle that bounced off the cratered walls of the underground arena, eager to get right into the meat of things. Huh, keek. Don't get too pompous just because you managed to stumble upon two legendary heroines as summons. Lancet held his ground, his expression deadpan. That's two more than either of you have. Calum's smile vanished. His jaw clenched, letting out an irritated NGH. But after a second, he forced himself to calm down, a sinister smirk returning to his lips. Big words. But tell me, has your arrogance given you the thought to check just how much grace you actually have left? Lancet's eyes widened slightly. He immediately called up his interface, his eyes darting to the bar at the corner of his vision. Grace, 415-1250 shit. It had been sitting comfortably around 650 just this morning. He had spent a chunk of it channeling Thor and Estintia's abilities through the Phantom Ring while obliterating Callan and his goons in the bathroom. He looked up at the terrible three. Calum threw his head back and laughed, a grating, arrogant sound. Keek. Those 5-class D amateurs were only the appetizers. The society sent them to make you burn your grace and exhaust your physical strength. They were just the prep cooks, leaving you all tenderized for us to chew you up. Lancet's mind raced, completely ignoring Calum's mocking laughter. So Callan, the Temperature Twins, Stacy Blue, and Barrick are all part of the Serpent Society? Was that why they'd been bullying me since I got here? He pondered. But wait, if the society wants me to join them so badly, why send grunts to bully me? And why tell me now? You're lucky we didn't T-intercept you before you got all healed up in the clinic, Lindsley giggled. Her head tilted again, a strand of drool at the corner of her lips. But don't worry, Blondie. You're still easy meat for us to punish. Musker grunted. Your expiration date has arrived, Lancet Leogard. It is time to butcher the livestock. Lancet stared at them, his face completely flat. What is with all the meat jokes? He thought. These guys are so unbelievably cringe. He let out a heavy breath and flattened his shoulders. You guys have seriously overreached with your grand plan here. Even if my grace isn't as high as it was this morning, it is more than enough to summon my legends and kill all your serpent asses. Calum looked at him, his smile widening until it looked entirely unhinged. Don't be so sure. Your legends might be able to defeat one of our summons, but not all of them. Calum spread his arms wide, his grace flaring with a sickening, heavy pressure that made the dust on the arena floor levitate. Each of us has 4 summons so far, and they're some of the most terrifying, dangerous creatures you will ever meet in your pathetic life. His smile widened even more. Lancet, may I introduce you to the giant furred monster of the deep forest, the Sasquatch from the north. The Big Foot, a magical explosion of earth and leaves occurred behind the beast tamer. From it, clawed hands the size of boulders gripped the edges of the magical circle and hauled a nightmare into the light. Bigfoot. It stood at least 15 feet tall, a mountain made of matted, blood-stained fur and bulging, unnatural muscles. Its face was a mix of an ape and a demon, with glowing, pupilless yellow eyes and a jaw lined with razor-sharp fangs. The Sasquatch slammed its fists into its chest and unleashed a deafening, sonic roar that visibly shook the pillars of the underground dome. Lancet stumbled backward, his eyes blown wide in genuine shock. He had never expected to actually meet the legendary Bigfoot, and its aura was incredibly terrifying. He didn't know whether to be terrified or mock all the classmates who had made fun of him for always believing it existed. This beast is ranked grand, Calum chuckled, reveling in Lancet's reaction. And that isn't even all of them. Muskard? Lindsley? Summon your best. Muskard violently thrusted his smoking, red hand out in front of him. All the cursed spirits suffer a fate given to them by the elders. He whispered, his voice filled with venomous, dramatic zeal. The heartless, hypocritical, prideful rulers of our world. I bear their vengeance deep within my chest, and I shall punish everyone for their suffering. He looked at the slum rat. Starting with you, Lancet. Lancet looked confused, still stepping back from Bigfoot. Me? What the hell do I have to do with the elders? Bathsheba. Muskard roared. I call upon you. A pool of pitch-black sludge rapidly formed at Muskard's feet. From the bubbling tar, a spectral figure slowly levitated upward. It was a woman, or at least it used to be. Her skin emitted a ghastly, sickly green glow. Her eyes were hollow, bleeding voids, and her hair was a writhing, hissing mass of shadowy vipers. The moment she fully materialized, Bathsheba threw her head back and unleashed a piercing, high-pitched banshee wail that felt like ice picks being driven directly into Lancet's eardrums. Lancet covered his ears, his face squeezed in pain and horror. When it stopped, he let out a breath of relief. What the hell was that sound? But more was coming. I'm next. Lindsley giggled hysterically. She thrust her toy forward. This is Sunshine. She is just so pretty. Isn't she? Lancet squinted at the doll. It was the size of a normal teddy bear, but it looked like an absolute nightmare. It was stitched together with coarse black thread, one button eye hanging completely out of its socket, and dark holes punctured randomly across its burlap face. It looked like a prop straight out of Annabelle. Lancet couldn't hide his disgust. His face scrunched up. EW. Lindsley's giggling instantly stopped. Her eyes darkened like a psychopath's. You don't think she's pretty? She hissed. Well, how about now? Sunshine. Show him just how pretty you are. Erg. The sound that ripped from the tiny doll was not of this world. In a horrifying jump scare, the doll's burlap jaw unhinged all the way down to its chest. Holy fuck. Lancet leaped backward. Then it expanded. Fleshbone and black limbs violently erupted from the doll's seams. In a matter of seconds, the tiny toy morphed into a colossal, 12-foot-tall monstrosity. It looked like a demon one would see in The Conjuring. A twisted, spider-like amalgamation of pale limbs, cracked porcelain, and weeping black eyes. Twitching and skittering behind Lindsley while making wet, clicking noises with its multiple jaws. Isn't Sunshine beautiful now? Lindsley shrieked, laughing maniacally. Well, Lancet shrugged, disgusted more than terrified. Beauty is subjective, right? Calum's face exploded with rage. He threw his hands down, his composure completely snapping. Stop making jokes, you annoying mouse. We're trying to beat you up here. Lancet looked at the furious beast tamer, then at the rest of the monsters. For a moment, he actually thought he could be in trouble. But then, a tired sigh escaped him. See, Miss Hallow, he thought mournfully, keeping my debt low isn't as easy as you think. Lancet dropped his stance, his expression hardening as he pushed his right hand forward, his palm facing the terrible three. All right then, he said, his voice turning to steel. Let's get this over with. Suddenly, directly in front of Lancet, a massive, blinding pillar of gold crashed down, followed by a thick bolt of blue lightning. Crockham, Chapter 74. Submit to the serpents and be spared the fangs. The golden light and the lightning slowly faded into the damp air of the underground arena. When the dust settled, two figures stood squarely in front of Lancet. Both women were at least a foot taller than him, with their imposing, otherworldly majesty carrying to the ends of the vast, dark place. Even the summons of the terrible three felt their dark aura rivaled by the heroic magic of the two legends. Lindsley's unhinged giggling completely stopped. Her eyes popped wide, and her jaw dropped. Holy shit, she squeaked in her high-pitched voice. Muskard remained perfectly still, his eyes locked onto the glowing heroines as he studied them. Calum's handsome face twisted into a look of jealous awe. So, it's real. His powers are the real deal. It's really you. Astentia Valengard and Thor Stormchild. Thor barely spared them glance. She slowly studied the dark, ruined arena, unimpressed. Around the head of her warhammer, the kinetic lightning still violently snapped here and there. She then turned her head to look at Astentia, who looked back at her at the exact same moment. What is the meaning of this? Thor demanded, her voice like distant thunder. Where have we been summoned now? Astentia looked just as oblivious as her. Together, they turned around. Thor's electric blue eyes immediately landed on the boy standing behind them. Lancet smiled and waved. Hey guys. Thor's eyes reduced to slits. You. I told you not to yank me, wherever you please, whenever you please. Lancet shrugged, standing his ground. Look, I know you don't like me as a master, but you're still my summon. If I'm in need of help, I have no other choice but to call on to you. At the word help, Estentia's demeanor shifted entirely. Her eyes, previously calm, immediately narrowed to show her unbreakable dedication. She turned her body, placing herself firmly between Lancet and the rest of the room. You're in need of help, Master? Estentia asked, her voice dropping into a deadly, serious tone. Yes, Lancet said, pointing a finger past them toward the opposite end of the arena. You see those guys and their scary-looking summons? Estentia and Thor turned simultaneously. Their sharp gazes swept across the terrible three, analyzing them in a line from Lindsley to Muscard, before trailing upward to study the giant, hideous monstrosities behind them. What in the name of the elders are those creatures? Thor asked, her lip curling in disgust. I call them terrors, Calum declared boldly, recovering his arrogant composure. He spread his arms, gesturing to the hulking Bigfoot, the wailing Bathsheba, and the skittering, arachnid-like sunshine. Our summons are far too unique, too sophisticated, too terrifying to be classified as ordinary beasts. They're the terrors of the earth. Estentia looked at the smiling Calum, then glanced back at Lancet. That boy does not seem like a good guy. He plainly calls his summons terrors. Estentia, Thor deadpanned, giving the knight a side eye. Estentia narrowed her eyes. One who summons terrifying creatures is not intrinsically evil. It is the choices they make, such as threatening a single student with malevolent actions, that stains the heart and makes someone truly evil. Thor eyed Estentia, then looked back at the terrible three. That is a noble belief, Estentia. But looking at these hideous wretches, what I think is that they have been evil from the womb, rotten to the core. Across the arena, Lindsley's face scrunched up in deep offense. Muscard scowled and Calum's smile twitched, his vanity clearly bruised by the legendary Valkyrie's blunt assessment. You three, what do you want from my master? Estentia demanded, her voice ringing out with knightly authority. Calum grinned, malice in his eyes. He knows. He should have just joined when we asked. Estentia's brows creased tighter, forming wrinkles on her forehead. She looked deeply angry. They tried to force me to join a secret confraternity in the academy called the Serpent Society, Lancet explained quickly from behind his summons. These guys are very bad people who rebel, manipulate, and kill for their own personal gain. They wanted me to join because I had access to you guys. By extension, they just wanted to use you for their twisted cause, and they've been hurting and torturing me all week to force me into giving you up. Estentia's eyes widened, completely horrified. Then, that horror hardened into anger, her first display of rage. Torture? Estentia hissed, the golden grace flaring violently around her armor. You dare hurt my master? Thor glared at the trio. I told you, rotten from birth. Estentia reached back and pulled her massive broadsword from its scabbard, the metal ringing beautifully in the dark arena. She adjusted her heavy shield, planting her feet. A human only forfeits their life when they unjustly take the life of another. I will try my hardest to keep this rule in mind as I slaughter your terrors and ruthlessly punish you for torturing my master. Thor prepared her warhammer, causing more lightning to crackle around its head. My true master is dead, but I'm doing this anyway, because evils like you three deserve the suffering I am about to inflict. First there was silence for a while. Then an eerie chuckle came from Calum. He. How scary. But don't think this is all we brought to fight you. This was merely the warning shot. A little display to see if Lancet would stand down and join the society he fated to. Calum's grace violently exploded outward. But if it's a battle you want, then we have more summons. Come out, Leakin Lord. The shadows beside the Bigfoot warped and twisted. A massive, 10-foot-tall werewolf tore its way into reality. The beast was made of muscle and dark fur alone, its jaws dripping with acidic saliva as it let out a blood-curdling howl that shook the very foundations of the arena. "I call upon your endless terror," Muscard yelled, pushing his red hand forward. "Inenra, come fort." From the ground, plumes or dark smoke erupted. The smoke swirled into a vague shape, something that looked like an unnaturally tall human, with eyes burning like hot coals. Almost instantly, the smoke split apart, cloning itself into 3 identical, shadowy wraiths that floated ominously beside Bathsheba. Lindsley chuckled hysterically, reaching behind her back and pulling out yet another grotesque toy. "Say hello to Mummy, Blondie." She threw the doll into the air. Mid-flight, the toy rapidly expanded, growing into a human-sized, terrifyingly pale mannequin with yellow hair. When it landed beside Sunshine, the mummy doll began to laugh along with Lindsley, a sight that was incredibly haunting. Then it did something even more terrifying. With a sickening series of pops, its limbs, torso, and head disconnected from one another. The disjointed pieces floated in the air independently, twitching and rotating in a horrific display of dark magic before loosely reconnecting by invisible, spectral threads. Lancet stared at the floating, disjointed doll, thoroughly astonished. "Not the fucking chop-chop fruit. Our terrors are all rank grand." Calum gloated loudly and triumphantly. "That is just 1 rank below your legendary status. Great heroines. Even with your higher rank, 6 creatures with a rank just below yours is not going to be an easy task." He threw his head back and laughed. "It didn't have to be this way. Lancet, you should have just joined when you were kindly invited." Calum pointed dramatically at Estintia and Thor. "Legends? Give up now. Tell your master to submit to the serpents and be spared the fangs." Estintia had heard enough. She lifted her armored boot and slammed it down onto the arena floor. Crack! A fissure violently broke the stone beneath her. It crested a crack that raced across the arena floor like a lightning bolt, tearing straight toward Calum. Before he could even blink, the ground beneath his feet exploded outward. Wah! Calum was launched backward through the air, crashing violently into the massive, hairy foot of his own Sasquatch summon. "You talk too much," Estintia said flatly. "NGGRRHHH." Calum stumbled up, spitting dust and rubbing his bruised back. "How dare you? I was having a great moment, and you ruined it." His chiseled face reddened with fury. "Attack! Show no mercy!" With that, the underground arena erupted. Deafening roars, banshee shrieks, and psychotic laughter filled the air as the 6 colossal terrors charged forward, causing the ground to shake under their combined, monstrous weight. The Leakin Lord bounded on all 4s. The big foot charged like a freight train, and the disjointed mummy doll floated rapidly toward them. From the opposite end, the heroines charged as well. "Stay behind us, Master," Estintia said. "We'll be done with this soon." Estintia shot forward like a golden missile, her massive blade angled to the side, ready to cleave through flesh and bone. Beside her, Thor leaped, lightning sizzling beneath her greaves. Her warhammer pulled back as the lightning around it hungered to be unleashed. The 2 forces barreled toward the center of the arena, ready to collide, ready to battle. Chapter 75. Eat Thunder Lancet covered his face as the shockwave from the collision poured over him, whipping his blonde hair and his uniform back. He peeked above his hand just in time to see Estintia charge straight into the giant furred monster, the Sasquatch. Bigfoot brought its massive, boulder-sized fist down in a move that resembled a double hammer. Estintia made a pivot on her left heel, angling her heavy golden shield upward. Clang! The impact rang like a massive church bell. The stone beneath Estentia's boots instantly shattered, cratering a foot deep. She gritted her teeth, her muscles straining as she parried the brute force of the Grand-Ranked Terror. "You're greatly strong, as expected," Estintia spoke over the beast's roar. "But monsters like you always have no balance." "Huh." She pushed her shield outward, throwing the massive arms, and as a result, the entire beast off balance. But before she could follow up with a strike, a haunting, overlapping laugh echoed to her right. Mummy Lindsley's doll was coming for her. Its torso was floating 10 feet in the air, but its disjointed right leg rapidly spun toward Estentia's blind spot. Estencia prepared to block, but mid-spin, the porcelain leg grotesquely morphed. To the knight's surprise, the foot expanded and twisted into an arm wreathed in dark, burning flames. Nevertheless, Estencia was fast enough to duck in time, despite the shock. Lancet's eyes widened. The disjointed body parts can morph into other body parts. The flaming fist grazed the top of Estentia's helm. It didn't T-stop until it struck a stone pillar, melting the structure into wet concrete. These hideous things are even more unnatural than demons. Estencia spat, rolling backward to avoid a second flaming strike from the mummy's disconnected head, which was now spitting out fireballs. "I fought some ghoulish demons," Thor roared from the other side of the clash. "These are nothing." Bathsheba hovered above the fray, her bleeding eyes locked onto the Valkyrie. The spectral woman threw her head back, her jaw unhinging as she unleashed a point-blank sonic shriek. The air visibly rippled, the sound waves tearing through the arena and fracturing the remaining glass windows of the dome above. Thor saw the incoming danger and fearlessly gripped her warhammer with both hands. Blue electricity violently spiraled up her arms, and her eyes lit up with bolts. "Tornado, thunder!" Thor yelled. She spun her hammer in a rapid, blinding circle in front of her. The kinetic lightning formed a literal electrical turbine, catching the sonic wave and shredding the concussive force into harmless static. "Your wailing is pathetic," Thor taunted, her eyes cooling to the normal palette. But the moment Thor dropped her defense, a blur of dark fur and razor-sharp claws lunged from the shadows. The Leakin Lord was perhaps the most agile beast in the fray. It bounced off a stone pillar, diving straight for Thor's exposed flank, the acidic saliva falling off its giant hungry jaws. Thor's reaction was as fast as lightning. She brought the haft of her hammer up to block the Leakin's snapping jaws. The werewolf had enough weight to slightly bear her down, incessantly. It screeched violently against her armor with its massive claws. "Submit, legends!" Caelum's voice echoed triumphantly from the backlands. "You're outnumbered. They will tear you limb from limb." "Yes, right," Muskard bellowed, thrusting his smoking red hand forward. "Inenra, suffocate their pride." The giant plume of black smoke, Inenra, attacked with its 3 distinct wraiths. They had a strange type of movement, like smoke disguised as a woman, or the other way around. The wraiths flowed rapidly toward Thor. As their smoke enveloped her peripheral vision, they condensed and took form 3 shadowy, slightly smaller clones of Thor herself. They raised their mock warhammers, tiny sparks of weak, gray lightning crackling around them, and swung at Thor's knees while she was busy holding back the Leakin Lord. First, Thor's eyes narrowed knowingly at the werewolf. When it understood what she was about to do, its screeching turned to whimpering. "Eat lightning, dog." Krakakom. A blast of blue electricity struck from the hammer and into the beast's open mouth. It sent the monster flying for eons and crashing into a row of concrete benches. Then, Thor slammed her foot on the ground. "Do not dare mock my form," she roared. Lightning spread from the base of her foot to the clones around her. They shook as they were electrocuted, fading away into smoke and leaving the real Inenra alone and exposed. "There you are, cursed spirit." Thor's eyes gleamed. Simultaneously, a wet clicking noise echoed behind Estencia. Sunshine, the monstrous, skittering 12-foot-tall spider doll, crawled rapidly across the ceiling of the underground dome. Its multiple jaws opened, vomiting a thick, corrosive black tar that rained down like a massive web. Estencia leaped to the side, the black tar sizzling and eating through the stone where she had just been standing. These creatures, Estencia thought, her eyes narrowed and curious. Individually, They lack the refinement of any intelligent, powerful beast or demon, but their numbers allow them to overwhelm us. She looked around. They have different special powers and are highly ranked monsters as well. Defeating them without using cataclysmic skills that could harm everyone here is going to be a good challenge to test my will and control. Bigfoot charged again, mindless and brutal. Astentia pushed a leg forward, driving the pommel of her sword into its kneecap, then slashing upward. The blade drew a thick line of blood across its chest, but the Sasquatch didn't even flinch. It backhanded Astentia's shield, sending her skidding 10 feet back into the dirt. "Gotcha!" Lindsley squealed. Mummy's torso floated directly behind the staggering knight. Both of its disconnected arms manifested burning, spiked clubs, and swung them toward Astentia's neck. "Astentia!" Lancet yelled from the edge of the arena, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Do not worry for me, master," Astentia shouted back. Her golden grace suddenly blasted outwardly. She dropped to one knee, letting the mummy's burning clubs smash into each other right above her head. Using the momentum of that same motion, she gripped Blessed Blade with both hands and swung it in a massive, upward crescent arc. Glorious slash. A wave of golden energy ripped from her blade. It completely bypassed the big foot and rocketed straight upward toward the ceiling. Sunshine, who had been preparing to spit another web of corrosive tar, didn't have time to skitter away. The crescent wave of golden grace cleaved flawlessly through the center of the spider doll's grotesque body. Sunshine let out a high-pitched, mechanical screech as it was split perfectly in two. The two halves rained down, crashing into the arena floor in a puddle of black sludge and twitching porcelain limbs. "Sunshine, no!" Lindsley shrieked, clutching her own hair in a psychotic tantrum. "You broke my toy. You broke her. You're no longer a child," Astentia declared. "It is time to put the dolls away and become an adult." Lindsley looked up at her, her face squeezing in rage. "I will make you pay for this. I wish you good luck, child." Right then, Astentia raised her shield just in time to block another furious hammer fist from the enraged Bigfoot. Across the battlefield, Thor was still engaged with Ninra and its relentless clones. The cursed spirit avoided confrontation, sending the smoke clones to do its bidding. "Hold her down," Musker commanded. Bathsheba swooped low. The hissing, shadowy vipers that made up her hair rapidly elongated, shooting forward like black ropes. The snakes coiled tightly around Thor's left arm and right leg, their fangs sinking into the gaps of her armor, injecting a freezing, paralyzing cold. "NGH." Thor gritted her teeth, her movements stalling. Seeing the opening, the Leaken Lord, which had struggled back to its feet, roared from the distance and leaped forward with great momentum. It dragged its right claw forward to decapitate the Valkyrie. "You think a few snakes can hold a god of the storm?" Thor bellowed, her electric blue eyes going completely white. She suddenly let go of her warhammer with her right hand. As the Leaken Lord swung its deadly claw forward, the hammer near the ground. Then, in a flash of second, Thor caught the werewolf's wrist midair with a grip like vice. The werewolf's eyes widened in primal panic. "Burn," she whispered. The warhammer struck the ground. Immediately, a gigantic dome of lightning expanded from the collision. At the same time, Thor shot out electricity from her palm into the Leaken Lord's bloodstream. A blinding pillar of raw lightning engulfed the werewolf entirely. The beast's agonizing howl was drowned out by the explosive dome of thunder that spread through her space. The blast shattered the Ninra clones into harmless gray smoke and violently shocked Bathsheba's snake hair, forcing the spectral woman to screech and retract her serpents in pain. Thor tossed the smoking, completely charred, and lifeless body of the Leaken Lord to the dirt. "No!" Calum screamed, his eyes bloodshot with disbelief as his prized grand rank beast lay there lifeless. Thor leaped immediately, summoning her hammer in her hand as she struck at the Ninra, which quickly sped away in fumes of smoke. Astentia bashed the Bigfoot back, creating a momentary pocket of space. Radiant Grand Cross. Two giant halves of a golden cross materialized, rapidly closing in like a giant pair of scissors around the big foot and the floating pieces of mummy. The creatures were able to escape right in time, but the collision of the cross halves shook the ground and filled the arena with golden smoke. Lancet stood at the edge, trying to peer through the smoke to see what was happening. Lancet! An angry cry came from directly above him. Lancet's head snapped up, bursting through the thick cloud of dust. Bypassing the front lines entirely was Calum. The beast tamer was in midair, swooping down like a predator. Even more worrisome, Calum's entire right arm had grotesquely transformed, taking on the beastly proportions of his big foot summon. His eyes were wide, filled with rage and lethal threat. "I warned you what would happen if you said no," Calum roared, pulling the monstrous, heavy fist back as he descended directly toward Lancet's unprotected face. "Now get ready to bleed." Check the comment section for Estintia and Thor's character cards as shown in Lancet's system. Remember to keep supporting. Chapter 76. Batter Up, Slumrat. Up there in the air, Calum's velocity increased, and he descended like a falling meteor. The wind pressure alone made Lancet's uniform snap against his chest. His hair whipped backward, but right in time, he activated Thor's Thunderstep. Blue-white lightning crackled up from his calves to his thighs, and Lancet vanished with the sudden speed of light. He blitzed diagonally left and forward, appearing like a bolt of human-shaped electricity, leaving afterimages burning in the air. One instant, he was directly under the strike, staring up at danger. The next, he was 20 feet to the left, boots skidding across cracked marble, white sparks still dancing off his shoulders. Lancet smiled. Using Thunderstep always made him feel like some kind of super speedster. Where he had been standing earlier erupted outward in a radial explosion. Calum's gigantic fist slammed into the floor like a siege hammer wielded by a giant. Dust billowed in a thick gray cloud, swallowing the edge of the arena. Lancet locked his stance, watching the beast tamer carefully to prepare for an attack. The Phantom Ring had 21 charges left, and he was ready to use just about anything on Calum. But Lancet felt his hair rise again. The dust had barely even settled when a high-pitched cackle split the air above him. Lancet quickly looked over his forehead. Lindsley dropped from wherever like a broken marionette. Her messy pigtails whipped wildly around her face, her eyes too wide, too bright-locked onto the back of Lancet's skull. In both hands, she swung a nail-studded metal bat, a weapon that he wasn't too surprised that someone like her would wield. The bat whistled. "Batter up, Slumrat." Lindsley shrieked. Lancet almost gave in to his former habits of falling to the ground. But he adjusted, leaning into the change that Estentia's training had hammered into his reflexes. He made a low duck, knees bending sharply, spine folding almost like a pocket knife. The bat passed over his blonde hair with inches to spare. Close enough that strands of hair moved from the wind. Then he stylishly pivoted on the ball of his foot. Lindsley landed, her momentum carrying her forward, and Lancet stepped sideways exactly the direction she didn't expect. She stumbled, her bat arm overextended, her pigtails swinging into her face. For half a second, she was completely open. Lancet's hand shot out to grab her wrist. He didn't get the chance. Muskard was already there. The spirit caller had a wickedly curved black katana in his crimson grip. He lunged in an arc seemingly meant to kill, and fully aimed directly at Lancet's exposed ribs. No battle cry, no warning, just the shing of a blade cutting air. Lancet's eyes widened. He threw himself into a forward and under roll. The katana sliced through the space where his ribs had been, close enough that he felt the cold whisper of the blade against his back. He tucked his shoulder, rolled across the fractured stone, and came up in a low stance with his ring hand forward, exactly as he had practiced against the simulation wolf packs. Dozens of times, until his muscles remembered what his mind didn't have time to think. The terrible three closed in. Now as one, they attacked just like a park of wolves would. They circled, spreading out in a loose triangle around him, faces twisted with rage, and something else, something that looked almost like respect, if respect could curdle into hatred. Calum shook stone dust from his monstrous arm, then returned it to his normal size. You think you can keep dodging forever, slum rat? You're fast, I'll give you that, Muskard hissed, spinning his blade. But you're one man. We're the terrible three. You don't walk out of here until you're broken. Lindsley's eyes bulged with psychotic glee, her bat resting on her shoulder. Sunshine's gone because of you. Her voice cracked. I'm going to stitch your skin into a new doll. A lifeless one. I've had enough of your invitations. Lancet rolled his shoulders. Then, after a moment to breathe, he bent his knees, adjusted his feet, then poised his arms. Both were circled into fists. His left arm bent to the chest, his right firm across his face. The phantom ring glinted from the pouring light. This was the stance Estintia had taught him. It's time I dealt with you three once and for all. Do you need help, master? Estintia shouted over her shoulder. She was currently locked in a power struggle with the big foot, her shield vibrating under the beast's hammer fists. No, Lancet replied, a sharp, cold confidence settling into his chest. He looked at Calum, Muskard, and Lindsley. I'm about to turn these three losers into ground beef. He paused, a look of genuine annoyance crossing his face. Ugh. Now, they even had me doing the meat puns? Calum roared. The trio charged simultaneously. The madness of battle shook the underground arena. Lancet had never been in a fight before. He always made sure to avoid them back in his former world. But even if he had, this was by far the biggest fight he had ever been a part of. Still, he didn't overthink it. He let his muscles do the lifting, moving exactly as Estintia had drilled him during training sessions. Do not be the one to react. Always force them to react to you. Even as they attacked him, he still went in for the offense. Lancet took one measured step forward, angling his body at 45 degrees. It wasn't toward any single enemy, but into the gap between their attacks. The motion was subtle, almost invisible, but it changed everything. None of them expected it. Calum's werewolf claws came in from the right, like he meant to take his head off. Muskard's katana slashed from the left, a horizontal cut aimed at his waist. Lindsley's bat swung from above, a wild overhead chop that would have caved in his skull. The three attacks converged on the space where Lancet would have been if he had stood still. And if he had run away, then they could have easily recuperated and made chase. But what were they supposed to do if he was stupidly pressing in? This fucking kid. Lancet's forward step carried him into the narrowing cone between them. And so, their own momentum betrayed them. Calum's claws, already committed, clipped Muskard's shoulder. It didn't slice the spirit collar to halves, but it struck him off balance. Muskard's katana veered wide, its tip carving a harmless arc through empty air. Lindsley's bat, aimed at Lancet's head, whistled past Calum's ear as the beast tamer lunged forward. The three of them stumbled into each other, a tangle of limbs and curses. Lancet was right in between them. He twisted his hips, transferring power from his legs through his core and into his right elbow. The strike drove into the soft spot under Calum's ribs, exactly where the simulation lycanthropes had been weakest. The beast tamer's breath left him in a wet huff, his werewolf claws fading away. Lancet transferred the momentum into a spin kick, slamming into the back of Muskard's knee. The spirit collar's leg buckled. His katana dropped as he crashed down on one knee, his red arm flailing for balance. Lindsley screamed and swung again. Lancet stepped inside the arc of her bat. The weapon passed behind his back, useless. His left hand shot up, caught her wrist, and pulled down. Her own momentum, all that wild, psychotic energy became a weapon against her. He spun around with her, finding her surprisingly light, and hurled her straight into Calum's path. All three collided in a tangled heap. Slowly, they started to stand up, unknowingly positioned behind each other. You bastard! Calum, who stood in front of others, cried, pointing like a child. How did you learn to fight? You're a summoner. A piece of shit slum rat. Lancet smirked. Look at that. A perfect funnel. The beast tamer frowned. What? Lancet suddenly thrust his right hand forward, the phantom ring blazing like the sun on his finger. He aimed the attack at Calum. Piercing lightning blast. A burst of sharp, heavy bolts of blue-white lightning tore from his palm. The lightning bolt was as thick as a dozen spear shafts, lancing through the cone Lancet had created. It struck Calum's chest. But since it was piercing lightning blast, it didn't just stop there. Electricity arced from Calum to Muscard to Lindsley in a blazing web of chain lightning. The three of them were hurled backward first, but Lindsley not only suffered the lightning, but she suffered the two men in front of her crashing on her as they all hit the floor. Smoke filled the air, but quickly began to clear. Lancet heard Calum's coughing, and Lancet knew an attack was coming. Huh! 3 claws were thrown at him from the smoke. Lancet's eyes widened. Those were sharp enough to tear into and out of his body. He quickly activated Thunderstep, seeing the glistening claws slow down in the air. He moved past one, but needed to activate the step 2 more times to move past the others. Calum had smartly thrown them in different directions, but Lancet was successful and scathed as the claws struck the far walls and fell uselessly. From the dissipating smoke, only Calum and Muscard arose, as a beast tamer and a spirit caller. Calum and Muscard were natural conduits. Their bodies were built to resonate with their summon's powers. But Lindsley, like Lancet, was different. Puppeteers, machinists, the architect, and some other summoner classes couldn't naturally wield the powers of their summons. Without that phantom ring, Lancet would have been a sitting duck, and that was why Lindsley was the first to fall. Calum and Muscard weren't far behind, though. They looked like they had just been taken out of an oven. Their uniforms were scorched, blackened holes smoking where the lightning had entered and exited. Calum's werewolf arm trembled violently, for singed down to the skin. Muscard's red arm smoked even thicker now, and his katana had dissolved back into whatever spirit realm it came from. How? Calum gasped, blood trickling from a split lip. How the hell are you moving like that? Muscard's eyes were wide, pupils dilated. You're just a dull-rank summoner. You shouldn't be able to do any of this. Lancet smirked. Guess you didn't receive the update before ambushing me. Huh? Calum stared, then growled in rage. You're going to pay for this. He leaped and ran towards him, legs gaining the speed and agility of his Leakin Lord. Muscard extended his hand, and multiple spirit hands raised from the ground and reached for Lancet. Chapter 77. You all just suck across the arena. The remaining terrors were being dismantled completely. Lancet was worried that his grace would run out before the battle finished, and he could tell that was exactly what the terrible 3 wanted to happen. So, he yelled an order to his summons just as he was dodging the dozens of spirit hands reaching for him. Astentia, Thor, go all out. Don't worry about me, he cried. They're trying to stretch this as long as possible. I know you're using this chance to regulate your output, but holding out is spending my grace for nothing. With the assurance from her master, Astentia turned back to the terrors, her eyes narrowing and showing a golden rage. Mummy's floating head and Bigfoot looked utterly terrified. Mummy tried to call back her flying body parts, but that only made matters worse for the giant doll. Immediately, Astentia planted her golden shield and roared, a sound that belonged on an ancient battlefield, not in an underground academy arena. Glorious hurricane blade. Her sword became a whirlwind. Golden slashes erupted in every direction, a cyclone of blessed steel that shredded the disjointed mummy pieces midair. Spectral threads snapped like rotten strings. Linen wrappings dissolved into ash. The creature let out a haunting, echoing wail like 1,000 dry throats screaming at once before it collapsed and crumbling into multiple pieces. Thor leaped high and returned like a lightning boomerang, her warhammer spinning over her head like a helicopter rotor. Judgment of Storm. A pillar of raw lightning crashed down from the arena ceiling. It struck a cluster of Ninra wraiths dead center. 2 clones disintegrated instantly, their shadowy forms evaporating like morning mist. The real Ninra tried to flee again as smoke, slipping through the cracks in the stone floor. But Thor's follow-up was faster. She slammed the butt of her hammer against the ground. A dome of electricity erupted around the escaping wraith, trapping it, cooking it. The Aninra screeched and vanished in a burst of gray vapor. Bigfoot swung wildly at Astentia, its massive arms creating wind gusts that sent dust spiraling. Astentia parried with her shield, catching each blow with a clanging sound that echoed through the arena. Astentia parried the third, then struck the beast on the face with the shield. When it stumbled, she threw the shield, hitting it on the chest with the edge. "Chains of heaven!" she cried. Suddenly, shining chains made of iron grabbed the arms of the powerful beast, holding it bare for her to send the blessed blade straight through its stomach. The Sasquatch howled, and when the chains of heaven released its arms, it dropped to its knees and then to the floor. It faded back into Calem's summoning circle, a translucent outline that winked out of existence. The Banshee, Bathsheba, was left. High above, it yelled a sonar blast that caused both heroines to cover their ears. Thor, angered, spun her warhammer, generating a small storm of lightning around its head. She shot bolts out of her free hand to the floor, which elevated her even with the sonic sound waves pushing her down. Lightning spear strike. Like a giant lance of blue storm, Thor flew rapidly and struck the cursed spirit right on the open jaw. Kaboom! The snakes on its head cried alongside the spirit, and it fell and crashed on the ruined floor before dissipating into wherever Muskard summoned it from. Back on Lancet's side of the fight, Calem forced himself up one last time. Blood trickled from his split lip, from a cut above his eye, from the corner of his mouth. His arm and other powers had disappeared since his summons had returned to his summoned space. His face was a ruin of rage and disbelief, but underneath that, something else. Something that looked almost like fear. He looked at Lancet, this dull rank, this slum rat, this nobody, and saw someone else entirely. This can't be happening. No, Calem bellowed, his voice cracking. The Terrible Three are destined to be a force to reckon with. We're meant to make big moves in this world. That's why our powers are special. He staggered forward one step, then another. His fists were raised, but they were shaking. He lunged at Lancet one last time, a desperate, swinging haymaker. Lancet stepped inside. The conduit rings still glowed on his finger. 14 were charges remaining, but he didn't need them. Not for this. He caught Calem's wrist and drove a knee into his gut. As Calem doubled over, Lancet delivered a crushing elbow to the back of his neck. "You might have special powers," Lancet said, his voice colder than usual. "But you won't do or become anything special, simply because you all just suck." Calem's face contorted. Lancet finished the motion. A heavy kick to the temple, sending Calem into the dirt. On the battleground, the last of the terrors flickered and vanished. The underground arena fell suddenly, almost eerily quiet. Astentia returned her sword to the scabbard in her back. Her breathing was steady despite the battle, shield glistening on her arm. She turned to Lancet with a proud nod, her golden hair matted with dust. "That was commendable fighting, master." Her voice was warm, genuinely impressed. "You used everything we trained perfectly. I saw how precise your footwork was, and your timing with the funnel was flawless as well." Thor planted her warhammer on the ground and folded her arms. Her electric blue eyes narrowed. Her expression was grudging. She knew Lancet was growing to be a good fighter and hated admitting it. It was fine. Lancet smiled, accepting the remark. For Thor, that was practically a standing ovation. The two legends walked over to Lancet and looked down at the groaning trio. Lindsley was starting to stir, her fingers twitching toward her fallen bat. Muskard's red arm had stopped smoking. Its glow faded to a dull ember. Calem was still completely unconscious, snoring softly through his split lip. Astentia tilted her head. "What do we do about these ones?" Thor's hand tightened on her hammer. "Kill them?" Astentia immediately shook her head, her expression stern. "That is too far, Thor. They are defeated. There is no honor in slaying the fallen." Thor was amused. You seek honor from these idiots? Astincia narrowed her eyes. Not from them. Honor is intrinsic, Thor not given. Lancet wiped a streak of dust from his cheek, watching the terribles as his heroines argued. Then he smiled. Guys, MHM? Thor and Astincia turned to him. I have a better idea. Chapter 78. I am not your toy. The doors of Summoner C homeroom swung open, and dozens of the Year 2 summoners filed in, chatting loudly about whatever they did that morning or planned to do. Then the chatter suddenly died. In the exact center of the open floor space right, where Professor Halvorsen usually stood for his lectures, 3 figures were bound together back to back with thick, golden rope. Calum, Muskard, and Lindsley. Their wrists were lashed tight, ankles knotted, and mouths stuffed with wads of cloth that looked suspiciously like torn pieces of their own uniform. Lindsley's pigtails were tangled and frizzy, one eye twitching as she wriggled uselessly. Muskard's red arm was pinned awkwardly behind his back. Calum's handsome face was flushed beet red, veins bulging at his temples. His lion head pauldron hanging crooked. For 3 full seconds the entire class just stared. Then the laughter exploded. What the fuck is up with these losers? A guy roared with mocking laughter. Look at them. A girl doubled over her desk. The terrible 3, tied up like sacrificial goats. Terrible 3? What fitting name. The terrible 3 in a terrible situation. A terrible sight. Terrible summoners. A tall boy near the back clapped slowly, grinning. What happened? Calum? Did your precious terrors finally turn on you? Lindsley made a muffled, high-pitched squeal of rage through her gag, thrashing so hard the chair legs scraped across the stone. The laughter only grew louder, bouncing off the homeroom ceiling. Calum couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes were wild, and he was screaming inside his head, "Stop laughing. Stop it right now. We are the terrible 3. We are a force to be reckoned with. We make big moves. We are destined for great things. We're special." But no one heard him. The class kept laughing, pointing, taking out their crystal terminals to snap quick images. And the worst part? They knew exactly who had done this. Back in the abandoned underground arena, Lancet stood in the middle of the cratered battleground, hands on his knees, laughing so hard his ribs hurt. Astincia stood a few paces away, arms crossed over her golden armor, a small, satisfied smile curving her lips as she watched him. Thor leaned on her warhammer a short distance off, looking thoroughly uninterested, electric blue eyes half-lidded. "Oh, I just wish I could see the looks on their faces," Lancet wheezed, wiping tears from the corner of his eye. "And they're not breaking from those ropes easily. Astincia, your rope work is insane. I swear those knots could hold a void demon." Astincia's smile widened just a fraction. "I typically do not use my powers for mockery. A warrior's strength is meant for the battlefield. However, given their lack of honor and the threat they pose to your safety, I found the task justifiable. I'm simply happy that you are safe and fine." She nodded softly, a nod that carried her knightly oath. "That is all that matters." Thor snorted. "I was simply happy to punish evildoers. Nothing more." She straightened, gripping her hammer tighter. "And let me make this clear again, Summoner. Do not yank me wherever you please, whenever you please. I am not your toy." Lancet straightened, trying to meet her gaze. "Thor, when am I going to prove that I'm worthy to be your master?" She looked at him for a while, conflicted. Then her eyes returned to spheres of conviction. "My master is dead. All I am now is a wandering soldier. A lost Valkyrie. Please accept that." Lancet opened his mouth, then closed it. He could see the wall in her eyes, the unbreakable pride he had given her. "I can't accept it," he said, "but I want to force you." With a thought, he unsummoned her. Thor dissolved into crackling blue lightning that whipped upward and vanished through the hole in the ceiling. Lancet turned to Astincia. The knight has been watching with folded arms. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for always willingly helping me, even when I drag you into this." He gestured at the empty arena and the scorch marks left by lightning. Astincia's expression softened. "I will speak with her, master. She is stubborn, but she has a good heart." Then she took a more serious expression. "You do not need to thank me. There are only two things I truly care about: protecting those in need and honoring my oath. She placed a gauntlet hand over her chest. I made that oath to you. I will keep it. Lancet smiled, genuine warmth in his chest. I know you will. He released her too. Astentia faded into a brilliant pillar of golden light that rose like a sunrise and disappeared. The arena fell silent once more. Lancet stood alone in the dust and quiet, hands sliding into his pockets. He pulled up his status window to inspect how much grace he had left. Grace, 52-12-50, he shrugged. HMF. I'm getting better at grace management. He dismissed the screen. Tomorrow I meet Miss Nightingale for the first open pores lesson. With a final look at the battleground, he turned and climbed the broken spiral stairs, boots crunching on loose gravel. I'm actually growing and getting stronger, he thought with a smile. Would you look at that? The abandoned training ground grew smaller behind him as he climbed up into the Academy's premises. As soon as he left, a shadow moved in the dark corner of the arena. A figure in a pristine academy uniform stepped forward into a thin ray of light. 5 silver tears gleamed on the left sleeve. This was an awakener in Class Group S. The Watcher's face remained hidden in shadow, but the corners of their mouth curved upward in quiet, calculating amusement. Lancet slipped into Summoner D's homeroom just as the bell rang, sliding into his table behind the rest of the class. The room was buzzing with the usual first-year energy. Notes being passed, summons being compared in miniature form on desks, glances in his direction that made him suspect that they already knew about his reevaluation. Miss Measles stood at the front, teaching about tether stability between summon and summoner. But when she saw Lancet, she seemed to pause. Awkwardly, just for a heartbeat. Then she continued, but the looks kept coming. Every few minutes her gaze would drift back to him, longer than necessary, almost conspiratorial. When she called on a student for an answer, she'd glance at Lancet again, as if the two of them shared a private joke no one else could hear. Her voice even softened when she addressed the class as a whole, like she was trying not to let something slip. Lancet leaned back in his chair, tapping his pen against his notebook. What is with her today? He thought. She's never this. Distracted. It's almost like she knows something. Something about me? Is she hiding a secret? He wondered if it could be a major thing. If it was, perhaps he could fish it out by remembering events in the early arcs of Awakener Supreme. He replayed the timeline in his head. In a light novel. What happened around this time? Lancet's eyes widened. The Hebthage mission. Yes, it was just about this time that it happened. The deployment to Hebthage. They're likely picking the strike team right now. In the novel, Miss Measles had chosen men too, but it seemed she's replaced her with me. His heart slammed against his ribs. The lecture faded into background noise. I can't believe I almost forgot about the Hebthage mission. Chapter 79. Time to upgrade. In the original timeline of Awakener Supreme, the Hebthage mission was known among readers as the MC's Coronation. It was the arc that transformed Renah from a talented underdog into a living legend, and it started with a catastrophic failure of intelligence that nearly wiped out the Academy's finest. The mini-arc began exactly the same way. Dean Ordnance had gathered the instructors and asked them to submit names of students to join the mission. Class Group S and the lone Class Group S student were ordered to spearhead the assault on the city's core. The lower groups, including Class Group DS, were assigned to secure the perimeter, evacuate the citizens, and make sure the city did not fall. The rewards were described as astronomical, both in academic and political prestige. Vernon Heavenblum, a 2-star Platinum Awakener, was the one chosen from Class Group S. He was the Academy's most powerful Awakener, at least in terms of output. He was the one who led the strike team, the character that Renah's heroic actions ended up belittling. For too long, brutal days the team had pushed deep into Hebthage. Vernon was terrifying to watch. Fire cyclones, ice lances, lightning pillars, and earth storms all raging at once under his command. Men too, alongside other Class Group DS, CS, and BS, held the perimeter and protected fleeing civilians. At times, Class Group BS joined in the combat, but everyone maintained their roles. Together, They fought their way to the half-formed citadel in the central plaza and, after a savage, hours-long battle, finally brought down the demon head. The citadel began collapsing in on itself. Cheers broke out across the strike team. Everyone was exhausted, bloodied, but relieved. They thought the mission was over. They started pulling back to finish evacuating the last civilians and regroup. But then everything turned for the worse. While the team was lowering their guard, believing victory was secured, another demon head revealed itself in an overwhelming ambush from the ruins of the collapsing citadel. It had been hiding its presence the entire time, waiting for the exact moment the strike team was at its weakest and most vulnerable. Lancet remembered that this has been such an important event because citadels were always ruled by one demon head, never more. Hence, everyone was completely beside themselves, overwhelmed and shocked to a state of demoralization. The second demon head unleashed a massive gloom domain that suppressed ambient grace across the entire battlefield. Vernon Heavenblum, the man who had been casually dominating the fight with every element, suddenly felt his connection severed. His cyclones guttered out, his stone storms crumbled, and he was left swinging his staff like a common soldier while lesser demons swarmed him. The two-star platinum legend was completely held down, bleeding and desperate for the first time in the entire novel. The same happened for the lower groups. They were overrun, trying to protect civilians, and casualties mounted fast. The entire strike team was staring at total annihilation. That was the moment Renat Falconheart stepped forward. With his complete immunity to gloom, he was the only one who could shine in this moment. And that he did. The class Group D Knight still only a first-year charge straight into the chaos. Even with the grace suppression hitting everyone, he single-handedly engaged the second demon head while the rest of the team was pinned. His blade became a silver whirlwind. He carved through the gloom domain and defeated the demon dead in one of the most iconic fight sequences the original novel ever had. Lancet had actually liked that part. It was one of the very few times he had genuinely respected Renat in the original story. Before the romance nerf turned every strong female character into a lovesick trophy, before the power fantasy became lazy, there had been this raw, underdog moment where a class Group D student rose up when even the Academy's strongest platinum had been held down. It felt so earned. It felt cool. But now, sitting in class with Meisel still glancing at him every few seconds, Lancet's feelings had completely flipped. He didn't want Renat to be the hero this time. He wanted to be the one to kill the second demon head himself. The EXP from a demon head kill would be enormous. On top of that, the rewards from the Academy and the government would be astronomical. Notes, prestige, rare artifacts, everything he needed to accelerate his growth. But killing a demon head was known to be one of the most difficult things any awakener could ever do. He would have to train extremely hard if he wanted any real chance. Lancet's heart beat faster the more he thought about it. This is really it, he thought. The timeline matches exactly. This is around when they would be selecting the team for Hebthage. That is why she has been acting so weird. She picked me, didn't she? A small, sharp smile slowly spread across his face as he stared at his instructor. If Meisel really had chosen him for the mission, then he would finally have his chance. He would make sure the story changed this time. He would be the one standing on top of the collapsed citadel when it was all over. Not Renat. Him. Lectures ended with a bell. After Miss Meisel's goodbye, the Summoner D students packed their books and began to leave noisily. Lancet couldn't stop thinking about Hebthage, but he remembered there was something important he had to do right now. He took out his bronze student card. Time to upgrade. He left the homeroom and walked down the crowded corridors toward the room designated for students' affairs. The place was quite long. A hall with a high ceiling and counters made from high-grade wood and glowing crystal screens. Students stood in orderly lines or sat at small side tables filling out forms. Workers in neat academy uniforms moved behind the counters, stamping documents, tapping crystal terminals, occasionally murmuring instructions. It was calm and peaceful. Everyone minded their own business. Lancet thought he wouldn't mind working in a place like this if he hadn't awakened any powers. He stepped up to the nearest open counter. A middle-aged woman with neatly pinned gray hair and a pair of half-moon spectacles looked up from her terminal. Next, please. Purpose of visit? Card update, Lancet said, submitting the old bronze card. I had a talent reevaluation. The worker picked it up, scanned the runes on the card with her terminal, and began typing. Then she froze. Her eyes widened behind the spectacles. She looked at the screen, then back at the card. Then at Lancet. From bronze straight to gold? Her voice carried genuine surprise. She adjusted her glasses, as if they might be malfunctioning. That's quite the jump, young man. We don't see many of these. Lancet simply shrugged, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Guess I got lucky. The worker worked quickly now, her fingers flying across the terminal. When a soft chime sounded, she reached under the counter, retrieved a fresh card, and slid it toward him with both hands like it was something precious. The new card gleamed. Rather than a bronze plating, the card was gold this time. The body glistened from the light on the ceiling, and the Academy crest shone even brighter on the top left. The rank gold shimmered in elegant script beneath his name and photo. It almost even looked heavier than the old one. Lancet picked it up, turning it slowly between his fingers. The metal was cool and smooth. He ran a thumb over the gold surface, watching the light dance across it. Beautiful, isn't it? The worker said with a small, professional smile. It seems you're not from a well-to-do family, so you don't have enough notes to get an instant promotion. She raised a finger. But with this new card, if you manage to clear your current debt and earn a few thousand profits, you'll be eligible for promotion to a silver dorm, or even a gold dorm, depending on how much you earn. Lancet stared at the shining card in his hand. That sounded awesome. It was a huge step up from the cramped bronze dorms and his narrow bed, but also meant he would be leaving his roommates behind. Chapter 80. Nothing is truly impossible in this world. Bonus chapter. With his new card, Lancet headed back to the dorms. His new talent and awakener rank would likely spread before he even reached the gate. But Lancet didn't care to think about any of that. Now, the only thing that was in his head was Hebthage. Beating up 3 overconfident weirdos was one thing, but killing a demon head was a pedigree that would remain an awakener as title for as long as they lived. If Lancet truly wanted to kill one, he had to train harder. He had to become better until there were barely any visible weaknesses left. And he had to do it before Hebthage, which was in 3 days. Reaching the bronze dorms, he made his way to the back where a small training ground was built. The path was narrow and overgrown, weeds pushing through cracked paving stones. Most students didn't care about this training ground. It was a forgotten patch of cracked concrete and weathered equipment, hidden behind the lowest-ranked dorm where the Academy's budget never quite reached. A few rusted weapon racks leaned against a low stone wall. Half a dozen battered wooden dummies stood in uneven rows, old paint peeling and straw stuffings leaking from old slashes. Lancet looked at all of this and still smiled contently. Perfect. He dropped his bag, rolled his shoulders, and pulled out a simple training sword from the nearest rack. The grip was worn smooth from years of use. He didn't really care. He could manage this until the facilities opened again tomorrow. Lancet planted his feet, took a deep breath, and began. First came the footwork Estintia had drilled into him during their simulation sessions. Small, controlled steps, 45-degree angles, never reacting, always forcing the imaginary opponent to react to him. Of course, there were times when he had to react, but the most efficient thing to do was to tilt the action in his favor as fast as possible. Lancet moved in tight circles around the nearest dummy, blade flashing in crisp arcs. The first pivot was blunt, but consecutive ones were sharper than the ones before. His boots scraped against the concrete as he funneled an invisible pack of enemies into a kill zone, just like she had taught him. Sweat already beaded on his forehead. Stronger, he thought, teeth gritted. You have to be stronger than this. Hebthage ISN, going to wait for you to catch up. He switched to full power swings. The sword whistled through the air as he attacked the dummy with raw aggression. He used overhead chops, diagonal slashes, thrusts aimed at imaginary weak points. Wood chips flew. The dummy rocked back on its post with every impact. Lancet would have been heaving relentlessly by now, but his stamina had increased a lot over the training and fights. Next came crowd control drills. Lancet knew that demon heads weren't the only threats in demon raids. There were also going to be crowds of demons who would try to stop him from harming the head. So, he imagined the terrible 3S terrors as demons. They were surrounding him again. Bigfoot's massive fists, the skittering spider doll, the smoke wraiths. Lancet pivoted hard, blade whipping in wide arcs to keep multiple angles covered. His footwork tightened as he enforced his actions with better deliberation. He could feel himself improving in real time, the lessons from the simulation chamber sinking deeper into muscle memory. If I'm going to face a demon head, if I'm going to stop Rena from stealing the spotlight, I can't rely on Astincia and Thor to carry everything. I have to be able to fight on my own, even better than I did today. His breathing grew ragged. Sweat stung his eyes. He kept going anyway, pushing until his legs shook and his grip threatened to slip. A voice cut through the sound of his own heavy breathing. Damn, you trying to kill that dummy or just make it regret being born? Lancet spoon, sword loaded. Luke stood at the edge of the training ground, hands in his pockets, the usual bored expression on his face. His uniform looked ironed, like he hadn't strained a muscle during the day. Lancet wiped sweat from his brow with his sleeve and offered a tired grin. Just preparing for anything. You said it yourself. I attract trouble. If I'm a walking disaster, I have to start being ready for one. Luke tilted his head, accepting the logic. He stepped closer, glancing at the battered dummy, then back at Lancet. Fair enough. He paused, studying the fresh dents and wood chips scattered across the ground. Did you hear about the terrible 3? Lancet acted indifferent. What about them? Luke studied his face. They were found tied up like presents in the middle of Summoner C's homeroom this morning. Gagged, struggling, the whole humiliating package. Everyone laughed at them. I heard Calum looked like he wanted the ground to swallow him. Lancet shrugged, tried to look innocent. Sounds like karma finally caught up to them. Luke stared at him for a long second. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, the closest thing to a smile the cynic ever gave. You're a terrible liar, Lancet. Before Lancet could respond, Luke raised one hand. Blue smoke swirled around his finger and his summon. The soul-searching spear materialized in his grip, the same weapon that had saved Lancet the night before. Luke casually twirled it once. You up for a spar? Real one. No holding back. Lancet eyed the spear. It looked far more intimidating up close. Against that, you're not exactly playing fair. Luke raised an eyebrow. You want fair, or you want a challenge? Lancet laughed despite himself. He walked to the rack and picked out a better-looking, but still unenchanted training sword. He tested it, then shrugged. All right, let us do it. They faced each other in the center of the cracked concrete. Luke attacked first. The soul-searching spear lashed out in a lightning-fast thrust aimed at Lancet's shoulder. Lancet parried as fast as he could, but the impact still jarred his arm. Luke followed immediately with a spinning sweep that forced Lancet to leap back. The spear's reach gave Luke a massive advantage. Every time Lancet tried to close the distance, the silver tip forced him to retreat or risk getting skewered. But Lancet was learning. He used small steps, constantly feigning threats to make Luke react to him. He feinted left, drew the spear into an overcommit, then slipped inside the reach and landed a solid smack across Luke's ribs with the flat of his blade. Luke grunted, surprised. Not bad. They circled again. Clang. Steel rang against steel, and they spared for minutes. Luke won the next 3 exchanges, his spear work precise and ruthless, tapping Lancet's arm, thigh, and shoulder in quick succession. But Lancet kept coming back harder. He started predicting the spear's arcs, using pivots and shoulder checks to disrupt Luke's rhythm. One particularly clean exchange ended with Lancet ducking under a thrust and driving his sword upward in a perfect rising slash that would have split a weaker opponent from hip to shoulder. Luke barely blocked it, but his eyes widened like he had just seen his life flash before them. Shit, Luke muttered, stepping back and rubbing his forearm. You've been training like this every day? Lancet grinned, breathing hard. I have the best teacher. Luke wanted to ask where he got the notes from to hire a professional combat teacher. But then his brows raised with realization. Astentia. Lancet nodded, still catching his breath. She doesn't go easy on me. They looked at each other for a beat. Then both of them started laughing. Luke shook his head, spear vanishing back into blue smoke as he offered a hand. As an arsenal, it's important for me to learn not just how to fight, but how to use all the weapons I can summon. You held up pretty well against me. Lancet took the hand and shook it firmly. A compliment from Mr. Cynic. Nothing is truly impossible in this world. The two roommates smiled as the sun dipped lower behind the roofs of bronze dorms, painting the cracked training ground in deeper gold. Want to go for another round? No spear this time. I also have a sword. Why not this sword over here? MHM. Not as good as my sword, but it's the same as mine. We're supposed to have equal weapons in order to have a fair fight. Who says a fight has to be fair? Life is not fair. And he is back to being a cynic again. Chapter 81. A huge matter has risen. Bonus chapter. There were very few reasons the students of ASI were called to gather in the assembly hall. So, with it happening today, everyone was on high alert. Students made guesses and theories of what was about to go down. A person like Lancet wondered how they could even spend time talking when inside in a place as magnificent as this. He remembered vaguely the description of the hall, but seeing it was exhilarating, just being inside caused his chest to pound. It was a glorious white and gold amphitheater large enough to be a den for dragons. The design bluntly manifested the Academy's rigid hierarchy in stone and gold. There were angel statues made into pillars, and between these pillars were tiered, semicircular balconies that rose high into a ceiling that seemed to reach for the unseen heavens. It was segmented perfectly by the years. At the apex, bathed in the warmest ambient light and seated upon plusher, cushioned benches, sat Class Group S. Below them descended Group A, then B, and then C, the seating growing progressively less comfortable. Finally, crammed together on the quality wooden pews of the main floor, sat Class Group D. Today, the hall was packed to the brim. I'm telling you, it's her, a boy whispered furiously, leaning over to his friend. I heard that Principal D'Anastasia would be returning soon. A girl beside him shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. I heard that too. Who knows, but gosh, when she does return, the school is going to get even scarier. She has not called the eye switch for nothing. Hey, it's the dean. Someone hissed sharply from the aisle. Shush, shush. Lancet looked away from the group of gossiping boys, his eyes drifting toward the front of the hall. The wave of gossip was washed away by an instant silence as Dean Ordnance stepped up to the golden podium. Good morning, students of the Awakener Supreme Institute. Ordnance's deep baritone echoed without the need for a microphone, commanding the air itself. The students echoed back a greeting. Ordnance gripped the edges of the podium and leaned forward. What is the purpose of this academy? He abruptly asked. Many of you sit here today taking the stones of this hall for granted. So, I would like to remind you how and why the Awakener Supreme Institute was built. He adjusted his robes. 100 years ago, after the era of ash and the era of rebirth, the era of education began. The founders of this institute understood that awakeners were scattered, unchallenged, and blunt. And they knew our best chance to fight back against Gehenna was to unite us and teach every awakener what they needed to know to enable them. Us defend this world. They did not build a school of comfort, nor did they intend to. They carved this academy out of a hostile world, erecting these walls over the mass graves of the fallen to serve as a crucible. A forge. ASI was built with one singular purpose: to manufacture living weapons capable of pushing back the darkness so that humanity might survive another day. He was silent for a while, ensuring the weight of the Academy's bloody foundation settled squarely on their shoulders. We remind you of this history, Ordnance continued, his tone turning even colder because ASI is a harsh place by design. Outside this school, outside the capital, outside the steel walls of the major cities, Ethelgard, Rosenblum, Arkhaven, Crescent City, Newfall, Old Fall, Darkington, Broken Palace, State X, the Blue Prism, Carrion Spire, Ashenrise, and God Crypt. He strictly mentioned all of them, the names of the steel bastions of Earth. With each name, the students felt the Dean's intensity and the intensity of his words. The evil spreads endlessly, Ordnance declared. From the white north to the green south, we try our best to hold our regions, yet the evil of the Second World spreads like a virus. Ordnance leaned into the podium, his expression darkening into a grim, chilling scowl. And I do not use that word lightly. It is a literal infection of our reality. While you sit here in safety, the soil in Rakron, beyond the border walls, is turning to black ash. Rivers that once ran clear are choking with abyssal sludge. The sky in the outlands is permanently stained a rotting red. Entire farming settlements vanish overnight, leaving nothing behind but blood-soaked timber and the footprints of monstrosities. His eyes narrowed gravely. Your problems are minuscule compared to the sufferings that soak our world. Then, as his last words echoed, he relaxed his shoulders, taking a settling breath. Lancet remembered this speech, but for others, they were just shocked to see the dean so serious. Our world has advanced, Ordnance continued. We have modernized once again, but don't let the comfort of modernity blind you to the madness happening beyond our steel walls. That's why we do our best to stretch you in this academy, regardless of whatever region you come from. The esteemed, protected citadels, or the forgotten slums. He looked directly down at the main floor. From next month, Class Group D joins the other years in the competitions and the true, gruesome training that will decide who will be the front protectors of this world. The first years all gulped in unison, fear in their eyes. But for now, a huge matter has arisen. The dean's eyes narrowed. A demon break has begun in Hebthage. Gasps tore through the balconies. A demon break. Everyone knew what they were. Very few had ever experienced one, but all were terrified of it. Demons have migrated to the town and have begun to lay their filth and kill the townsfolk, wanting to create yet another demon citadel, Ordnance explained. His voice hard as iron. With more and more citadels stretching into the protected cities, it is greatly important that we stop this break as soon as we can. Excited, panicked murmurs broke out. Why tell us? We're the guilds. Awakeners from most of the great guilds are in Calamity Dungeons as we speak, Ordnance announced, silencing the crowd. They have their hands full with stopping the deadliest of dungeons from breaking and releasing more monstrosities to our already frail world. Now this is when we, the Academy, the Awakener Supreme, step in. Eyes widened. Students are going to stop a demon break. The government has asked us to send an aid, the dean stated. A party of our most powerful students will be going to defend Hebthage. Since the main dungeon expeditions are starting, we cannot afford to collect a number of you from a particular year. So we spread it out amongst the years and class groups. Students started glancing at one another, wondering who would be summoned. The students selected to defend Hebthage will now be called. Ordnance unrolled a heavy golden parchment. I will begin with Class Group S. The student chosen to lead this defense is Vernon Heavenblum. The hall erupted. Vernon, thank the heavens. A 2-star Platinum Awakener. He is an elemental mage. He can control all elements in the 5th base. Lancet looked up as Vernon Heavenblum rose from the highest tier. His prismatic eyes glowed with a confidence that was arrogant, although somewhat princely. The S-class and A-class students cheered. With an elemental mage leading the charge, the panic in the room subsided into some sort of relief. Ordnance held up a hand. Class Group A. He read off 4 names, 1 elementalist, 1 enchanter, 1 specialist, and 1 summoner from the 4th years. They stood, looking ready to prove their worth. In year 3, Class Group B, it is 2 each. The only year that could allow for 2. He read down the list. When he reached the summoners, his voice declared the last of the duo, Nereus Grimlake. A low murmur of deep respect and fear swept the hall. Nereus Grimlake. No one was surprised. With his shadows, he was a monster in any battle. If anyone was built for a demon break, it was him. Class Group C. For names were called, one from each branch. The tension returned, pulling taut as a bowstring. Only the first years remained. Lancet tried to act normal, but he couldn't help the way his heart was pounding. And finally, in Class Group D, Dean Ordnance announced, his eyes sweeping over the nervous sea of freshmen. For specialists, Renat Falconhart. Whispers of excitement and jealousy instantly sparked. Renat, yes, amazing. Of course he gets picked. A heavenly knight with the greatest grace retention the Academy has ever seen. Renat stood up, looking appropriately noble and determined, the picture of a righteous hero answering the call. For elementalists, Frida Castleloft. Frida stood with her fiery red hair ponytailed behind her. She hid her gasp and bravely stood up to the applause of her peers. For enchanters, Amira Vinehart. Amira proudly stood up, her glorious magical aura making her appear as the most fit for this mission amongst the first years. Even with Renat on the team, Dean Ordnance looked at the very bottom of the parchment, then nodded faintly. Finally, the Dean's voice echoed through the silence of the hall. 4 summoners. Lancet Leogard. For a moment, nothing happened. The entire assembly hall seemed to stop breathing. Then, murmurs suddenly ripped through the student body. Who? Lancet, the slum rat. Is this a joke? Why are you so surprised? Didn't you hear he has now a gold rank? But he has only been gold for a day. Shit, we can't call him dull rank anymore. High on the podium. The other members of the vanguard studied Lancet as he carefully stood up. Renat watched him with an unreactive expression. Vernon Heavenblum looked at him like he was an insect that had somehow wandered onto his battlefield. Lancet was half worried he would trip and fall, but he kept his posture and managed to walk up to the golden podium, joining the rest of the peers. Many didn't like this, because to them, this was an ordaining of sorts, like the Academy officially declaring that the slum rat was just worth as much as the rest of them. Perhaps even more. Chapter 82. For the excellence and dignity of humanity, Lancet removed his hands from his pockets, trying to convey that he was at least taking this seriously. He wanted to be a cool guy, but in the end he was still a fan of this annoying novel, and being dispatched into an actual demon break was as exciting as it was terrifying. Dean Ordnance looked over the assembled strike team from the 2-star Platinum, Vernon Heavenblum, to the infamous legend summoner, Lancet Leogard. These are the students who will be dispatched to Hebthage, Dean Ordnance declared. If you personally know any of them, do well to wish them luck and help them any way you can these next 2 days. He hesitated before continuing. Naturally, a mission of this magnitude is extremely dangerous. He said with a deep breath, you will be stepping into an active combat zone infested with entities of Gehenna. But, as is the law of our world, with great danger comes unparalleled reward. He swept his gaze across the entire student body, making sure every listening ear caught the incentives. A successful defense of Hebthage will not just bring glory. It will bring a multitude of profits for your personal academy accounts. It will bring massive tributes and resource allocations to your respective class groups. The government itself has authorized a generous bounty of notes for every one of you according to your roles. You will receive national recognition, high-tier artifacts, and state-forged equipment. Murmurs filled the hall again. That was a lot of rewards. Just how dangerous is it there at Hebthage? You leave in 2 days, the dean announced, turning back to the vanguard. To ensure you do not walk into Hebthage unprepared, you will be trained and drilled relentlessly for the next 48 hours. This preparation will be led by Professor Wolfgar Windviper, the head of combat for the Academy, alongside a select team of instructors. Ordnance returned his gaze to the crowd, addressing the hundreds of students who were staying behind. To the rest of you, do not let this deployment distract you from your education and your own dungeon expeditions. Focus on your lessons. Train your grace. Everything you do here, every spell cast, and every drop of sweat is vital for the defense of our world. He raised his right fist, placing it over his heart in the Academy's traditional salute. Awakener Supreme is for the excellence and the divinity of humanity. For the excellence and the divinity of humanity. The student body roared back in unison. As the dean dismissed the assembly, the hall erupted into murmurs, debates, and rushing footsteps. Students began filing out toward their next lessons, casting envious or awed glances toward the podium as they passed. Whispers of "Did you see that? The slum rat actually got picked. And Vernon and Renat together? This mission is already overfilled the air." The selected vanguard remained on the podium a moment longer before they were quietly led away by a pair of Academy officials. They were led deep into the Academy-S training sectors, arriving at a specialized combat hall. Lancet knew this place. It was a training hall specifically made for combat training and battle strategy before missions sanctioned by the government. The room was massive. The floor was made of shock-absorbent, grace-resistant tiles. Weapon racks lined the reinforced walls, and the air was notably thicker, as if gravity itself was dialed up a fraction. High above, enchanted skylights let in natural light, while massive crystal orbs hovered, ready to simulate any battlefield condition. Waiting for them in the center of the hall was Wolfgar Wind Viper. The head of combat was a mountain of a man. He wore a sleeveless military tunic that exposed arms thick with corded muscle and a lattice of silver scars. He had a harsh, weathered face, a missing left eye covered by a leather patch, and the aura he carried made one wonder of the amount of beasts and demons he de-killed. Standing flanking him were two other instructors. "Listen up," Wolfgar barked, his voice like grinding gravel. "I am Professor Wind Viper. To my right is Professor Vane, head of specialist tactics." He gestured to a lean, hawkish woman with daggers strapped to her thighs, her eyes already darting over their stances and balance points. To my left is Professor Thorne, master of grace channeling. Thorne was an older, severe-looking man holding a crystal staff with a rigid posture. "We have 2 days to turn you lot from arrogant school children into a cohesive military unit," Wolfgar sneered, his remaining eye locking on a Vernon Heavenblum, who simply smirked back. "Here is the situation in Hebthich. Pay attention, because this will save your lives." He tapped his foot on the ground, and a table known as a panel table arose from the tile. A holographic map of Earth flickered into existence above the table. Wolfgar moved the map, then zoomed and kept zooming until Hebthich's map was revealed. It was a border town, normally green and fortified, but the projection showed a massive, spreading stain of black and purple creeping from the north. The Demon's Haven T just breached the outer wards. "They are terraforming the town," Wolfgar explained, pointing to the reddish stains. "As expected, they are emitting a miasma that rots the soil, poisons the air, and corrodes building foundations. It's an infectious rot. If they are allowed to complete this cycle, Hebthich will physically detach from our reality and become a demon citadel." He brought up the tactical markers. "Here is the play. Class Group S and Class Group of Vernon and the 4th years. You are the main vanguard. You will spearhead directly into the heart of the break and engage the Demon Head S army leading this invasion. You don't stop until they and the Demon Head are dead." Vernon crossed his arms, unmoved by the prospect. "Very well. Class Groups B, C, and D," Wolfgar continued, looking over the remaining students, including Nereus, Renat, Frida, Amira, and Lancet. "You are the shield and the sweepers. You will not engage the demon heads unless Class Group A asks for backup. If they do, one half of Class Group D goes in. The other half joins the rest of you with your job." "And what is your job?" He raised his brows. "Your job is to secure the perimeter, evacuate the trapped civilians, defend the escape routes from lesser demons, and most importantly, use your magic to unrot the town. Cleanse the miasma before it solidifies. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir," the vanguard echoed. "Good. Now, hit the floor. First, we're opening your grace channels." For the next 4 hours, the training hall turned into a torture chamber. First came the physical conditioning under Professor Vane. She activated gravity wells across the floor, making their bodies feel 3 times heavier. They were forced to run evasion drills, dodging high-speed rubber projectiles that bruised like rocks. Lancet was all new to this, but did his best to keep his head down. He didn't show off, but he didn't stumble either. Renat and others were far better than him, but he outperformed a couple others, which Professor Vane noticed. Then came the magical exercises with Professor Thorn. They sat in lotus positions on the floor, forced to rapidly cycle their grace from their cores to their extremities and back again without casting a spell. It was designed to widen their grace channels and increase combat stamina. Lancet gritted his teeth, feeling the familiar, burning ache in his chest as he pushed his grace through his veins. He was just beginning to find a steady, painless rhythm when a heavy boot tapped his knee. Leogard. Lancet looked up and saw Wolfgar Wind Viper looking down at him. "Get up," the man said. "Walk with me." Lancet wiped sweat from his brow and stood up. He ignored the burn in his legs and followed the head of combat toward the edge of the hall, away from the meditating students. Professors Vane and Thorn were already waiting there, their arms crossed. "Sir?" Lancet asked, catching his breath. Wolfgar gave the freshman a quick once-over. "You got good footwork, kid. Better than I expected from a summoner. And Thorn says your grace circulation is surprisingly disciplined." Lancet stared. A compliment? He looked at the three elite professors. An unexpected, pleasant smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you, Professor. I've been training privately." "Good," Wolfgar said bluntly, "because your role in this mission is incredibly important. More important than the rest of the D-class." Lancet's chest swelled slightly. "I'm ready, sir. Whatever the main vanguard needs me to do." "Hold on, kid," Wolfgar interrupted, raising a heavy hand. "You aren't going with the main vanguard. You're staying in the backlands with the rest of Group D, evacuation and barrier duty." Lancet frowned, confused. "Then, how is my role more important?" Professor Vane exchanged a look with Thorn before turning her sharp eyes on Lancet. "Well, your summons, of course." Lancet stared, slowly starting to understand. Wolfgar stepped closer, softening his hoarse voice. "You will stay in the rear, where it's relatively safe. But the moment we touch down in Hebthage, you will summon Estintia and Thor. And you will order them to join Vernon Heavenblum and the rest of the strike team at the front." The head of combat gave Lancet a soft pat on the shoulder. "Kid, with those two fighting on our side, our chances are pretty high." Lancet stood frozen, staring at the three professors, as he came to terms with what was actually happening. They didn't care about his footwork. They didn't care about his grace channels, his growth, or his potential. To the Awakeners Supreme Institute, Lancet Leogard was an TA soldier. He was just a battery pack for the real weapons. Chapter 83. We're going to Hebthage. Despite everything they had just told him, all Lancet could hear was, "Keep the heroines anchored. That's your only job." It made him feel a little hollow. He was just a conduit, a flesh-and-blood battery pack to ferry the real deals onto the battlefield. The real deals that he himself created. Lancet also knew one thing for real. Humans always acted this way, so he didn't think there was going to be an exception this time. After this mission, they would continue asking him to do this. They would invite him to more missions just so they could have Estintia and Thor fight for them. Then, the moment he became an inconvenience, they would start looking for ways to get to Estintia and Thor without needing him. Lancet clenched his jaw, swallowing the insult. He decided to allow it this time. The town of Hebthage actually needs help. "I understand," Lancet said flatly. The excitement he had was gone. Wolfgar's scarred face softened just a fraction. "If you can, please summon them now. Introduce them to us so we can brief them on the tactical layout. What you're doing, Leogard, it's going to save a lot of people." Lancet nodded curtly. "Give me a moment." He turned his back on the professors and walked toward a far, empty corner of the training hall, ignoring the curious stares of the other students. He took a deep breath, reaching into his summoned space, and called his creations. Lightning and golden light rained down. When the light faded, Estintia and Thor stood in the hall. Estintia adjusted her golden shield, her eyes sweeping the room with disciplined awareness. Thor immediately crossed her arms, her lightning blue eyes locking onto Lancet with a fierce glare. "Hey, guys," Lancet said quietly. "Did we not talk about this, Summoner?" Thor hissed. "Yeah, we did," Lancet replied. "But this isn't about me wanting your help. This is about you guys, too. Astincia and Thor paused, exchanging a brief glance before looking back at him. What is it? Astincia asked, her eyes filled with genuine concern. Is something wrong, Master? Not personally, Lancet said. He looked at the Golden Knight. But Astincia, all you want is to help people, to protect the weak from evil. He turned to the Storm Heroine. And Thor, all you want is to destroy evil. Even more, you want another chance to destroy Devilfall. There was a hitch in Thor's breath. Her eyes suddenly widened, quivering with desperate hope. You are taking me to Devilfall? Not exactly, Lancet clarified, dulling the light in Thor's eyes. We're going to Hebthage. Both heroines frowned in unison. Hebthage? Astincia asked. The common town? Yes, Lancet nodded. It grew to be quite a bustling city with heavy trade. But right now it's under attack from demons. They are slaughtering the civilians and corrupting the land. They plan to make it a new demon citadel. Both heroines immediately equipped a more serious posture. Astincia's face hardened into a mask of righteous duty to help the people of Hebthage. Thor's eyes lit up again, enraged by the idea of demons capturing another citadel. Their different motives were shining through perfectly, one seeking to save, the other seeking to slaughter. We have to stop them, Lancet said simply. Do you have a plan, Master? Astincia asked, her tone entirely professional now. The Academy selected me, along with a few other students, to join the vanguard, Lancet explained. He gestured over his shoulder. They asked me to summon you too, so you could be briefed on the battlefield. Thor and Astincia looked up. They noticed that everyone was staring at them in awe. By the farthest corner, the three professors stood paralyzed, gawking at legends who they'd read about in history books. Thor's brows creased with determination. Very well, we shall speak with them. She strode past Lancet, her hammer resting effortlessly on her shoulder. Astincia followed close behind, her golden cape billowing. Lancet trailed after them, ignoring the sea of eyes that watched. As they approached the professors, Wolfgar Wind Viper, a man who bowed to no one, placed a fist over his heart and executed a respectful incline of his head. Professors Vane and Thorn immediately followed suit. Legendary heroines, Wolfgar addressed them, his gravelly voice filled with unwanted reverence. We are honored by your presence. If you will permit it, I will detail exactly what we are walking into. I assume you are leading this charge? Thor asked. I am only a teacher, Wolfgar said. My duty is to train them for the mission. But I have all the details concerning the demon break, if you wish to see. Please, Astincia nodded warmly. Go ahead. Very well. Wolfgar cleared his throat and switched the panel table's position from the center to where he had just tapped his foot. When a map appeared, he zoomed in once again on Hebthage. As expected of demons, their movements are chaotic, but we can always anticipate that they have a direction. We notice that they are pouring in from the northern trenches, utilizing the miasma to blind our border wards. We have identified the demon head anchoring the break. It has stationed itself at the old clock tower in the central town square, using the height to spread the corruption. And the civilians? Astincia interjected, leaning over the map. Most of them are trapped, Professor Vane answered, tracing a blue line on the hologram. Our scouts report the majority of the survivors have sealed themselves in the southern catacombs beneath the town's chapel. Is there an extraction route? Yes. Our extraction route relies on these old smuggler tunnels leading to the eastern ridge. We plan to structure our defense by forming a heavy magical barricade at the merchant gate to bottleneck the lesser demons and buy time. A barricade at the gates is foolish, Astincia stated flatly, pointing a finger at the hologram. Demons do not respect structural choke points. If they smell the blood of the innocent in the catacombs, they have demons that can simply burrow beneath your walls. And they will. You must anchor your defensive wards to the bedrock itself, using the chapel's holy ley lines, not the stone of the gates. Professor Thorn's eyes widened. By the heavens, she's right. That would stabilize the earth itself. Thor pointed to the center of the map. And your plan for the demon head is equally flawed. If it is perched in the clock tower, It is using the convergence of the town's ley lines to amplify the miasma. Do not send your foot soldiers charging up the stairs. She cast a glance back at the student awakeners. Your students are strong, but let me lead the attack. I will shatter the ley line convergence from the sky. Your main vanguard should focus on clearing the demon army. The head is mine. Vernon didn't like that, but Wolfgar couldn't care less. He looked like a man who had just been handed the winning lottery ticket. I told you, kid. He smiled at Lancet. You're saving lives just by being here. He eagerly began redrawing the tactical markers, taking every word the heroines said as gospel. Lancet stood a few feet back. He watched as his summons took command of the room, their brilliance and battle intelligence completely overshadowing everyone else. He was slowly fading into the background. Whenever Thorn or Vane spoke, they addressed Estintia or Thor directly, treating Lancet as if he were merely the pedestal upon which the statues rested. Hey, Leogard. Lancet turned. Professor Thorn was holding out a heavy leather bandolier, strapped with 6 thick, glowing glass cylinders filled with a swirling golden liquid. Magical supplements, Thorn explained. Lancet stared at them. They looked really expensive. You're giving them to me? Of course, Thorn replied. You will be anchoring 2 legends simultaneously in a high-stress environment. Drink one the moment your grace dips below 30%. Your only job is to stay in the back with the evac team and keep them anchored. Lancet took the bandolier. It was heavy, right? The back. He quietly watched the professor leave and join the others. At first, he thought he was being unfair by feeling left out. They wanted him to sit in the dirt and drink potions while his summons fought the war. This was technically the role of summoner. But there were summoners in class Group A and B. They were given combat roles. To be left out while his summons fought felt so wrong. But then again, there was no point in feeling bad. He was the only one who knew about the second demon head, and he was the one who was going to stop it. Lancet decided, then, that he wasn't going to be a spectator in his own story. It didn't matter what role the Academy stuck him with. Chapter 84. Try not to die. The next 2 days blurred into a relentless storm of steel, sweat, and grace. From dawn until long after the sun had set, Lancet barely had time to breathe. The selected vanguard had been isolated in the Grand Combat Training Hall, where Wolfgar Wind Viper and his team turned the massive chamber into literal hell. Every hour, they ran drills, read notes, studied formations and tactics of how previous parties had led successful raids into various demon breaks. Each member of the party, no matter how minor their role, was put through a multitude of physical exercises, and sometimes the usual sparring. The air constantly hummed with the crackle of spells, the clash of weapons, and the shouts of instructors pushing everyone to their absolute limits. Despite his hidden resentment for how he was being treated, Lancet looked forward to the training on both nights. Yes, it was torture, but good torture, if that was a thing. Lancet was pushed to his absolute physical and magical apex. His routine was brutal. Cycle his grace, anchor his summons, run evasion drills under gravity wells, and then the simulations. The simulations were the tough part. Basically, all the members of the Vanguard were sent into a fabricated demon break one that happened in Riddlebridge, but was ultimately stopped by a powerful party. There, Lancet and others had to play their roles to perfection. Whenever anyone faulted, they received a scolding from Wolfgar. This is only a simulation, so your mistakes might not mean much. But out there in Hebthage, one mistake can cost the life of many. Get your act together, focus, and go again. And they did. They cleared the simulated demon break in 3 consecutive successful runs before Wolfgar had his full. Under the instructor's request, Lancet summoned Estintia and Thor every single session. The 2 legendary heroines became central figures in the planning. They completely commandeered the tactical planning. In the center of the war room, Thor stood over the holographic map of Hebthage, pointing her silver hammer like an executioner's blade as she argued with Vernon about the offensive approach. But I can do it. Vernon defended his abilities. I'm an elemental mage. I don't need a babysitter. If you stay out of my way, I'll burn the rot out of the clock tower myself. Thor laughed, a harsh, crackling sound that made the hair on the student's arms stand up. Stop with grandstanding, boy. As an elemental mage, perhaps you'll grow to be more powerful than I one day. But now, your strengths are needed elsewhere. Let me handle the demon head. Again, grudgingly, Vernon agreed. Wolfgar had already made his decision anyway. The student barely had a choice. Estintia took a completely different approach. The Golden Knight spent her time with class groups B, C, and D. Lancet watched from the sidelines, downing another cylinder of magical supplements, as Estintia knelt to meet the eye level of Frida Castleloft, who was still nervous about the battle. You do not need to fear, dear, Estintia said gently, her voice carrying a profound, soothing weight. She looked up at the rest of the evacuation team. When we arrive, I will establish a perimeter around the smuggler tunnels. You focus on moving the civilians. I swear upon my sword, no demon will lay a claw on the evacuation line while I draw breath. Renat took a step forward and nodded with conviction. We'll make sure the path is clear for you, Lady Estintia. After that, they moved into full-scale simulations using the prediction of Hebth's present situation. The Hall's enchanted floor transformed into replicas of Hebth's streets, burning buildings, collapsing rooftops, screaming civilians, and hordes of demons rushing from every alley. Lancet worked alongside his teammates, learning to carefully transport the civilians while defending against the demons that sneaked in. However, with Estintia, barely any demons barrado into the tunnels. And as Thor had said, she killed the demon head easily. Still, this was only a simulation. Everyone had it at the back of their minds that the actual raid wouldn't be that easy. By the end of the second day, Lancet's body ached in ways he hadn't known were possible. But he was improving. Noticeably, that afternoon, during the recess before another session, Lancet slipped away from the main group and made his way to the class Group D Grace Hall. The room's high ceiling was supported by thick, square pillars engraved with magical runes that glowed when grace was being absorbed. The floor seemed to be made from sapphire or some kind of purple stone that had been specially treated to absorb and safely dissipate excess magical energy. Scattered across it were several circular meditation platforms, raised stone discs about 3 meters wide, each surrounded by smaller concentric rings of glowing runes that helped stabilize grace flow and prevent accidental gloom leakage. Along the walls were recessed alcoves containing heavy wooden benches and shelves holding various training aids, crystal orbs for measuring grace density, vials of stabilizing elixirs, and thick tomes on separation theory. Soft, bluish-white light came from floating crystal lanterns suspended at different heights, creating a calm but slightly clinical atmosphere, unlike the more luxurious grace halls used by higher class groups, which had private chambers, luxurious cushions, and advanced monitoring arrays. The D-rank version felt more utilitarian and worn. Some of the rune carvings on the pillars were chipped or faded from overuse, and a few of the meditation platforms showed visible cracks and scorch marks from past accidents. Miss Estelle Nightingale was already waiting for him, standing alone near the center of the quiet chamber in a purple gown this time. The blood-red streaks in her raven hair caught the soft light as she turned to face him. "You came," she said simply. Lancet bowed slightly, still breathing hard from training. "Of course, Professor. Thank you again for agreeing to teach me." Estelle studied him for a long moment, her empath abilities clearly scanning his aura. "Congratulations on being selected for the Vanguard," she said, although her tone was too plain for Lancet to tell whether or not she meant it. Thank you, Miss Nightingale. We had already planned everything before you were selected." Estelle turned away. "The instructors discussed your unusual growth, your summons, your sudden jump in talent rank." She tilted her head slightly. "You are becoming quite the interesting variable, Lancet Leogard." Lancet gave a small, tired smile. "Thanks again, I guess." Estelle's expression didn't change, but her tone carried a rare note of warning. "When you return from Hebthage, we will begin the open pores technique. Be prepared to be deconstructed and rebuilt. It is not gentle. Many have broken trying to master it. She paused. And do not rely too heavily on magical supplements to recover your grace during the mission. They're a crutch that will fail you at the worst possible moment. Lancet stared at her, the warning already imprinting in his mind. Then he nodded seriously. Understood. Estelle gave the smallest incline of her head. Good luck, then. Try not to die. Lancet left the Grace Hall and headed back to training. Over the remaining 2 days, he noticed that the atmosphere in the academy had shifted. Wherever Lancet walked now, students parted for him. The combination of his new gold student card, his unprecedented jump to brilliant rank, and his Vanguard selection had changed everything. Some looked at him with open respect, others with naked jealousy, a few with clear fear, as if they were waiting for him to suddenly snap and summon his legends in the middle of the hallway. His roommates were the only ones who felt normal. Casto and Anita were openly supportive. Casto kept bringing him extra food from the cafeteria. You need to keep your strength up, man. While Anita constantly asked questions about the mission, her puppet summon perched on her shoulder like a worried little guardian. Luke remained his usual brooding self in public, but in the quiet moments back in their bronze dorm room, he gave Lancet small, practical tips. He never said outright, but his actions spoke clearly. He had Lancet's back. The biggest change, however, was in Lancet's own system. With the brilliant rank reevaluation, his grace retention had skyrocketed. His present was still 1250, but the limit was now an insane 25,000 MP. The jump was so massive it still made his head spin every time he thought about it. If I can actually reach even half of that, he thought during one quiet moment, staring at his status window. Learning open pores after this mission would mean I could anchor multiple heroines at once and still use the ring to channel most of their powers. All he needed was EXP to increase his grace retention, at least to 10,000 MP. One of the most productive ways to get that was to kill as many demons as possible in Hebthage. However, being in the evacuation team meant that wasn't possible. There was still another route, though. Lancet just had to kill the demon head. Chapter 85. Adios, Professor, even if it was only one of the demon heads. The EXP rewards from doing that would be astronomical, even worth more than killing all the demons in Hebthage. Lancet would know he had Red Renard reap all the benefits. The novel had made it clear that the second demon head, which ambushed the team with a new army, was far more rewarding than the first. This was because the second demon head was stronger than first, seeing it was able to create a gloom domain, a feat only possible for the demon lords themselves and a few select heads. Perhaps Lancet was being a little greedy. If Thor killed the first demon head, he would also be getting the EXP. This meant, by extension, he would be killing both heads and claiming the EXP. With Essentia leading the defense by destroying the armies of demons, Lancet was certain to be the person to return from the mission with the most rewards. Still, the EXP, although enticing enough, wasn't all that he wanted. The profits, the artifacts, and high-tier equipment were what Lancet wanted. And even more, he wanted to gather as many creativity points and EXP to level up Essentia and Thor so he could get more summon slots. Lancet didn't want a lack of slots deterring him in the future from making heroines in the cases of emergency. Now, doing this wasn't going to be easy. Lancet had come to terms with that from the very start. But it was only made more difficult from the way he was being treated by Professor Wolfgar Wind Viper and others who were facilitating this mission. Being shoved to the background while his summons did all the work was an insult, and Lancet didn't care whether or not they saw it that way. He made a decision on what he was going to do. And to start, he walked up to Professor Wolfgar's office and knocked intently on the door. "Come in," a gravelly voice barked from the other side. Lancet pushed the door open. Professor Wolfgar's office was almost a photocopy of what Lancet imagined it to be. Different posters of combat tactics were plastered across the walls, and various equipment and unique weapons lay scattered across a massive, scratched oak desk. Wolfgar took a moment to look up. His single eye focused on a casualty projection report. "Lancet," Wolfgar grunted, recognizing his footsteps. Training is over for the day. You deploy tomorrow morning. Should you be at the dorms resting? I'll rest soon, Professor, Lancet said smoothly, stepping into the room and letting the door click shut behind him. I just had a quick logistical question before we deploy tomorrow. Wolfgar finally looked up, setting his pen down. He leaned back in his creaking leather chair, crossing his massive arms. Make it fast. What is it? If the evacuation team encounters heavy resistance in the tunnels, do we have authorization to break formation? Lancet asked casually. Wolfgar frowned. U1T encounter heavy resistance. Vernon and the Vanguard will draw the primary aggro at the plaza. And we have Estintia covering the overflow. Remember? You just keep your head down and ferry the civilians. Is that all? Actually, no, Lancet said, his tone turning instantly direct. He slipped his hands into his pockets. About Estintia and Thor. I want TB summoning them tomorrow. I'm just going to do my assigned job as a Class Group D student and help with the evacuation. For a moment, the only sound in the office was the bulb on the ceiling humming. Wolfgar's remaining eye narrowed into a dangerous, predatory slit. The leather chair groaned as he slowly stood up, placing his scarred hands flat on the desk. Excuse me? Pretty sure you heard me, sir, Lancet replied, not breaking eye contact. This isn't a game. Lancet, Wolfgar growled, the ambience in the room growing heavier with his rising grace. Have you forgotten everything we strategized? The entire plan rests on them. You mean the entire plan rests on me? Lancet corrected, his voice hardening. He took a step forward, the bitter frustration of the last 2 days finally spilling over. You keep focusing on them, talking about them like they're actual students here. But I'm the student of Awakener Supreme. It is actually my power you need. I am the one who brings them here. I am the one who anchors them to this reality. Wolfgar's brow raised, startled by the boy's directness. All of you painted me as useless the moment you saw my class was ranked dull. And now that you see what my class can actually do, you want to use it to the fullest while throwing me in the silence of the backlands. Wolfgar's jaw tightened, but Lancet didn't let him interrupt. No, Lancet stated firmly. Vernon Heavenblum ISN, the most important member of this team. I am. And until you and everyone else accepts that fact, I am not summoning anyone. Wolfgar stared at the freshman. The head of combat was used to dealing with arrogance. But this was outright insubordination from a bronze dorm student on the eve of a massacre. Is it your final word? Wolfgar asked dangerously. It is. Then you're off the team, Wolfgar fired back instantly, pointing a thick finger at the door. Get out of my sight. I'll find a replacement for your slot on the evac line. Lancet didn't look like he particularly cared. He downed his lips and shrugged. Fine by me, he said lightly. Adios, Professor. With a turn on his heel, he walked toward the door calmly. He reached for the iron handle, pulled it down, and opened the door. Wait. Lancet paused, leaving his back turned for a fraction of a second to hide the triumphant grin flashing across his face. He composed his features into a mask of indifference and looked back over his shoulder. Wolfgar was rubbing the bridge of his nose, exhaling a long, ragged sigh. The head of combat looked distinctly like a man who knew he had just been checkmated. Close the door, Leogart, Wolfgar grumbled. Lancet shut it. What is it that you want exactly? Wolfgar asked, dropping back into his chair. Lancet walked back to the desk. Tomorrow morning, there will be an allocation of profits sent to the Vanguard's Academy accounts. Funds that must all be spent on equipment for the raid. Wolfgar's remaining eye widened in genuine surprise. How the hell do you know about that? Lancet ignored the question. I want the biggest share. Seeing that I am bringing 2 Awakeners vastly more powerful than your top Awakener, and neither Estintia nor Thor requires new equipment, it is only fair I get the profits that would have been allocated to them. Wolfgar stared at him, bewildered. He had been bracing himself for a massive ego trip. He had expected Lancet to demand a frontline position alongside the class group or a bigger, flashier role. Is that all you want? Wolfgar asked, thoroughly confused. I thought you wanted to join the offensive team, or be given a bigger role. I'm fine with what I have, Lancet replied smoothly. Besides, Lancet thought to himself, A bigger role would only distract me from what I actually plan to do out there. So that's it? Profits? Wolfgar rubbed his scarred chin. You know you can't actually keep the money, right? It must all be spent in the Academy's vault before we leave, or it disappears. I don't mind that. Lancet said, just give me unlimited access in the vault to get whatever I need for the raid as well. Wolfgar sat in silence for a long time. He looked at the confident freshman standing before him. The kid was holding the entire Hebthage operation hostage, and he was doing it with a completely straight face. Finally, a rough, barking sigh escaped Wolfgar's throat. Fine, Wolfgar conceded, pulling a crystal screen from his drawer and aggressively signing his name across the file displayed on it. You'll have it. Lancet smiled. Thank you, sir. Wolfgar watched him for a while, slightly irritated yet strangely impressed. I didn't know you had the guts to pull a stunt like this, Leogard. Lancet took a deep breath, shoulders raising and falling in smug victory. You've all been underestimating me from the start, Professor, Lancet said. Then he leaned over with hands still in his pockets, his smirk widening to a grin. Don't stop anytime soon. It's fun for you, and I when I leave you all shocked. Chapter 86. Only losers complained later that day. As evening closed in, shadows stretched long across the cracked concrete of the old training ground behind the bronze dorms. The shadows were engaged in a spar, their swords clanging in the darkening silence. Lancet ducked under a horizontal swipe, his boots scraping against the gravel as he retreated a half-step. Across from him, Luke exhaled a measured breath, his hands wrapped around the hilt of his summoned weapon. This time, it wasn't the soul-searching spear. Luke was using a single-edged saber sword called Sunpiercer. The blade trailed wisps of orange smoke with every movement. You're leaning into your parries too much, Luke observed dryly, casually twirling the saber in his grip. You do that against a demon. It's going to rip the sword out of your hands and use your arm as a toothpick. I'll keep that in mind, Lancet panted, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. He readied his own training sword, settling into the defensive he de-learned. But I'm pretty sure demons don't telegraph their overhead strikes like you just did. Luke snorted, a rare sound of amusement from Mr. Cynic. Then the smile disappeared as his gaze wandered off for a moment. He let the tip of his saber rest against the concrete. Seriously, though, Luke said, his eyes met Lancet's. Don't go die in Hebthage tomorrow. I don't think I can stand hanging around with Casto and Anita. Lancet grinned, lowering his blade slightly as he caught his breath. Ah, he teased, stepping closer with a mocking hand over his heart. Just admit it, Mr. Cynic. You're going to miss me. Luke rolled his eyes, his expression flattening back into its familiar, deadpan boredom. Don't flatter yourself, Leogard. The only thing I'm going to miss is kicking your ass. Just like right now. Lancet wanted to say something funny, but Luke suddenly surged forward. The orange smoke poured in fumes as Luke closed the distance in a fraction of a second, slashing diagonally at Lancet's collarbone. Lancet, however, was faster and sharper after all the training with the rest of the vanguard. So, he followed the sword's movement and leaned directly into the danger zone. Then, Lancet brought his training sword down hard, perfectly catching the flat of Luke's saber to parry the momentum. The sharp clang echoed across the yard as Luke's blade was deflected outward, leaving his center exposed. Lancet hooked his boot behind Luke's ankle and drove his shoulder directly into his roommate's chest. Luke's eyes widened in brief surprise as his center of gravity vanished. The arsenal hit the cracked concrete flat on his back, a cloud of dust kicking up around him. The blue saber fell right beside him, the orange smoke reducing to flimsy vapor. Lancet stepped back, resting his training sword over his shoulder. He looked down at his roommate, a massive, victorious grin spreading across his face. Better start missing it now, Luke, Lancet laughed, extending a hand down to him. 'Cause it's never going to happen again. For a moment, Luke just laid there, blinking up at Lancet in stunned silence. Then a genuine, undeniable laugh shook his chest. He reached up, grabbing Lancet's hand, and let himself be hauled back to his feet. Yeah. Luke chuckled, brushing the dust off his uniform with his free hand. Don't let one lucky sweep go to your head, Leogard. It's still 7-4. Only because you're using a sword that can literally tear through steel. Uft. Only losers complain. Everyone slept that night, or at least tried to. Some dozed away like a baby, wanting to be alive and energized for tomorrow. Others trained and exercised throughout the night, refusing to waste precious time with leisure. Some just couldn't sleep at all. The day finally came. Across the Awakener Supreme Institute, students stirred from their beds as the first pale light of dawn bled through the windows. The atmosphere was electric. Those who were not part of the vanguard woke with excited whispers, clustering in dining halls and corridors. For them, this was a spectacle, a break from the monotony of lectures and drills. But for the members of the vanguard, the weight was different. They woke with responsibility pressing down on their shoulders. With everyone talking about them, they were even more anxious. Today, the fate of an entire town was in their hands. Deep within the administrative wing, Dean Ordnance and Professor Wolfgar were having a discussion inside the tactics room. Ordnance, extremely anxious himself, asked for Wolfgar's conclusion pertaining to every member of the party. Who were going to be the ones they could depend on to change the tides of this battle. Wolfgar listed all 21 of the student awakeners. Vernon Heavenblum of Class Group S, Elemental Mage. 2-star Platinum. Wolfgar's voice was flat, but respect bled through the edges. He's arrogant. You know it. I know it. The whole school knows it. But at least he has the power to back it up. His elemental control is surgical. He can summon a firestorm and a blizzard in the same breath, without collapsing his own channels. The problem is his ego. He wants to be the hero. He'll charge the demon head the moment he sees it. That could win the fight fast, or it could get him killed and take the vanguard with him. Ordnance nodded slowly. Keep on a leash. If I could find a leash strong enough, Wolfgar muttered. Class Group A, 4th years. 4 of them. Wolfgar flipped a page. Kayla Vance. Storm Mage. 8-star gold. Destructive. He is similar to Vernon, but bottlenecked into weather manipulation. His powers will make a feared awakener one day, and he will end many demons in this battle. Valeria Bloodgood. Grand Dragoon. 1-star Platinum. Aerial Shock Assault. Spearcomba. She pierces armor and breaks enemy lines. Fast, aggressive, deadly. She is one of the 4 I'll circle back to. Evander Nightcross. Beast Tamer. 9-star gold. Specifically, he summons winged beasts for aerial superiority. Good for area destruction, but his summons are slow to manifest. Needs protection during casting. Silas Mercer. Rune Corver. 9-star gold. Permanent runes on armor and flesh. Hyper-accelerates attributes. He has a force multiplier. Put him near Vernon or Valeria, and they become twice as dangerous. All right, Class Group A so far has proven their place in the hierarchy. Ordnance said, move on to B. Chapter 87. 2 at once? Wolfgar nodded. Class Group B. 3rd years. The only year with 2 per branch. Wolfgar's eye narrowed with genuine interest. Nereus Grimlake. Shadowmancer. 2-star Platinum. Another incredible member of the party. We all know his powers. He is one of the few who could survive a one-on-one with a demon head long enough for backup to arrive. And his shadow summons. Well, they will be a game-changer against the demons. Lyris Sterling. Beast Weaver. 9-star gold. The only summoner with this class in the entire world. She stitches body part from different beasts to create new ones, giving her the power to summon adaptive monsters. She is unpredictable, but her monsters are just what we need to tackle other monsters. Darion Vali. Ice Mage. 7-star gold. Crowd control. Flash freezes miasma and halts hordes. Not flashy, but essential. Eden Dangrave. Vulcan Mage. 6-star gold. Uses earth to create molten traps and walls. Destructive, but needs solid ground. Jackson Ironhold. Vanguard Knight. 8-star gold. He has a pure tank. Immovable barrier for evac teams. Ceridine Locke. Phantom Assassin. 1-star Platinum. We know she is a wild one and has been in trouble before, but she's taking steps to become better. Saradine can move through gaps in space and control phantom portals where she claims she sees ghosts. Whatever the case, her powers will help in taking out demon commanders. Next is Gideon Blackwood. Nullifier, 6-star gold. Debuff specialist. Strips away enemy armor, speed, resistances. Maivia Sol. Arcanist, 8-star gold. High-density magical barriers. Can withstand prolonged bombardment. Class Group B heads the evacuation, correct? Ordnance asked. Wolfgar nodded. And they would be the ones to back up the offensive team if needed. Ordnance nodded, satisfied. Very well. Carry on. Class Group C. Second years. 4 of them. Wolfgar waved a hand. Competent. Nothing extraordinary. Cashin Roa. Wind Mage. 4-star gold. He will be necessary in fast-tracking the evacuation Tornhalberd. Moon Knight. 7-star gold. His silver abilities are a deterrent to the skin of demons. Rilladaunt. Beast Tamer. 6-star gold. Summons wolf beasts. She'll be a scout. Finally, Phineas Starling. Mind Mage. 7-star gold. Psychological support. Prevent civilians from being paralyzed by demon auras. They do their jobs. None of them will turn the battle alone. Ordnance nodded. Now the first years. Please carry on, Wolfgar. Of course. Wolfgar paused. His scarred face softened almost imperceptibly. Renah Falconheart. Heavenly Knight. 1-star platinum. As we all know, Renah has the highest grace retention in ASI history. He is also a natural talent. Born fighter from the fallen Falconheart family. His footwork is excellent. His instincts are sharp. He has that quality, the thing that makes people want to follow him. He is leading the D-class sweep in the tunnels and will protect the evacuees. He'll kill anything that tries to flank the civilians. With his endless pool of grace, we can depend on him to never run out of battery. Ordnance placed a thinking finger on his bearded jaw, but he said nothing, only pondering in silence. Wolfgar carried on. Frida Castleloft. Fire Mage. 5-star gold. Despite the aggressiveness of her element, Frida is surprisingly a nervous girl. However, in training, I have seen just how highly lethal she is, and she has excellent control of her powers. If she doesn't T-freeze up, she'll be extremely useful. If she freezes, she is a liability. Amira Vinehart. Arcanist. 9-star gold. Her control of magic is greatly astonishing. She can actually manipulate the soul cores of other awakeners, and if trained enough, she can fracture the demon core of demons, essentially killing them from the inside. Ordnance shook his head. What a pool of students we gathered this year. And thank the elders we did. After last year as students, we thought the ESI was failing. Wolfgar gave the dean an assuring smile. We can never fail. Not when the excellence and dignity of humanity is on the line. Ordnance looked up at him, then he nodded once, acknowledging the professor's attempt to soothe him. Carry on, Wolfgar. Wolfgar's eyes returned to the crystal square in his hands. Finally, Lancet Leogart. The only architect class in our world's history, his voice dropped. From what we know, Lancet creates ladders into the past where he can summon legends to fight for him. Presently, he anchors 2 platinum-rank awakeners, Estintia and Thor, legends from the era of Ash whose achievements helped save our world. Ordnance's voice was quiet. Has he grown to sustain them for longer? Yes. Now, ranked brilliant, his limit should be a whooping 25,000 MP presently. He has a total pool of 1250, but with EXP gained during the expeditions, he has upgraded his retention massively. We plan to use Estintia and Thor to lead the charge on both sections. Thor leads the attack on the demon head, and Estintia protects the evacuation team. Dean Ordnance's eyebrows raised. Lancet is in the evacuation team. Wouldn't he feel left out? Did he agree to this? Yes, he did finally agree to stay in the back. Wolfgar paused. The problem is, I don't think he is going to stay in the back. What do you mean? Well, that kid has been training his ass out. Even without talent, he is relentless to become stronger like he is preparing for a big fight. The tactics room fell silent. Ordnance turned back to the map table. tracing the black stain of Hebthage with his finger. "I trust the boy," he said. "Whatever he is doing, it is likely the right thing." Wolfgar stared at the dean. "I understand, sir. He does show a lot of potential. And with the Phantom Ring, perhaps he would do more than just help with evacuation." "Perhaps," Ordnance said as he absorbed the assessment. Then he allowed himself a small, tired smile. "Renat Falconheart and Lancet Leogard," he murmured. "Two Class Group D students, both with such promising powers. Do you realize how rare that is? Two system-breaking students entering the academy in the same year?" Wolfgar grunted. "I've been here 23 years. I've seen one, maybe two in half a decade. Two at once? Never." Ordnance clasped his hands behind his back. "I feel better about this raid with both of them in." He looked at Wolfgar. "Are they all set?" Wolfgar straightened up. "Yes, sir. In fact, at this very moment, they are heading to the Academy Vault to select their equipment for the raid." Chapter 88. All is forgiven. The students of Awakeners Supreme watched almost reverently as the 21 Vanguard walked down the corridors of the main campus. They saw them enter the elevators, knowing where they were going. The Academy's legendary vault. Every Awakener knew about the Academy equipment store on the upper levels. It was essentially a mid to high-end armory where students spent their profits on enchanted blades, armors, artifacts, or even magical supplements. But the Academy Vault was a different beast entirely. It was a myth to most students, even the ones in higher years. A sealed treasury strictly reserved for special occasions, high-tier rewards, or emergencies of catastrophic proportions. The quality of equipment kept there were mostly things of legends. Even some molded by the blacksmiths during the era of rebirth, and some even before that. Everyone was envious of the Vanguard, though not many were willing to take on the risk that allowed the Vanguard the privilege of entering the Academy's vault. A series of elevators hummed with magical energy, taking turns ferrying the 21 members of the Vanguard down to the lowest subterranean level. Each time the grates slid open, half a dozen students stepped out into a softly lit corridor carved like a tunnel. The only path was forward, so the Vanguard walked down the corridor until they found a large, circular door forged from black steel at the end of their small treasure. Seeing the door of the vault, the students couldn't help but get excited. "I can't believe we're actually being allowed in here," Frida Castleloft whispered furiously, squeezing her hands into fists and shaking them excitedly. "I didn't even think first years could legally breathe the air down here," Renat said, calmly close by her as she relied on him as an anchor. They stopped in front of the door. There was a man there just by the side, initially standing so still Lancet had mistaken him for a statue. He introduced himself as Will Lawn, the official in charge of the Academy Vault. He held a crystal datapad and scanned the 21 Awakeners, matching their faces with the faces on his screen. Then he continued, "Welcome to the lowest floor of the Awakeners Supreme Institute. In your student cards, which also act as your digital debit ledgers, you have all been allocated a temporary amount of profits authorized by the Dean and the Head of Combat." He tapped his crystal pad, transferring the data. Several students immediately pulled out their cards, their eyes widening at the massive sums now glowing on their digital balances. Lancet looked at his card. "Profit balance, 250,000p, he smiled, remembering the exact details of this financial breakdown from the original novel. In that timeline, Renat had received the highest stipend among the first years at a staggering 200,000p. The narrative had deliberately compared it to Frida's 50,000p and Amira's 70,000p, just to highlight how immensely the Academy valued the Heavenly Knight's potential. This meant Professor Wolfgar had kept his word, even better than Lancet expected. "These profits are to be spent only here," the official warned strictly. "They are temporary stipends meant to ensure you are fully equipped for Hebthage. The moment you step back out through this door, any unspent emergency profits will completely vanish from your accounts." He gestured to the heavy door behind him. "Inside, you will find the main section. However, a select few of you have also been granted access to the Grand Section. If you have not been explicitly authorized for the Grand Section, please remain in the main section." Are there any questions? Cashin Roa, a second-year wind mage, raised his hand slightly. Sir, the equipment we purchase in there, is it permanently owned by us? Even after the raid? Yes. The equipment is yours to keep, the official answered flatly. Cashin and a few others celebrated. The official stepped to the side, pressing his palm against a glowing biometric panel on the wall. If there are no further questions, thank you, and welcome to the Academy Vault. Beneath the students' feet, they felt the ground tremor. The circular door let out a hiss of depressurized air, and the steel gears groaning as they began to turn. Slowly, the massive door rotated and pulled inward, splitting down the middle and sliding apart to reveal the treasury. Brilliant, multicolored light spilled out into the corridor. The students all stared in awe. None of them had ever been here, so they didn't really know what to expect. But the Academy Vault was truly breathtaking. Mainly built with marble, the place glowed at every corner. Golden shelves hung on the walls, displaying various items, and below the shelves were mannequins dressed in the most immaculate, high-tier armor available in Ethelgard. Weapons of every shape and size were suspended in stasis fields, crackling with raw elemental energy. There were shelves lined with vials of concentrated elixirs that glowed like captured stars, and grimoires bound in scales and shining irons. Vernon Heavenblum was the first to step inside, his cape flowing behind him with hands proudly in his pockets. After he did, the initial shock wore off others, and the vanguard slowly entered the vault, scattering into the main section. Jackson Ironhold immediately gravitated toward an armor set made from Titan steel. Silas Mercer, the rune carver, sprinted toward a display of ethereal chisels. Everyone started to buy what they needed for the battle, and if profits remained, they planned to buy some other useful items. Lancet stepped into the vault, his eyes calmly sweeping over the dazzling displays. He walked right past a rack of beautiful, enchanted broadswords that would have cost a normal Awakener 5 months of standard profits. He didn't need them. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the back of the chamber, where a shimmering, golden energy curtain separated the main section from the fabled grand section. Vernon Heavenblum walked straight through the golden curtain without breaking stride, arrogance in every step. Valeria Bloodgood followed closely behind him, and a moment later, Renah Falconheart joined. Lancet slipped his hands into his pockets and followed their path, leaving the other students behind him. He was just a few feet away from the shimmering curtain when a hand clamped down hard on his shoulder. "What do you think you're doing?" Lancet paused and turned. The official had followed him inside and was glaring down at him with eyes bearing annoyance and disbelief. "Didn't you hear my instructions outside?" the official demanded, keeping his hand firmly on Lancet's shoulder to physically block him from the threshold. "If you are not given authorization, you cannot enter the grand section. Turn around and join your peers." "Yeah, I heard that," Lancet said easily, his voice smooth and entirely unbothered. "Which is why I'm going in. I was given authorization." "You?" the official scoffed, giving Lancet a blatantly dismissive once-over. "The only Year 1 student who is authorized to enter the grand section is Renah Falconheart." Lancet smirked. He smoothly pulled his student card from his pocket, swirling it expertly between his fingers before holding it out. "Well," he challenged softly, "why don't you check again?" The official glared at him for a moment, then grudgingly, he snatched the card, a thunderous expression on his face. He pulled a small, silver scanning device from his belt and swiped Lancet's card through it. The scanner beeped wildly, flashing an undeniable emerald light. The screen lit up with Wolfgar Wind Viper's digital signature, giving Lancet access into the grand section. The official froze. The anger instantly drained from his face, leaving behind stuttering shock. His eyes widened, darting from the screen to Lancet and back to the screen again. I didn't know," the official stammered, his grip falling away from Lancet's shoulder as if the boy had suddenly caught fire. He looked completely bewildered. It must have been a last-minute addition from the head of combat. "I apologize." He handed the card back, his hands trembling slightly. Lancet took the card, slipping it back into his pocket. He flashed the dumbfounded official a playful wink. All is forgiven. Lancet proudly turned and stepped seamlessly through the golden curtain, disappearing into the grand section. Chapter 89. It's about saving people, right? Stepping through the golden curtain felt like crossing into another dimension. The air in the grand section was impossibly pure, like it carried the grace of centuries-old artifacts. Lancet figured that it actually did. As he entered, his presence immediately drew attention. Vernon Heavenblum and Renat Falconheart both paused, casting surprised glances in his direction. Valeria Bloodgood, however, didn't even turn her head. The fourth-year Grand Dragoon was completely engrossed in a display of weapons, particularly a golden spear. Valeria was tall, with a slender, military-style frame that was mostly hidden by the Academy's rigid uniform. Her hair was orange in color, streaked with sharp lines of white that fell over her shoulders. As a Grand Dragoon, she was an unimaginably gifted fighter, especially with a spear. Watching her appraise the weapons, Lancet couldn't help but imagine that she looked like a Stentia must have in her earlier mortal days. Being a one-star platinum, it was highly likely Valeria could reach Estentia's legendary levels one day. Maybe Lancet thought, but she might need an advancement to actually be anywhere as strong as Estentia. Lancet returned to the present, his eyes darting from Renat to Vernon, knowing exactly what he was looking for. He ignored their stares and headed straight toward the heavy armor section. As he began his inspection, searching for the armor he needed, Vernon Heavenblum slowly approached. The Year 5 student had his hands clasped loosely behind his back. He looked down at Lancet, his eyes narrowing slightly below his shoulder line. "I never expected that someone like you would be allowed in here," he drawled. Lancet looked up. Vernon's aura was a little too stifling, almost freezing Lancet to the spot. It was only worsened by his good looks, the chiseled jawline and the strands of curly brown hair that fell over on one side of his face. Nevertheless, Lancet knew to maintain his never-back-down rule. He met Vernon's condescending gaze head-on. "Well, I was allowed," Lancet said simply. "My summons are leading the charge in both major roles of the raid. Isn't it only fair that I'm allowed to be here?" Vernon's breath lurched, surprised by the audacious counter. "He has a point," Valeria said suddenly. She still hadn't looked away from the spear rack, her fingers trailing over a fine shaft. Hepthage had a fighting chance with just us, but with his two legends joining the battle, victory is practically imminent and the town will be saved. We have to show him the respect he deserves on this team." Vernon scoffed, his face twisting in distaste. "Valeria, our small camaraderie over these past few days of training shouldn't blind you to the fact that I am still your senior. Speaking to me like that is unacceptable." Valeria's eyes narrowed dangerously, but she bit her tongue, saying nothing as she returned to her selection. Renat watched the exchange silently, a slight frown tugging at his noble features as he picked up a pair of gauntlets. Vernon turned his glare back down to Lancet, stepping slightly closer to exert his aura. "Your summon, Thor Stormchild, has stolen my role in this mission, and somehow you get to be rewarded for it with access to the Grand Vault. That kind of thing, Lancet Leogard, is it just at all?" Lancet stared up at him, reading the Year 5 student like an open book. This guy expected the Hepthage raid to be his grand coronation. Lancet realized, and now he is furious that the spotlight is being taken from him. In the original novel, Vernon had hated Renat ever since this exact arc. Even though Vernon got to kill the first demon head, Renat's spectacular killing of the second head had completely overshadowed him in the Academy. But this time, because of Lancet's intervention, it was going to be infinitely worse for Vernon's ego. With Thor aiming for the first and Lancet aiming for the second, Vernon wasn't going to kill any of the demon heads. Does that kind of stuff even matter? The sudden question broke the tension. Lancet turned to see Renat facing them. The Heavenly Knight looked genuinely perplexed. "I'm sorry to intrude, Senior Vernon," Renat said earnestly. "But this isn't about personal gain or glory. It's about saving people, right? Lancet's eyebrows raised, his eyes widening slightly. There was a strange, guilty thump in his heart. It suddenly felt like Renaa wasn't just speaking to Vernon. Before Vernon could snap at Renaa, Valeria finally turned around. In her hands, she spun the new spear she had just purchased. The weapon cut through the air with a magical sound, glowing so brightly it looked like a spinning star. Lancet appraised the weapon. Weapon, Star Splitter grade, S details, forged from star metal by the blacksmith of the Elders active. Carries burning heat and light of stars, capable of completely purifying demons on contact. Output varies with rank. Passive completely bypasses physical defense layers. It inflicts true damage that scales exponentially with the velocity of a user's strike. Valeria rested the overpowered halberd against her shoulder, looking dead at Vernon. "You might be my senior," Valeria stated coldly, "but we are all teammates on this mission. And when we step out there, the academy walls are behind us, which means the ranks on our uniform sleeves mean absolutely nothing." She glanced momentarily at Lancet, then back at Vernon. "I respect you, Senior Vernon. But if you do not respect our fellow teammate, especially one as crucial as him, then I will have to oppose you." Lancet couldn't believe it. He just stared at the orange-haired dragoon. Since the day he awakened his dull class, he had become so used to the constant insults, the sneers, and the minor aggressive attacks that he had completely forgotten people actually did stand up for others. He glanced over at Renaa, who nodded at him reassuringly. Even people he didn't like. Vernon looked between Valeria and Renaa. After a moment, he hissed a sharp breath through his teeth and looked away. "Whatever," Vernon muttered dismissively. "As long as we all return alive and the mission is successful." He turned on his heel and stormed off toward a rack of casting staffs. Lancet, still startled by all of it, looked at Valeria. "Thank you," he managed to say. "Don't mention it," Valeria replied, her demeanor becoming softer. "Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you for agreeing to send your summons to the front lines. Summoners are usually highly codependent and protective of their summons. I understand this must have been a difficult choice for you to let them fight away from your side." Lancet smiled, feeling a genuine warmth replace his earlier bitterness. "It is to protect the town, right? To save people? How could I say no?" Valeria smiled back, a bright, warrior-esque grin. "Choose your equipment quickly, Lancet. We shall see each other on the battlefield." Lancet nodded. He turned to the Heavenly Knight. "Thanks too, Renaa." Renaa gave him an easy smile. "Anytime. Can you all purchase your equipment in silence?" Vernon's voice snapped from across the aisle. They all rolled their eyes and turned to continue buying. Lancet stood still for a moment, thoughts swirling his mind. After a while, he took in a deep breath and focused his mind. He had asked for a larger amount of profits because he knew the equipment necessary to help him kill the demon head wasn't going to be cheap. Utilizing what he remembered from the novel's lore, Lancet searched for the exact items. He found the first locked in a stasis case at the very back. It was an armor set. The Purifier's Duskguard grade. S details. Woven during the era of rebirth using silver-threaded mithril. Passive. This armor burns away demonic miasma within a 2-foot radius, acting as an absolute deterrent to gloom infection. Highly resistant to slashing and blunt force. Price: 120,000 profits as expected. It was incredibly expensive given its grade and power, but it was completely necessary to deter the gloom and Hebthage, and more importantly, survive the gloom domain made by the second head. A gloom domain would completely attack and weaken their grace channels. With this armor, Lancet's channels would be protected, and he could fight completely unaffected by the evil magical energy. Not long after, he found the sword he wanted wrapped in the arms of a very real-looking mannequin. Weapon: the Radiant Guillotine grade. S details. One of the 2 radiant guillotines forged by the blacksmiths of the Elders. A golden blade with pure silver edges. Active. Capable of slicing through demon flesh with 0 resistance. Passive. Contains the Soul Trap mechanic. Price: 125,000 prophets. Lancet grinned as he felt the weapon bind to his grace. He knew exactly how overpowered the radiant guillotine was. Every time the silver edge cut a demon, the hilt absorbed the expelled gloom and life force, trapping the demonic energy and storing it within the red stone in the hilt. There were many reasons why one would trap demon souls. Lancet had his own. Time is up. The official S voice boomed from the vault entrance. You are all being summoned to the hall for the send-off. Move out. Chapter 90. These are your punishments. Led by another official, all 21 members of the Hepthage Vanguard marched towards the Academy S Hall. They followed a different route, not the one students usually took to enter the esteemed amphitheater, but a darker, quieter one where a red carpet was spread through the entire corridor. Lancet walked with some bravery. A lot of things were presently churning in his mind, regardless. He did his best to set them aside and focus on the task ahead. The Purifier S Dustguard armor set he had equipped was clearly of a greater quality compared to the armors of most of his teammates. The base layer was shaped like a long-sleeved tunic, except it was crafted from gold core and reinforced leather. It stretched up his neck to a high collar and tightened into his body, showcasing his newly grown lean, muscular frame. A heavy-duty leather harness forked in X across his torso, and his shoulder pads had the crest of the elders inscribed in the center, a three-headed goat. Silver gauntlets, leather pants, and golden greaves completed the ensemble. He had no headgear, but a shield hung behind him alongside the radiant guillotine. Lancet looked like a walking sun. Once they reached the door, it was opened for them by the Academy official. One by one, led by Vernon, they stepped out onto the podium where cheers and applause were ringing loudly. Seeing the expensive, high-grade armor the Vanguard were wearing, the students fell into oohs and ahs, pointing and murmuring about the ones they recognized from tomes about relics and other equipment. Lancet, invigorated by the applause, tried looking away to hide just how nervous he was. He spotted Dean Ordnance on the podium. The dean raised a hand, bringing all the noise in the hall to a brisk end. As our chosen Vanguard are about to set off into a dangerous mission, I decided that this would be a good time to remind everyone that Awakener Supreme is a place of growth, where the future is rebuilt. Ordnance's eyes narrowed, but it is also a place of consequences. Somehow, the hall seemed to get even quieter. Consequences? Who was in trouble now? We allow for competition in the Academy because we believe that competition breeds growth. Iron sharpens iron, the dean continued. But what we do not allow is bullying, and even worse, using your powers to harm fellow students. Lancet's brows perked. What's going on? Ordnance extended his hand to his right. Suddenly, a magical downpour of emerald lights occurred in the open space. After the display, 3 students were standing on that same spot, bound with grace-nullifying cuffs. Lancet, poking his head to see, almost gasped. The terrible 3. Murmurs spread through the crowd of students. ISNT at those weird guys? What is it again? The Thunderous 3? They're morons. They try to bully someone above their league, and they got their ass handed to them. Were they reported? Seems like an overkill to beat them up and still report. Maybe a professor saw them and asked what happened. Lindsley Reetson, Ordnance declared. Muscard Hownley and Calum Graveside, a group of misfits and troublemakers that calls themselves the Terrible 3. Yes, that's their stupid name. Lancet watched in shock, not quite sure what was going on. Lindsley, unlike her usual self, was horrified. Muscard kept his head low, like he had accepted whatever punishment was about to be dished out to him. Calum was the only angry one, glaring at everyone, trying to free himself from the cuffs. These 3 have dedicated their time in our esteemed institutions to hounding, brutalizing, and victimizing students who they deem lesser than. Ordnance spoke with anger clear as day in his voice. Chance after chance have been given to these 3, yet they refuse, claiming they are despised for the uniqueness of their abilities. Ordnance scoffed. Such gibberish. I was a student here, just as the rest of you, and there were many others who had powers even eerier than these lot. Yet they remained focused on the path. They didn't punish others for whatever wrong they had suffered. But them, Ordinance pointed a veiny, rageful finger at the trembling three. They have defied all our rules, using their summons in academy grounds, harming and injuring multiple students, and even worse of all, murdering a fellow student. Shocked gasps filled the entire hall. Eyes widened, jaws dropped. Lancet was perhaps the most shocked of all. He didn't know what to think. What exactly happened here? Did they really kill a student? Were they caught because they killed a student, or because someone found out about their fight in the abandoned arena days ago? The fight was incredibly noisy, so he wouldn't be surprised if someone had somehow found out. But then, wouldn't that mean Lancet was also in trouble? Ordinance unfurled a scroll, then read like a judge casting judgment. For these transgressions against the laws of our academy, the Awakener Supreme, these are your punishments. The students all held their breaths in anticipation. Untethering. Everyone gasped. Untethering had once been termed a barbaric act and was outlawed for a while. It was the forceful disconnection of a summoner's bond with their summon. As simple as the definition was, the act was as painful as one would imagine, causing unimaginable backlash to the soul core. Calum's eyes widened, and he started to yell, "No, no, you can't do that." Musker was quiet. Lindsley started to cry. However, Ordinance was not yet done. 20 years in the penitentiary and 10 years working as kingdom servants. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't that the punishment wasn't fitting. Most of them had never seen a punishment being carried out in front of them this way. The penitentiary was a prison for awakeners. Inside there, the worst kind of awakeners were kept. Those who turned to join the demon lords, mass murderers, rapers, serial killers, and terrorists who thought having power meant they could do whatever they wanted. These kids were really going to spend 20 years in a place like that. They were going to be brutalized in there. Nothing prisoners loved more than young, fresh meat. And if they somehow survived that, they would spend 10 more years being slaves to the kingdom. With an unremovable S-grade slave crest, they'll be forced to literally do anything a kingdom official asked of them. Some prisoners preferred even staying in the penitentiary than doing that. Lindsley's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the podium, sobbing hysterically. Muskard stared blankly ahead, his spirit visibly breaking behind his dull eyes. But Calum refused to break quietly. "No, you can't do this. We are awakeners," he cried out, his voice cracking wildly. Dean Ordinance stared down at him with zero pity. He raised his hand, delivering his final verdict with booming authority. "The judgment is set. Guards, take them to the nullification cells and prepare the untethering." As the academy guards seized his arms to drag him away, Calum's frantic eyes swept across the stage until they locked dead onto the vanguard line. Specifically, onto Lancet. "Leogard!" Calum screamed, his voice raw and echoing across the silent hall. "This is your fault. You think you've won. I swear to the elders, Lancet, I'll survive the pen. I'll come back for you. This isn't over. You hear me? It's not over." Lancet acted like he had no idea what the beast tamer was talking about. The heavy doors slammed shut behind the struggling boy, but his venomous words hung in the air like a lit fuse. "Lancet? Did he say Lancet?" A student asked another in the crowd. Was Lancet the one they bullied? Wait, does that mean the slum guy was the one who beat them up and tied them in the homeroom? Hold on, if they were caught because of that fight, did Lancet Leogart catch the people who murdered that Year 2 specialist? He is trying to be some kind of vigilante, I think. Catching bad guys. Lancet kept his face perfectly neutral, staring straight ahead, but internally, his mind was reeling. Murder? He had known the terrible three were sadistic, idiotic bullies, but he had no idea they had actually crossed the line into killing another student. He didn't remember them actually killing anyone in the light novel. So what is going on? Let this be your final warning. Dean Ordinance's voice boomed, ending the growing gossip. He swept his severe gaze over the thousands of students seated in the tiers. Do not mistake our leniency for weakness. If any of you dare to use your powers to harm your fellow students in the shadows, or worse, If you ever dare to commit the unforgivable act of murder, you will face this exact same fate. There is no mercy for those who turn their grace against humanity. The silence in the hall was absolute. The students swallowed hard. It was incredibly rare to see the dean this intense, but somehow it had happened twice in a single week. Then Ordnance closed his eyes, taking a deep, long breath. When he opened them again, the suffocating pressure in the air vanished. His shoulders dropped slightly, and his tone shifted, lightening to something much warmer, almost fatherly. However, the dean said, a smile touching his bearded face, "We shall not let the shadows of the misguided dim the brilliant light of our current heroes." A collective, massive sigh of relief washed over the student body. Scary Dean was finally gone. "Look upon your vanguard." Ordnance gestured grandly to the 21 Awakeners standing before them in their gleaming, high-tier armor. "Today, they march into the abyss so that the innocent may live. They carry the banner of the Awakener Supreme, and they carry our unwavering hope. We wish them victory, we wish them strength, and above all, we wish for their safe return. Give them a send-off worthy of future legends." The assembly hall exploded. The cheers were deafening, shaking the angelic pillars and rattling the vaulted ceilings. The students roared, stomping their feet and chanting the names of the popular members of the vanguard. Under the overwhelming noise, the 21 Awakeners turned and marched off the podium, passing through the archways that led toward the underground launching corridor. Once the doors closed behind them, Lancet exhaled a shaky breath. So many things were happening at once. He had been really worried back there that he was also going to be called. Normally, schools didn't take care if one fought back. As long as there was a fight, both participants were equally punished. The problem was, it didn't seem at all like Dean Ordnance knew he was involved. If he did know, the dean was intentionally leaving him out of it. Why? Chapter 91. You're Still My Sum in the Vanguard seemed to be walking for an eternity. They walked through more than 5 double doors, passing halls after halls, until the entire noise of the academy became a soothing backdrop. Finally, after the last set of doors, they entered the subterranean launching corridor. Professor Wolfgar Wind Viper stood waiting for them, arms crossed over his scarred chest. He wasn't dressed in any special armor or even any armor at all. That made it evident that he wouldn't be joining them. Wolfgar looked over the vanguard, his single eye taking in their tense postures and wide eyes. He spotted Lancet standing beside Renah Falconheart. Wolfgar's brow slightly raised. That armor? Did he know it was there? Was it why he wanted that amount of profits? Lancet knew what he was thinking. He wanted to smile about it, but the moment didn't allow his grin to tear through. Professor Wolfgar's eyes left Lancet as he studied the armor of the rest of the vanguard. He saw the ones who chose intelligently, seeking what was most functional for the battle, and he saw the ones who chose frivolously, going for flash instead of fire. "The time has finally come, all of you," Wolfgar said after a deep breath. "Remember what your training has been these last few days. I know that if you stick to them, this mission will be a textbook." He scanned the faces one more time. He knew exactly what they were feeling. It was something he had felt as well when he was sent on his first mission. "I know that this is a lot to process." Wolfgar grunted more softly now. "Adrenaline is a messy fuel, and right now, your heads are all over the place. Some of you would like a moment to prepare personally before we step into the fire." He gestured to a row of metal doors lining the corridor. "These are private preparatory rooms. Take one. You have exactly 10 minutes. Pray, think, meditate. Whatever you need to prepare you for what's out there. Hepthage will not be saved if you're not in the right headspace." Lancet's thoughts perked. Exactly what I needed. He turned to his right and stepped into one of the empty rooms, eyeing Renah, who had stepped into the one beside one, with Frida and Amira. Lancet pretended not to see anything and shut the door, cutting off all sound from the corridor. He walked to the end of the playing room, where a long bench was parallel to the wall. Lancet took a seat and closed his eyes. After a long, deep breath, his erratic heartbeat started to slow. He pushed Calum, the Terrible Three, and the Dean's speech out of his mind. Hepthage was all that mattered now. Except now, At the last moment, he had decided to make a slight tweak to his plan. Lancet exhaled, opening his eyes. Summon. Golden light and cracking blue lightning instantly illuminated the small room. When the glow faded, Astentia and Thor stood before him. They looked battle-ready. Their armor was the same, but there was a different weight in their pose and demeanor, even in their blue eyes of differing shades. Master Lancet, Astentia greeted. Summoner, said Thor. Lancet smiled weakly at their contrast. Hey guys. Thor looked around. What is this room? Has the mission started yet? In a few minutes it will, Lancet replied. Then he took a more serious pose and tone. But I wanted to talk to you guys about something. We don't have much time. Astentia, who had noticed Lancet's demeanor ever since she arrived, walked forward. Is something wrong, Lord Lancet? Not exactly, Lancet replied softly. I just have to tell you guys something before we enter the battlefield. I have a plan I want you guys to follow. Thor's eyes narrowed. Astentia stared. The two heroines glanced at each other momentarily before returning to Lancet. What plan? Thor asked sternly. Haven T, we secured a strategy with the others? The man named Wolf and your fellow teammates? Yeah, Lancet said. I'm not saying that we're changing that plan. But Astentia leaned close, a tender patience in her eyes. But what? Thor, Lancet spoke up, turning to Valkyrie when I call. I need you to leave wherever you're doing and answer me. I will need your help in doing something pivotal. Thor stared at him like he had gone mad, like he had drunk audacity from a nearby river. More pivotal than killing the demon head? Lancet nodded once. You don't have to be the one who kills it. You can hold it for long enough, but when I call, you have to leave it and come to me. Renah Falconheart will finish it. He deserves the kill. Astentia's eyes widened. She didn't know if it was shock or awe. The same Renah Falconheart he disliked? Thor also looked in shock. But she was more shocked that Lancet could actually suggest something like that to her, especially with such a straight face. You're asking me to abandon the reason I became a Valkyrie, killing demons, just so I can answer your beck and call? Lancet thought about it, then shrugged mildly. I guess so. The Valkyrie scoffed, head low. Her shoulders began to bounce as the scoff developed into a chuckle, and then to all-out laughter. Lancet and Astentia stared at her. Unbelievable. How unbelievable. She looked down at Lancet with pure condescension, her eyes crackling like a starting storm. Do you truly believe I became a 7-star Platinum Awakener, surpassed the 200-level cap, rose to the ranks of Valkyrie Captain, just to be a puppet to your childish cause? Her laughter boomed louder. Your selfishness truly knows no bounds. Asking me to leave a battle so I can meet your personal wants. I am a Valkyrie, a hammer of judgment against the evil of the second world. I am lightning itself and the thunder that follows, not a mere sparkle to light up your dark desires. Astentia turned to her friend. You're being a bit harsh, Thor. No, I am not. Thor snapped. I've told him a number of times that I'm no puppet that answers on his whim. Lancet looked at her plainly. You're still my summon. And a great shame that is. Thor declared. I may be your summon, but you will never be my master. Lancet's jaw worked painfully. His heart, aching like a claw fist, was squeezing the blood out of it. What Thor said hurt deeply, even more because he wasn't just any summoner. He created her. He brought her into this world. He gave her those powers. He gave her the same pride that she was using to punish him this very moment. What was the point of creating beings if they were just going to disobey, torment, and insult you endlessly? Wouldn't it just be better if he had made her overpowered and pasted whatever cliché, submissive characteristic he wanted into her? Why did he have to punish himself by making her so prideful? How could he ever prove himself to someone like her? Heck, why did he even have to prove himself to her? She's his creation, and now that he needed her the most, she was bluntly refusing him. Lancet was trapped. He knew that even with everything he gathered and prepared, killing the second demon head would still be greatly difficult. But with Thor by his side, victory would be guaranteed more than likely. Even more, he was willing to sacrifice the kill of the first demon head to achieve this. He wanted Renah to have it. It was only fair since Renah was supposed to kill the second. and Lancet didn't want Vernon having it either. His plan was to take Thor with him in the middle of the battle, when the first demon head was nearing defeat. Together, they would destroy the second before it even fully raised its ugly head. But he couldn't just tell Thor or Estintia this plan. Neither of their personalities or motives would allow them to keep it a secret from the others. For Estintia, it would be the right thing to do. For Thor, it would be the necessary thing. And if the Academy found out he somehow knew about a second demon head, something that was supposed to be impossible, he would be hounded with endless questions after the mission. Lancet was dearly frustrated. Chapter 92. The dropship has arrived. Are you planning something foolish, Lord Lancet? Estintia asked. Her brow creased with genuine worry as she stepped closer. Thor scoffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Foolish? Try entirely self-serving. She glared at Lancet, her blue eyes flashing with static. You don't know that, Lancet said to her. Don't I? Thor challenged. Whatever scheme you are hatching, it is for your own glory. You do not truly care about the people of Hebthage, nor do you care about eradicating the demons. You just want what you want. Lancet, hurt, kept his voice perfectly even. That's not true. You truly believe yourself to be a leader? Thor asked, her voice ringing with thunderous authority. A true leader makes sacrifices. A leader suffers so that their followers may thrive. You want the exact opposite. You want us to bend and break so you can play the hero. You're no leader, Lancet. Lancet absorbed the words. They stung bitterly, echoing his own deepest insecurities, but he refused to let it show. That is fine, Lancet said softly, his voice eerily calm. I've heard your mind. He raised his gaze to the Valkyrie, looking at her like a god would at a broken creation. The air crackled with heavy tension. I could force you to do what I want, Thor. You know I could do that, right? They stared at each other in absolute silence. Thor's eyes were blazing storms of defiance, glaring down at him, knowing that he was right, terrified that he would do it, and at the same time, daring him to go ahead. Lancet continued to gaze at her emotionlessly. Not truly, because his hurt was difficult to completely hide. Estintia watched, torn. But I want to do that, Lancet finally said. He lowered his head, severing the heavy eye contact. I will summon you once we touch down in Hebthage. From there, you can do whatever you want. Then, he allowed the blue lightning to take Thor away, returning her back into the ether of his soul core. Silence fell over the room. Estintia sighed, watching her master with pity and guilt. I truly apologize in her place, master. For as long as I've known Thor, her pride is her armor, but she means well. She stepped slightly closer, her blue eyes earnest and pleading. Why don't you call upon me instead? Whatever you need done, I will answer. Lancet shook his head. I can't. You're too important for your part of the role. If you leave the evacuation line, even for a moment, the mission might still be a success, but one or more civilians would die. With you there, stopping the demons, everyone will likely be safe. Estintia's eyes widened as she stared at him, her expression expanding into incredibly profound emotions. You care that much about them? Lancet thought about it for a moment, looking down at his armored hands. I'm not very sure, he admitted quietly. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. He looked up at her. I just know that you care. Estintia's breath hitched. Her eyes widened even more, the blue in them glittering like the surface of an ocean, the emotions becoming even more overwhelming. Lancet watched her close the distance between them. He didn't know what she was doing until she stepped even closer and leaned in. Estintia tilted her head. In the most immaculate second of Lancet's life, she pressed her lips against his. Lancet froze, his eyes going wide as his entire body locked up in sheer shock. But right in that moment, as the warmth of her lips registered against him, a profound wave of calm washed over him. All the suffocating stress of the impending raid, the bitter sting of Thor's rejection, it was all simply pushed away by Estintia's lips. It felt like ice on a hot day, like a blanket on a cold one. It spread through his body, beautiful, warm, and even enchanting. Astentia carried this intoxicating scent of sunlit steel and blooming lilies that caused his heart to beat faster, yet calmed it at the same time. For a few fleeting seconds, the dark, cold preparatory room ceased to exist. It was just him and her. She slowly pulled away, a tender, breathtaking smile gracing her lips. Lancet stared, his cheeks as red as Valentine. "Be careful on the battlefield, Lord Lancet," she whispered. Lancet could barely string a thought together. "I will," he muttered. He let go of his grace and allowed the golden light to cascade over her, taking her away. He sat on the bench for a moment, entirely alone, entirely shocked. His fingers lightly touched his lips. "What has happened?" She kissed me. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy, impatient knocks hammered against the metal door, shattering the quiet. "Time is up." Professor Wolfgar's voice barked through the steel. "Let us go. Let us go. The dropship has arrived." Lancet snapped out his daze. He shook his head, adjusted the straps of his armor, and pushed the door open. Out in the corridor, the rest of the vanguard was assembling. From the corner of his eye, Lancet saw Rana, Frida, and Amira stepping out of the room next to his, but he deliberately kept his gaze forward, refusing to look lest he see something he didn't want to. Led by Wolfgar, the 21 Awakeners marched out of the corridor and onto the colossal underground launch platform. Waiting for them was one of the marvels of the world's growing magic technology. The dropship was massive, painted white and gold, with its reinforced fins and armored hull. It looked like a floating Gothic warship ready to siege the heavens. The boarding ramp lowered, letting out a depressurizing hiss. One by one, the vanguard began to file in, taking a seat in the drop chamber. As Lancet stepped onto the steep ramp, his golden armor made it slightly difficult for him to climb. A hand suddenly reached down toward him. Lancet looked up. Standing just inside the ship, bent slightly forward, was Nereus Grimlake. The Shadowmancer looked down at him, his dark, handsome features expressing an apathetic sincerity. Lancet stared at him for a while, their history crackling the space between them. After a moment, he accepted the hand and let Nereus pull him up into the dropship's hold. They took their seats side by side on the cold metal benches. Lancet sat right beside Nereus. As he strapped in, a girl in red armor sat on his other side. Lancet turned slightly. At the same time, Frida Castleloff turned. Their eyes caught each other's. Frida's fiery red eyes lingered on his face for a fleeting second before she quickly darted her gaze away. Lancet ultimately looked away as well. Opposite him on the other bench was Rana, Amira, and Vernon, who glared silent daggers at him before looking away. A long, heavy breath left the architect. He rested the back of his head against the vibrating wall of the dropship, closing his eyes to steal just a moment of peace. "Don't rest too long," Nereus said beside him. "We'll be in Hebthage before your eyes can close." "Ian, what is going to happen in Hebthage? Is Thur going to have a change of mind? Will she double down? Will Lancet defeat the second demon head? Do you want to find out?" "I know I do." Chapter 93. The kingdom has sent awakeners. Nereus was right. The journey to Hebthage was shorter than a fading breath. In no time at all, Lancet heard the dropship's pilot announce that they had arrived. Outside, the pristine white and gold dropship drifted close to a sky that looked like blood smoke. The clouds above Hebthage had rotted, becoming something like coagulated devilish red, a product of the demons and their corruptive essence. Below the ship, the once verdant borderlands had been transformed into an infested, festering wasteland of black ash and purple sludge. The dropship's thrusters whined as it set down just outside the town's outer limits, touching down in the center of a heavily fortified military encampment. This was the perimeter line, held barely intact by the brigades and the Kingdom Rangers. The brigades, the world's militarized police force, rushed frantically around the barricades. They wore dark, tactical uniforms that mixed modern ballistics with Gothic tailoring. Each of them were clad in reinforced trench coats that rose up to high, sweeping collars. Their hands were protected by spiked gauntlets, and their feet by heavy steel-toed combat boots. For weapons, They held ordinary guns, but some owned glowing special chain shurikens that were used to capture fleeing criminals. Standing at the forefront of the encampment, however, were the Kingdom Rangers. They looked like modernized knights, their armor a blend of flexible tactical mesh and ornate silver plating. Each bore the proud, crest-stamped badge of the Kingdom of Ethelgard on their chest. Some wielding crackling halberds, some magical broadswords, while most held grace blasters, special grace-infused guns for harming demons, beasts, and rogue awakeners. Kingdom Rangers had many duties to the world, but on days like this, they were the elite task forces dedicated to securing perimeters around demon breaks, preventing the rot from spilling into neighboring cities, and fighting shoulder to shoulder with awakeners to clear the corruption. As the ship touched down, desperate shouts echoed across the camp. "They're here! They're here! Backup is finally here! The kingdom has sent awakeners." A grizzled ranger spat onto the ashen ground, his grip tightening on the hilt of his broadsword. "Don't be too excited. For what I hear, they're kids from the academy." Once the dropship landed, its heavy ramp descended, letting out a hiss of pressure and venting thick clouds of white exhaust into the air. From the smoke, the 21 student awakeners of the Vanguard slowly stepped down. Professor Wolfgar was still present. He led them down the ramp, his single eye sweeping over the desperate encampment. Behind him, the students followed, high-tier artifacts gleaming defiantly in contrast to the bleak, bloody light of the ruined world. Vernon Heavenblum stepped out like a conquering prince, his elemental aura radiating heat. Valeria Bloodgood gripped her new spear, her eyes already scanning the horizon for targets, while Renah Falconheart descended with the stoic, focused posture of a true knight. Lancet was just trying to not let the occasion get the best of him. He looked around, drinking in the sight of the military tents, the barbed barricades, and the exhausted faces of the Rangers and Brigaders. This was the first major place in this world he had seen outside of the slums where he transmigrated into and the academy walls. He remembered reading about this exact scene in the novel The Blood Red Sky, the introduction to the cool weapons used by the brigades and the Rangers. Seeing it play out in front of him was an indescribable, surreal feeling that made his heart pound against his ribs. Two men hurriedly approached Wolfgar. It was immediately apparent that Brigade Commander Thornton, a burly man with a mustache and a smoking carbine slung over his shoulder, and head Kingdom Ranger Dermine Tall, austere man whose silver armor was charred black with demon blood, were aggressively butting heads over who was actually calling the shots. "You the ones they sent to clear this break?" Head Ranger Derman spoke like a demand. "I am Professor Wolfgar," the head of combat replied calmly. "And yes, we are." From the back of the gathered soldiers, a young brigadier muttered, loud enough to be heard over the wind, "But they're just kids." Wolfgar's single eye snapped to the soldier, causing the young man to physically recoil in fear. "These kids," Wolfgar growled, his voice carrying unquestionable authority over the entire camp, "are 1,000 times more powerful than most of the Awakeners you have ever met. They're no ordinary children." "We apologize," Brigade Commander Thornson said. "As Brigade Commander, I'm only used to working with more establishment heroes." "Same goes for me," Head Ranger Derman added. "I am Head Ranger." Wolfgar gave two of them uninterested once-overs. "And I am not here for a grandstanding parade. Give me a status report on everything that has happened. I want an update on the demon break." Commander Thornson, although perplexed as he was technically a higher authority over the professor, nodded tightly. "Of course. Right this way." Lancet walked with the others past the barricades and a number of armored tents. He scanned the place, locking eyes with a number of the brigadiers and rangers who were scrutinizing them with a mixture of desperate hope and biting skepticism. They were led into the largest command tent at the center of the camp. Inside, the tent was an impressive hub where the military coordination of this world shined. Radios crackled with static, and scribes yelled over one another as they updated physical charts. The main focus was the flat, circular holographic emitter dominating the center of the space. Hovering above, it was a highly detailed, blue and red projection of Hebthage. Commander Thornson stepped up to the emitter, forced yet again to see the terror Hebthage was enduring. His expression turned grim. The situation is deteriorating by the second. He tapped a sequence on the console. The map refreshed, now showcasing a swirling, violent mass of red and black engulfing the northern half of the projection. Just yesterday, the North Gate blockade collapsed entirely, Thornson reported, pointing to a cluster of red markers flooding through the breach. The demon forces have bypassed the northern trenches and are actively pouring into the upper residential districts. But worse than the army is the miasma. He zoomed in on the terrifying spread of the red-black stain. I don't know how much your students know about this stuff, but it's not just a fog. It's an infectious rot. Look here. He zoned in on the infected area. It's terraforming the town, corroding the stone, and poisoning the soil. As you can see, it has swallowed nearly half of Hebthage. Thornson pointed to the very center of the map. The miasma has stopped expanding for now, just shy of the central square. It's pooling perfectly around the old clock tower. Head Ranger Durman leaned his armored hands on the edge of the table. That is where the demon head has anchored itself. It's perched in the tower, directly tapping into the town's ley line convergence to amplify the miasma. Wolfgar folded his arm. So it truly is using the ley line. If that rot reaches 100%, Durman intoned, Hebthage physically detaches from our reality and becomes a permanent demon citadel. We are currently at 65%. Lancet stared at the map. It was exactly like the image in his mind, but seeing the real-time spread of the red markers made his blood run cold. What about the civilians? Wolfgar demanded. Like we sent to the government, it is still over 1,000 unaccounted for, but our scouts confirm the majority are sealed in the southern catacombs beneath the chapel, Durman said, highlighting a glowing blue sanctuary zone at the bottom of the map. Our initial strategy was to form a heavy magical barricade at the Merchant Gate to bottleneck the lesser demons and buy time for an extraction through the old Eastern Ridge smuggler tunnels. Thornson slammed his fist on the table. But the plan is falling apart. The demons aren't respecting the structural choke points. They smell the blood of the innocent in those catacombs, and they have burrowers digging straight beneath our walls. Wolfgar turned to glance at Lancet, just like a stench said. What? Thornson asked. Wolfgar looked at him. Never mind. Carry on, please. The Merchant Gate is a slaughterhouse, Thornson pointed, and the extraction route is inches away from being cut off completely. Even with our grace blasters, there's almost nothing we can do. Those demons are savages. Pure evil from Gehenna. Wolfgar's single eye narrowed. What exactly are my vanguard walking into? Give me the details of the hostiles. Ranks. Demon types if possible. Thornson swallowed hard, tapping the console again. The red markers on the map categorize themselves. The swarm is practically endless. There are slug demons, bug demons, winged demons, and even humanoid demons. For the ranks, the lowest rank is fallen, and the highest of the descending rank, Thornson explained. Apart from the demon head, the highest ranked demon is the demon commander stationed right outside the central square. Durman locked eyes with Wolfgar. The commander is a 7-star descending demon. A murmur ran through Class Group A students. Vernon's jaw tightened. Descending was the rank just before the most deadliest rank of demons. That made the commander terrifying enough. But 7 stars? Just 2 stars away from possibly descending further into the void rank. That would be their biggest challenge yet. A demon of that power could wipe out entire platoons of ordinary awakeners with a single strike. I see. Wolfgar sounded unbothered, refusing to let the panic settle in his students. And what if the demon head? Head Ranger Durman looked away from the map. He stared at the young, tense faces of the vanguard, his expression haunted. The demon head is a 4-star void. Silence suddenly took over. A wind of anxiety swept through the students. Even Renat's stoic posture faltered just a little. Vernon seemed to be reconsidering his desire to battle the demon head. A void-ranked demon head. The demon lords were definitely keen on making Hebthage a citadel if they had sent a demon head that powerful. The students shivered, facing a horrifying reality that this was truly a life or death mission, not a guaranteed success story to add to their pedigrees. That truth sunk into their bones. Head Ranger Derman raised his grim gaze to Wolfgar. You still think your kids can handle it? Chapter 94. So what is the new plan? The silence continued for a moment after Derman asked that rattling question. Wolfgar and the head Kingdom Ranger maintained a glare down for a while, both secretly contending for the leadership of this mission. Kingdom Rangers were not all fond of Awakeners. This was because many of them were people who the Great Seers had predicted could awaken, but ended up not doing so. Others were Awakeners who fell in the dull rank and ended up leaving the academy. The rest were normal, trained people. Because of this, there was no love lost between Kingdom Rangers and the Awakeners, be it jealousy or whatever reason. In the end, the Rangers always felt justified in their dislike of the Awakeners. No matter whatever they did, it was always the Awakeners who ended up taking the glory. Their powerful display of magic always overshadowed the hardwood of the Rangers. Today, it seemed like the same thing was happening again. Wolfgar, aware of this hatred, looked away from Derman and to the brigade commander. Thornson, your update report has shown just how dangerous this mission is. Thornson, Professor Wolfgar said. His voice was toned to be lower and softer as he attempted to halt the icy panic that was spreading in the tent. He returned his gaze to Derman. And yes, my students will handle it. Derman looked at him with jaws tentatively set. But if you are not convinced enough, Head Ranger, then allow me to present to you our secret weapon. Derman raised a brow. Wolfgar stood still and said, Lancet, step forward. Everyone of the students turned to Lancet, whose eyes were wide like he'd been caught off guard. Lancet had expected Wolfgar to point to Vernon or Renat. He didn't think at all that Wolfgar considered him his secret weapon. Maybe their talk was actually very productive. The vanguard moved out of their way, and Lancet walked past their shoulders, stepping through the space made in the center and presenting himself in front of the holographic emitter. Head Ranger Derman looked the first year up and down. He was impressed by the golden armor, but his eyes lingered more on Lancet's youthful, unassuming face. Derman scoffed. He looks just like an ordinary boy to me. Looks can be deceiving, Wolfgar stated flatly. He and Lancet exchanged a look before he gave the architect a nod. Call them Lancet. It's time to begin the raid. Lancet returned his gaze forward, feeling the eyes of every seasoned soldier and elite awakener in the tent drilling into him. He looked at the brigade commander and the head ranger, who were both gawking at him like he was a fake magician who was about to prove the legitimacy of his magic. You all might want to close your eyes and cover your ears, he warned quietly. Things might get a little loud. A few of the soldiers exchanged confused glances, but a couple of the younger rangers instinctively raised their hands to their helmets. Lancet closed his eyes and tapped into his soul core. Summon. Crack. Slam. A deafening bolt of blue lightning ruptured the air inside the tent, striking the ground simultaneously with a blinding, concussive pillar of holy golden light. The light and atmospheric pressure from both explosions blew several physical maps off the tables and caused everyone who had hesitated before to cover their eyes. As the ozone settled and the blinding radiance faded, two figures stood materialized between Lancet and the military commanders. Thor and Estintia stood in front of Lancet. Thor, remembering the recent encounter, lowered her eyes to find Lancet, blue static still dancing across her crown. Lancet had hoped she would be softer now, but he could still see the displeasure from their earlier argument still simmering in her silver blue eyes. Estintia, however, gave Lancet a soft, questioning look, using her blue eyes to check if he was all right. Lancet smiled a strained smile. Now, reassured, Estintia smiled back, their earlier kiss a topic in the air and their minds. Commander Thornson, recovering his balance, quickly looked up at the roof of the tent, worried the lightning had blown a hole right through their command center. Thankfully, it was completely intact. He slowly lowered his gaze to the two figures whose backs were facing him. Who are those? Head Ranger Derman asked, his voice seemingly high-pitched, all of a sudden. Astincia and Thor turned around to face the war table. Instantly, every single brigadier and kingdom ranger in the tent froze. Their eyes widened to impossible proportions. Jaws literally dropped. More than just the overwhelming aura of the two Platinum Awakeners, it was the honor the two women had as legends that left everyone dumbfounded, weighed down by their presence. They had seen those faces before. The battery of brutality and the iron will of mortality. Their faces were shown in history books and displayed in statues all over the world. Were they really here? Are my eyes deceiving me? A brigade lieutenant whispered with a trembling voice, "What the hell?" Commander Thornson choked out, his pupils dilated. Derman just stared. That S, Thor's Stormchild, a ranger breathed, taking a staggering step back. An Astincia of the North. But they're supposed to be dead. Supposed to? A brigadier gasped. They are dead. They've been dead for over a century. These must be spirits. Some kind of hallucination caused by the demon's miasma. Stop with your prattling. Wolfgar barked, folding his arms proudly. These are two of the greatest awakeners from the era of Ash, brought forth in the flesh. They're not ghosts. They're not spirits. They are real. Head Ranger Derman slowly raised a shaking finger, pointing past the two towering legends directly at the first-year summoner, Lancet. So this boy can summon them? He can summon the legends of the past? Something like that, Wolfgar replied cryptically. How is that possible? Just what kind of power is that? Enough with the mindless chatter. Thor interrupted, the natural authority in her voice causing everyone to listen instantly. She stepped right up to the edge of the holographic table, ignoring the head ranger, who flinched when she got close. Let us move on to why we are actually here. Thor walked around the glowing blue and red projection, her electric eyes scanning the digital topography. This new world and its strange technology. Is this presently how the town looks? Why, yes, Lady Stormchild, Head Ranger Derman stammered, frantically straightening his posture to salute a woman who outranked him by 100 years. Lady Stormchild? Thor made a disgusted face. Well, am I a princess? My name is Thor. Of course. Derman immediately replied. I apologize. Thor. Astincia walked toward the map, the light of the hologram reflecting on her armor. Unbelievable. The demon break is spreading incredibly fast. At this rate, they will reach the civilian south hiding place. But we won't let that happen, Wolfgar said. Right? That's why you two are here. Astincia shared a look with the professor. Certainly. You are right, Mr. Wolfgar. Derman and Thornson just stared in shock, unable to believe how casually this ordinary professor was speaking to a legend from the era of Ash. Astincia turned to the both of them. We came up with a new evacuation strategy. The current strategy you sent to Mr. Wolfgar is flawed. If you rely on the Merchant S-Gate as a bottleneck, the demons will simply tunnel beneath you to reach the civilians in the chapel. Wolfgar nodded. That's true. Derman and Thornson looked at each other, then back at the Vanguard. So what's the new plan? Chapter 95. Keep your wits about you from then on. Lancet stepped into the background, watching and listening. The class group B, C, and D students huddled in a corner, listening with rapt attention as Astincia took complete command of their phase of the operation. The moment we enter, the demons will attack mercilessly, so we must act fast. We will move like a sweep unit, Astincia explained, tracing a line through the residential blocks. We will march through the town street by street. I will slay any demon that comes our way. Those who can will disinfect the poisonous red fog out of the air, so we have a safe, breathable path all the way to the chapel. She looked at the elementalists in the evac team. When we reach the civilians in the catacombs, there will be no need for barricades. A stone wall on the surface does nothing if the monsters just tunnel underneath it and eat the civilians from below. Astincia tapped the space beneath the chapel on the hologram. To stop the digging, force field will be cast directly down into the literal dirt and rock beneath the chapel. As always, I will stand at the front and slaughter anything that approaches the doors, but you must turn the ground itself into an unbreakable magic bunker. And once that underground bunker is fully activated? Thornson asked, impressed. Once the ground is 100% secure from all angles, Estintia said, pointing to the eastern edge of the map, we open the secret smuggler tunnels and sneak the civilians out the back door to the eastern ridge. By the heavens. Head Ranger Derman breathed. That actually covers every blind spot. On the other side of the table, Thor made plans for the main attack. You will stay down in the central square and make sure the demon horde only looks at you, while you keep them busy on the ground. The elemental mage and I challenge the greater threat. The demon commander will protect the head, so while he handles the mage, I'll face the demon head. Vernon seemed to have found his courage again, because he seemed greatly displeased that Thor was the one to battle the demon head. Killing that devil would immediately stop the demon break, Thor finalized. The atmosphere in the tent had completely shifted. The worry that everyone had before was completely gone. With the presence of Estintia and Thor, everyone was way more hopeful. The rangers and brigades stood taller. The students looked ready to tear the doors off their hinges. Of course, they were confident. They had legends fighting beside them. Lancet stood quietly in the back, listening to every single detail. It was Estintia's and Thor's plans, so, as expected, it was flawless, a perfectly crafted military operation. But it's going to fail, Lancet thought grimly, because neither Estintia, nor Thor, nor Wolfgar knew about the second demon head hiding in the shadows of Hebthage. If the Vanguard killed the clock tower anchor, the second head would activate its gloom domain not long after, leaving everyone helpless for the demons to spread freely. Lancet looked at the faces of everyone around him, men with families, students with futures. This was just about farming EXP, getting character points, or leveling up. If he didn't perfectly execute his own plan, a lot of people were going to die in a few days. He had to kill that second demon head, even if he had to do it alone. Soon, all the planning finally came to an end. Professor Wolfgar stepped in front of the students, clearing his throat to get their attention. You all have your roles, Wolfgar stated. We have trained for this. The Academy has forged you for this exact moment. Go out there, follow the strategies we have laid out, cleanse the town of Hebthage, and return to us as heroes of this kingdom and the world. Wolfgar struck his chest with a closed fist. For the excellence and dignity of humanity. For the excellence and dignity of humanity. The entire tent roared back, the sound shaking the canvas walls. Led by Vernon Heavenblum, the Vanguard formed two tight files and began to march out of the command tent. Estintia and Thor fell into step, flanking the Vanguard. Thor took the far side, her eyes fixed forward, while Estintia walked directly beside Lancet. The knight looked down at her master. Are you scared, Lord Lancet? She asked softly over the sound of their marching. Lancet looked up at her, then lowered his head, gulping. A little. Estintia immediately smiled, as if she knew it would embolden him. It will be fine. Just keep your wits about you. I have slain far greater demons than what awaits us behind those walls. Lancet lowered his head. I guess if my creations can do it, then I can do it too. Outside the tent, two lines of Kingdom Rangers, armed with grace blasters, flanked the pathway. They created an honor guard formation to escort the Vanguard to the corrupted town gate. Lancet watched them match alongside him. One even looked at him and gave him a brave nod, something a soldier would do to another. It made Lancet feel uplifted, like doing all of this was for something greater than himself. They marched closer to the gate. The sky above got redder, and the smell of ash and rotten things threatened to suffocate them. Finally, they arrived. The tall town gate was completely obscured by a thick layer of crimson miasma, bubbling like a living thing, something like an acidic fungus. This made the gate utterly impenetrable by normal means. The only way in is to blast right through, Estintia explained as she stepped in front of the assembled Vanguard, raising her voice over the howling wind. Once we do, the demon horde will be instantly aware of our presence. There will be no time to waste and no time to hesitate. You must execute your various roles the exact moment we enter the breach. The students drew their weapons and prepared their grace. Understood. Estintia stepped back. Thor? The Valkyrie stepped towards the gate. Once she was a few feet away from the structure, she lifted her war hammer, pointing it at the corrupted entrance. All of you step back. The vanguard and the escorting rangers hurriedly retreated several paces. They heard a slight rumble of thunder in the sky, and their heads raised. In the heavens, the blood-red clouds immediately began to violently spiral, churning like a great storm was about to occur. Lightning storm singularity, Thor commanded. The heavens immediately tore open. Dozens of blinding blue lightning bolts rained down from the sky, instantly converging at the very tip of Thor's hammer. Then they blasted outward in a singular mighty bolt of lightning, directly into the center of the miasma-ravaged gates. Krabbelmum! A shockwave of white light erupted outward, forcing everyone to throw their arms over their eyes. The blast shattered the corrupted iron into thousands of glowing shrapnel pieces, instantly vaporizing the creeping miasma, leaving nothing blocking their path. After the thunder, the next thing they heard were shrieks of 1,000 demons echoing from the streets within. Astentia drew the glorious blessed blade. Charge! Chapter 96. Lightning Storm Plurality. Astentia's cry energized everyone, filling their veins with adrenaline and hearts with vigor as the vanguard burst through the gates and into the devastated town. Lancet's boots pounded on the ash-choked ground as he surged behind others. His armor hung against his lean him, humming and clanking as he ran. The first sensation he felt the moment he crossed the threshold was an eerie cold, and then an abrupt heat. The temperature had dropped and spiked simultaneously. Lancet knew instantly that it was from the miasma, remembering the novel describing the yucky substance as deathly cold. The heat, meanwhile, was coming from the burning buildings. Lancet looked up and around at the town, his eyes stretched wide, completely out of words for what he was seeing. Hebthage was a corpse wearing a town's skin. The street beyond the gate had once been a respectable merchant thoroughfare. Now, the cobblestones had black sludge oozing between the cracks like diseased veins. The buildings on either side, once proud structures of marble, iron, and stone, had their walls bloated with pulsing, fungus-like growths. Windows wept crimson condensation. Doorways sagged open like screaming mouths, revealing interiors completely swallowed by the same red-black rot that coated everything. Lancet could smell the miasma in the air. It was horrible, but not in a way that made you cover your nose. Instead, it drew you closer to the scent, a cathartic aroma. The thing hung thick in the air while its mass moved like a living thing. It swirled in deliberate currents, tendrils reaching toward the invading awakeners like curious fingers testing for weakness. Lancet's armor reacted quickly. Armor set. The Purifier's Dustguard grade. S details. Woven during the era of rebirth using silver-threaded mithril. Passive. This armor burns away demonic miasma within a 2-foot radius, acting as an absolute deterrent to gloom infection. Highly resistant to slashing and blunt force. The silver-threaded mithril burned the air around him, actively pushing back the miasma back a full 2 feet around him. Lancet watched the rot sizzle and retreat where his feet touched the ground, leaving clean boot prints in the sludge. Others had to use repellent magic or weapons to slice the evil away. Lancet didn't have time to appreciate his fortune, because the demons were already coming. They poured from every alley, every broken window, every sagging doorway. These ones were humanoid demons, but the term humanoid was used very charitably in this case, because those things were grotesquely wrong. Their limbs bent at extra joints, their fingers elongated into scything claws. They reminded Lancet of Vorgoth, Theo's descending demon, except for one little detail. Their heads. Yes, their damn heads. Those greedy monsters couldn't do with one head each. Most were 3-headed, some 4-headed, others with faces stacked on top of faces like fleshy totems. Their skin was the color of meat after it had been badly bruised, stretched loosely over bulging, misaligned muscles. Their eyes, dozens of them, were red, yellow, and wet, all fixed on the 23 living souls who had just invaded their feeding ground. They shrieked like starving things recognizing prey and quickly crashed forward towards them in waves. Their dripping claws were raised, their hollow mouths were wide. Thor pushed her empty left hand forward, palm facing the oncoming horde with her fingers spread. Lightning storm plurality, she declared with determined eyes. The sky, even as infected as it was, obeyed her command. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of jagged blue lightning bolts fell from the roiling red sky. They converged at the exact center of the charging swarm and spread it into chains of lightning. Each of these hot bolts struck the demons violently, from one demon to the next. The electrical force was so immense that the multi-headed demons were instantly flash-fried, their bodies roasting away and leaving their charred bones. Storm sphere, Thor cried again. She leaped a distance and slammed her warhammer on the ground. A sphere cracking with lightning suddenly expanded and within the next second detonated. A shockwave of white-hot plasma blasted outward in a perfect ring. Lancet threw an arm over his face, feeling the heat wash over his armor. When he lowered it, the first 30 feet of the street had been cleared. The demons caught in the blast had burst like red balloons. Bodies split along their malformed seams. Purple-black blood spraying in geysers that painted the surrounding buildings. Heads multiple per corpse rolled across the paved stones. Their red eyes still twitching, jaws still snapping even in death. Limbs lay scattered like broken kindling, the sizzling stumps leaking viscous fluid that hissed against the hot ground. One three-headed demon had been caught at the edge of the blast. Only its lower half remained, stumbling 2 more steps before collapsing into a heap of twitching viscera. But more demons were already scrambling over the corpses of their brethren, climbing the walls to bypass the kill zone, dropping from windows above. Before they could even muster a challenge, Estintia stepped into the front, gripping the hilt of the blessed blade with both hands. Her golden aura flared into a blinding halo. Dissecting cross, she exclaimed. She swung horizontally, a slash so fast no one couldn't track the blade, only its afterimage. The tilted crescent arc of white light that erupted from the edge traveled at chest height, tearing through the front line of charging demons. Bodies split cleanly at the torso, upper halves flying backward while lower halves continued running for 3, 4, 5 steps before collapsing. Then, a split second after that, another slash followed, bisecting the same space but tilting from the other side. The combination created an X, slashing the next set of demons into half, meaty chunks. Purple blood sprayed in arcs, staining the floor. More demons poured into the street. A second wave, larger than the first. Some crawled on all fours, their spines bent backward, heads swiveling 180 degrees to keep their eyes on the vanguard. But right then, the golden X tilted, rotating 45 degrees to form a perfect, upright cross. In doing so, the slashes cut down numbers of demons. Then it exploded towards the approaching horde, spinning as it traveled, carving through demons like a buzzsaw through wet cardboard. Lancet saw a 4-armed demon try to block with its claws. The cross passed through its arms, then its chest, then out its back. The demon stood frozen for a moment, its multiple heads looking down at the new gap in its torso before it fell in multiple chunks like Lego blocks. The cross kept going, cutting a swath through the horde until it struck a building at the end of the street and detonated, bringing the entire structure down on top of a cluster of demons trying to flank from the right. After that, there was silence. The students all stared in disbelief. Beside Lancet, he heard Nereus Grimlake's quiet, measured voice. "I find myself glad that those 2 are with us." Then they heard more shrieks. Estintia glanced over her shoulder, her blue eyes sweeping across the assembled students. She pointed her blessed blade toward the right, where a narrower street branched off toward the southern district. "Let us go," she shouted, her voice carrying over the shrieking and the crackling of distant fires. "Follow your instructions. Evac team with me. Attack team, join Thor." Now, Chapter 97, Blessed / Holy reinforcements not wasting any more time. The vanguard split. Vernon Heavenblum, Valeria Bloodgood, Caleb Vance, Evander Nightcross, Silas Mercer, and the rest of the offensive class groups peeled left, racing toward Thor's position at the central square. Lancet caught a glimpse of the Valkyrie already wading into a separate horde, her warhammer swinging and blasting demons with her lightning. Thor's kill notifications began flooding Lancet's vision. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed 8 demons, rank. Fallen. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed 5 demons, rank. Fallen. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed 3 demons, rank. Descending. Thor has gained 5,000 EXP, you have gained 1,000 EXP, you have gained 1020 CP, giving his difficult summon a final almost sad look. Lancet turned right, falling into formation with Estintia and the evacuation team. Class groups B, C, and the remaining members of D. Renan moved up beside him, Frida on his other side, Amira close behind. Nereus took the rear, his shadow already stretching and writhing along the walls, ready to strike. They moved. Estintia led, and she led violently. She didn't wait for demons to come to her. She advanced at a steady, relentless pace, her blessed blade cutting down anything that entered her range. A 4-headed bug demon lunged from a second-story window, pincers aimed for her neck. Estintia raised her left hand and caught the thing by the throat mid-air like it was merely a babe. Then, she slammed it into the ground hard enough to crack the cobblestones. When the creature tried to rise, she drove her sword into its central head, pinning it to the ground like a floor poster. Heroine, Estintia, has killed a demon, rank. Fallen. Estintia has gained 1,000 EXP, you have gained 2,000 EXP, you have gained 220 CP, path clear. She barked, wrenching her blade free with a wet schlick. Move. The evac team moved. Cashin Roa, the wind mage, ran alongside the column. He made gusts of clean, cold air from his palms to push back the miasma, successfully creating a breathable corridor for the group. The red fog recoiled from his winds, hissing like scalded cats, but it always crept back in behind them, hungry to reclaim the space. But Darien Vale was there to stop them. The ice mage made a wall of ice on the path behind them, stopping the miasma from advancing. Then he created patches of sludge on the ground to create stable footing. Wherever red pools of corrosive demon blood threatened to block their path, Darien flash froze them into brittle sheets that shattered under their boots. Torin Halberd, the Moon Knight, walked the left flank, his silver-coated blade gleaming. A demon burst from a shattered storefront smaller than the others, faster, its multiple mouths dripping black drool. Torin intercepted it with a horizontal slash that opened its belly from hip to hip. Silver light flared along the wound, and the demon's flesh began to smoke and peel. The metal's natural antipathy to demonic flesh causing it to corrode on contact. The creature screeched, clawing at its own stomach, and collapsed. Rilla Daunt's wolf beasts ranged ahead, darting through alleys and doorways to flush out demons that were intending to ambush them. Once they were flushed, Estintia would smite them with her sword. Phineas Starling walked in the center of the formation. Her hands were outstretched, sending a pink aura that settled over the student's shoulders. Lancet felt the magic. He could tell that he was supposed to be a little terrified, but Phineas kept him and others calm, soothing their fears. She suppressed the psychological weight of the miasma, making sure they were all focused and free of the paralyzing dread that the demonic aura naturally induced. And Estintia continued to kill. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 12 demons. Rank. Fallen. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 7 demons. Rank. Fallen. Descending. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 4 demons. Rank. Descending. Estintia has gained 13,000 EXP. You have gained 26,000 EXP. You have gained 3020 CP. She didn't use any more named skills for a while. She didn't need to. Her fundamentals were so far beyond the fallen ranked demons that every motion was lethal. The descending demons present were only at 1 to 3 stars, not near enough to make the heroine sweat. A thrust through a demon's chest, a backhand slash that caught 2 demons at once, their heads separating from their necks in a spray of purple. A kick to a demon's knee that folded the joint backward, and, as it stumbled forward, she drove her elbow into the base of its skull, caving in its head. Blood sprayed across her armor. She didn't wipe it off. She just kept moving. The street curved, and Lancet saw the chapel's spire in the distance, a gray needle piercing the red sky. They were making progress. Fast progress. But the demons never stopped. They came from everywhere. Not just ahead, but from the sides, from behind, from beneath. A clawed hand burst through a manhole cover, grabbing at Phinea's ankle. Nereus' shadow reacted before the mind mage could scream. A tendril of darkness shot from the ground, wrapped around the demon's wrist, and squeezed. Lancet heard bones crunching, then a wet pop as the hand was severed at the forearm. The shadow pulled the dismembered limb back into the manhole, and a muffled shriek echoed from below. Burrowers, Nereus muttered, his dark eyes scanning the ground. They're getting bolder. As if in response, the cobblestones ahead of them erupted. 3 demons larger than the others, their bodies encrusted with plates of chitinous armor burst upward from the earth, sending chunks of rock and dirt flying. They landed in a triangle formation, blocking the street, their multiple heads swiveling to face the vanguard. These ones were higher placed in the descending rank. Lancet could feel it. One of them opened its central mouth and screamed. Out of its cave came a shockwave that cracked the windows of the surrounding buildings and sent Rilla's wolf beasts tumbling backward. Rotten beast! Astentia roared in frustration. She had just killed 3 winged demons, and lowering her gaze, noticed the monsters that were attacking the vanguard. Bless Slash! She yelled with a knight's fury. Holy reinforcements! She fell from the winged demon she had just killed, but in the mid-air, the golden warrior rotated her hips and brought her blessed blade down like a judgment. The sword not only cut the demon in front of her, after splitting the creature from crown to groin, it sent a shockwave that chased the second demon. Before it could escape, the slash caught the descending demon, tearing through its shoulder and out its hip. The third demon, 5 feet behind the second, lost both arms at the elbow. All 3 fell at the same moment, their bodies collapsing into pieces. Heroine, Astentia has killed 2 demons. Rank, descending. Heroine, Astentia has critically injured 1 demon. Rank, descending. Astentia has gained 6,000 EXP. You have gained 12,000 EXP. You have gained 1050 CP. Rena stepped forward and drove his sword through the injured demon's main head, ending it. Lancet stared at the system screen, watching his EXP climb absurdly high. Thor's kills far away were adding as well, promising a massive pool for him to level up. And not just that, the phantom ring in his finger kept blinking, charging up with every kill from both his summons. Lancet looked down at his own hands, clad in the Dusk Guard's gauntlets. Before the mission, he spent every point of EXP from the training simulations on upgrading his attributes and his grace retention. He was stronger than he'd been a week ago. Level 11 now. His footwork was sharper, his reaction time faster, his magical pool deeper. But Lancet didn't join in on the fight. He stayed in formation, following the rest of the evac team, letting Astentia and the others do the killing. When a demon blindsided them, Rena intercepted and killed it. When another tried to climb the wall and drop on Amira, Nereus' shadow summons caught it mid-air and slaughtered it. It continued like this as they trekked toward the chapel. All Lancet did was watch, allowing others to do the cleansing of the disgusting miasma and the killing of attacking demons. Of course, if a demon blindsided him, he would eventually fight. But now, he had to save up every atom of power and strength he had, because very soon, he would be diverging and making a run for the town's cemetery. And force my lazy ass to upload more chapters. Chapter 98. What are you waiting for? While Astentia carved her bloody path toward the chapel, Thor and the rest of the attack team made their way to the clock tower in the center. The street here was wider, but the buildings that dominated it were completely demolished. The miasma was even thicker, making dense vortices reaching for them with killing intent. The clock tower is 4 blocks north, Valeria Bloodgood said, pointing with the tip of the star splitter. Others followed the tip of the spear and saw the dark spire of the tower through the gaps between ruined buildings, its face wrapped in crimson tendrils. Thor's hammer crackled with hunger. Then let us move. Fast. Do not stop to savor kills. The only thing that matters is reaching that tower. Vernon eyed her. Quickly, they advanced towards the tower in formation. Thor led by the point, Valeria on her right flank, Vernon on her left, and the rest of the attack team spreading behind them in a wedge. Caleb summoned storm clouds overhead, lightning. Evander's winged beasts began to materialize, taking the air above them. Silas Mercer activated runes all over his arms, increasing his strength and resilience. They made it 1 block before the first wave hit. Very quickly, they realized that most of these demons were stronger than the rest. An Awakener Supreme, Star tiers within the same rank created a power curve that was relatively gentle from 1 to 4 stars. A 2-star gold could hold their own against a 3-star gold for a few exchanges before being overwhelmed. The gap was real but not insurmountable. At 5 stars and above, the curve very quickly became a cliff. A 5-star descending demon had roughly twice the raw power of a 4-star. A 6-star had nearly triple. And a 7-star, the rank of the demon commander they were marching toward, had 5 times the power of a 4-star. The exponential scaling meant that higher-star demons weren't just stronger. They were fundamentally more in every category. Faster reflexes, denser hides, more vicious intelligence. Thankfully, most of the demons were around the fallen rank and the lower stars of the descending rank. However, they were all led by 1 or even 2 of the higher stars. The first wave was led by a massive bug demon. The creature had 6 legs, each with a tip that resembled a scythe blade and a body segmented like an armored centipede. Behind it came a swarm of winged demons, bat-like creatures with humanoid torsos and faces twisted into ugly grins. Everywhere else, the humanoid demons, the ones with multiple heads and misaligned limbs, poured from the gaps between buildings, forming a tide around the larger creatures. Huh! Thor ran forward with her cape billowing behind her. She dragged her war hammer, gathering lightning behind her. Then, she raised it high above his head. Fort descent, and brought it down. 5 separate lightning bolts split from the sky simultaneously, each one targeting a different point in the demon formation. The first struck the bug demon directly in its cluster of compound eyes, punching through its armored carapace and out the bottom of its segmented body. The creature's legs spasmed before it collapsed, paralyzed from the shock. The other 4 bolts struck the ground in a square around the demon swarm, creating a cage of crackling electricity. Any demon that touched the thunder lines was instantly incinerated. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed 14 demons. Rank: Descending, Fallen. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has critically injured 1 demon. Rank: Descending, 5-star. Valeria sprinted forward to finish the bug demon. With the star splitter extended in front of her, she jumped, launching herself with the strength of her platinum rank legs. Her body rotated in the air, bringing Star Splitter down in a 2-handed thrust directly into the gap between the demon's head and thorax. The spear's true damage activated. Weapon: Star Splitter grade. S details: forged from star metal by the blacksmith of the Elders active. Carries burning heat and light of stars. Capable of completely purifying demons on contact. Output varies with rank. Passive: completely bypasses physical defense layers. It inflicts true damage that scales exponentially with the velocity of the user's strike. There was no resistance. Star Splitter slid through the demon's flesh like a hot knife through butter, the star metal absorbing the heat. Valeria landed on the other side of the creature, yanking her spear free as she passed. A spray of purple-black ichor followed the blade, and painted the cobblestones. The bug demon's legs finally stopped twitching. "The flying ones are coming," Silas yelled. Everyone looked up to the sky where a swarm of winged demons, undeterred by the bug demon's death, dove down coordinatedly. There were 20 of them, maybe 30, their bat wings folding as they plummeted toward the attack team, claws extended and mouths open. Vernon saw his chance to shine and took it. He sauntered forward, his hands dancing in front of him. Fire and ice spiraled around them in equal measure, the two elements twisting together without canceling each other out. Thermal cascade. Vernon thrust both palms toward the sky. A column of superheated air exploded upward from his hands, and the diving winged demons crashed right into it. The heat was so intense that Lancet, Thor, and the rest of the attack team could feel on their faces. The winged demons were instantly vaporized. Their bodies turned to steam in less than a second, flesh, bone, claws, and teeth all converting to pink-tinged gas that rose into the red sky. The ones at the edges of the column fared slightly better, which is to say they only caught fire. Flaming demon corpses rained down around the attack team, their death shrieks cutting off as they hit the ground and shattered into ash. Vernon lowered his hands, a satisfied smirk playing at his lips. He glanced at Thor, clearly expecting acknowledgement. Thor was already walking forward, her hammer resting on her fierce grip, leaving a trail of smoke. "Keep up," she said without looking back. The humanoid demons, the ones that had been using the bug demon and the wing swarm as cover now, surged forward in earnest. They came from both sides of the street, climbing over the rubble of collapsed buildings, crawling under the wreckage of burned-out carriages. Dozens of them, hundreds, their multiple heads all focused on the same target, the Valkyrie at the front. Thor immediately stopped walking. Her eyes narrowed, pupils moving to the corners as she watched them get closer, keeping her feet planted to the ground. She tightened her grip on her hammer and thrusted it at the nearest demon like the barrel of a gun. Chain lightning. A single bolt of lightning leapt from the hammer's head and struck the demon in the chest. But the bolt didn't stop there. It bounced, arcing from the first demon to the second, then to the third, then to the fourth, creating a chain of electricity that connected every demon in the front rank. At first, it looked that was it, which was odd because the demons were barely even hurt. But suddenly, every demon connected by the chain of blue lightning suddenly began to convulse. Their heads snapped back uncontrollably, limbs jerking in opposite directions. Purple blood sprayed from their eyes, their ears, their mouths. And even worse, the electricity detonated. Every demon that had been hit exploded simultaneously. Their chests burst outward, ribs splintering, organs vaporizing. The street became a carpet of torn flesh and purple ichor, and the smell of dead demons filled the air. Heroine, Thor's Stormchild, has killed 47 demons. Rank, descending, fallen. Thor lowered her hammer. "Let us move." The attack team stared at each other, utterly astounded. Even Vernon couldn't hide his amazement. Thor turned to them. "What are you waiting for?" I said, "Wheezy." She immediately bent her neck, and a whistling dagger cut through that space, nearly hitting Valeria. "Incoming," Caleb Vance shouted, looking up at the top of the buildings. Thor turned. There, on the rooftops and the craggy holes of demolished second-story windows, dozens of humanoid demons lunged into view. "How many of these things are there?" Valeria muttered frustratingly. Chapter 99. The path is clear. They had 4 elongated arms, but instead of charging, they reached into their own forearms, violently ripping out serrated, foot-long bone claws that immediately began to regrow. Silas made a face. "You." The demons gripped the bones like fleshy shurikens coated in dripping, corrosive red poison. Then they hurled them, a volley of 50 bone claws heading straight for the attack team. "Wall!" Vernon yelled, slamming his foot on the ground. Instantly, a thick wall of flat earth erupted in front of them, forming a barricade. Dozens of bone claws slammed into the barrier, cracking the stone and digging into the wall. Evander Nightcross wasn't so lucky. 2 of his summoned winged beasts, caught too high in the air, were struck by the projectiles. They screeched, falling far away. Evander quickly unsummoned them. But at that same moment, the ground suddenly exploded beneath them. A 5-star descending bug demon, 3 times the size of the first one, erupted from the dirt in a shower of broken cobblestones and demon miasma. It looked like a rhinoceros beetle, only uglier with a carapace that oozed a reddish and purple gooey smoke. At the exact same second, a shrieking cry tore through the clouds. A 6-star descending winged demon, long and muscular with 4 leathery wings and talons the size of broadswords, plummeted from the red sky like a meteor. A 5 and a 6-star descending demons, Valeria said furiously. The demon head is sending more dangerous monsters. Thor narrowed her eyes. As expected, we're getting close to its hiding place. The bug demon ignored the students entirely, lowering its massive, side-like horn and bulldozing straight toward Thor. The Valkyrie planted her boots and swung her hammer in a horizontally, aiming to shatter its skull. But the winged demon intercepted her move. Diving at breakneck speed, it slammed its clawed feet directly into the flat of Thor's hammer mid-swing. The kinetic force of the demon's dive negated Thor's momentum, completely parrying the strike. The momentary stall allowed the bug demon to slam its massive horn directly into Thor's midsection. Thor gasped as the air was violently driven from her lungs. The impact launched her backward like a cannonball. She crashed straight through the stone wall of an abandoned merchant exchange, sending bricks and plaster exploding outward in a cloud of dust. "Thor!" Valeria yelled. She pivoted to help the legend. But the street was suddenly flooded with the claw-throwing humanoid demons bounding down from the rooftops. "She's Thor's Stormchild. She's going to be fine," Silas Mercer barked. He slapped a glowing gold rune onto Valeria's back. "Focus on the mob, Val. Go." Valeria nodded, agreeing with Silas's sentiment. Empowered by the 9-star gold runes, the Grand Dragoon launched herself into the thick of the claw throwers. Star Splitter glowed in her hand, thrumming with demon-burning power. She thrusted the S-grade spear through the chest of a demon, the star metal instantly vaporizing its heart, and then swept the shaft around to decapitate 2 more, their severed, multiple heads rolling across the street, leaking purple ichor. Behind her, Caleb summoned a localized supercell, raining concentrated lightning bolts to fry the demons on the rooftops, while Vernon weaved torrents of flame through the gaps in their formation, incinerating any monster that tried to flank Silas or Evander. Inside the ruined merchant building, Thor pushed herself up from the rubble. She coughed, spitting a glob of blood onto the floorboards. Her silver breastplate had a small dent in the center that magically disappeared as she watched. Thor narrowed her eyes. The miasma seems to be taking effect already. My channels are slowly being poisoned. I can feel it. The winged demon landed perfectly in the hole she had created in the wall, folding its 4 wings. The 5-star bug demon flanked it, clacking its mandibles in anticipation. They had successfully cornered the legend. The winged demon lunged, swiping its massive, sword-like talons at Thor's neck. Thor ducked the decapitating strike, swinging her hammer up in an uppercut. But the 6-star was too fast. It twisted its torso mid-air, dodging the hammerhead, and drove its knee into Thor's jaw. As her head snapped back, the 5-star bug demon scuttled forward, clamping its mandibles around Thor's left arm and squeezing with bone-crushing pressure. Blood ran down Thor's chin. The miasma was definitely getting to her system, making her limbs feel heavy. But as the winged demon raised its talons for a downward stab that was sure to kill, Thor caught the monster's hand, causing its bulgy eyes to widen in shock. She looked up at it and smiled. A bloody, terrifying, battle-crazed smile. Battery of Brutality. That was her title. And these mindless beasts had completely forgotten how a battery worked. Every single ounce of physical trauma and blunt force they had inflicted on her body had only bruised her. It had been converted into energy deep within her soul core. Thor's eyes turned suddenly into white, crackling pools of thunder. Her hair raised behind her, sizzling with electricity. She ripped her left arm out of the bug demon's mandibles, ignoring the tearing of her own flesh, and gripped her war hammer with both hands. Thunder split her. She slapped her palm against her war hammer, and all the stored energy surged out of her. White plasma in the shape of a giant disc expanded outward from the hammer's point of impact, moving horizontally at the speed of light. Like some kind of thunder guillotine, the expanding ring of lightning sheared straight through the bug demon's head, instantly cauterizing the stumps as the top half of its massive body crashed onto the pavement. The ring expanded further, slicing the 6-star winged demon clean in half at the waist before it could even flap its wings away. Next, a vertical pillar of concentrated lightning erupted from the crater, shooting hundreds of feet into the sky and blowing the crimson miasma clouds wide open. The resulting shockwave of raw electricity radiated down the street. Every single claw-throwing demon caught within a 50-yard radius was instantly subjected to millions of volts. Their flesh flash-boiled from the inside out. Within a second, 50 demons burst into clouds of fine, purple ash, their skeletons collapsing onto the tainted street floor. Crabble-mum, crayabum, boom, boom. Smoke filled everywhere, and silence abruptly returned to the street. The only noise was crackling lightning sparks and the hissing of demon flesh being cooked. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed one demon. Rank, 6-star descending. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed one demon. Rank, 5-star descending. Heroine, Thor Stormchild, has killed 54 demons. Rank, fallen. Thor stood up slowly from the center of the smoking crater. Her wounded arm was completely healed. Her armor was spotless. In fact, the only proof she had been a battle was the leveled merchant buildings and the dead demons around her. She rolled her shoulders, the last wisps of blue lightning fading from her hammer, and looked back at the stunned attack team. "The path is clear," Thor said plainly. "Stop staring and move." Chapter 100. What a hideous thing the students obeyed. Together, they marched towards the clock tower, killing whatever came in their way. Everyone performed to the best of their abilities. Silas Mercer had carved acceleration runes into the boots of the entire rearguard, allowing them to move twice as fast as the demons try to flank. Evander formed a barrier with his summons across one of the side streets, trapping a wave of bug demons in a dead end where Valeria had made short work of them. Vernon, despite his frustration, was nothing short of devastating. He had created a rotating ring of fire and ice around himself, a killing field that reduced any demon that entered to ash or frozen chunks. There couldn't deny that his power was incredible, even if his attitude was insufferable. They pushed through the third block. There they met smarter demons, ones that didn't throw themselves at the attack team in waves. They harried from the edges, striking and retreating, trying to pull the formation apart. A winged demon dropped a chunk of masonry on Silas, forcing him to dive out of the way. A humanoid with 6 arms tossed with Evander's beasts. A bug demon burrowed under the street and erupted beneath Caleb, forcing the storm mage to leap onto a nearby rooftop to avoid being dragged underground. Still, these pesky monstrosities couldn't stop the Vanguard's advance. Not with Thor by their side. The heroine of thunder killed anything that came within 10 feet of her. Lightning crackled and blasted at every corner. Demons died while others fell just to be finished off by Valeria or Vernon. However, the miasma's effects were getting stronger. The only way to stop it from completely corrupting their grace channels and taking over this town was to kill the demon head. "We're here." Thor and the attack team stood before the tall tower erected in the center of Hepfage. There were crimson tendrils wrapped around the structure, pulsing like arteries and feeding demonic energy from the ley line below into the heart of the tower. At the top was a blaring red light, an undeniable sign that the demon head was inside. But between them and the tower was a wrought iron gate. Like everything else in this damn town, The gate had been twisted and reshaped by the miasma into something organic, something alive. The metal had grown teeth and had grown eyes. In that very moment, in fact, it watched them approach with its yellow pupils, hungry or perhaps terrified. The gate on its own wasn't any concern of Thor or the rest of the attack team. What mattered was what was in front of the gate. Another demon. But not just any demon. This one was incredibly massive, despite being humanoid. It scaled to 15 feet easily, with a body like a nightmare collage of every demon type in the world. Its torso was humanoid, covered in overlapping plates of chitin that clicked and shifted with every breath it took. Its arms ended in crab-like pincers, each one large enough to crush a man's skull like an egg. From its back sprouted two sets of wings, one leathery like a bat-s, one feathered like a raven-s, both dripping with the crimson miasma. Its legs were insectoid, jointed backward, ending in hooked talons that dug into the ground. But its face was the worst. It had no head in the traditional sense. Instead, a single massive eye sat in the center of its chest, ringed by a circle of writhing, snake-like tentacles. The eye was yellow with a slit pupil, and it never blinked. It just watched. The creature's mouth located where its stomach should have been opened and closed rhythmically, revealing rows of teeth arranged in spiraling circles. Saliva dripped from the opening, and where it hit the ground, the cobblestones sizzled and melted. That's the demon commander. All right, Silas whispered. What a hideous thing, remarked Thor. Demon commander. Rank. 7-star descending demon. Thor slowly started to approach the creature. Then she stopped 10 feet away from it. From her vantage point, she could feel its power pressing against her, testing her, looking for weakness. The air around it was thick with miasma and gloom. Unlike grace that caused the atmosphere to vibrate, gloom made it solidify, made everything feel like death. The commander's chest focused on Thor. The tentacles around it writhed faster. Then it growled from its stomach mouth, so low and deep that Thor felt it in her bones. The creature's watering mouth opened wider, revealing more teeth, more saliva. Thor tightened her grip on her warhammer, ready to charge. She could already taste the rush of satisfaction she would feel from killing this monster. But right then, a hand grabbed her shoulder. Thor turned. Vernon Heavenblum stood beside her. His eyes were locked on the demon commander and then turned to her. "What are you doing?" he asked directly. "You said this was my kill." Thor's eyes narrowed. She did say that. She had allowed the rush of killing demons to get to her. And like a drug, she wanted the rush from killing this one too. But going against her word was not the way of a Valkyrie. "All right then," Thor accepted, her eyes softening. "You, Silas, Caleb, and Jackson should deal with it. Valeria, you're coming with me into the clock tower." In the original story, this mission had taken the Vanguard close to 3 days. They had fought through the streets in advances, killing demons section after section. At night, they had barricaded themselves in half-collapsed buildings to sleep in shifts, regathering grace while the demons scratched at the walls. But Lancet being here changed everything. With Estintia and Thor fighting beside them, the mission was vastly easier. The Vanguard wasn't losing ground. They weren't sleeping in ruined buildings or rationing their grace. They were constantly advancing, pushing through Hepthage like a spear through rotten flesh. But Lancet could see the toll it was taking on his heroine. Estentia's movements, which had been fluid and effortless at the start, were getting heavier as time passed. Her breaths came slightly faster. The pauses between her kills grew a fraction longer. It was like she was slowing down, at least not noticeably, but Lancet had been watching her for weeks. He knew the difference between Estintia conserving energy and Estintia spending it. Now, she was spending it. Even worse, the demons were getting harder. The ones that attacked the evac team as they closed in on the chapel were no longer the fallen ranks and lower stars, descending ranks they had been slaughtering. These ones ranged from 5 to 6 stars. The difference was immediately apparent in their size, their speed, and their intelligence. A six-star humanoid demon with 9 heads came charging from a side alley, wielding a door torn from its hinges as an improvised shield. Estintia's first slash caught the door, splitting it in half, but the demon was already moving behind the wreckage. It rammed its shoulder in her chest, driving her back 3 steps. Estintia's boots scraped against the cobblestones. She had too great a constitution to fall, so she planted her back foot, rotated, and drove her blessed blade through the demon's lowest head. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 1 demon, rank 6-star descending. A 6-star descending winged demon dove from above, leading a flock of lesser flyers 1 star below it. Its wingspan was easily 20 feet, its talons as long as short swords. It grabbed Estintia by the shoulders and tried to lift her into the air. Estintia sheathed her sword behind her, driving the edge of her shield into the demon's thigh. When the demon refused to let go, Estintia reached up, grabbed its talons with both hands, and pulled. The creature shrieked as she forced its claws apart, her muscles bulging. Then she twisted and broke both of the demon's ankles. Caw! It cried like a baby duck, while Nereus and the other students attacked and killed the other flying demons. The 6-star crashed to the ground, its wings folding awkwardly beneath it. Estintia drew back her blessed blade and drove it through the creature's chest. It thrashed for a moment, then went still. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 1 demon. Rank, descending, 7-star. She pulled her sword free and staggered, just for a moment before she caught herself. Lancet saw it. A few others saw it too, and Estintia turned her head, caught Lancet's eye, and gave him a small smile. "I'm fine," the smile said. "Don't worry." Lancet worried anyway. Chapter 101. I'll be back soon. Master was difficult not to. Estintia was his first and his most loyal heroine, and watching her fight and fight for hours on end just to keep them protected was pretty difficult, even though he knew she was strong enough to handle it. He couldn't help but worry each time a red-dripping demon advanced at her. Thankfully, the chapel finally came into view. Lancet recognized it from the description in the novel. A gray stone building with a single spire. The church glass windows were miraculously intact despite the surrounding destruction. The gates had been torn from their hinges, lying twisted in the mud. The thick wooden doors at the entrance were closed, but Lancet could see claw marks gouged deep into the wood, even ones that seemed more recent. "The civilians are in the catacombs beneath," Estintia said with determination. "Once we get inside, begin to seal the ground." She pushed forward, clearing the last stretch of street. The demons here were scattered remnants of the waves they'd already slaughtered, and she cut through them mechanically. But they kept coming, never ending, these treacherous monsters. "Get into the chapel now," Estintia cried. The demons chased after as they hastened their steps towards the chapel. Nereus' shadow spawned by the door and opened it, allowing everyone to spill inside after him. Estintia was the last to get in. Right behind her, a massive bug demon lunged to catch her with its clocking jaws. When Estintia turned, she threw her left arm forward, sending her shield flying and spinning like a disc. It struck the bug demon square in the face. Craw! The creature shrieked in pain as the shield hit its head with enough force to crack its chitinous skull, sending fragments of exoskeleton flying. Then the demon went limp. The shield rebounded from its shattered face, spinning back through the air. Estintia caught it without looking and slid it back on her arm. Heroine, Estintia, has killed 1 demon. Rank, 6-star descending. Renan and Cashin quickly closed the wooden doors. Right after, Cashin began weaving wind magic into the gap, creating a temporary seal of pressurized air that would hold for a few minutes. Lancet looked around the chapel. It didn't look anything like a place of worship, at least not anymore. The miasma had seeped in through cracks in the walls and ceiling, and everything was coated with red-black sludge. The pews had been pushed aside to create a clear path to the door behind the altar. There, they found the door that led down to the catacombs. That door was still clean. The miasma stopped at its threshold, as if blocked by some residual blessing in the stone. "The civilians are down there," Amiris said quietly. "Hundreds of them, waiting." How did the citizens not know about the smuggler tunnels? Phinia asked. Wouldn't they have tried to escape through them already? Nereus Grimlake answered, hands folded like an apathetic shadow. The tunnels lead to the south gate. The demons have built a nest there, hundreds of them. Maybe thousands. Anyone who goes that way is just offering themselves up as demon lunch. So we're going to open the tunnels and send civilians into that? Phinia's voice rose with alarm. No, Nereus said calmly. We're going to clear the tunnels first. That's the second phase. First, we seal the ground beneath the chapel. Then we sweep the tunnels. Then we evacuate. From outside, the sounds of demons' shrieks grew louder. More were coming. The ones that had been chasing them were regrouping, and the ones that had been patrolling other parts of the town were converging on the chapel. Astentia burst through the doors, not pushing them open, but shouldering through the gap that Jackson had left. Her armor was dented in 3 places. A gash on her cheek wept blood, but her eyes were clear, and her blade was still raised. They're massing at the gates, Astentia reported. We have maybe 10 minutes before they try to breach. Maybe less. She looked at the 2 arcanists, Mavia Soul and Amira Vinehart. I'll stop them from surrounding this chapel. Secure the ground as fast as you can. Mavia and Amira didn't need to be told twice. They dropped to their knees on opposite sides of the chapel, pressing their palms flat against the stone floor. They shut their eyes close and started to whisper incantations. Astentia turned to the others. Nereus, Saradine, Jackson, Rilla, with me. The 4 students stepped forward. We're going to push them back. Astentia said, create a kill zone outside the doors so we can buy the Arcanist time to finish. She looked over her shoulder, scanning the evac team until her eyes found Lancet. She walked to him, ignoring the surprised stares of the other students. Up close, Lancet could see the exhaustion in her face. There were dark circles forming under her eyes and tightness around her mouth. But she smiled at him anyway. I'll be back soon, Master. Several students turned to stare at Lancet Renah, Frida, Nereus. Even Jackson, who had been focused entirely on the doors, glanced back to stare at him. They still hadn't gotten used to a legend from the era of Ash, one of the greatest awakeners in human history, calling a first-year student master. Lancet just looked at Astentia and nodded. I would have told her to be careful, he thought. But she is Astentia, being careful isn't in her nature. She turned away, her shield raised, her sword ready. Open the doors. Cashin released his wind seal, and Jackson pushed the doors open. Led by Astentia, the chosen students all charged into the swarm of demons outside, their magic forming dangerously around them. Phinia shut the door after. Lancet could hear skills being yelled, demon shrieks and blasting of elements. Notifications of Astentia's kills filled his vision. Renah stepped forward in the tense silence, and he and Lancet locked eyes for a moment. It's up to us now to get to the citizens, he said. Chapter 102. We're saved. We're truly saved. We're done, Mavia declared. The ground is sealed. The 2 arcanists, Mavia Soul and Amira Vinehart, rested their hands as glowing runic circles shimmered in their fingers before dissolving away. The ground glowed silver, then stopped, signaling that the magical shield had solidified. Cashin Roa, excited to deliver the news, yanked the door open and stepped partially outside the chapel. Guys, we've done it. Cashin yelled out to Astentia and the fighting students. Astentia glanced back, and her blue eyes instantly snapped wide. What are you doing? Get back and close the door. It was too late. Completely out of nowhere in the midst of battle, a giant humanoid demon lunged at Cashin like an arrow. The next thing Cashin knew, claws had sunk deep into his chest and neck and slashed downwards, completely tearing him open and spilling out his earlier excitement. Cashin! Amira screamed as the wind mage slumped backward, tumbling back into the chapel. The demon shrieked in triumph, its multiple heads snapping its jaws as it planted its feet to jump into the chapel. Blessed blade form! Astentia roared fiercely. Blessed spear! Her sword instantly began to glow unforgivingly bright. Then, within the golden radiance, The claymore stretched wide until it transformed into a long, powerful spear. Quickly, Estintia planted her front foot and hurled the weapon. The golden spear tore through the air like a laser, and as the demon leaped into the chapel, it stabbed directly into its chest with a sick crunch. Irk! The monster shrieked in pain. Renaa and Lancet, who had both stood ready to fight the demon, stepped in to finish it off. But Lancet was surprisingly faster. He planted his boot on the floorboards, gripping the hilt of the radiant guillotine with both hands. Channeling his level 11 strength, he swung the golden blade upward. The blade sheared cleanly through the demon's thick neck, decapitating all three of its heads at once. Purple blood geysered upward, splattering against the chapel ceiling as the massive body went entirely limp. Ding! You have killed one demon. Rank 5-star descending. You have gained 1200 EXP dong. A darker, church bell-like sound rang after the notification. The radiant guillotine. Soul trap activated. A demon's soul has been stored. Soul count. One Lancet felt the red stone in his pommel grow warmer, heavier, as if it had just swallowed something alive. Renaa lowered his own sword, glancing at the decapitated monster, and then at his classmate. Great slash. Thanks, Lancet breathed, flicking the purple blood from his blade. The golden spear violently ripped itself backward out of the demon's chest, flying through the air like a boomerang. Lancet and Renaa watched Estintia catch the shaft. The moment it touched her gauntlet, she spun the weapon as it glowed and transformed back into her trusted blade. Then, Lancet and Renaa's eyes widened. A demon was right behind her. They were about to yell her warning when she simply drove the blade behind her, directly into the abdomen of the four-armed demon without even looking. Lancet wondered why he even bothered to panic. Go ahead, Estintia yelled, ripping the sword free as the monster collapsed. I'm right behind you. Go meet the civilians. More demons began to spill through the shattered courtyard walls, shrieking and clawing over one another. But Nereus, the most efficient awakener aside from Estintia, dealt with them. The Shadowmancer merely stood there, but all around him, his dark summons fought the horde, tearing demons apart with the twisted powers they possessed. Nereus turned and approached the chapel doors as his summons cleared the way for him, killing any demon that neared him. Lancet thought he looked incredibly cool, completely unfazed by the gore raining around him. Is he okay? Nereus asked once he was close enough, looking down at Cassian. Mayvia was knelt beside the wind mage, her hands glowing with an emerald hex symbol. The wound is deep, but he'll be fine, she said. I spent most of my grace on creating the ground shield, but I got enough supplements to cast more hexes. Lancet looked at the Shadowmancer. We've got it from here. Just keep the demons away. Nereus looked at him for a while, then spoke. The civilians might be startled, he warned calmly. Don't allow anyone to overreact and hurt someone. Lancet nodded. Nereus turned his back, returning to the battle. We have to get moving, Lancet told the remaining students. Agreed, Renaa said, sheathing his sword. Frida stayed dependently close to Renaa's side, while the others, including the wounded Cassian, followed closely behind. Lancet and Renaa took the lead, marching straight to the door behind the altar. Renaa grabbed the handle. It's locked from the inside. Lancet spun his sword and stabbed right into the thick wood, shattering the lock. With a creak, the door opened. Lancet and Renaa looked at each other. After you, Lancet mused. Renaa chuckled once and stepped into the pitch-black darkness. Not very long after their boots hit the stone stairs, they heard a desperate voice cry out from the darkness. We rather die fighting than perish cowardly to you monsters. Rarer. It's too dark, somebody shouted from the back of the student formation. Frida, give us light, Renaa commanded. Frida immediately raised her hand, conjuring a bright, crackling orb of fire. The sudden illumination revealed a heart-stopping sight. A group of exhausted, terrified civilians charging directly up the stone stairs. They were armed with splintered chair legs, rusty kitchen knives, and heavy iron candlesticks. On their faces were expressions of fear, frustration, tiredness, and rage. "Hey," Renat called softly, raising his empty hand to show he wasn't attacking. "We're humans. We're the Awakeners from the Academy, sent here to help." The charging civilians froze. The man leading them, a burly blacksmith holding a heavy iron hammer, blinked against the firelight. He looked at Renat's gleaming armor, then at Lancet's golden blade. "Awakeners?" he whispered. "The Academy sent Awakeners?" The weapons slowly lowered. The blacksmith dropped to his knees, burying his face in his dirt-stained hands. "We're saved. We're truly saved." The shot gave way to an eruption of sobbing, cheering, and overwhelming relief. People collapsed into each other's arms, celebrating their rescue. A child no older than 7 ran forward and wrapped his arms around Lancet's leg, burying his face in the golden greave. Lancet looked down at the boy, unsure what to do. He placed a hand on the child's head, awkwardly. Renat raised his voice to address the crowd. "Listen to me. We need everyone to gather together. Stay in the catacombs for now. It's safe down here. The ground has been magically sealed. Nothing can dig up to reach you." He pointed to a group of able-bodied men and women. "I need some of you to help keep everyone calm and organized. Count the people. Make sure no one is left behind." To the blacksmith, he said, "Take charge and make sure everything goes smoothly. We will be going to clear the tunnels and the back gate to allow everyone to escape safely." Lancet didn't like many things about Renat, but he appreciated that the MC had certain leadership qualities that helped in times like this. Renat turned to the others. "Some of us will stay here to protect the citizens. Others will join me to clear the tunnels." Frida, Saradine, Jackson, Darian, and Lancet offered to join in clearing the tunnels. Lancet felt the child release his leg. He looked down and nodded at the boy, then followed Renat toward the far end of the catacombs, where the tunnel entrance waited. They made it 3 steps before a cracking sound caused them to stop. Everyone looked up. "What was that?" a civilian asked. Suddenly, the ground began to shake rapidly. Dust and chunks of stone rained down from the catacomb ceiling. The entire structure groaned under an immense, crushing weight. "Everyone get back," Renat shouted, grabbing Frida by the arm and yanking her away from the ceiling. The chapel above was collapsing. Outside was a nightmare. The demons had stopped coming in waves. They were flooding now, pouring from every corner over the chapel walls between the buildings. A never-ending tide of gloom, flesh, and claws. Their complete focus was the chapel. The demons had realized why these intruders were going into the building. It was where the civilians were hiding. They'd been searching for them for days. Now, Estintia and the Vanguard were completely overwhelmed. Led by 2 6-star descending monstrosities, these demons were ferocious and determined. One of the leaders was a giant crab demon. It was easily 15 feet wide, its shell covered in barnacle-like growths that oozed purple slime. It scuttled through the streets, crushing its own lesser kin beneath its massive legs. Its pincers were the size of carriage wheels, and the edges were sharp as swords. The other was a giant, serpent-like demon, an 80-foot-long abomination of scales and miasma that was currently wrapping its coils around the chapel's spire, actively shattering the stone roof to force its way inside. Nereus, Rilla, Jackson, and Saradine were fighting for their lives against the unending swarm, their grace reserves dipping dangerously low. Estintia was fighting as many as possible. She deflected a tail, swiped from the serpent, severed the arm of a humanoid demon, and spun to block an incoming attack. And it was right then that the crab demon got her. The crab's right pincer lashed out, too fast for her to regroup. The blade edge of the pincer caught her square in the chest, punching through her skin right above her breasts. The pincer shattered her collarbone and emerged from her back in a spray of blood. Estintia gasped, blood spilling past her lips. The crab demon raised its arm, lifting the legendary knight 15 feet into the air. Estintia groaned in excruciating pain, her legs kicking uselessly, her blood dripping down the creature's arm and pooling on the ground below. "Estintia!" someone yelled. She couldn't tell who. Her hearing was as hazy as her vision. Blood rushed into her head. She tried to reach for her sword. Her fingers closed around the hilt, but her arm had no strength. The blessed blade felt heavier than it had ever felt. Estintia knew then that her strength stat was gone, completely depleted by hours of nonstop fighting. She could barely lift the weapon, let alone swing it. Her fingers went numb. The blessed blade slipped from her grasp, clattering uselessly against the cobblestones below. The crab demon opened its mandibles, preparing to bite her in half. Chapter 103. Whereas Lancet, Estintia felt her body, trying to fight, but there was no use depending on her body in a time like this. The only thing that could save her in a time like this was her mind. So, weakly, Estintia reached up with both hands and grabbed the pincer that was piercing her chest. Even with no numerical strength left, even with her system parameters screaming at 0, she urged herself to do it simply because she was willing to. As the demon shrieked, Estintia forced her blood-slicked fingers to find purchase against the razor-sharp chitin. The crab demon tried to yank its pincer free, but Estintia held on. Her muscles screamed. Her bones groaned. The edges of the pincer cut deeper into her palms, slicing through flesh, scraping against bone. She was the Ironwool Knight. No matter how depleted her stats were, no matter how tired her muscles and bones were, all she had to do was will herself to move, to fight. If she believed in herself enough, she could do anything. I'm Estintia Valengard of the Northern Wastes. She groaned, the words bubbling through the blood in her throat. Slowly, her head raised and her burning, furious eyes met the monsteress. I am the Iron Will of mortality. The crab demon shrieked again, louder, sensing the terrifying aura radiating from its prey. It could feel what she was doing. The pincer was cracking. Even without my revered strength, you are no match for my perseverance, Estintia growled, her muscles bulging, veins stretching. No match for my will. She pulled harder. The crack widened. All of you profanities will be purged from this town. With a final, agonizing effort, she pulled upward, and the pincer snapped. The crack echoed across the town like a gunshot. Purple blood erupted from the broken limb, spraying across Estinthia's face and chest. The crab demon reeled backward, shrieking in agony. Free from the grip, Estintia fell, hitting the cobblestones hard on her back. The severed tip of the pincer, still lodged in her chest, was pushed violently out of her body by the impact, sliding out with a squelch. But the crab demon was only maddened by pain. It bent down to crush her with its remaining claw. However, Estinthia's hand had found her sword. She picked it up barely, with the last of her strength, and, as the pincer descended, she drove the blessed blade upward into the demoness eye. SKSSSHHH. The creature froze. The blade had entered through the orb and buried itself to the hilt in the creature's brain. Blessed blade form, Estintia whispered. The sword started to glow. Blessed Buster Sword. Instantly, the blade expanded, growing wider, thicker, longer, until it was the size of a greatsword wielded by a giant. The expansion literally exploded the crab demon's entire head from the inside out. Brain matter, and purple blood rained down across the streets as the headless behemoth collapsed dead beside her. Estinthia's hand fell limp against the ground. The edges of her vision went dark. She was sure she was going to faint. Then, a golden notification pinged in her vision. Congratulations, you have leveled up. LVL 201, LVL 202. Your stats have been increased. A fresh surge of immense power and stamina rushed through her veins, healing her torn chest and flooding her depleted muscles with vitality. Estinthia's eyes narrowed in pure confusion as she stared at the system prompt. Why didn't he do that? Back at the central square, the battle against the demon commander was at its peak. Jackson Ironhold was on one knee, his heavy vanguard shield dented inward, and his left arm hanging uselessly at his side. Silas Mercer was bleeding from his nose, the 9-star gold runes on his arms flickering and threatening to burn out from overexertion. Caleb Vance had exhausted his localized supercell, leaving only a drizzle of rain to cool the burning streets. In the center of the carnage, the demon commander thrashed. Its leathery wings were torn, and one of its massive crab pincers had been blown clean off. But the beast was still standing, its stomach mouth gnashing and dripping acidic saliva as it prepared to charge Jackson to finish him off. Vernon Heaven Blum stood 50 feet away, his chest heaving, his elegant uniform torn and stained with purple ichor. He raised both hands, funneling every last drop of his grace into his palms. The air around his arms began to violently spiral, pulling the ambient oxygen into a hyper-compressed, spinning drill. Wind spear, Vernon roared. Shield breaker. He thrust his hands forward. The attack shot out as a spiraling javelin of deadly wind. It sped across the square, spinning so fast it distorted the air around it. The demon commander turned its massive chest eye toward the attack, but it was too slow. The wind spear drilled directly into the center of the giant yellow eye, shredding the writhing tentacles around it and tunneling straight through the monster's torso. The wind erupted out of the commander's back, Witu, a purple blood splashing out dramatically. After a second of being still, the monster fell backward and died. The moment its life extinguished, the concentrated demonic energy inside its body detonated. A violent shockwave of gloom and miasma blasted outward in a ring, rolling across the ruined buildings and spreading through the entirety of Hebthage like a tidal wave of death. Vernon stood victorious, his cape billowing behind him. Halfway up the spiraling staircase of the clock tower, Thor and Valeria braced themselves as the shockwave of gloom washed over them. The solidifying air made Valeria stagger, her breath catching in her throat as the aura of the demonic energy pressed against her lungs. Valeria tightened her grip on Starsplitter, looking down the dark stairwell. Vernon killed the commander, she mentioned, catching her breath. Thor stood perfectly straight, the static in her hair crackling violently against the gloom. She looked up toward the top of the tower and narrowed her eyes. Good. Now it's my turn to kill something. They resumed their climb. The interior of the clock tower was the most repulsive, vile environment Valeria had ever seen. The heart of the demon invasion had completely sunk the place into absolute evil. The stone walls no longer looked like stone. They were coated in a thick, fleshy, mucosal membrane that had this throbbing sensation like they were the hearts of all the demons in this town. The massive iron gears and cogs of the clockwork were jammed with severed limbs and wrapped in thick, pulsing red tendons. Thick droplets of miasma rained down from the ceiling, and as they climbed, the clock ticked dramatically, counting their steps. Monsters still guarded the ascent. A brood of mutated, spider-like demons with human faces dropped from the fleshy gears above. But they were all destroyed by the wrath of Thor's lightning. Finally, they reached the top of the tower. There was supposed to be a door here, but like everything else, it too had been corrupted. Rather than a wooden entrance, it was completely covered with gooey redness and decayed substances. The pulsing here was impossibly strong. Bulging, visible shockwaves of gloom and miasma kept spreading out from behind the door. Each one was stronger than the last. Thor stopped, standing still for a while. Then, she glanced over her shoulder at the Grand Dragoon. Do you feel it too? Yes, Valeria concurred, feeling the aura in her bones. My armor is negating some of the energy, Thor stated coldly, looking down at her silver breastplate. But it's still too much. The power of this monster is unbelievable. It must die. Now, down at the chapel, the vanguard successfully killed the rest of the demons. Nereus' strongest shadow summon, Argus, had killed the serpent demon. Saradine Locke hurried over, grabbing Estintia by the arm and helping the exhausted heroine to her feet. Estentia's breathing was heavy, but her wound was actively healing and the color had returned to her face. She stepped over the headless crab demon, bending down to claim her blessed blade and her dented shield. She slid them onto her arms and immediately snapped her gaze toward the massive pile of crushed stone and splintered wood. The chapel. The civilians. Estintia gasped, her eyes widening in panic. Master Lancet, Without waiting for the others, Estintia leaped toward the rubble, Rilla, Jackson, Saradine, and Nereus rushing behind her. "Stand back!" Estintia yelled. She raised the blessed blade, channeling the fresh surge of power she had just mysteriously acquired, and brought the heavy claymore down on the largest fallen pillar. The stone shattered into 100 pieces. Jackson and Saradine immediately joined in, using their raw physical strength to heave massive chunks of masonry out of the way, digging frantically through the ruins. Finally, they breached the collapsed floorboards, finding their way to the ruined door of the catacombs. Estintia pushed her way inside, descending the stone stairs into the firelit darkness. There, illuminated by Frida's floating fireball, stood the student awakeners, and behind them, the massive, huddled group of terrified civilians. Estintia let out a breath of relief, lowering her sword. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice echoing in the damp space. "We're fine," Renan nodded, stepping forward. "Cashin is injured, but Mavia healed him." The civilians, however, were not fine. They were staring at Estintia as if a ghost had just walked into the room. They clearly recognized her glowing golden armor, the winged helm, and the legendary blessed blade. "Is that not?" The burly blacksmith pointed a trembling finger at her. Amira looked at the man and replied plainly, "Yeah, it's her." The blacksmith's eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he almost fainted, caught just in time by two other civilians. Renan gestured to the caved-in ceiling above the stairs. "It seems like the chapel closed in on us." Nereus, stepping out from the shadows behind Estintia, nodded apathetically. "It did. It changes nothing. We must now focus on clearing the smuggler tunnel to the south gate." Estintia didn't look like she was listening. Her blue eyes were darting across the firelit catacombs, scanning the faces of the students, peering into the dark corners, looking past the huddled civilians. But she couldn't find him. Her breath stopped for a second. "Where's my master?" Everyone paused, turning around to the spot near the shattered doorway where they had seen Lance at last. Renan turned his head. Amira frowned, looking to her left. Frida held the fireball higher, casting light into the far edges of the catacombs. Nereus' dark eyes narrowed. The spot was empty. "Where's Lancet?" Chapter 104. "I'm on a schedule here." Being a hero meant a great deal. It meant risking one's life, regardless of logic and self-preservation, to rescue the lives of others, both the innocent and the guilty. It was a noble pursuit, a revered and respected occupation, as without a hero, the world would be nothing but suffering and apathy. Lancet had no plans of being a hero. Even now, as he dashed through the tunnels and headed for the back gate, ready to risk his life and slaughter every demon that came in his way, he wasn't prepared to call himself a hero. But he also wasn't a villain either. This mission in Hebthage had all been for one thing in his opinion, to get stronger. With kills from Estintia, Thor, and even himself, Lancet knew just how much his EXP gains were going to be. Not to forget the character points which he now had in abundance, more than enough to mass create 5 platinum rank heroines. 8, if the narrative coupon was charitable. After this mission, Lancet always knew that he was going to come out 10 times stronger than he was. That was why he had gone all in, and by killing the second demon head, he would be 20 times stronger. Although now, after everything he'd seen so far, the suffering these civilians had gone through, Renat's word about helping people, the Kingdom Rangers and Brigadiers outside the walls, and Estentia's drive to protect everyone, Lancet felt like he'd been a little selfish. His eyes opened to a whole new perspective. This wasn't just about him at all. Even though this was just the world of the novel he loved-hated, these were still real people whose lives were at stake. He had the power to help. It didn't mean the plan had changed. Not at all. Lancet simply had an extra boost to fuel his drive. "Flash feet," he cried, using a Thor skill. The phantom ring glowed once, and the charges reduced from 177 to 176. Lancet sped through the tunnels, blue streaks of lightning crackling beneath his feet as he cleared the long, dark passageway in seconds. He burst out of the end, leaping high over the thick foliage of red goo, miasma, and nesting demons. Their ugly heads raised, watching him jump over them with wide, hungry eyes. Lancet spun in the air and landed on the far opposite end, his greaves scraping the ground to friction his fall. Once he was firm on the scorched cobblestones, he drew out his sword, the radiant guillotine, and spun it once before angling in front of him. "All right, you ugly shits," he whispered, then tore a smile. "Let us dance." Crawler. The devilish monsters screeched and roared as they ran towards him, their eye heads and mouth heads snapping open with stinky saliva drooling out. "Glorious slash!" Lancet cried, swinging his blade in a front arc. A golden light expanded out and slashed 4 approaching demons, cleaving them in halves. 2 more pounced on his position, causing him to roll out of the way, but he returned immediately with a spin slash, cutting both their heads at once. "You have killed 6 fallen demons. You have gained 2,000 EXP, the Radiant Guillotine. Soul Trap activated. 6 demon soul has been stored. Soul count 7. Seeing their brethren slaughtered, the rest of the nest were whipped into a deeper, starving frenzy. More than 20 demons scrambled over the pulsating red foliage, their multiple heads shrieking and snapping. Lancet made a face as he prepared himself. These things are so damn hideous. A 4-armed humanoid demon reached the front first, leaping into the air with its claws extended to tear Lancet's throat out. Lancet engaged his level 11 attributes, using it to sharpen his reflexes. He stepped to the side, letting the demon's trajectory carry it past him. As it fell, Lancet swung the radiant guillotine backhand. The golden blade sheared through the demon's waist. The top half hit the cobblestones while the legs kept running for 2 steps before collapsing in a spray of purple ichor. "You have killed a 1-star descending demon. 1 demon soul has been stored. Soul count 8. Before Lancet could reset his stance, 2 more humanoids flanked him. One thrust a jagged bone claw at his ribs. Lancet brought his sword up, catching the strike on the flat of his blade. A clang echoed out. The kinetic force was heavier than he expected, reminding him that while he was stronger, he wasn't a platinum rank legend with maxed out stats. His boots skidded backward a few inches, jarring his shoulders. "Get off me!" Lancet grunted. He violently pushed the blade forward, parrying the claw outward to open the demon's center. Trinity slash. The phantom ring on his finger flashed. Charges. 175, 174, even though Lancet slashed the blade once. 2 consecutive air slashes followed. The first slashed off one of the demon's hands, then both legs, and the final one cleaved the demon from its middle head down to its pelvis. Without pausing, Lancet used the momentum of the swing to pivot on his heel, driving his elbow into the face of the second flanking demon. The cartilage in the creature's face shattered. As it stumbled backward, Lancet lunged, driving the radiant guillotine directly through its chest. He twisted the hilt to maximize internal damage and yanked it free, dodging a geyser of purple blood. "You have killed 2 1-star descending demons. 2 demon souls have been stored. Soul count 10. Who's next?" Lancet yelled, a battle-crazed grin spreading across his face. The adrenaline was intoxicating. "Come on, I'm on a schedule here." The ground suddenly ruptured beneath his boots. A bug demon the size of a small carriage, its side-like legs clicking furiously, exploded from the dirt, almost skewering the excited awakener from below. Lancet's eyes widened. His footwork was fast, but not fast enough to completely dodge the ambush. One of the side legs scraped against his dust guard armor. The S-grade mithril held, but the force of the hit knocked Lancet off balance, sending him tumbling backward onto the acidic cobblestones. The bug demon shrieked and lunged, its massive mandibles snapping open to bite his head off. Lancet hit the ground hard, but he didn't panic. He rolled backward over his shoulder, getting his feet under him, and thrust his left hand forward toward the charging beast. Chain lightning. A bolt of white-hot plasma erupted from Lancet's palm. It slammed directly into the bug demon's compound eyes. The creature shrieked. its momentum halting instantly as the millions of volts surged through its nervous system. The lightning arced violently, leaping from the bug demon to 5 other humanoid demons that were charging right behind it. They all seized up, their bodies jerking uncontrollably as the electricity flash-boiled their blood. Not waiting for them to detonate, Lancet kicked off the ground, closing the distance between him and the bug demon. The creature shrieked, shooting out an unexpected splash of acidic goo. Lancet quickly lowered his entire body, sliding through the ground as the goo shot overhead. He pushed himself off the ground with his hand and skyrocketed high in the air. Gripping his sword with both hands, he descended with the radiant guillotine, slamming it down like an executioner's axe right into the gap behind the bug demon's armored head. The blade sank to the hilt. Lancet ripped it sideways, completely severing the monster's neural column. At the same moment, the 5 chained humanoids exploded, their chests bursting outward in a shower of splintered ribs, charred flesh, and vaporized purple mist. Like a firework to celebrate his tenacity. You have killed 1 5-star descending bug demon. You have killed 5 6-star fallen demons, the radiant guillotine. Soul trap activated. 6 demon souls have been stored. Soul count 16. Lancet landed in a crouch, breathing heavily as the corpses rained down around him. He flicked his wrist, shaking a thick coat of sizzling purple sludge off his blade. The immediate area of the smuggler tunnel exit was now a graveyard of dismembered monsters and cooked meat. The remaining younger demons at the far edge of the nest screeched, backing away into the shadows, suddenly much less eager to charge the boy in the golden armor. Lancet stood up, rolling his shoulders to ease the ache from the block earlier. He was getting the hang of it, but he definitely needed more actual combat experience if he wanted his movements to be as flawless as Estintia S or Rena's. He looked around. The ground was clear of monsters, but the air was still suffocatingly thick with the red-black miasma, pulsing from the pulsating organic webbing that coated the town walls. The miasma is going to have to be a problem, Lancet said to himself, wiping a splatter of purple blood from his cheek. Darian and Rena can handle clearing the air when they get here. He knew more demons would eventually flock to this exit. The smell of blood and battle always attracted them. But the Vanguard's evac team was heavily armed, highly trained, and packed up with enough magical supplements to harness grace. They could handle the stragglers. His job here was done. He had helped make a path for the civilians and had sealed a good number of demon souls. Lancet sheathed the radiant guillotine and turned his back to the tunnels. He looked down the ruined, branching road that led away from the safety of the perimeter and deep into the silent, eastern outskirts of Hepfitch, towards the cemetery, towards the second demon head. Lancet's eyes hardened. He looked at the phantom ring to inspect how many charges he had left. Charges. 172 with the demons I'll face in the way. I might be down to 150 before I face the demon head. But that's more than enough to take him down. Lancet made a fist to braven himself, eyes bright with determination. Then he broke into a dead sprint down the road, his greaves knocking against the cobblestones as he vanished into the red fog. Chapter 105. Your play, Demon Head CRASH. The clock tower's iron door exploded outward. Thor crashed through it like a cannonball, her body ragdolling through the air with an unstoppable. She hit the far wall, shattered through it, and kept going. Brick and mortar exploded around her as she plowed through a second wall, then a third, then a fourth. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of breaking and being broken, she rolled to a stop somewhere in one of the halls. Her warhammer struck the ground, sizzling with the last remnants of her lightning. Thor groaned, blood dripping down her lips. Her body was a ruin. Her left arm hung at an unnatural angle. It was likely her shoulder had dislocated from the impact. Her ribs screamed with every breath. 3, maybe 4 of them were cracked. A gash above her right eye poured blood down her face, mixing with the sweat and grime. Her armor, once gleaming silver and blue, was now dented, scorched, and cracked in a dozen places. She pushed herself up on her good arm, and looked back at the hole she made. The demon head stepped through the wreckage. It was a nightmarish creature, as expected. Though not as hideous as the demon commander, it was terrifying. The monster stood over 12 feet tall with a skin the color of oxblood, textured like coarse stone and glowing with veins pumping gloom through its body. And what a horrifying body it was. Broad shoulders, a chest like a barrel, arms as thick as tree trunks. Muscles rippled beneath its hide, every fiber visible, every tendon standing out like steel cables. Thick, bent horns curled from the sides of its head, framing an intelligent face that portrayed emotions of disdain and pure evil. But the most terrifying aspect of the demon head was its back. From massive, writhing appendages erupted from its spine. They were like muscular tentacles moving fluidly like the arms of an octopus. They ended in sharp pincers sure to pierce through bones as they snapped at the miasma-choked air. One of the demon head's massive, armored hands was raised high. Pinioned helplessly in its grip by her throat was Valeria Bloodgood. The Grand Dragoon dangled in the air, her boots kicking weakly, her hands clawing at the demon's fingers. Her face had turned purple. Her eyes bulged. Starsplitter lay on the ground 20 feet away, too far to reach. Her armor was cracked, her orange hair matted with blood, some of it hers, most of it not. Worthless humans, the demon head rumbled. You dare attack a citadel of the second world. You will perish, and your bones will pave the streets of my new kingdom. Thor tried to get to her feet, but fell back again to her hands and knees. The battle had proved difficult from the start. Thor had thrown everything she had at the demon head. Even her kinetic rebounds from energy she had absorbed from its blows. Yet the creature was still standing. Now, Thor was almost empty. Her trembling fingers reached out, closing around the hilt of the hammer of force. Valeria, her face turning pale from the lack of oxygen, looked down at the battered Valkyrie. The Grand Dragoon had accepted her fate. Thor, Valeria choked out. Don't worry about me. Just do everything to kill it. The demon head slowly turned its horned visage to look at the struggling girl in its grasp. Its red eyes burned with ancient malice. I could snap your head with a single twitch of my muscle. Your sacrifice means nothing. Stop, Thor yelled, using her war hammer to painfully finally leverage herself to her feet. Drop her and let us fight to the death. You two are already dead, the demon head stated flatly. Thor glared at the monster, panting heavily. It felt true. She was completely weak. The miasma had choked the lightning from her veins. Even if she unleashed the last dregs of her built-up kinetic energy right now, she wasn't sure it would kill it. There was almost no hope. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up. LVL 201, LVL 202, congratulations. You have leveled up. LVL 202, LVL 203, double level up achieved. Attribute restoration activated. Your stats have been refilled to maximum capacity. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. Her body was instantly rejuvenated. Her exhaustion vanished. Her torn muscles knitted together. The kinetic energy she had stored settled as grace in her reserves, fueling her repaired channels. But I didn't Thor narrowed her eyes, aggressively discarding the confusion. She didn't know why it happened, but she didn't care. She had all she needed to fight back again. You still persist? The demon head scoffed, its tentacles writhing menacingly behind it. Perhaps crushing your cohort's throat in front of you will finally extinguish the last of your hope. White-hot lightning violently erupted around her, instantly vaporizing the debris at her feet. Put her down and die, you atrocity. Thor suddenly became a literal bolt of lightning. She shot across the room, so fast the air cracked with a sonic boom, bolting through the space and slamming her warhammer square into the center of the demon head's chest. The kinetic transfer was so monumental that the demon head's grip instantly failed. Valeria fell to the ground, coughing violently, as Thor and the demon head blasted backward, shattering through another set of walls. A mile away, standing in the eastern outskirts of Hebthage, Lancet paused. He looked up at the horizon just in time to see a massive plume of dust and debris erupt from the very top of the central clock tower. I hope the level up helped, he muttered to himself. There were no notifications that Thor had been killed or fatally wounded, so that was the good news. The troubling news was that Thor was back at maximum power, which meant she was going to kill the demon head very, very soon. And the moment that happened, the second demon head would awaken from its slumber. Lancet turned. Around him, multiple dead demons were sprawled across the cobblestones in various states of dismemberment, beheaded, stabbed, slashed. And the sword in his hand was dripping with purple blood. Soul count, 57. Lancet sighed, gazing at the path ahead of him. I have to reach the cemetery fast. Throughout the planning of this raid, and during the raid itself, Lancet had stayed in the background. But he'd also been making his own place since the moment they arrived outside Hephaestus' walls. Back in the command tent, as others planned, Lancet meticulously studied the holographic map. He spotted the Old Town Cemetery where he knew the second demon head would be hiding, based on the novel, and he memorized a route to it from the chapel. Lancet knew there was no changing Thor's mind about joining him, so he had to do this on his own. He had used the death of the demon commander as his starting gun. When he felt that massive shockwave of gloom and miasma wash over the town just like the novel had described, he knew the commander was dead. Knowing the demon head was next, he slipped away from the civilians in the catacombs and secretly made a run for it. But he made sure to level up Estintia, not only because she needed it, but because he needed it too. He had mapped out exactly how much time he had before Thor finished her fight, and exactly how many demon souls he could harvest on the way to the cemetery. Lancet yelled, surging forward and slashing his sword through the chest of a wandering bug demon that blocked his path. He turned the corner and immediately skidded to a halt. A small horde of 20 humanoid demons was blocking the main thoroughfare. Lancet didn't have time for a prolonged duel. He gripped his golden sword with both hands, channeling a massive surge of grace into the blade. Dissecting cross. Lancet remembered Estintia using the skill earlier, so he mimicked her movement. He swung horizontally, releasing a crescent of golden light that bisected the front row. Another slash followed, forming the blazing X, killing the next row. The golden cross rotated 45 degrees, killing another row, and launched forward like a buzzsaw, tearing through the screaming horde and painting the street in purple gore. Watching the copied skill slaughter the demons, Lancet still didn't stop running. As his legs carried him farther, he reached into his belt pouch and pulled out 2 cylinders of magical supplements. He uncorked them with his thumb and downed the bitter liquid without breaking his stride. Finally, the iron-wrought, rusted gates of the Hephaestus cemetery loomed through the crimson fog. Lancet burst through the gates and immediately fell to his knees on the dead grass, his lungs burning. He planted his hands on the dirt and quickly began to separate. Using the sieve method, he expelled the suffocating gloom from his body, keeping only the pure grace to refuel his channels. Grace, 1922,500. As soon as he was done, Lancet opened up his main stat interface. He quickly began to allocate the massive reserves of EXP he had gained from Thor's, Estintia, and his own battles. You have leveled up 11 to 12, you have leveled up 12 to 13, you have leveled up 13 to 14, you have leveled up 14 to 15, you have leveled up 15 to 16. Multi-level up achieved. Attribute restoration activated. Your stats have been refilled to maximum capacity. A terrifying amount of power rushed into Lancet's body. His muscles hardened, his perception sharpened to a razor's edge, and his grace pool expanded massively. The golden armor he wore suddenly felt as light as a cotton shirt. Lancet slowly stood up. He took a deep, steadying breath and gripped the glowing sword tighter. Soul count, 82. He looked out to the center of the graveyard, wondering if the monster could feel him waiting for it. Lancet kind of wished it could. Your play, Demon Head, Lancet said. Chapter 106. Go save your master, we have to find him. Estentia's voice thundered through the air. Her and half of the evac team were standing by the back gate after killing her demons that nested in the area and clearing the miasma. There were a lot of dead demons when we showed up here, Amira Vinehart noted. Was it Lancet's doing? Perhaps he was dragged here by one and had a fight, Jackson suggested. But to kill that many demons, did he have help? Nereus looked at him. Lancet is much stronger than you think. Astentia was not listening to any of their speculations. Her big blue eyes were wide with desperation and fear, snapping at every corner and hoping she would catch a glimpse of something that told her where Lancet was. Whatever the case, Rilla Dawn interjected, we're in a situation where we must make a decision. Lancet is missing. He is a part of our team, so I understand why we need to find him. But we've also successfully cleared the tunnels and the back gate. We have to return to the catacombs and let the others know it's safe to come out. You're not suggesting leaving Lancet behind, are you? Renat gave his senior a questionable look. Of course not, Rilla replied defensively. But we can only do one or the other, Darian the Ice Mage spoke up, hands folded. We can't do both. We have to decide which one is more important. The evac team all fell silent. Some of them glanced at Astentia, whose back was facing them, as she continued to search frantically. Frida, eyes heavy with tiredness, was the first to speak up. Who says we have to choose one? Exactly, Frida, Renat concurred. There are 16 of us. Some of us can go after Lancet while the others protect the civilians and handle the evacuation. But that is a change of the plan, Darian warned. Renat's eyes narrowed at him. In the original plan, many of us were expected to die. But that didn't mean the evacuation would have been unsuccessful, would it? Darian's brow raised for a while, then lowered. I guess you're right, kid, he agreed. But I have to protect the evacuation team. Everyone's heads turned to the sound of the voice. Astentia was facing them now, and on her face was a look of deep worry which made her appear extremely conflicted. Nereus stared at her. Unbelievable. Even with all the terrifying demons she has fought, I never once saw her scared. Yet here she is. The only thing that terrifies her is that kid dying. He wondered, is it because she knows she would die too? Or because she truly cares about him? He might need your help, Amira pointed out, gazing up at the Ironwool Knight. It could be really dangerous where he is. Astentia's face darkened even more. She looked at the direction of the tunnel entrance. I can't be in two places at once. The people of Hepthage need me. It's my sworn duty to protect the weak. Renat looked at her. But doesn't T. Lancet need you too? Astentia froze. He does. This was it. This was the moment where her two purposes collided, protecting the weak and being loyal to her oath. She made an oath to always be there for Lancet, to help him fight any evil that threatened to destroy him. But she was also a heroine for the people. Worse, this was more than just her oath, and Lancet was more than just her master. She felt her feelings for him presently override her drive to stay and oversee the evacuation. It terrified her, like a fundamental part of herself was being peeled off, and she was trying her hardest to grab onto it. But how could she forget about Lancet and focus on the evacuation, on protecting these people? Lancet had said he needed Thor's help for something. When Thor refused, Astentia offered herself, and Lancet declined. Was this what he needed Thor's help for? Go. Astentia's eyes flicked once, and she slowly turned her head to Nereus, who had spoken. I'll handle it. We'll handle it, he promised. Go save your master. Astentia looked at the tunnel. But the civilians, I will not let a single harm touch their hair, the Shadowmancer said with narrowed, cold eyes. Suddenly 2 shadow summons rose from a dark murk in the ground. One was Argus, the Moon Knight, and another was the silhouette of a mage. I swear it. Astentia glanced at both shadows, then regarded Nereus with a nod of gratitude and respect. She reached overhead and withdrew the blessed blade. I'm coming with, Renat said, stepping up beside her. Me too, Frida joined. Me too, Amira stepped forward. After a beat, Darian joined the volunteers. I will join as well. Everyone looked at the Ice Mage with surprise, but also understanding. Astentia swept her gaze through all of them, and finally her lips parted. Let's go find him. Krosh. The massive glass face of the clock tower exploded outward. A storm of shattered glass, splintered wood, and rusted iron gears rained down upon the central square as Thor's Stormchild and the demon head plummeted into the open air. Even in freefall, Thor was the aggressor. She vaulted off a falling chunk of masonry, closing the mid-air distance in a flash of blue. She gripped the hammer of force tighter and slammed the flat of its head directly into the demon's jaw. The monster roared, but Thor didn't let up. She spun, using the momentum to deliver a second, third, and fourth strike, each blow crackling with thunder and snapping the creature's horned head to the side. As the ground rushed up to meet them, Thor pointed the head of her hammer squarely at the monster's torso. Lightning target. A concentrated, blinding beam of plasma erupted from the weapon, striking the demon head directly in the chest. The propulsion blasted Thor upward, safely slowing her descent, while the demon head was shot downward like a meteor. The monster slammed into the cobblestones with the force of an artillery shell. A massive shockwave of displaced air and earth ripped across the square. Silas Mercer and Caleb Vance were instantly swept off their feet, thrown backward through the air like discarded toys. Only Vernon managed to hold his ground, digging his boots into the ruined earth and throwing his arms over his face to shield his eyes from the blinding dust and flying debris. Thor dropped from the sky a second later, bringing her hammer down in a vertical smash intended to crush the monster's skull. But the demon head, frustrated and infuriated, thrust its massive, backward-jointed leg upward. Its feet caught Thor squarely in the stomach. The kick launched her across the square. She hit the ground violently, rolling and bouncing over the cobblestones, groaning each time. Before she could even stop her momentum, the demon head leaped. Its massive, 12-foot frame blotted out the red sky as it came crashing down, aiming to stomp her into paste. Thor desperately rolled to the side. The monster's foot pulverized the stone where her head had just been. But as she scrambled to create distance, one of the demon head's writhing back tentacles snapped forward, wrapping tightly around the fabric of her cape. Pathetic, the demon head roared. It viciously yanked its neck, ragdolling the legendary heroine. It lifted Thor effortlessly into the air and slammed her onto the ground on its left, shattering the stone. Without pausing, it swung her like a flail, slamming her brutally into the ground on its right. Left, right, left, right, left, right, slam, slam, over and over. The blunt force trauma could have shattered every bone in her body. But as the beast raised her high to deliver another bone-crushing slam, Thor extended both hands and grabbed the tentacle holding her. Her eyes flared with electricity. The battery of brutality had been charging with every single impact. Using the creature's own downward momentum, Thor planted her boots on the creature's forearm, twisted her hips, and pulled with all her godlike strength. This time it was the 12-foot, hulking demon head that was suddenly hoisted over Thor's shoulders, flying helplessly through the air before violently crashing onto its back. Crash. Chapter 107. How about I light up your dark heart? Thor didn't give it a second to breathe. She dragged the heavy head of her warhammer across the ground, generating a razor-thin blade of low-arcing lightning that scraped through the floor. She ripped the hammer upward, catching the demon head perfectly under the chin with a searing electric uppercut that snapped its head back. Even then, Thor didn't stop. Why would she? This mad beast had taken everything she had thrown at it so far. She bent her knees and vaulted high into the red sky, soaring dozens of feet above the battlefield. Spinning lightning fury, Thor roared. She spun the hammer above her head, faster and faster until it became a terrifying halo of pure energy. The weapon emitted so much lightning it sizzled across the entire square, superheating the air until she directed it downward, right at the demon head. The collision was silent for a fraction of a second, and then the world turned white. Apocalyptic lightning blasted from the warhammer and erupted against the ground, washing over the entire square in a blinding flash of raw destruction. The thunderous boom that followed knocked everyone close by to their knees. The ruthless heat threatened to tear the demon head apart at molecular level, vaporizing the surrounding buildings into fine ash. When the white light finally faded, a massive, smoking crater remained. But the demon head was not dead. It had fallen, yes, but it was still very much alive. Even after the spinning lightning fury, Thor glared with frustration and anger. What did the demon lords plan to do with this place that they sent such a powerful head? Through the thick smoke, a shock wave of solid, suffocating gloom exploded outward. The demon head rose from the crater, its red skin charred and smoking. Half of its horns blasted away, but its eyes burned with absolute fury. It lunged. "We have to help," Caleb said to the others. "On it already," Vernon replied. Silas, Caleb, and Vernon surged forward to assist, unleashing a barrage of their attacks. Caleb rained concentrated lightning. Vernon unleashed a torrent of spinning fire and ice. The demon head looked at them like they were but a nuisance. It swung its massive arm, releasing a tidal wave of demonic miasma that completely extinguished Vernon's flames and scattered Caleb's storm. Snapping its writhing tentacles, it backhanded Silas. The rune carver's defensive barriers shattered instantly as he was blasted through the thick wall of a neighboring building, his body going limp under the rubble, nearly killed on impact. Rare, Thor intercepted the beast as it tried to finish off Silas, her body glowing brighter and brighter as she absorbed the monumental punishment. The battleground completely shattered around them. They traded blows that leveled entire city blocks. Thor unleashed arcs of localized plasma, while the demon head countered with flesh-rotting gloom and crushing physical strikes. But as the devastating, world-breaking melee continued, Thor's sharp eyes noticed a crucial detail. Every time she aimed a lightning strike or a hammer swing at the center of the monster's chest, it reacted frantically. It would sacrifice an arm, or use its thick tentacles to absorb the blow, actively guarding its sternum at all costs. It's the demon core, Thor realized. It's protecting that damned core behind its chest. Demons are killed easier by harming the core. But capitalizing on the discovery wasn't easy. As the battle continued, the physical toll was draining her again, and so was the miasma. The demon head sensed the weakness. It punched her over and over and threw her through buildings. Before she could crash on the ground, it caught her, lifted her high, and slammed her skull directly into the bedrock. Once, twice, the world spun in Thor's vision as blood coated her face. Extremely weakened, her hammer slipped from her grasp. The demon head picked her up by her hair, lifting her battered face to meet its glowing red eyes. "Your legend ends here in the dirt, Valkyrie," it rumbled. Shuck! A streak of golden light whistled through the air, aimed directly at the center of the demon's face. The monster's reflexes were too sharp. It raised its free hand, catching the projectile inches from its eye. It was Valeria's Star Splitter. Thor painfully turned her head. Down at the base of the ruined clock tower, Valeria Bloodgood had dragged her broken body out of the rubble. She was on her knees, clutching her bleeding ribs, having used the very last ounce of her strength to hurl the S-grade spear. The demon head scoffed, glaring at the Grand Dragoon. A pathetic, desperate attempt. It didn't finish the sentence. Starsplitter recognized the demonic flesh touching it. The spear's passive true damage and demon-purifying active ability instantly activated. Boom! The star metal erupted in a blinding, searing golden light. Arg! The demon head shrieked. The holy heat instantly flash-burned the flesh of the monster's hand to the bone, and the blinding light scorched its retinas. In its sudden, agonizing blindness, the beast dropped Thor. Arg! What is this? Arg! Thor hit the ground, but even as tired as she was, the opportunity was too huge to waste. She snatched the hammer of force from the dirt, surged upward with a burst of kinetic energy, and slammed the flat of the hammerhead directly against the center of the demon head's chest. She looked up into its burning, ruined face. "How about I light up your dark heart?" Thor sneered. The demon head froze. Pure, unadulterated terror leaked into its voice. "No, not my demon core. All lightning," Thor cried. Thor's S-grade skill activated. From the heavens far and near, uncountable bolts of spiked, white-hot lightning injected straight into the creature's sternum. The magnanimous numbers of electricity struck not just its dense hide, but the demon core directly. The monster shrieked, a sound so loud it shattered the remaining glass in a 1-mile radius, as millions of volts cooked it from the inside out. With a muffled, internal detonation, the demon core cracked, fried internally as ever-stored gloom was burnt to ash. The demon head was completely smoked. It charred. Blackened husk stood rigid for a second before collapsing backward onto the ruined earth, completely dead. And right then, the atmosphere of Hebthage changed. The power of gloom broke. The massive, beating heart of the invasion had been destroyed, and the terrifying outspread of dark power began to violently retreat. A rupturing red wave spread through the town, starting from the center to every end of Hebthage. The crimson sky began to lighten. Across the town, the lesser demons that were tethered to the head's miasma began to choke, their bodies withering and turning to ash as their life support was abruptly cut off. The demon head was dead. Hebthage was saved. Miles away, in the eerie silence of the Hebthage cemetery, the atmosphere changed from hot to warm and chilling in something of a second. Lancet felt it immediately. He knew right then that the first demon head was dead. It was like he felt the exact moment the creature's demon core shattered. The oppressive pressure of the gloom had lifted from the air, and the distant shrieks of dying demons echoed across the ruined town. Thor had done it, but it wasn't over yet, because the atmosphere had turned warm, but also turned cold not long after. Lancet stood from his sitting position by the corner of the cemetery, pocketing the crumpled piece of paper he had been gripping in his hands. He stared at the distance, right in the center of the graveyard, and he waited. T-Chararmum. Lancet's head snapped to his greaves. The earth beneath his gold-plated boots had started to hum. This wasn't T because of the shockwave from the first boss's death. He knew that much. This was something else entirely. It was deeper, heavier, and rhythmically beating like a colossal heart buried miles beneath the dirt. Lancet looked up, peering into the center once again. His eyes widened. "It's coming," he whispered. The vibration rapidly intensified into a violent tremor, shaking the ancient headstones until several toppled over and shattered against the ground. Deep, spiked cracks began to violently spiderweb through the dead grass and compacted dirt of the graveyard, tearing open the earth. From within those deep, spreading fissures, a sickening, reddish light began to pour out, illuminating the creeping fog with the color of fresh blood. The tremors localized, pulling violently toward the exact center of the cemetery. The ground there began to visibly bulge upward, the earth groaning and shifting under an impossible upward pressure. Kraboom! Lancet stumbled backwards, his heart pounding madly. A massive blast of dirt, cement, and splintered wood erupted into the air as the center of the graveyard completely caved outward. From the freshly blown crater, the intense red light poured out in a blinding, concentrated pillar, piercing the sky and instantly replacing the gloom that Thor had just eradicated. The earth trembled one final time. Then, from the depths of the glowing red abyss, a giant, devilish arm reached up. Chapter 108. Another demon head outside the walls of Hebthage. The shockwave of retreating gloom spread through the military tents, clearing away all the suffocating pressure of the dark magical element. The Kingdom Rangers and the brigades felt it immediately. The gloom that made the air heavy and unsettling was suddenly gone. They all looked up as the churning, blood-red clouds above the town violently parted, allowing a single, brilliant shaft of natural sunlight to pierce through the rot and strike the earth. A young brigadier, standing near the barricades, dropped his grace blaster, pointing a happy finger at the sky. They did it, he yelled, his voice filled with overwhelming emotion. They killed the demon head. Hepthage is free. A rush of relief and ecstatic triumph spread through the encampment. Hardened veterans fell to their knees in prayer, while others embraced, cheering so loud it echoed against the town's stone walls. The heavy flaps of the command tent were thrown open. Brigade Commander Thornson and Head Ranger Derman marched out side by side, their previous animosity completely forgotten in the face of impossible victory. They looked at the clearing sky, then at the town entrance where they had set up a barricade. Thornson unholstered his smoking carbine and raised it high. Brigade, Derman drew his silver broadsword, the metal catching the sunlight. Rangers! The entire encampment turned to their leaders in attention, armor clattering and weapons charging. Charge! Thornson and Derman roared in unison. The soldiers yelled out in response as they marched hurriedly and determinedly into the town. Destroy whatever is left and bring the civilians out to safety. For humanity! The barricades were violently pushed down as the soldiers poured through the main gates. They charged into the ruined streets with their weapons drawn, a tidal wave of righteous fury and triumph, ready to mop up the stragglers and reclaim the town. For humanity! They yelled again. Deep inside the devastated central square, relief was also starting to settle, and although everyone was thoroughly exhausted. Thor! Estintia arrived with Rana, Frida, Amira, and Darien, navigating the rubble of the destroyed clock tower. The offensive vanguard looked terrible. Valeria Bloodgood was slumped against a chunk of masonry, clutching her fractured ribs, her breathing shallow and ragged. Silas Mercer was covered in dust and blood, sitting cross-legged as he desperately carved glowing golden healing runes onto his own bruised forearms. Caleb Vance and Evander Nightcross leaned heavily against each other, completely drained. By the heavens, you actually did it, Darien breathed, looking at the remains of the demon commander and the charred demon head. Amira, quickly, Estintia ordered. The Arcanist immediately rushed forward, a symbol glowing beneath her palms as she used a healing hex over Valeria's chest. Renal walked up to Vernon, offering a respectful nod, then turned to Thor, who was casually wiping thick, purple demon blood from her silver breastplate. Congratulations, Rana said earnestly. You saved Hepthage. Thor paused her cleaning and looked at the first year. Are we leaving now? I want a bucket of ale to wash this disgusting taste out of my mouth. Rana shook his head grimly. We can't leave yet. Thor's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. She turned her electric blue eyes toward Estintia, fully expecting the other legend to agree with her. Instead, she saw a terrifying depth of worry etched into Estintia's usually unshakable features. Why? Thor asked, her voice dropping. What's wrong? Estintia stepped closer. We cannot find our master. Thor narrowed her eyes, genuinely perplexed. What master? Estintia knew Thor hadn't fully accepted the reality of her summoning, nor her bond with Lancet. But now wasn't the time. Lancet is gone, Estintia clarified. We have no idea where he is. Thor stared at her for a long, quiet moment. Then, she let out a scoff and turned her head away, returning to cleaning her revered armor. I don't see how that's any problem of mine. Vernon smirked. Frida gasped softly, stepping behind Rana, who looked confused by Thor's response. Estintia's face narrowed with frustration, but she couldn't yell at Thor. Not now. Lancet was what mattered. Estintia placed a hand on Thor's shoulder. Then please understand that it is a problem of mine, Estintia said, her blue eyes piercing into Thor's. Listen, Thor. You might not like him like I do, but at the very least, you should recognize that you will no longer exist if you were to die. Thor stiffened. She looked down at Estintia's hand, then back up to her face. Everyone knew that was true. There were two types of summoners, and Lancet was the type that without him being alive, the anchor would shatter, and his summons would disappear. In Thor and Estintia's case, they would simply vanish back into the void of history. Thor let out an irritated breath. She shifted her warhammer to her other hand and turned fully back to the evac team. Where did you see him last? A profound look of relief appeared on Estentia's face, and she smiled. Renat gave the answer. He was with us inside the catacombs. The catacombs? Thor asked, surprised. How could you lose him there? That's the strange thing, Renat explained. 1 second he was gone, and after the chapel fell, we teach our own. Renat's words were instantly cut off. The bedrock beneath their boots lurched violently, causing several of the exhausted students to be thrown to the ground. At that same moment, a shockwave struck them. Unlike the first one, it didn't feel like a shockwave of receding gloom. No, this shockwave was introducing more gloom into the town. It was actively growing, expanding, pressing down on their lungs with double the malice of the first demon head. Then silence. What the hell was that? Valeria gasped, forcing herself up against the wall. Estentia's eyes widened to the size of saucers. She slowly turned her head toward the eastern outskirts of the town where the shockwave had come from. No, Estentia whispered, face pale. No, it can't be. The students looked at each other with panicking gazes. What are you talking about? Vernon urgently asked. What can be? Thor joined her fellow heroine, peering into the distance. Her hammer of force began to sizzle lightning. Miles away, tearing through the brief patch of clear sky, a blinding, colossal pillar of blood-red light pierced the heavens. There's another one, Thor muttered. Another demon head. The students were all paralyzed with gut-wrenching fear. Frida let out a terrified sob, clutching Renat's arm. Caleb and Evander stared at the red sky in complete disbelief. They had used every ultimate skill, most of their grace, and every ounce of their physical strength just to survive the first one. And now there's another one? Crar. Then came the shrieks. From the eastern streets, a terrifying, dissonant roar echoed through the ruins. A new swarm of demons was pouring out from the red light. They dragged thick clouds of miasma and blobs of rotting red energy behind them like chains. They snarled, clicked, and roared. An unstoppable tide of fresh horrors flooding into the town. At that exact same moment, a different sound echoed from the south. For humanity! For humanity! Estentia's head whipped around. The Brigadiers and Kingdom Rangers had breached the gates. They thought the town was cleared and were charging at full speed. Weapons raised in victory, running completely blind into a renewed, infinitely deadlier demon break. Estentia's eyes stretched wide with pure terror. With urgency and fear, she screamed at the top of her lungs. Retreat. Chapter 109. David and Goliath has always been my favorite Bible story, Holy Cross Shield. Lancet yelled, his voice cutting through the shrieks of endless demons. He sunk his sword into the earth. Instantly, a giant, blazing golden cross manifested in the air directly in front of him. The top tip of the cross stretched overhead and bent backward behind him, while the horizontal sides stretched down to flank his boots. In a flash of light, golden force fields filled the open spaces, locking together to create an impenetrable, glowing dome of holy protection. Lancet remembered the skill from when Estentia used it against the orc shamans, and he demastered it in training. In front of him, countless demons crawlers, humanoids, massive insectoids creeped and clawed their way out of the freshly torn earth and the billowing thick miasma. They charged forward like a starving tidal wave, but Lancet remained still inside his dome. The golden shield burnt any demonic flesh that touched it. Realizing the barrier was impenetrable, the endless horde simply flowed around him, running past and even scrambling over the top of the dome, ignoring him entirely as they surged westward toward the rest of the town. Lancet waited for what felt like an eternity. His grace pool was massive now after his mass level up in grace absorption, but he knew he would end up spending every single drop of it when he fights the demon head. Speaking of the demon head, Lancet slowly raised his head to look at the monstrosity standing at the center of the graveyard. That thing looked worse than the first demon head. Lancet remembered seeing the art for the creature in the novel S fandom page. It had looked terrifying then, but even worse now. It stood over 20 feet tall, its frame impossibly broad, with crimson muscle for skin. It had no neck and no traditional head. Instead, its shoulders simply merged into a massive, hunched crest. Down the center of its torso was a vertical maw lined with hundreds of interlocking, sharp, iron-like teeth. Floating in the shape of a halo around its crest were a dozen disembodied, burning yellow eyes, darting and twitching independently. It let out a roar, shaking the expanse as the demon numbers reduced. When the last of the lesser demons finally moved on, only a few mindless stragglers were left. Useless scratching at Lancet's barrier. Lancet pushed his hands outward, detonating the Holy Cross shield. The golden force field exploded outward, instantly vaporizing the stragglers, scratching at the walls into ash. The shock wave expanded, ripping across the cemetery and slamming into the giant demon head. But the blast just washed over the Goliath harmlessly, ruffling the miasma around it like an ordinary breeze. Lancet stood up straight, rolling his shoulders under his S-grade armor. He angled the radiant guillotine in front of him, feeling the weight of the trapped demon souls crying inside the blade. "Come on, Lancet," he muttered to himself, staring at the hideous beast. That thing might be big and terrifying and arguably the ugliest thing I've ever seen, but while I have S-grade gear. Besides, David and Goliath has always been my favorite Bible story. With a battle cry and a massive burst of adrenaline-fueled confidence, Lancet kicked off the dirt and sprinted directly toward the demon head. The monster stood like an unbothered tree, its dozen floating eyes all locked onto the running boy. Then it stretched its massive, dripping arms out to its sides, and its vertical torso maw stretched wide open, aiming directly at the red heavens. Roar! Outshot a cataclysmic blast of red energy from the maw to the crimson clouds. Lancet's eyes widened as the sky fractured. A rippling, blood-red entity that looked like twisting strands of DNA cells exploded outward, spreading across the sky in a matter of seconds. The entire town of Hebthage was instantly covered with a suffocating, thick red filter. The wind turned into a violent gale of evil, splashing aggressively against Lancet's face. His silver-blonde hair whipped relentlessly backward. And then came the pressure of demonic magic hitting his body like a speeding car, halting his sprint instantly and forcing him down onto one knee. The Gloom Domain, Lancet groaned. It had been activated. Miles away in the ruined square, the domain took hold instantly. As the vanguard of students and heroines defended the soldiers against the horde of demons, a wall of gloom struck into their bodies, taking hold. Thor suddenly dropped to her knees, letting her war hammer fall beside her. She grabbed her chest, her eyes wide with shock. My channels," she gasped, coughing up a spatter of blood. "They're filling with gloom. I can't cycle my lightning." Beside her, Astentius stumbled, using the blessed blade as a crutch just to keep from falling flat on her face. Her golden aura violently flickered and died. The Iron Will Knight groaned in agony, the corrupted air burning her lungs. A domain. It's choking the grace out of the air. The students fared much worse. Valeria collapsed completely, her eyes rolling back as the gloom overpowered her injured body. Silas and Caleb fell flat against the rubble, entirely paralyzed, their bodies trembling as the dark energy invaded their magical circuits. Even the charging brigade soldiers at the gates began to collapse in droves, clutching their throats as they suffocated on the corrupted air. Seeing that they were weakened, the demons closed in. Everyone was paralyzed by the Gloom Domain. And undeniably, this was a massacre waiting to happen. A massive, four-armed demon leaped over the barricades, its multiple jaws snapping wildly. It locked eyes on Frida, who was resting weakly against a shattered stone wall, tears streaming down her face as her fire magic refused to ignite. The demon creeped closer to her as she cried. Then it opened its jaws slowly to snap her head clean off. Frida squeezed her eyes shut and cried out. "Sling!" Frida opened her eyes instantly as saw the demon's head fall and roll down the rubble, severed from its head. She gasped, turning her head to her right. Standing there, his armor gleaming beneath the oppressive red sky, was Renah. "Renah!" she cried. The heavenly knight ran towards the rest of the approaching demons, his blade flashing as he slaughtered all of them with precise, ruthless strikes. As their lifeless bodies slumped, Renah spun his sword, Skyblade, throwing the purple blood from the steel, and planted his feet in a heroic pose as wind poured through him. "Don't worry, everyone," Renah declared, facing the incoming wave of crimson creatures. "This horde of demons won't be getting through me." Back in the cemetery, the demon head stomped heavily toward Lancet, the ground quaking with every step. Lancet was still on one knee, straining in pain against the gloom corruption. "Insolent, stupid human," the creature's voice rumbled. "You thought you could oppose me with an ordinary sword and armor." It reached a massive, acid-dripping hand down to crush the kneeling boy. But to the demon's surprise, Lancet explosively pushed off his back foot and swung his sword upward. The S-grade golden blade sheared cleanly through the Goliath's thick hide, completely severing its massive index finger. "Rearart!" the demon shrieked, thick purple blood spilling like a waterfall onto the graves. It pulled its hand back, its dozen floating eyes snapping down to look at the boy. Lancet was now standing completely upright. There was a proud smile on his face. The Purifier's dust guard was glowing fiercely, actively burning the gloom domain away from his skin in a 2-foot radius, entirely protecting his internal grace channels from the infection. He'd been faking. Not really an ordinary sword and armor, huh? Lancet smirked, resting the golden blade on his shoulder. "Arg!" the demon head roared. Suddenly, it burst into a thick cloud of red smoke. Lancet's eyes widened. "Shit, I forgot it could do that." He spun around, but he was too slow. The monster materialized directly behind him. Its massive, remaining hand closed entirely around Lancet's neck, lifting him off the ground. Lancet choked, his hands clawing uselessly at the beast's iron-like grip. The demon head slammed Lancet face first into a granite tombstone, shattering the stone. His armor's magical field helped reduce the damage, but the force rattled Lancet's skull. The demon lifted him up and slammed him into the dirt again. Crash. Again. Crash. Again and again. Over and over, brutalizing the boy against the earth until the cemetery ground was cratered. Lancet lost count. He lost track of where he was, of what was happening. All he knew was pain exploding behind his eyes, radiating through his skull, filling his entire world. The demon head finally stopped and raised him high into the air. Lancet was a bloody, broken mess. Blood leaked from his nose and forehead, dripping down his blonde hair and painting his face. His ribs were in agony, and he could barely keep his eyes open. "Weak," the demon head spat. "A child wearing weapons forged by legends. Is this what humanity has left to defend them?" Lancet groaned, feeling mind-numbing pain radiating through every single nerve in his body. "Your bravery will be overshadowed by your meaningless death," the demon head glared, its floating eyes narrowing with malice. "So I'll grant you your final words. Go ahead, puny human. What shall it be?" Lancet's lips trembled. He tried to speak, but the blood bubbling in his throat made it difficult. Sue? What was that, human?" the demon mocked, leaning closer. "Sue, summon," Lancet rasped. The demon head saw the smile on Lancet's face and frowned in confusion. "What do you mean? Summon what?" "Why, me, of course." A lethally seductive voice echoed from behind the demon. Its eyes widened and it turned around. There was a woman there. She was floating in the air and looked breathtakingly terrifying while doing it. Her skin was exceptionally pale, contrasting sharply with her dark, blood-red lips and the massive mane of pure white hair cascading wildly down her back. Atop her head sat a gothic headpiece featuring a deeply blooming crimson rose, almost as crimson as her eyes that promised nothing but danger. The reddish smoke that lifted her in the air looked darkly similar to demonic miasma, yet she wielded it like her own, granting herself a clawed crimson arm that resembled that of a demoness. She looked down at the monstrous demon head, and her red lips curved to a predatory smile. "Are you the one leading my children in this pathetic demon invasion?" she asked playfully. The demon head stared at her in disbelief. The woman shook her head slowly, a theatrical gesture of disappointment, and she clicked her tongue. "Naughty, naughty demon. Mommy going away doesn't mean you come out to play." Chapter 110. Let us get rid of this domain, shall we? The gloom domain pressed onto the cemetery with its suffocating evil, but the woman hovering in the crimson-tinted air seemed completely unaffected. In fact, she looked entirely in her element. "Spectra," the demon head breathed, still holding Lancet by the neck. "The human who calls herself the mother of demons." The beautiful seductress Spectra, as she was called, smiled haughtily. "I am no mere human, Volkrat." The giant demon's eyes widened and took a foot back, clearly shocked. You know my name." Spectra tilted her head, her white hair flowing with the wind behind her. "What kind of mother would I be if I didn't name my children?" Volkrat, the second demon head, looked discombobulated. It didn't know what to make of this. Nevertheless, it knew one thing for sure. "You're supposed to be dead," it said, growling at her. Spectra laughed, the sound like something a Disney movie would make. Then she glared at the demon head. "And you're supposed to respect your mother." Spectra forcefully pushed her hand forward, and from the center shot a blast of dark magenta energy. The energy slammed into the demon's chest like a truck. Rayararg. The demon head was violently thrown backward, and the force caused its massive clawed hand to snap open. Lancet dropped like a stone, hitting the ruined earth of the cemetery, although managing to use his hand to shield his fall. After having his face caved in 10 times, he couldn't bear to hit the ground face first. He coughed violently, a spray of red blood splattering against a broken grave. Every bone in his body protested against making any kind of movement, his ribs grinding together as he desperately gasped for the corrupted air. Thankfully, with a higher constitution, even though he was only level 17, Lancet had enough fuel and stubbornness to drag his battered body across the dirt. Once he saw his sword, he reached for it, his golden-plated fingers desperately clawing the golden hilt. He successfully gripped the S-gray blade, using it to weakly prop himself up on one knee. Spectra floated down slightly, her smoking ribbons of demonic magic drifting around her voluptuous frame like silk in water. She looked down at him, her dark, blood-red lips curling into an impatient smirk. "Well?" she purred, her voice seductive and dangerous at the same time. "What are you waiting for?" Lancet stared at her for a moment, taking the image of his first villainess in. She might have thought he was reconsidering their deal, but he was just in awe that he had created something as fascinating as her. Then, with no words said, Lancet, while on his knees, raised the blade and pointed it at her. Then, he reached with one finger and pressed in the orb lodged in the golden hilt. Release. The radiant guillotine made a quiet hum sound, and then it exploded. From the edge of the golden steel, the 82 trapped demon souls erupted. They poured out like a geyser of crimson, ethereal wisps, pushing Lancet backwards and shrieking in torment as they flooded the space between the boy and his new summon. Spectra threw her arms wide, her white hair billowing wildly behind her as she embraced the torrent of souls. She was absorbing them, claiming them into her soul, not just as summons, but as a source of energy. Yes, Spectra threw her head back, bathing in the corrupted energy. "Fill me with my children." The souls crashed in her chest, sinking into her pale skin. With every soul she devoured, the dark magenta aura surrounding her flared brighter, growing incredibly dense. The reddish smoke rolling off her shoulders turned into a violent tempest, thick with intoxicating, raw demonic power. When the final soul was consumed, Spectra lowered her head. Her eyes burned like a goddess reborn, every part of her body sizzled with energy. demonic energy. She raised one of her clawed hands and pointed toward the town of Hebthich. Go, she commanded, something unseen. Suddenly, the red smoke around her materialized into dozens of demons, the same one she had just absorbed. Only that they had been reborn, bred from her newly fed power. I have made you more powerful, she exclaimed. Go and bring back your brothers and sisters to me. The new demons shrieked in obedience, instantly blurring past Lancet and the demon head, tearing out of the cemetery toward the town. Spectra then turned her full attention to the 20-foot monster recovering from her blast. The demon head slowly rose to its feet, its dozen floating yellow eyes all locked onto the woman floating before it. Spectra looked it up and down, her eyes tracing its muscular form like it was an artwork she was banned from purchasing. She sighed disappointedly. It's a shame, though, she said, tracing one of her claws across her dark red lips. I would have loved to keep you, bounded to me as a loyal soldier. But I and this intriguing summoner have struck a deal. She cast a brief, amused glance down at Lancet, who was still clutching his ribs on the ground. Then, she looked up at the blood-red sky above them. So first, Spectra announced, raising her hands. Let us get rid of this domain. Shall we? No. Bulkrat let out a deafening, panicked roar. Realizing she was about to strip away its greatest advantage, the demon head charged. The ground quaked as the 20-foot monstrosity threw its massive, muscular bulk forward, aiming to crush her before she could cast. Spectra looked unbothered. With only her will, a large force field of solid demonic magic erupted between them. Bulkrat slammed headfirst into the barrier. The kinetic recoil was too much for the monster to handle. The demon head was repelled backward, crashing through rows of granite tombstones before skidding to a halt in the dirt. Spectra closed her eyes, her heavy bust rising as she took a deep breath. She extended her metallic claws toward the heavens and physically tore her hands apart. Domain regression, she cried. The gloom domain immediately shattered. Like glass, the sky cracked first, then shattered to splinters. The DNA-like strings in the air dissolved into harmless mist. The choking pressure of gloom slowly reversed, and the sky began to clear, retreating from the town in a massive, sweeping wave of expelled corruption. Miles away, in a land area where the clock tower used to be, the vanguard watched as the sky cleared. Everyone gasped, taking in massive breaths of clean air. Thor and Estintia were the first to their feet, hurrying to help Renah, who had been fighting the horde of demons on his own. They quickly finished off what was left. Valeria, Silas, Caleb, and Frida all weakly pushed themselves up from the rubble, coughing and panting as the paralysis of the gloom lifted. It's gone, Amira whispered, her hands glowing with hexes once more. The domain is gone, but their relief lasted exactly 1 second. Krark! The eastern streets suddenly erupted with the sounds of shrieks, snarls, and the heavy pounding of clawed feet. More hordes of demons burst from the alleys. Even without the gloom domain, they were still charging at them, which meant the second demon head was still alive. Estintia gritted her teeth, gripping the blessed blade tighter. Keep others safe inside a shield, she ordered, her golden aura burning bright. Thor stepped up beside her, lightning crackling around her like she was a storm cloud. Stand your ground. But before either of the heroines could launch a single attack, a second wave of horrors descended from behind the demons. Thor's eyes widened. What? Renah stared. More demons? Frida narrowed her eyes, piercing into the distance. These ones, they looked different, though. It was true. The new packs of demons were redder, and their bodies emitted reddish vapor like they were ghosts of demons rather than actual demons. Thor's eyes narrowed in conviction. Lightning started to crackle madly around her hammerhead. Nothing I can't kill, she whispered. She spun the hammer of force, generating more and more lightning. Then she pointed it at the two approaching hordes of demons. Lightning storm, Ma. She paused. The redder, smoking summons had crashed directly into the other demon horde. And they were killing them? Everything stared with dropped jaws, flabbergasted. The square devolved into a slaughterhouse of demon-on-demon violence. A shadowy winged beast ripped the heads off a hostile crawler, its purple blood spraying across the cobblestones. Another one of smoking demons, a massive, heavily armored humanoid, grabbed a hostile bug demon by the mandibles and brutally tore its jaw entirely off its face, tossing the twitching corpse aside before pouncing on the next target. They fought with even more savagery than demons normally did, and they formed a barricade between the vanguard and the hostile horde. Any hostile demon that tried to slip past was immediately hunted down and eviscerated, their souls violently ripped from their bodies to be carried back to their mother. The students stood completely frozen, their weapons lowered as they watched the bloodbath unfold in front of them. The brutality of the protective demons was mesmerizing and deeply unnerving. Silas Mercer wiped a streak of blood from his forehead, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Are you all seeing what I'm seeing?" He with a trembling voice. "We could be hallucinating," Darian said. "Does the gloom domain make one hallucinate?" Astentia didn't know what to make of it, but she knew there was only person who would have something to do with this. Astentia peered far into the distance, anywhere. "Master," she whispered as a chill ran down her spine. "What have you done?" Chapter 111. I will not let you harm my children. A century and a half ago, during the era of rebirth, humanity finally began to push back against the darkness. The era of ash had decimated the world, but from its ruins rose a new generation of awakeners, stronger and more organized. They built fortresses, established laws, and waged a righteous, unyielding war against the Second World. At that time, to be an awakener was to be a savior. But from the White North, in the city of Ashenrise, a young girl known as Spectra Hexara lived a different life. Even though she too had awakened, she was not looked at like a savior. She was feared. You see, Spectra was a demon binder, the first of her kind. The world didn't know what to do with her. At that time, summoners were slowly becoming more prevalent, but while others summoned beasts of the forest, elemental spirits, or powerful weapons, Spectra's soul found itself able to bind with demons. The Kingdom Council was terrified. A power like hers, it couldn't be anything but dangerous. "You are forbidden from channeling your grace," the Grand Marshal had decreed, slamming his gavel down in the marble halls of the council. To connect one's soul to a demon is to invite gloom into the heart of humanity. You will not train. You will not bind. You will remain dormant. Spectra had tried to argue her case. She pleaded that her powers could be used to control the enemy, to turn the tide of the war without shedding human blood. But fear was a louder voice than reason. She was cast aside, watched closely, and treated like a ticking time bomb, until the night of the Blood Moon Siege. During a massive demon raid on the outskirts of Ashenrise, Spectra sneaked away from her watchers. She wandered into the smoldering ruins of the battlefield after the vanguard had pushed the horde back. There she found something. Pinned beneath the burning timber of a collapsed tavern, she found a young winged demon. It was weak, not just physically, it was only a 2-star tainted demon. Its leathery wings were torn, chest heaving as purple blood pooled around it. It was dying. Spectra drew her dagger, intending to put it out of its misery. But as she stood over the creature, it looked up at her with terrified eyes, shivering in the cold ash. For some reason, Spectra felt a connection to the tiny beast. She dropped the dagger and felt her knees. Her pale hands reached out and slowly, she petted the monster. It was terrified of her, thinking she would kill it, but that didn't stop her. Spectra took the demon home with her, and after days of taking care of it, she made a decision. She did the one thing she had been told not to. She bound herself to the demon. A necklace was her catalyst, but even with it holding most of the magic, the rush of power was strong enough for her to feel. But that wasn't all Spectra felt. She felt its mind. She felt its madness. The creature wasn't just pure evil. At least not to her. To Spectra, that demon was a slave, a mindless pawn ripped from its realm and forced to fight for the demon lords. It was terrified, lost, and alone. Just like her hush now, Spectra murmured, stroking the creature's horns. You are just as lost as I am, but you're safe now. I have you. That was the moment the mother of Gehenna was born. Spectra's maternal instincts, twisted by isolation and fueled by her class, awakened with a vengeance. From then, she infiltrated demon raids and invasions. There, she hunted for the wounded, the left behind, the dying. She bound them to her soul, healing their wounds with her grace and severing their connection to the demon lords. She nurtured them. She fed them. And in return, her power skyrocketed. She amassed an army of devoted, fiercely loyal children. But a secret that massive could not be kept forever. When the Kingdom Council discovered what she had done, they branded her a traitor, a heretic. They surrounded her home with a battalion of gold to platinum rank awakeners. Spectra Hexara, the Grand Marshal's voice boomed through the building. You have broken the highest law. You are sentenced to an untethering. Your soul will be stripped of its grace, and all the atrocities you harbor will be slaughtered. Spectra stepped out onto the balcony, her white hair blowing wildly in the wind. Behind her, dozens of snarling, shadowy demons crept from the dark, placing themselves between their mother and the humans. Spectra looked down at the men who had shunned her. Her dark, blood-red lips curled into a hateful snarl. You call them atrocities, Spectra spoke, her voice stronger and sharper than they remembered. But they are more loyal, more innocent than any of you. I will not let you harm my children. That day, a battle shook the grounds of Ashenrise. Spectra's demons clashed with the Awakeners. A few humans died, but many more demons lost their lives. However, Spectra's sorrow from losing her children granted her an unbelievable skill, demon necromancy. As if her powers couldn't get any more evil. She resurrected the souls of her children and ultimately forced the humans and the council into retreat. From that day, Spectra embraced the role they forced upon her. She became the villainess. Spectra fled humanity entirely, migrating her ever-growing horde to Dakatharit, a volcanic land deep in the dark south. There, she severed her ties to human limitations. She began to experiment. She evolved her powers until she couldn't just control demons through grace. She could directly control the gloom they radiated. Unlike normal humans who mutated into mindless beasts when gloom infiltrated their channels, Spectra learned to use grace to coordinate the demonic energy once inside of her. She gained the power to actively use gloom and morph parts of her body, giving herself demon claws, wings, anything she wished. She manifested demonic traits, shaping herself into a terrifying demoness that her children could look up to. For years, she became a phantom of the battlefield. During human-led raids against demon breaks, Spectra would suddenly appear from the shadows. She would paralyze the human awakeners, bind the entire demon horde including commanders and heads, and vanish back into the ash. In time, her goals evolved from survival to liberating her children. The demon lords use you, Spectra declared to her army, standing atop her pulpit in Dakatharit. They send you, my children, to die for their wars. But do not fear anymore, my younglings, because I will end them. I will kill the lords of the second world, and we will rule hellfire in peace. And so, the mother of demons invaded the capital of Gehenna, hellfire. Leading thousands of bound demons, Spectra marched directly into the abyss, slaughtering her way through the upper echelons of the demonic hierarchy, absorbing the gloom and the souls of the fallen to continuously fuel her apocalyptic power. But only one demon lord was present that day. It was Baphomet. Spectra and her summons fought the demon lord without uncertainty. The battle shook the foundations of the second world. Baphomet, an evil galactic deity, unleashed domains of death that vaporized hundreds of her children. But Spectra, fully morphed into her terrifying demonic form, fought with fury. A mother protecting her young, liberating them from the tyranny of abusive kings. After that battle, Baphomet, a whole demon lord, fell to his knees, defeated. Then Spectra did the impossible. She claimed Baphomet. She claimed an actual demon lord as a summon. When word reached Earth and the kingdom councils, the world shivered in fear. Spectra Hexara was no longer a rogue awakener. She was now a god-level threat. For a brief time, she was left entirely alone, reigning supreme in her dark sanctuary. But Spectra was naive to think the rest of the demon lords would allow her to keep their brother as a summon. It was Baal who came for her. The supreme demon lord led an overwhelmingly massive retaliatory strike against Dakatharet to free Baphomet. Spectra fought with everything she had, utilizing Baphomet's stolen power, but Baal's mastery over the demonic magic was unstoppable, and so was his army. Baal untethered her from all her children, even the living demons and the demon souls, leaving her bare as Gehenna reclaimed them. Spectra cried in agony, mourning her children. However, when Baal tried to reclaim his brother, Baphomet, an army of some of the most powerful awakeners in the world arrived, holding mythic swords and spears. They had marched on Dakatharet that exact same day, fully planning to storm Spectra's hideout and fight both her and Baphomet. Finding Baal standing over the broken mother of demons, the humans attacked anyway. For humanity, attack! Baal realized he was going to die if he stayed. If the humans killed him and Baphomet on the same night, the invasion of this world would be severely harmed. The demon lord vanished, returning to hellfire. The awakeners found Spectra crawling on the ground, bleeding and crying absurdly. She looked up at the hundreds of awakeners surrounding her. Their weapons were drawn, their eyes wide with fear and disgust at her claws and her demonic aura. "Please," Spectra gasped, blood dripping from her dark lips. She reached a trembling hand out to the commander. "My children, they're all gone. I have nothing left. Let me live, please." The commander stepped forward, his broadsword still sizzling with demon lord blood. It didn't care what Spectra said. All he saw was a monster, a villainess with dangerous powers. "You turned your back on humanity, Spectra," the commander said coldly. "You chose the monsters of the world trying to kill us. Why should we help you?" He raised his blade and pointed at her. "Fire!" Every awakener present fired at her, sending a barrage of swords, holy spears, and elemental blasts. And so came the end of the mother of demons. She died alone, with her children slaughtered and taken. All of them, except Baphomet, locked inside her summoning catalyst. Spectra's eyes snapped open. Panting uncontrollably, she looked around, wondering where she was. There were fallen buildings and blood everywhere. However, the stranger sight was the blonde-haired boy waving at her from a few feet away, with a smile on his face. Chapter 112. I really think I cooked here. Lancet's plan started right after the first day of training. He faced a cold, hard truth after that training. No matter how much he pushed himself right now, he was fundamentally a summoner. With his restricted physical strength, he could never defeat a demon head. But that didn't mean he was giving if. If Lancet couldn't force himself to reach the monster-esque level, he was going to bring the demon head down to his. Lying in his bed, his muscles screaming from the simulations and his head echoing with Professor Wolfgar's orders, Lancet began his plans for his new character. Since this was going to be his first character that wasn't pre-planned from his life in his former world, Lancet was starting entirely from scratch. But that empty canvas made him think even harder. What kind of character would help me kill a demon head? Why would they help me? What kind of power should they have? How can that power be extremely overpowered, but have enough narrative depth to cut the CP price? After a long night of brainstorming, Lancet came up with an idea. A highly controversial idea. He was going to create his first villainess. He didn't have a free summon slot, and without one, the system wouldn't even allow him to draft. So, Lancet went old school. He pulled out a piece of notebook paper and a pen, writing using his memory of the character creation menu. Name: Spectra Hexara. Appearance. Since she was a villainess, he needed her appearance to show that. But he also wanted her to carry an alluring look about her. A perfect blend of a femme fatale and gothic horror. Lancet scribbled down the details like he would in the system. Appearance, height, 178 centimeters, physique, statuesque, and extremely voluptuous with a pronounced hourglass figure. Hair, very long and pure white. Eyes, crimson-pink irises with dark eyeshadows. Attire, a tight black leather corset, sleeveless, and skin-tight, high-cut leather pants with golden and red inscriptions. Headwear, a Gothic headpiece featuring a deeply blooming crimson rose and golden spikes. He read it over. Good. Now, the personality. Lancet could imagine what he wanted her personality to be, but her personality also had to be molded by her event and motives. So he has to be careful here. If he was making her a villainess, her personality had to justify her actions without making her completely uncooperative. He wanted her driven by something deeper than mindless destruction. Personality. Seductively tyrannical and fiercely maternal towards demons, viewing them as her misunderstood children. She is pragmatic and calculating. She also resents humanity's narrow-mindedness and fear of the unconventional. She is fiercely overprotective, entirely accepting of her delusional motherly identity, and ruthless. Lancet thought that was pretty good. Next was her origin. Family birthplace. Born in the era of rebirth, the period following the era of Ash, in the city of Ashenrise. Ashenrise was well known to be a dark, scary city with a haunted past. It simply fit her character and was why he chose it. Next, he chose her powers. This was the first thing he had come up with. Class, Demon Binder. Advanced class, Mother of Demons. Description, Spectra evolved from the limits of her class to use grace to manipulate gloom directly. This grants her the demon necromancy skill and also allows her to actively morph her own physical body into horrifying demonic states and safely return to normal without being corrupted into a mindless beast. Lancet stopped writing. He stared at the paper. Her powers were undeniably broken, and he knew the system was going to go crazy once he inputted that. To justify power like that, he needed a very impressive event and motive that the narrative coupon would have no choice but to subsidize the cost. He couldn't think of anything good enough, yet so he folded the paper and went to sleep. On the second night, after even more exhausting physical training, Lancet finally came up with the rest of Spectra's story. And he was going big, bigger than anything he had attempted so far. Lancet's decision to make her a villainess wasn't the controversial part of his plan. The controversy was him making Baphomet her summon. In a light novel, one of the demon lords, Baphomet, was stated to be missing sometime between the era of Ash and the era of education. It was a massive lore mystery. The author had teased on the forums that he had grand plans for a future arc revealing exactly how and why the demon lord vanished. So by doing this, Lancet was basically ruining that entire arc for the author. He was stealing the author's plot twist. Was it against the rules? Nope. The lore attunement rules did say that he was not allowed to contradict canon. But canon has to be established, doesn't it? The author hadn't actually written that arc into the story yet. So technically, it wasn't established lore. It was free real estate. Lancet chuckled to himself in the quiet of his dorm. If it truly was the author that sent me here, he'd be real pissed right about now. Grinning like a madman, Lancet wrote down the events that occurred in Ashenrise and Docatharet, and then her motives. Motive, to kill the remaining demon lords, free her children from their control, and rule over hellfire in peace. She wishes to be left entirely alone by humanity. However, she is pragmatic and willing to form temporary alliances with humans to slaughter demon lords, provided the humans do not hunt her out of fear afterward. He finished it off with her minor details. Spectra has a weakness for dark chocolate and sweet wine. She is a massive neat freak who absolutely despises getting her leather or white hair dirty during a slaughter. She likes animals, but not pets. Then he folded the paper and tucked it safely into his belt pocket as they traveled to Hebthage. Lancet had hoped that Estintia or Thor would gather enough EXP from the simulation training to level up, so he could get a new summon slot. But the simulations simply didn't yield enough. He had to wait for the battle in Hebthage. That was why Estintia had received her level up just before Lancet disappeared. After slaughtering the demons at the back gate, Lancet summoned his interface, pulled the crumpled paper from his pocket, and rapidly inputted everything he had written. As expected, the moment he typed in her class details, the system interface flashed red. System warning. Mother of Demons is a mythic tier advancement. Your villainess possesses potential world-threatening powers and houses a demon lord. CP cost is extremely critical. Lancet bit his lip. Hopefully the narrative coupon helps me out a little bit. Calculating CP cost. Villainous, Spectra Hexara, cost 5,400 CP. Lancet S jaw dropped. 5,400? That S way higher than Estintia or Thor. He gripped the hilt of his sword. Come on, Kupai, he whispered to the glowing screen. I really think I cooked here. Come on. Analyzing narrative depth. Complexity, S tier. Character backstory, SS tier. Personality, A tier. Motive, Sincere. Lore attunement, SSS tier. World-altering exploit detected. Lancet pumped his fist. Yes. Applying maximum narrative discount. The terrifying number of 5,400 CP rapidly began to spin backward, dropping through the thousands until it finally locked into place. Total cost, 1,200 CP. Lancet S eyes widened. What the? I almost feel like a thief. Villainous sheet finalization name. Spectra Hexara rank. Platinum class. Mother of Gehenna. Demon binder. Weapon. The Hellstaff motive. To slaughter the demon lords, free her children, and rule hellfire in peace. Personality. Seductively tyrannical, calculating, and fiercely overprotective. Event. The first demon binder who defied humanity and built a horde of demons she called her children. Branded a villainess, she bound Baphomet at her peak, but Baal later stripped her power. Weakened, she was executed by humans who feared her gloom. Create? Yes and no. Later Lancet confidently selected yes. Villainous is being created. Please wait. Ding. Villainous created successfully. Spectra Hexara is now waiting in the summon space. Lancet summoned her immediately. When Spectra materialized, she was completely distraught, panting uncontrollably, disoriented, and emotionally shattered by the loss of her children. Lancet quickly explained her new reality, his latter summoning powers, and exactly why she was here. Spectra's panic slowly faded, and she had this glint in her crimson-pink eyes as Lancet spoke. She was clearly formulating a grand plan in the back of her mind. However, Lancet had also planned for her deceptiveness. He intentionally made Demon Lord Baal to untether her from her horde before she died. That meant that Spectra was powerless at that moment. She had no demon souls to draw strength from. So, he got her to make a deal with him. He promised to feed her the trapped demon souls he had just harvested to help her regain her dormant power. And if she helped him take down the demon head in the cemetery, he would help her find her catalyst. Her legendary necklace, the one with Baphomet locked inside for ages. Spectra, deeply amused and intrigued by the audacity of this human summoner, agreed. Lancet unsummoned her right after the pact was struck. He then leveled up Thor, suspecting she might need it for her own battle. Now, Lancet had 2 more summon slots. It was more than he currently needed, but more was always better. Besides, he had several more heroines planned, and maybe even another villainess. But that was for the future. Now, back in the present reality of the Hebthage Cemetery, Spectra was still floating gracefully above the earth. Ethereal, red and black wisps of energy poured out from her extended hands, sinking directly into the chest of the demon head. Bolkrat wailed, his dozen floating eyes squinting in pain as the Mother of Gehenna mercilessly siphoned the gloom and life force directly from his core. Spectra looked down at the demon, a patronizing smile on her blood-red lips. "Don't cry, my child," Spectra whispered, her voice dripping with cruel affection. A mother always has to make sacrifices for the betterment of her other children. You've been a naughty, naughty boy. So this is your punishment. Chapter 113. I am thoroughly entertained. Bulkrat was a 5-star void rank demon head, but even it couldn't fight back the overwhelming power of the Mother of Demons. When Spectra was done, the giant red demon convulsed violently as it clutched its empty, smoking chest. Spectra had ruthlessly siphoned the core of its gloom, leaving Bulkrat gasping and bleeding dark sludge onto the ruined graves. Spectra floated gracefully to the side, her demonic aura curling around her. She looked down at Lancet, who was still sitting on the dirt, catching his breath with his sword resting flat on the ground in his grip. "You had better finish it off now," she purred, pointing at the creature with her crimson eyes, "before it recovers its gloom." Lancet gave her a tired, flat look. Then he forced a heavy breath into his lungs and slowly found his footing. Once he was up, he gripped tight on the golden hilt of his S-grade sword. He glared at the red demon. "All right, you should be easy enough now." Exploding to his feet, he marched directly toward the demon head's exposed back. Radiant slash. Lancet swung horizontally. A crescent-shaped arc burning with holy golden light ripped through the air and struck the demon head squarely in the back. Bulkrat shrieked agonizingly. The holy damage burned through its dense, acid-weeping musculature, forcing it to stumble forward. The monster roared, violently spinning around. Once its eyes found Lancet, it thrust a massive, clawed hand downward, trying to crush the boy into the dirt. Lancet easily sidestepped the massive hand. He mused to himself. It's much slower now without all that gloom. He raised one arm. Lightning storm, singularity. A dozen arcs of lightning fell from the sky above the cemetery. They instantly collided into a single, blinding pillar and struck the demon head directly on its exposed crest. Boom! The concussive force drove the Goliath straight to its knees, frying its external flesh. But the 5-star void rank monster refused to die easily. It rose again, letting out a frustrated, gurgling roar from its chest maw, and lunged forward with sweeping, desperate attacks. Lancet quickly pushed his grace into his boots. Flash feet. Blue lightning crackled under his greaves, accelerating his movements to a blur. When the demon head swung its left arm, Lancet slid underneath the blow, his golden armor scraping the dirt. As he popped back up, he swung the radiant guillotine upward, slicing a deep gorge into the monster's bicep. The demon snapped its jaws, lunging to bite him. Lancet parried the massive teeth with the flat of his blade, using the monster's own downward momentum to vault himself over its snout. While mid-air, he activated another copied skill. Holy Cross Slash. He shot his hand forward, projecting a glowing, golden cross that slammed into the monster's shoulder joint, severing tendons. The demon head shrieked as it felt its left arm going entirely limp. Lancet landed gracefully, immediately rolling to the right as the beast stomped its giant leg down where he had just been. He came out of the roll with a horizontal spin, his blade cleaving into the monster's ankle, leaving a deep gash. Through it all, Spectra floated just out of reach, her arms crossed beneath her heavy bust. She watched the Battle of the Goliath with a highly entertained, wicked smile on her dark lips. Bulkrat was at its absolute limit, bleeding, crippled, and completely frustrated, but the monster kept attacking and attacking. Lancet kept dodging and striking, trying to finish it off before it absorbed enough gloom from the atmosphere. He knew the exact skill to use. An active-passive skill Estintia had taught him. She had said to use it only in emergencies, though, but this seemed like an emergency. Lancet's chance came when the demon made a frantic move. It swung its massive right arm, dragging it from right with a strength that sharpened the air around it. The monster aimed to cut the boy in half. Lancet leaped backward, using the momentum to execute a backward somersault so he could clear the sweeping radius of the massive claw. But while tumbling backward through the air, Lancet roared at the top of his lungs. Blessed state. Instantly, his grace channels ignited. A blinding, pure golden aura exploded outward, enveloping his armor and the guillotine in his grip. The S-grade blade became sharper, and it burned with an unimaginable heat like the sun itself had coated the weapon. As Lancet somersaulted, the blade went straight up and sheared through the demon head. It started at the monster's pelvis, ripping cleanly through the center of its chest maw, and burst out the top of its horned crest. Lancet landed in a crouch with the radiant guillotine held high above his head. For a split second, the 20-foot monster stood completely frozen. Then, a line of golden light glowed in the center of its body. The beast split perfectly in two, and with a thud, the left and right halves fell heavily to the sides of the cemetery floor. Ding! You have killed a 5-star void rank demon. Head, you have gained 12,000 EXP. The radiant guillotine. Soul trap activated. 1 void rank demon soul has been stored. Lancet suddenly heard clapping. He looked up and saw Spectra slapping both hands together, a huge grin on her face. Oh, wonderful! Wonderful! Spectra praised, her seductive voice dripping with genuine amusement. What a beautiful display! I am thoroughly entertained. Lancet stood up slowly. He shook the dark, sludgy blood from his blade before resting it on his shoulder, then looked at the hovering villainess, his chest still heaving. I can't tell if you're making fun of me or not, Master? Lancet's brows shot up. He immediately turned around. Standing at the shattered entrance of the cemetery were Estintia and Thor. Behind them stood Rena, Frida, and the rest of the vanguard. Estentia's piercing blue eyes were wide with shock, but the moment she saw his face, the shock melted into profound, overwhelming relief. The Ironwool Knight sprinted across the graveyard. Her heavy armor clanked loudly as she collided with Lancet, wrapping her arms around him and hugging him tightly, her armored body pressing flush against his. I was so worried, she whispered, her usually stoic voice trembling slightly. Lancet froze, entirely caught off guard by the display of affection from the legendary knight. But then again, she had kissed him that very morning. Master? Spectra repeated, ruining the touching reunion. The mother of demons floated closer to Lancet and Estintia. She tilted her head, a haughty, knowing smirk on her lips. Well, isn't this interesting? She drawled. Rena, frozen just like the others. Couldn't he believe his eyes? Lancet? Rena asked, staring at Spectra. Lancet turned to him. MHM, please don't tell me that this is who I think it is. Spectra turned her glowing gaze away from Lancet and looked down at the heavenly knight and the rest of the terrified students. Slowly, the mother of demons smiled a wicked, playful smile. Hee hee. Chapter 114. Just keep your eyes open apart from Estintia and Thor, who both seemed to have no idea who the floating woman was. Everyone else had widened eyes. Clearly, the system's world weaving had done its job. Every student awakener present stared at the villainess, remembering what they had supposedly read in history books or heard in campfire stories. Is that? Silas muttered, fearing to point. It can't be, right? It looks just like the mother of Gehenna, Valeria whispered, fear evident in her golden eyes. She instinctively took a step back, bumping into Darian, the villainess of Ashenrise. She's the first ever demon binder, and the one who bound demon Lord Baphomet. But she's dead. Amira Vinehart gasped, her hands covering her mouth. I read a tome that said a Grand Awakener army executed her over a century ago. How is she here? She's a summon now, Darian observed with his icy eyes. Lancet's summon. Everyone gasped, glancing at Lancet, who gave them a playful shrug as he was still locked in Estentia's embrace. Spectra Hexera listened to their hushed, terrified voices. She placed a clawed finger on her lips. Oh my, Spectra drawled to herself, thoroughly enjoying the fear radiating from the Awakeners. How famous I must have become. They speak of me as if I am a demon lord. Did she do this? Frida asked nervously, pointing at the two bifurcated halves of the void rank demon head on the floor. Spectra chuckled melodically. Kill it? Fibbins, no. Her eyes drifted down to Lancet. I only toyed with its soul. The summoner was the one who killed it. Another gasp, and everyone's heads snapped to Lancet. Really? Astentia pulled away from Lancet's chest, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked down at him. You did this? Lancet coughed weakly, rubbing the back of his neck as he smiled shyly yet proudly. Yeah, I did. Thor froze. The students shared surprised glances. Renal looked impressed, but also curious. But how? How did you even know there was a second demon head? We were all looking for you, completely blindsided when the domain activated. I just knew. Lancet lied smoothly. It was some kind of intuition from the very moment I saw the Hepthage map back in the academy. Then why didn't you tell us? Darian demanded. Because I might have been wrong, Lancet explained with a half-shrug. If I had raised a false alarm, I would have caused a panic and might have ruined the entire plan. I didn't want to worry anyone. So, I decided to handle it on my own, with a little help from Spectra. At the phrase, decided to handle it on my own, Thor stiffened. She remembered back in the academy before they left for Hepthage when Lancet had asked for her help and she had flatly rejected him. She thought he was doing it all for a selfish reason, and she had said some really harsh things. But he had been really asking her to help him hunt a demon head, and even though she refused, he had gone and done it anyway. Without her, wasn't he terrified? Fighting a demon head at his level was like a death sentence. That is unbelievable, Amira said, her face breaking into a massive smile. Great job. Lancet, Caleb cheered. Indeed, Valeria added. I always knew you were a great addition to this vanguard. Vernon stayed silent while the other students crowded around Lancet, cheering and congratulating him. I knew your potential was boundless. Master, Astentia praised in the midst of the celebration. She placed a gentle, armored hand on his shoulder. All of our training, it proved useful. Lancet smiled at her, his heart filling up with something warm and gleeful. Thank you, Astentia. Astentia smiled wider. Then she looked over shoulder. Don't you think so too, Thor? Everyone fell silent at that moment. Astentia got out of the way, letting Lancet see Thor, who was standing rigidly. She had a look of confusion in her face, like she was fighting a battle no one else could see. Thor? Astentia called again. Lancet held his breath, trying not to be too hopeful. Thor's head fell. When it raised again, her expression showed resolution. I don't, Astentia, Thor said coldly. He risked his life and jeopardized the safety of the vanguard just to play the hero and secure a kill. He doesn't fool me. She turned her back to the group. Her white hair whipped in the wind as she gripped her hammer of force. I'm returning to the tents. Without another word, Thor began to walk away from the group, heading toward the ruined archway of the cemetery. Lancet watched her go, a sigh escaping his lips. He knew not to let his hopes up. He wanted to say something to win her over. But as words started to form in his mind, a sound shattered them. Screech. Directly behind Thor, a patch of the earth exploded outward. A large, grotesque demon sprouted from the dirt. It was as hideous as any demon, but twice as terrifying. The very moment the demon burst out, its chest cavity instantly split open, and it launched a deadly explosive gloom spear directly at Thor's exposed back. Lancet's eyes widened. How could I have forgotten? If there was a second demon head, then there'd be a second demon commander. Everyone saw and reacted to the demon. But there was no time to stop the blast. Thor was mid-step, her back completely turned. Astentia was too far away. Renal was still unsheathing his sword. The gloom spear was traveling at breakneck speed. It would pierce right through Thor's armor and detonate inside her chest. That would either leave Thor horribly injured or kill her instantly. Lancet's mind rang with urgency. Flash feet. Blue lightning exploded beneath Lancet's greaves. He moved faster than humanly possible, blurring past everywhere. He threw his body desperately into the trajectory of the projectile, planting himself directly behind Thor. Radiant shield. A golden cross materialized in front of him, instantly expanding into a domed force field of holy light. The gloom spear pierced the shield, saving Lancet from being stabbed. But that was only one half of the attack. Boom! The gloom spear detonated, shattering the golden barrier like glass. It punched violently into Lancet's chest, caving the heavy golden breastplate inward, causing flesh and blood to scatter. Lancet was blasted backward, pushing Thor farther back and out of the way as he was dragged through the earth. Thor rolled on the ground and landed on her feet. When she stood up straight, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of Lancet bloodied on the ground. "Master!" Estintia shouted in fear and fury. She and Renard moved at the same time, but Renard reached the demon commander first, unleashing all of his heavenly powers to brutally slaughter the demon. Estintia ran to Lancet, dropping to her knees beside him as her hands hovering helplessly over his ruined chest. "Master!" "Oh, elders, no. No." Lancet was badly wounded. His beautiful golden armor had exploded outward. The breastplate peeled back like shredded foil. His chest was laid open. There was dark purple gloom sizzling against his flesh, with several chunks of shattered steel driven deep into his ribs. He was choking, struggling violently to draw breath as blood bubbled at his lips. "Amira! Amira!" Estintia screamed furiously. "Help him! Now!" Amira quickly slid into the dirt beside them and activated her healing hexes, placing her hand above Lancet's terrible wound. "It's really bad," Amira whispered, panicking. "Don't say that," Estintia snapped. She looked down at Lancet, completely terrified. "Stay awake, master. Just keep your eyes open." She gently cradled his head, staining her silver gauntlets with his blood. "You're fine." Everyone gathered in a circle, looking down at the wounded summoner with worried faces. Thor, now amongst them, stood completely paralyzed. As she stared down at Lancet, her heart thundered within her, her mind pounded with a crushing guilt, and her silver-blue eyes quivered difficultly. "Why?" Thor whispered a cracking voice, gazing into his eyes. "Why would you do that? That attack was lethal. Why would you risk your life in such a manner for mine?" Lancet's eyes slowly met hers. He coughed harshly, blood splashing out of his mouth. But despite the agonizing pain, despite the gloom burning his insides, Lancet looked up at his summon, the heroine of thunder, and smiled at her, even with his bloodied lips. What kind of leader? Lancet wheezed. Wouldn't he sacrifice himself for the life of his constituent? Thor stopped breathing. The words struck her soul like lightning. Servant. He sounded exactly like Servant. In the ruins of Devil Fall, her former master had sacrificed himself to give her a chance to live. Thor's eyes trembled uncontrollably, hands shaking. She stared at his smiling, bloody face for one long second. Then, she shut her eyes, lowering her head for a second and clenching her fists. This time, when she raised her head and opened her eyes, the conviction within them was different. Without waiting for permission, Thor reached down and carefully but firmly scooped Lancet up into her arms, cradling his broken chest against her thundersteel armor. She turned to the stunned vanguard. "You all can head back to the central square," Thor said emphatically. "We will take him to the Academy's infirmary." Lightning sizzled from her beneath her greaves, and Thor leaped high into the bright sky. Estintia followed, vaulting high with golden light. Spectra Hexara watched the heroines leave. She tilted her head, although her smile was nowhere to be seen. Then, with a sigh, the villainess floated upward, trailing a wake of red smoke as she casually followed the heroines and their dying master. Chapter 115. It was only a tear ding. Ding, ding, ding. A melodic sound like a jingled bell sang in the back of Lancet's head, and he was slowly pulled back into consciousness. He squinted against a bright white light, feeling his senses slowly coming back online. Lancet took a deep breath, and when the pungent scent of crushed healing herbs and sterile linen filled his nose, he realized exactly where he was. The Academy Clinic. There was a terrible pain deep beneath the thick bandages wrapped tightly around his chest. But that meant he was alive. Lancet let his head fall back against the soft pillow and let out a long, exhausted sigh. "I just can't seem to avoid this place, can I?" he muttered to the empty room. "Look who's alive." Lancet turned his head to the sound of the voice. Stepping into his ward with a crystal screen in hand, and a smile on her face, was Nurse Hallow. She walked over to the side of his bed, checking the 4 drip connected to his arm. "Welcome back to the land of the living, Lancet," Nurse Hallow said. Lancet smiled lopsidedly. "Nurse Hallow? Huh, how long was I out?" "A while." Lancet frowned. He squeezed his brows to draw out any memory, but he kept drawing blank. "What exactly happened? You can't remember?" She raised an eyebrow, adjusting his pillows. "You saved Hepthage, Lancet. You took a gloom spear detonation directly to the heart. Your chances for death were really high, but luckily for you, I am a very powerful healer mage." Lancet smiled. "Then I owe you big time." His smile vanished right then. "Wait, I don't literally owe, do I? Does this add to my debt too?" Hallow thought about teasing him at first, but smiled the idea away. "Of course not. Every injury sustained by all members of the Vanguard are cured free of profits. Especially you." Lancet sighed, his head falling back to the pillow. "Phew. Well, that's a relief." Nurse Hallow looked down at him for a moment. "What you did, Lancet, it was—" She thought of her words for a while before continuing. "Let us just say you're not at all what I expected." Lancet looked at her with one raised brow. She patted his shoulder gently. "There are some people outside who have been dying to see you since they brought you in. Are you up for visitors?" Lancet nodded. "Yeah, let them in." Nurse Hallow stepped to the door, opened it, and gave a quiet nod before slipping out. The door opened wider, and Astentia rushed into the room. She was in her armor, which looked so out of place in a hospital, but she didn't care. The moment she saw him awake, looking at her, the legendary Ironwill Knight let out a breath she looked like she had been holding for days. The overwhelming relief washed over her features. She hurried to the bedside, her hands hovering over his bandages as if afraid to hurt him. "Master," Astentia breathed, a bright smile breaking across her stoic face. "I'm so glad you are awake. The elders be praised." Lancet looked surprised to see her. "Astentia, you look like you haven't slept for days." The Ironwill Knight laughed sadly. "It's because I haven't silly. Do you know how worried I've been?" Lancet gazed into her eyes, seeing the concern she was speaking of. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." "Do not apologize," she said softly, grabbing his hand gently. "Not after what you did." Lancet's eyes fell, and he took a deep breath. "So Hepthage is fine now?" "Yes," Astentia replied with a smile. "The town is rebuilding itself as we speak." She paused, her smile softening as she glanced back toward the open doorway. "There is someone else who wishes to speak with you." Lancet looked up curiously. The front door opened, and Thor stepped inside. Lancet's heart leaped. Thor looked just as anxious. They gazed at each other for a while, that ding-ding-ding sound the only noise in the silence. Astentia looked between the both of them and said, "I'll give you two some space." She left, closing the door after her. Lancet and Thor remained still for a while longer. The Valkyrie looked entirely different from her usual arrogant self. Lancet could see it in her eyes. For once, Thor looked incredibly vulnerable, entirely stripped of her untouchable pride. Thor took a hesitant step forward, her hands trembling by her sides, warhammer swinging by her waist. "Thor," Lancet started, but she cut him off. "Please," Thor whispered, her voice cracking under the immense weight of her guilt. She stepped up to the side of his bed, unable to maintain eye contact. I do not know how to face you. After everything I said, after the arrogance and the disrespect I showed you, you threw your life away to save mine." Lancet was stunned by those words. He stared at her, but quickly lowered his head. Also unable to maintain eye contact. "Thor, it's fine," he said gently, trying to sit up slightly. "There is nothing to apologize for. There is everything to apologize for." Thor exclaimed. She walked closer to him. "I was blind," she said, a single tear running down her cheeks as she gripped the edge of his clinic bed. "I was so blinded by the past. I was clinging to a ghost, clinging to an idea of what a leader should be, rather than seeing the person right in front of me. Even worse, I punished you because of my guilt, because I failed my master, and I feared if I accepted you, then one day I would fail you too." Lancet stared up at her, his dark blue eyes starting to shudder. "Thor, you wouldn't You can never fail me. I already have, she mumble-cried. You asked for my help, and I rejected you. I disparaged you, and I sent you into a death battle on your own. And even after I turned my back on you, you still protected me. Thor, the Valkyrie, suddenly fell to her knees and looked up at him, her tear-streaked face an image of devotion. I repent for every word I spoke against you, Thor vowed, her voice trembling yet filled with fiery resolve. From this day until the end, I will spend the rest of my life making up for what I did. I will be your hammer, your executioner. I will carry out your every order without a single moment of hesitation. She lowered her head, resting her forehead against the back of his hand. Master Lancet. Lancet stared at the weeping heroine of thunder. He didn't know what to think. He had expected that one day she would accept him as her master. But this level of devotion was completely unforeseen. Even then, finally having what he wanted, finally relieved and joyful to have Thor fully by his side, Lancet didn't want her to be a guilty servant. He wanted his fiercely proud heroine back. Lancet smiled softly. Thor? He called gently. The Valkyrie raised her head, looking Lancet in the eyes. You can be my executioner, Lancet said playfully. And you can smash every demon we come across. But we need to get one rule straight. You're only allowed to cry when I actually die, okay? Thor froze. How could he be so casual in such a serious situation? He almost actually died. She stared at his cheeky, knowing smile. A second later, a quiet laugh escaped her lips. The sad eyes were still there, but a genuine, radiant smile broke through her sorrow, lighting up the rest of her face. I wasn't crying, she said. It was only a tear. Lancet scoffed. I'll take a tear. Besides, I just realized how ridiculous sacrificing myself was. If I died, you would have too. A sigh escaped him as he gazed aimlessly. I guess I just couldn't think rationally when I saw that commander attack you. Thor gazed at him with gratitude and something that almost looked like reverence. Like any leader would, she said, Master Lancet. Lancet looked at her, and they both shared a smile. How cute. Startled, Lancet and Thor glanced at the chair by the wall, where Spectra Hexera was sitting, one leg crossed over the other, her chin resting on the flat of her palm as she watched them with a playful, entertained gleam. What about me? She asked, shrugging with one shoulder. Do I also have to call you Master? Chapter 116. Saved by the Bell, Thor's eyes narrowed, blazing with intentness, as though she hadn't been close to tears some moments ago, glaring at the villainess. She rose to her feet and walked slowly towards her, while Spectra watched with a playful smile. Who exactly are you? Thor asked, standing just a few feet away from her and glaring down at her. The students speak about you like you were the most feared woman who ever lived. A cursed witch, or a tyrant empress. So tell me who you are with your own lips. Spectra looked up at Thor for a while, her smile still playing above her chin. She hummed once, then sat back, folding her arms beneath her heavy-set breasts and crossing her legs. I know you, she said with a roll of her tongue. You're Thor. You were one of Servant S. Valkyries. And the blonde knightess is Astincia, the awakener who held the greatest gate for 7 whole days. Thor squinted her eyes at her. I didn't ask if you knew who we were. TSK. Ever so prideful, you Valkyries. Spectra rolled her eyes away. I did not enjoy my escapades with you lot. Thor's breathing froze. You knew my sisters? She turned to Lancet, astonished and confused. Am I not the last Valkyrie? Lancet scratched the back of his head. Not really, he replied. I mean, you were the last of Servant S. Valkyries, the first Valkyries. But over time, the Valkyries were created again. They're almost extinct now, ever since the terror of Valkyrie Falls, but the terror of Valkyrie Falls. Thor turned to face Lancet better. What is that? Lancet's brows raised, unsure of how to explain the horrific event to her. It's just clink. The hospital door sang as it was pushed open. Lancet's head snapped to the entrance where Professor Wolfgar Windviper stepped in with Renaa, Frida, Valeria, and the rest of the vanguard spilling in after him. Lancet sighed in relief. Phew, saved by the bell. Professor Wolfgar walked in with his usual military-style gait, his heavy boots thudding against the sterile floor. Behind him, Astentia slipped back into the room, followed closely by Renaa, Frida, Valeria, and some of the vanguard. The room was suddenly cramped and buzzing with energy as eyes all locked down at Lancet on the bed. Wolfgar's eyes drifted to Spectra for a moment. His posture slightly stiffened, his hand twitching ever so slightly toward his side. Before he continued walking towards Lancet, Wolfgar shot the mother of Gehenna an untrusting glare. Spectra merely tilted her head, smiling patronizingly at the tense combat instructor. Deciding to address the elephant in the room later, Wolfgar forced his gaze away and stepped up to Lancet's bedside. His stern expression softened just a fraction as he looked down at the bandaged boy. "How are you holding up, Leogard?" Wolfgar asked, interrupting the students who were congratulating and checking up on the blonde-haired summoner. Lancet adjusted himself against the pillows, wincing slightly. "It aches, Professor, but I think I'll live. Nurse Hallow tells me the gloom infection was neutralized," Wolfgar added, "but a direct hit from a demon commander usually leaves permanent scarring on the grace channels." He raised a brow at him. "Your grace retention wasn't that impressive before. It will only get worse now." Lancet puckered his lips thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, "Nothing I can't overcome." "Good to hear," Wolfgar nodded. He crossed his arms over his broad chest. "I hope you are ready. You need your strength for what comes next." Lancet frowned. "Why? What comes next?" "Well, celebrations are in order." Wolfgar sighed. "I'm not a man who hands out praise lightly, Lancet, but what you did in Hebthage, you might have gotten yourself in the history books already." Wolfgar paused, allowing Lancet to reconcile with the words. "What I'm trying to say is well done." The combat professor finally blurted it out. "You might have been a pain in my ass at the start, but your efforts single-handedly rescued the town and secured the evacuation." Vernon, standing beside the professor, scowled at those words. He was doing his best to hold back his dissatisfaction. "We've already sent word to the government. In fact, the mayor of Hebthage was begging to meet you as soon as possible. Even the king of Ethelgard has formally promised a separate reward for your actions in the raid." Wolfgar stood in attention suddenly, arms behind him. "Congratulations." Lancet didn't know what to say. Heck, he had expected and even wanted this. But the whole charade was really overwhelming. Wolfgar, who thought of him as an ordinary funnel to channel the true legends he really wanted, now treated him like he was the crown prince. Even the rest of the vanguard. Not that any of them had ever treated him horribly before. They just never gave a shit back then. But now, they were eating him up, showering him with praises and smiles like he was a messiah. "You were incredible, Lancet," Valeria told him. She was wearing casual clothes that were fitted to her athletic body. Her armor and weapon, Star Splitter, resting somewhere in her dorm room. "When that gloom domain activated, we were completely paralyzed. If not for Renaa, we would have certainly died to the hordes of demons that attacked. And even then, I didn't know how much longer we could survive it. If you hadn't taken out the anchor and cutting a void-rank demon head completely in half." Darian surprisingly looked Lancet's biggest fan all of a sudden. "No one wants to believe it, but I've been saying that it's true. It was awesome watching it fall like that. You're like the demon dissector." Lancet laughed softly, his hair falling over his face. "Is that my nickname now? The demon dissector? What?" Darian's chest puffed out. "I came up with it. It's not half bad, right?" Lancet looked at him with one blonde brow raised. He was actually being serious. "Yeah," he said with a smile. "I think it's actually pretty good." Lancet's eyes swept through all of them, seeing the smiles on their faces and the glimmer in their eyes. Except Vernon, of course. "Do these guys really like me now?" Lancet, his eyes moved to Renaa, who was looking at him with earnest eyes. "We all saw what you did in the cemetery, sacrificing yourself for Thor." Renaa looked over at Thor, who was still standing in front of the bored villainess. Diving in front of a deadly attack like that just to save your summon. That takes a level of bravery few possess. Wolfgar cleared his throat, drawing the room's attention back to him. He looked at Lancet, his expression complex. "It was a brave act," Wolfgar admitted, sounding analytical, though highly irrational by standard doctrine. The Academy teaches that the Summoner's life is always more important than the Summoness. Wolfgar glanced at Thor, then Estintia, and finally threw another suspicious glare at Spectra. However, I understand that it is considerably more complicated in your case, Leogard. Given that your summons are, for all intents and purposes, entirely human and sentient. Spectra let out a soft, amused hum at the word human, but Wolfgar ignored her. He leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing as he focused entirely on Lancet. But more importantly, Wolfgar said, his voice dropping an octave, when I asked how you knew about the second head before anyone else. They told me that you just knew. They said you claimed to have sensed it somehow, just from looking at the map. The room grew painfully quiet. Thor's silver-blue eyes were fixed on her master. Estintia waited, jaw tense, as she watched Lancet. Spectra uncrossed her legs and leaned in, finally intrigued. Is that true, Lancet? Wolfgar pressed, searching the boy's face for any sign of deception. Lancet held the professor's piercing gaze for a long moment. As usual, lie my ass off is the only play here. I can't tell these people that they're all characters in a novel I read, and that I know everything that is going to happen. He laughed in his head. Somehow, I think telling the truth is the best lie, because they want to even believe it. But I can't risk it. Lancet kept his heartbeat steady and his expression perfectly neutral. Then he gave his reply. Yes, Professor, Lancet lied smoothly. Somehow I just did. When I looked at the spread of the horde and the location of the clock tower, something felt out of place. I can't explain it. It was just a strange kind of intuition. Wolfgar stared at him, a boy who had summoned a legendary Iron Will Knight, the strongest of the ancient Valkyries, and the most feared villainess of the Dark Southall within his first semester. There was a big chance that Lancet was lying, but Wolfgar knew it wasn't his place to press further. The instructor exhaled a sharp breath and uncrossed his arms. Things that are completely out of the ordinary do seem to be your defining style, Leogard, Wolfgar said dryly. So frankly, I'm not even surprised anymore. He turned on his heel, clapping his hands together once. All right, that is enough hovering. Everyone out. Back to your dorms, all of you. Let the boy rest. The students grumbled, but immediately began to file out of the room, throwing final waves and smiles toward the bed. Vernon gave Lancet a final glare, and Renaa gave a playful but respectful two-finger salute before disappearing into the hallway. Wolfgar waited until the students were gone. He placed his hand on the door handle, then looked back at Lancet. His eyes flicked to Spectra one last time, then returned to Lancet. Do rest. Lancet, get better quickly, Wolfgar said, sounding graver than earlier. Because once you are cleared from this bed, you have very important meetings to attend. With the dean, Wolfgar's jaw tightened, and the returning headmistress. Without waiting for a response, Wolfgar stepped out and pulled the door shut behind him, leaving Lancet alone in the room with his 3 legendary summons. Chapter 117. Try it if you can, Thunderbird you ugh. Lancet and his 2 heroines turned to Spectra, who had a hand covering her mouth as she yawned theatrically. Oh, what a bore. I didn't know humans had become so rudimentary and impudent. To think they couldn't even thank me for releasing that gloom domain and saving their lives. Estintia looked at the demon binder with a blonde brow, perked mistrustfully. Mons, are you not one as well? Spectra eyed her. Dear Nidus, I have transcended humanity. I am the Demoness. Thor, getting angrier the more she heard Spectra speak, turned again to face her. That means you're an agent of the second world. You're the enemy. Spectra smirked at Thor's anger. What did you say before? Thunderbird? A cursed witch or a tyrant empress? Maybe I am both. Thor's brows creased more with lividity. Estintia looked over at Lancet. Why is she here? The students told me about her. She is a villainess. A powerful one who enslaved thousands of second world atrocities. Spectra's eyes widened with offense. Enslaved? Why would you ask a villainess like her for help? Estintia asked her master. Why would you make her your summon? Lancet gazed at Estintia for a while, then answered as truthfully as he could without spilling the beans. Because I needed her for the plans that I came up with. And when I constructed my ladder and climbed to the past, she was the one I could reach. He shrugged. She seemed powerful enough, so I chose her. Besides, she's not that evil. She just called herself a demoness, Estintia loudly pointed out. Lancet pouted in thought. Fair point. But maybe it's just a nickname. No, Spectra outright said. I can reveal my horns if you want to see. You're not helping, Spectra. The villainess smiled enticingly. Ooh, a snappy, no-nonsense master. Thor, who was yet to look away, squinted her silver blue eyes at her. You don't get to call him that yet. Okay. Lancet pulled his blanket away and raised his leg over the edge of the hospital bed. Can we all take a chill pill? I am interested, Spectra said, still in a glaring contest with Thor. What is that? Lancet raised a brow. What? Spectra finally looked away from Thor, sighing as her eyes met Lancet's. A chill pill. Lancet's entire face deflated. Are you fucking kidding me? He whispered. Estintia stepped towards him. Let us forget about taking anything and focus on her. What we do with her? Lancet tilted his head. What do you mean? She's a villainess, Thor stated bluntly. So the obvious remedy here is to kill her. Like we do all evils from Gehenna. Spectra smirked cutely at Thor's words. Try it you can, Thunderbird. They stepped closer to each other, their breasts inches apart, and their eyes laser-focused on the other's. Guys. Lancet tried to stop them. Thor's taking it too far. Estintia said, used to the Valkyrie's antics. The villainess did help us in Hebthage, but it's obvious it was for some kind of material gain. Master, a creature driven solely by self-interest will eventually turn on you when your interests no longer align. All right, stop. All the women halted what they were doing and turned to Lancet. Lancet looked at his knight, then at the fuming Valkyrie, and finally at the highly entertained mother of demons. I know what I'm doing, he said firmly. I made a deal with her. Spectra helped me take down the second demon head when no one else could. Thor's eyes softened immediately. And in return, I am going to help her. He looked at Spectra with a deadpan reaction. But that doesn't mean I trust her blindly. Spectra smiled sweetly. But I don't really want to deal with this headache right now, okay? He pleaded. I just woke up, and I don't know how many days I've been out. No big deal, Spectra shrugged. Only 4. 4. Lancet's eyes widened. How the hell are you guys even still anchored? I thought my grace would have run out by now, especially since I got infested. It did, but Nurse Hallow helped, Estintia said promptly, stepping closer to his bedside. She did a grace transfusion from volunteer summoners. It replenished your channels and maintained our tethers so we could remain by your side. Lancet stared at Estintia for a while, flabbergasted. Students really volunteered? Estintia smiled. You'll be surprised by the numbers. Your classmates were all keen on helping when they found out what you did. Lancet let his head fall back against the pillow, staring at the ceiling. I'm exhausted. My chest feels like a hollowed-out cavern. Thanks so much for everything, guys, but I have to think now, so I am sending you back to Summit Space. Thor and Spectra eyed each other. Lancet noticed. And hey, I am begging you. No, I'm pleading really, don't fight in the Summit Space. You might end up shattering my soul from the inside out. Thor's jaws tightened, but to fight her anger, she sighed. I normally would have combated that order, but I will be lenient today, Master Lancet. The villainess and I will maintain decorum. Spectra giggled. I can't make promises, young summoner, but I suppose I can play nice, for now. Lancet sighed deeply. That's all I'm asking for. Master, Estintia said, her voice unusually small before she cleared her throat. May I stay? Just for a while? I want to speak with you about something. Lancet turned to her, his brows shooting up curiously. She looked rigid, uncharacteristically so, almost like she was nervous. Of course. He glanced at his other summons. Thor, Spectra, I'll see you two later. The summons regarded him with their eyes as thunder and a cloud of red smoke took them away into his summon space. Instantly, the room was emphatically silent. Lancet sat still for a while, gazing at where Spectra and Thor had been before slowly turning his eyes to Estintia. She looked really perturbed. Yeah, she hadn't slept at all like she said, but this was just more than that. Her azure eyes, normally so piercing and resolute, were clouded with a deep, turbulent distress. Lancet could clearly see the brave, knightly facade she always wore like a second set of armor cracking. So, he started adjusting himself on the bed. For some reason, he felt really nervous. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "Astentia?" Astentia remained standing beside his bed for a while, staring down at his bandaged chest. Then, she raised her head, meeting his eyes before she finally spoke. "Do you know how worried I was?" She whispered. Chapter 118. My Knight Lancet stared at her. He really thought much about what the effect of his possible death could be to Astentia. Well, had he really gotten the chance to think much at all? He imagined that Astentia might have been really afraid, watching him sleep for 4 days, not knowing if he would wake up or if he would die, causing her to disappear back to her time. Lancet created Astentia to be brave, but in her minor details, the characteristics that fine-tuned her entire personality, he made her have a fondness over simpler things. Unlike the battles and the raids, he made her cherish smaller things like friends. Astentia wouldn't want to see a friend like Lancet die. "I understand, Astentia," he said to her, "and I'm sorry for scaring you like that. But don't worry, I'm back now. Nurse Hallow fixed me up." "Not about that," Astentia interrupted, her voice almost shaking. "Back there, in the town, when you disappeared." Lancet fell silent, listening to the raw tremor in her voice. "When you vanished, I was terrified," Astentia continued, her eyes glistening. "I didn't know where you went. I didn't know what had happened to you. My mind instantly conjured the absolute worst." She swallowed hard, struggling to maintain her composure. "I was so lost, Master Lancet. I didn't know what to do." Lancet's heart struck heavily against his ribs. What? Fuck. How ridiculously selfish of him. Throughout his scheming, his preparation, and even the execution of the plans, Lancet had never stopped for 1 second to think about how his sudden disappearance would make others feel, especially Astentia, whose entire oath was protecting him. Why didn't I think of that? He yelled in his mind. Is this just me being selfish again? Lancet watched with shaky eyes as the legendary Ironwool Knight began to break down in front of him. Astentia was standing still and strong like a knight, but her face showed just how difficult this was for her. Her eyes started to glitter like an ocean, even getting as wet as one. "I was forced to choose between saving you and protecting the civilians. And I didn't know what to do," Astentia confessed, the guilt pouring out of her. "So I just stood there, torn between the duty of my oath and the responsibility of my power." She liked her lips and tilted her head once, asking a sad question. "Do you have any idea what that felt like?" Lancet froze, dumbfounded, perhaps too ashamed to speak. Astentia pressed a trembling hand against the center of her chest. "It felt like something inside of me was literally tearing in half, and I was desperately trying to pull it back together, to hold it. It was like the greatest gate all over again, but this time I was failing." A stubborn tear slipped free, tracing a hot path down her cheek. And the worst part, Astentia's voice dropped to a shameful whisper. "The worst part is that all I really wanted to do was abandon them and go after you." She lowered her head as if disgraced. Then, gathering her courage, she raised it up again. "I wasn't sure how to feel about it. I was so afraid and so guilty that I was choosing you over staying back and protecting those innocent people." Lancet stood on his feet immediately and tried to reach out to her, but thought against it. "Astentia," he said, lowering his arm, "I'm so sorry that I forced that on you. I never intended for you to make that choice. I know that," she whispered. "Nereus, he made it easier for me. He told me to go find you, vowing to protect the civilians through the evacuation. And he did." Lancet's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "Nereus, I guess I owe him now." But then Astentia breathed, looking directly into his eyes. "When I finally got to the cemetery, I saw you slay that demon head. A whole demon head." Lancet frowned slightly. "I had Spectra. You dealt the killing blow," Astentia corrected firmly. "I saw the reality of your strength. And when I saw that, Master, It felt like my entire reality was crashing against me. What do you mean? Lancet asked softly. Astentia gathered herself, pulling her shoulders back as she tried to reclaim her knightly posture, but her eyes betrayed her vulnerability. I swore an oath to you, Astentia said, her voice trembling with a deep, existential fear. I swore that I would always protect you from evil. But I see now how strong you have become. To kill a demon head is a great feat for any awakener. Astentia looked deep into his eyes. Master Lancet, how can I possibly fulfill my oath when you do not need me anymore? Lancet stared at her, completely stunned. Astentia, I cannot do it. Not truly, she continued, the words tumbling out as the fear of obsolescence gripped her heart. In a very short time, I have outlived my oath, and now I am of no true use to you, since you do not need me to protect you. I am a knight without a purpose. Suddenly she bowed before him, one knee touching the ground, and her hands rested on the other as she looked up at him. Lancet stared down at her, utterly confused. Please, master, Astentia begged with a broken voice. You see, if you give me another oath to swear, I will do my job better this time. I swear it. Just do not cast me aside. Lancet's heart almost leaped out of his chest. What the hell is she talking about? Ignoring the burning pain in his chest, he grabbed one of her hands, forcing her up to her feet. Don't say things like that, Astentia, Lancet commanded softly. You don't need another oath. You are my shield, and Thor is my hammer. I will never outgrow that, and you will always be my most important summon. Astentia's eyelids were brimming with defiant tears, even as her expression remained stoic. I am a knight, she insisted, her voice fighting back her emotions. A knight needs an oath. Lancet gazed deeply into her eyes, seeing past the lore, past the system, and straight into the real person who was Astentia Valengard, the devoted soul he had brought into the world. Your oath is the exact same, Lancet whispered fiercely. Protect me, Astentia. That is your oath. Astentia gazed at him, her eyes glittering. I was strong in Hepthage, Lancet continued. But I will not always be strong, so protect me. Like a knight. He took a deep breath and with his free hand, gently brushed a tear from her cheek. My knight. Astentia gazed into his blue eyes for a long time. All that fear, the crushing guilt, the whole existential dread thing, they were gone just like that. In its place, this massive, crazy wave of relief and renewed devotion took over the Ironwool Knight. Her stoic expression didn't stand a chance anymore, not against her flood of emotions. They crashed through her stone face as Astentia let out a breathless gasp. Then, to Lancet's surprise, she did it again. Astentia leaned forward in a rush, closing the distance between them, and pressed her lips fiercely against his. Chapter 119. I really want to Lancet froze, his breath catching sharp in his throat as Astentia's lips crashed against his. The kiss wasn't tentative or gentle, not like the one she had given him before they headed to Hepthage. No, this one was raw, desperate, like she'd been holding it back for days, and it finally broke free. Her mouth moved with a hunger that sent heat surging through his veins, her tongue slipping past his parted lips to taste him. Lancet could taste her too. He could taste the faint salt of her earlier tears, the tang of specks of steel from her armor, and the fruity taste of ancient lipstick. His hand, still gripping hers, tightened instinctively, fingers digging into her calloused palm while the other hovered uncertainly at her waist. He didn't know if it was okay to hold her. Holy shit, he reeled his mind. She asked, kissing me again, and it's stronger this time. The situation was like a pot of guilt and arousal mixed and splashed against his face. He decreated her, shaped every curve of her character, but he had never created her to do this. So this was real. But why isn't she stopping? He wondered fearfully. She keeps going deeper, kissing harder, and it was true. Astentia's body pressed more against his hospital gown. Lancet felt her full breasts compressing against his bandaged chest. If it wasn't for the metal of her breastplate, he would have felt the softness of those bosoms. But all he felt was pain. Ouch! Astentia suddenly broke the kiss, gasping against his mouth. "Are you okay?" she asked, realizing herself. "Your wound." Lancet looked down at his chest, checking for leakage, then smiled up at her. "E fine. It's fine." Astentia gazed at him, redness burning on her cheeks. "What of this?" she asked. "Is this okay?" Lancet tried to stop his eyes from widening and his heart from pounding. "Is she really trying to?" He gulped, gazing in her eyes, unsure of what to do or even say. Astentia's expression immediately darkened with concern. "It's okay if you don't want to know." Lancet stopped her right there. "I want to," he said. "I really want to." Astentia's face lit up again, her cheeks getting even redder and her eyes as blue as the skies this time. For Lancet, of course he wanted to. He didn't know when it happened, but she had completely taken over him. Was it her scent? Damn, what an arresting scene it was. The sweat, the leather and steel from her gear, the faint floral trace of whatever soap she used to bathe. Does she even bathe, or has she always smelled like this? Lancet almost couldn't move. He was more entranced than he had ever been. His lungs were filled with her aura and her scent, so compelling. A shiver running hard through him beneath the hospital gown. He groaned low, the sound rumbling from his chest as his hesitation shattered. "Astentia," he murmured back, finally gathering the courage to place his hand on her hip. Surprisingly, more courage came still. As he pulled her closer until her thigh rested against his, Lancet couldn't believe he had let the moment carry him away. The closeness sent a rush of heat through him, his breath catching. Damn, she feels so warm. So right. Like she was made for me. Guilt slapped him again. What kind of pervert feels this way about his own summon? But it drowned under the flood of want. She was unraveling for him, and he couldn't hide his feelings anymore behind the shield of the self-righteous architect. She wanted him. He wanted her. Besides, from the looks of it, Astentia wasn't waiting for more words. She kissed him again, and this time he kissed her back. Their lips crashed and swam against each other. The kiss turned heated, tongues brushing tentatively, then intertwining with growing need. Astentia's hand roamed his back, tracing the strong lines of his shoulders through the hospital gown. Lancet's hands rested against her in return, following the curve of her back down to her hips, her posture steady beneath her armor. The cold steel must have brushed her nipples because Astentia moaned softly into his mouth, the sound sweet and throaty. He pulled back just enough to look at her. Blonde hair cascaded around her flushed face like molten gold. She looked up at him too, breathing more than she would have if she had fought an army of beasts. "I'm worried," she whispered, "that this would change things between us." Lancet breathed hard too, then whispered back, "Are you saying if we do this, you would disobey your oath?" Astentia paused. She stood straight, gazing into his eyes. Her beautiful face was framed with that blonde bright hair, and she even looked more dazzling in that flustered state. "No," she muttered. "Nothing will stop me from fulfilling my oath." Suddenly, Astentia shoved him back onto the bed, the mattress creaking under his weight as she climbed over him, straddling his hips. Lancet couldn't even prepare for anything. She was focused completely on him. She sat close to him, and the closeness left her flushed. He was the one pink cheek now. Astentia blushed, smiling down at him. "You already want this," she breathed, her voice laced with triumph and need. Lancet smiled sheepishly. "You're not making it easy for me." Astentia smiled wider. She reached out, framing his face as she kissed him again, deeper, tongues tangling wet and slick. Saliva slicked their lips, the wet sounds obscene in the quiet room, her moans vibrating into his mouth. Lancet's hands roamed now, greedy, sliding under her leather armor skirt to grip her firmly. The material was supple under his fingers, worn smooth from battles. Lancet managed to sit up, nipping her neck as he held on, tasting salt and skin. She leaned back, a sharp gasp tearing from her, her nipples peeking hard against the metal of her breastplates. Astentia pulled back from the kiss, still breathing in gasps. Her blue eyes, darkened with desire, locked onto his. "I want to take it off," she whispered. "The armor." Lancet felt his heart pound with excitement. "Yes, do it." He wanted to say, but he only managed a nervous, "I'm okay." With a lovely smile, Estintia got down from the bed. Lancet sat straight, as if ready to watch a show. And a show it was. Slowly, Estentia's fingers moved to the clasps and buckles of her golden armor, the legendary plate of divine will. First went the gauntlets. She unfastened them one by one, letting the polished metal slide off her hands and drop to the floor with heavy clinks. Then the vambraces on her forearms followed, revealing the smooth, toned muscles of her arms, lightly scared from battles, yet still feminine in its glow. Next, she reached for the breastplate. Lancet watched her lift the ornate golden plate away from her chest, exposing the thin linen undershirt beneath, so thin that her nipples pointed through. The heavy piece joined the growing pile on the floor. Estentia's breathing grew deeper as she worked on the pauldrons and the articulated tassets that protected her hips and upper thighs. Each piece came away with careful, almost ritualistic movements, the golden metal gleaming as it was set aside. Finally, she unbuckled the leather skirt and greaves, sliding them down her long, powerful legs. The last of the plate of divine will fell away, and Estintia stood before him completely bare, presenting herself without shame, only the faint flush of vulnerability coloring her cheeks and chest. Lancet's chest rose and fell as he stared at her. Her body was that of a knight, and still as ravishing as a woman's, tall and athletic, with long, shapely legs corded with subtle muscle from years of riding and fighting. Her waist was slim and defined, flaring into wide, womanly hips that spoke of both power and fertility. Her stomach was flat, with the faintest lines of abdominal muscle visible when she breathed. And her breasts, they were full and heavy, beautifully shaped with a natural, proud uplift. The pale pink nipples, already tightened into stiff peaks, sat high on the soft, generous curves. A few faint, silvery battle scars traced across her ribs and one along the side of her left breast, only adding to her allure rather than detracting from it. Her skin was fair but sun-kissed in places, glowing with a light sheen of sweat. Her blonde hair cascaded down her back and over one shoulder, framing the elegant column of her neck and the strong, graceful lines of her shoulders and collarbones. Lancet could only stare, utterly transfixed. His mouth had gone dry, and his pulse raced as he drank in every detail. "Gosh," he managed to mutter, "you are beautiful." Estintia, Chapter 120. Have I ever felt this way before? Estintia blushed redder. She wasn't unaccustomed to that kind of compliment. She had heard many men spew at her back at her time. But it felt different in a way hearing it from someone she viewed as her leader. Lancet watched with a thumping heart as she walked closer, slowly, until she was at the foot of the bed again. He looked around the white hospital room, then regarded Estintia with a nervous face. "It's dangerous, doing it here." Estintia smiled knowingly, softly. "I suppose it is." She kissed him again. Again. Kissed his cheek, his neck, his collarbone. She kissed him like she was admiring him. Lancet wasn't he going to lose the kissing game? So he kissed her back, worshipping her. He kissed her neck, all over her neck, then her shoulder, her collarbone, her chin. Estintia moaned softly as she climbed onto the bed, sitting on his lap again, her knees sinking into both ends of the plush hospital bed. She leaned in close to Lancet, and as his head fell, he saw something else to kiss. Her form. They were so graceful and shaped so beautifully, like a golden teardrop. Lancet reached out gently at first, but feeling how tender she seemed, he held her close. Estintia stretched, arching her back a bit. Lancet kissed her softly as he held her, drawing a soft sound from his heroine. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her skin, his lips brushing gently enough to make her shiver. It wasn't loud, just a quiet, intimate moment. "Yes, Lancet, yes," she whispered, fingers threading into his hair, pulling him closer. Her hips shifted against his in a steady, heated rhythm. "Master." Lancet moved to the other side, pressing his mouth against her skin with the same rough attention, the sound of his lips mingling with her soft gasps. Lancet felt his pulse quicken with every passing moment. At this point, the cotton was damp and clung to him, outlining the shape beneath. Astincia eyed him with interest, licking her lips. When Lancet noticed her looking, he got nervous. Then she saw that he noticed her, and she got nervous. They were both nervous. Yet someone had to make the move. Astincia, being the older one, decided to take that responsibility. As Lancet watched anxiously, she slightly raised herself over him and pulled the hospital gown free. He shifted beneath her, the weight of the moment settling between them as the fabric fell away. Lancet's breathing paused as he stared down. "Shit, what's happening to me?" Astincia slowly reached out, taking his hand. Lancet felt his entire body melt right then, like a bucket of ice had been poured on his tense, burning soul. The warmth of Astincia's touch, which he half expected to be rough from sword hilts and battles, were as silky as a pillow. Even better, each time she touched him, it felt like heaven. Astincia did this twisting motion that made stars burst behind his eyes and his entire body to wriggle like a fish on land. "How does it feel?" she asked him, gazing into his squirming eyes. "Are you kidding?" Lancet said breathlessly. "It's the best thing I've ever felt." That brought a smile to the knight's face. She pushed herself forward and kissed him deep once more, still holding him close. When Lancet started to tense up, his muscles tightening, veins bulging on his neck, her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she immediately pulled away. "Huh!" Lancet gasped, head falling down. "Ha ha!" He raised his eyes, looking up at her through the strands of his falling hair as he panted. "That was close, Astincia." She smiled, seemingly proud of herself. "Sorry." Suddenly, Lancet pushed himself into her, crashing his lips into hers and grabbing her by her shoulders. Astincia accepted the driven kiss and pushed back into him. They fell over on the hospital bed, the poor thing carrying the weight of a legendary knight and a world-altering summoner, both caught up in the intensity of the moment. In the end, Astincia came out on top as they scrambled across the bed, ending up on top of Lancet, who lay flat, staring up at her beautiful, alluring face. She leaned close to him, and Lancet felt the warmth of her presence against him as he looked down. His eyes widened at the sight, save for a few strands of blonde framing her face. Lancet felt his heart pound with anticipation, eager to venture into the knight's castle. "Are you ready?" she asked, a question for both him and her. Lancet immediately grabbed her by the waist and looked up at her with more determination than when he had killed that demon head. "I am," he said. Astincia smiled to hide her nervousness. "It changes everything," she whispered, and yet nothing at all. Then Lancet pulled her close, and they embraced as one. His heart pounded inside his chest again, more excited than him. Slowly, torturously, she moved closer, taking her time as their bodies met. The intensity filled the room as she held him close, her expression tightening around him. "Oh, so close," he said in his mind as he let out a groan, head falling back. She felt like molten silk wrapped around molten steel. The moment was overwhelming, charged with an intensity that consumed them both as they came together. Lancet could feel her responding to him, the tight ring of muscle gripping him like a fist before relaxing just enough to let him sink further, only to squeeze again with delicious pressure. Astincia settled with a shared gasp, their bodies pressing close together. Lancet felt her grip grow even tighter. She felt warmer and more intense. The velvety texture of her embrace held him completely, as if she had been sculpted just for him. He could feel the subtle, rhythmic movement around him, matching every breath she took. She gasped at the sudden fullness, her whole body trembling as she struggled to take the measure of him. Astincia shuddered, her breath catching, and she kept adjusting, as though she hadn't been prepared for how completely he would fill her, allowing her to settle closer against him. "Ugh," she gasped, gripping his chest. "It's so Lancet couldn't help but feel a sense of stupid pride. Astincia started moving then, rising and falling with controlled power, thighs flexing like coiled springs. "Master," she whispered, leaning forward to claim his mouth again, her body moving harder against his, chasing her pleasure. "You're so strong." Her words dissolved into moans, breath hitching with every movement. The bed frame groaning in protest. Lancet groaned alongside her, and as her movement grew stronger, he rose to meet her, the two of them finding a shared rhythm. Sweat slicked their bodies, the sharp tang of exertion filling the air. Astentia kept moving with Lancet, driven by feelings of love, servitude, and desire. She moved against him. Her strong knight's thighs flexed as she lifted and dropped herself onto him again and again. The rhythmic sound of movement filled the hospital room, growing louder with each motion. Lancet groaned deeply, his hands gripping her swaying hips as he stared up at her in pure awe. Every time she rose and sank back down, their bodies moved together in an intimate rhythm that left them both breathless. "Fuck, Astentia," he groaned, voice rough and heavy with emotion. Her full, heavy breasts swung hypnotically above him with each bounce. The pale pink nipples were stiff and inviting, making it difficult for Lancet to look away. The sight of those beautiful breasts moving with her was driving him insane. Being with her felt even better than before. Her walls had grown hotter, slicker, and somehow even tighter as her arousal built. Every movement made her inner muscles flutter in waves, heightening every sensation. Her arousal was unmistakable, and he could feel the intensity building between them. "She's so incredibly responsive," he thought. Teeth clenched. "It's like she's trying to pull me deeper every time she comes down." Astentia leaned forward, planting her hands on his bandaged chest for balance. Her blonde hair fell around them like a golden curtain as she moved faster above him, her hips shifting with growing urgency. "NGH, NGH." Her face was contorted in pleasure. Her body moved closer to his face, brushing against his lips and nose with every motion. "Master," she mumbled. I think NGH." Lancet felt her tense harder, the rhythm becoming erratic and desperate. Her thighs began to tremble against his sides. Lancet looked up at her face and noticed the telltale signs. Her beautiful blue eyes were half-lidded and glassy, her lips parted in a constant moan, and her cheeks were flushed a deep crimson. Her movements were becoming less controlled, more frantic, her breathing growing quick and uneven. His eyes widened with awe as she clung to him, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, squeezing and releasing in rapid pulses. He felt the intensity building between them with every movement. The way her entire body seemed to be winding tighter and tighter like a spring ready to snap. "You're close, aren't you?" Lancet rasped, holding her close as the moment intensified. His hands slid up to hold her, his thumbs brushing gently against her chest. "You're holding me so tightly," Astentia whispered, nodding quickly as she moved closer to him, the sound of their bodies meeting echoing in the room. Yes, I'm going to dash." Chapter 121. You Are the Night, and in the Prince Astentia's rhythm grew frantic, her movements becoming more desperate as she pushed past her limits. Her powerful thighs trembled violently around Lancet's waist as she fought to break through. I'm close too," Lancet announced with a groan. His hands tightened on her hips, fingers digging in her soft flesh as he pulled her closer again and again, moving together with a steady rhythm echoing in the room. "Astentia, I'm feeling it. I'm right there with you." The pressure had been building unbearably in his core for minutes. Every tight, desperate moment between them, every sharp sound she made, every breathless cry that fell from her lips pushed him closer to the edge. His body drew up tight, heavy with the need to release. He throbbed with overwhelming intensity, swelling even more intensely as the moment stretched on. Astentia looked down at him, eyes glassy and desperate, blonde strands sticking to her sweat-dampened face. The raw emotion in her gaze hit him harder than any physical sensation: trust, devotion, and something far deeper than simple desire. This wasn't tea, just sex. She was giving herself to him completely. Her body, her pleasure, her oath, her heart. Together, she whispered breathlessly, voice cracking, "Please with me, master." That single word, master, spoken with such vulnerable need, snapped the last thread of his control. Lancet's hips snapped up harder, driving into her again and again. The wet sounds of their joining filled the room, mingling with their broken moans and that beeping in the background. "Em unraveling." Astincia cried out sharply, her entire body seizing up above him. A sudden wave of release washed over her as she came undone, her body trembling with desperate, greedy pulses. That was all it took. Fuck! Unable to hold back any longer, Lancet thrust up one final time, holding her close as he shuddered with release. He kept pulsing against her, each wave matched by another tight squeeze from around him, drawing out every last bit as they shared the intense moment together. Astincia! He called her name like a prayer, his body shuddering beneath her. For several long seconds, the world narrowed down to nothing but their connection and the shared, overwhelming emotion crashing through both of them. Their bodies trembled in unison, finally giving way to exhaustion. Astincia's legendary strength gave out. With a soft, broken whimper, she collapsed forward onto his chest, pressing warmly against his bandaged torso. Her face buried itself in the crook of his neck, hot breath puffing against his skin and ragged pants. Lancet's arms instinctively wrapped around her, holding her close as they both came down from the high, their bodies still joined. Beep, beep, beep. The hospital bell was now the only sound in the silence. Lancet could feel her heart hammering against his chest, perfectly in sync with his own. She stayed close against him, small tremors still passing gently through her body. He didn't know what to do at first, but his hand moved on its own, and he found himself stroking Astincia's damp blonde hair with trembling fingers. Astincia nuzzled closer, her arms tightening around him. For a long moment, they simply lay there in the quiet aftermath, bodies tangled, breaths slowly steadying. The earlier tension, the guilt, the nervousness, the fear of what this would mean, was returning. But at the same time, they both felt this deep, warm sense of connection and peace. "Do you think this was right?" Astincia asked him, her voice ticking his neck. Lancet laid silent for a while, staring at the ceiling. He didn't know what to think. For everything he knew that wasn't from reading the novel, he had to depend on someone else to teach him. So far, Astincia had been that teacher. For her to be asking him a question like that, it felt overwhelming, a challenge on its own. But it was a challenge he had to overcome. Astincia was depending on him for the first time now. He couldn't let her down. He had to say something. "Did you ever read those stories where the knight and the princess fall in love and share a bed?" he asked. Astincia licked her lips. "I was fond of stories," she said, "but I know of them." Lancet waited before continuing. "Do you think they did anything wrong?" There was silence for a while, but finally, after thinking it through, Astincia replied, "They couldn't have, no." "There's your answer," Lancet said, drawing an anxious breath from her. "We've only flipped the roles, I think. You're the knight, and I'm the prince." Astincia let out a shaky, contented sigh, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on his chest. She raised her head at last and turned to look at him. "The villainess can't be trusted," she said. "I know," Lancet replied. "You're back in the academy," she continued. "Your former issues might still persist." "I know," he said again. "Luckily, I have you to protect me." Astincia gazed at him, then said, "I know." He turned to her, and they remained there for a while longer, united and prepared for whatever was in store for them. For days, Lancet murmured like it was 4 years. "I wonder if anything has changed." High up the floors of the academy, Dean Ordnance sat behind his massive desk, trying to return to a tome he had been reading. But his attention was held by the woman standing near his shelves. She was a pale-skinned woman, likely in her 40s. Her icy complexion were only highlighted with the gothic elegance of her black and blue gown and the raven-feathered mantle draped over her shoulders. A halo made of black ice hung behind her silver-blue hair, and her glowing pale blue eyes were intensely fixed on the dean. Their argument, which had been going on for several minutes, continued. Your decision was rash, Anastasia said. Her voice was snappy and freezing, like a winter gale. Sending 3 students to the penitentiary after untethering them? Ordnance gave up on the tome and closed it with a heavy thud. They committed murder, Anastasia. Then punished them in court, the ice which snapped back, her dark, plum-black lips pressing thinly. Not out in the open for the entire student body to gawk at. Ordnance exhaled a harsh breath, leaning back in his chair. I know what you're trying to do. This jungle mentality of yours, this survival of the fittest philosophy is not what this academy was designed for. We foster. We train. We're not all about vicious competitions. Anastasia smiled, wickedly amused by that statement. Yet somehow, competition is all that matters, she stated smoothly, stepping away from the shelves. The weekly quota, the monthly quota, the interclass group competitions, the yearly tournament. It is all competition, Ordnance. And why? She walked slowly across the plush rug, the ice crystals of her gown clicking softly. What sharpens iron better than iron? And diamonds? How can we find them if we do not try to cut them with other minerals? Only the ones who remain untouched, unbroken, come out as the diamonds. They are humanity's vanguard, the protectors of the kingdoms. She stopped in front of his desk, leaning forward slightly, bringing the scent of frost and winter with her. This is not a playground, Ordnance. The Duke glared up at her. He understood her point perfectly, but he absolutely hated her motives. He knew that pushing the students to this extreme would surely implode one day. The students could use a softer touch, Ordnance countered with a subdued tone. If we do not allow them to grow on their own, to find their own footing, then some true diamonds will get lost along the way, misconstrued as nothing but brittle quartz. Anastasia sighed dismissively, standing upright and waving a talon-like fingernail in the air. I do not wish to argue with you further on this, she said coolly. Despite your bleeding heart, I like you far too much to bother reporting to the administration about possibly replacing you. Ordnance narrowed his eyes. He took the threat exactly as it was intended. Anastasia casually changed the subject, her glowing blue eyes inspecting a silver trinket on his desk. I heard the mission in Hepthage was a success. Yes, Ordnance replied carefully. An astounding success, even. But I also heard there were 2 demon heads present, Anastasia noted, glancing at him through her pale lashes. And that one of them was killed by a first-year boy who was previously ranked a dull talent. Tell me, is he this hidden diamond you might have been referring to? Ordnance was silent for a moment, wondering where she was going with this. He is special. He possesses the power to summon legendary figures from the past, using magical ladders. Astincia Valengard, Anastasia recited. Thor Stormchild, and now Spectra Hexara. She tilted her head knowingly at the dean, a dark amusement flashing in her eyes. Wasn't he Spectra Hexara a villainess? Why would this boy summon a villainess? I do not know, Ordnance admitted, his jaw tight. But it seemed she assisted in clearing the gloom domain that almost killed the vanguard. Anastasia's wicked smile returned, sharper this time. A gloom domain, she mused, her voice dripping with chilling implication. Created by a second demon head, that only he somehow knew about. Ordnance was completely silent. He had thought the exact same thing when Wolfgar gave his report. But what was she planning? Anastasia thought for a while. Then, humming playfully, she turned around, her midnight blue cloak sweeping dramatically through the air. I will very much like, she declared, walking out of the dean's office with swaying hips, to meet this Lancet Leogard. A.N. That brings an end to Volume 1, Early Summoner Days. Thank you for following Lancet's journey so far, and hopefully you're as excited for the next volume as I am. Please remember to support the novel any way you can. First milestone has been accomplished. Lancet's character roster Chapter 122. You really are the demon dissector. Lancet tried not to think about anything as he walked back to the bronze dorms. The images of Astincia on top of him, kissing him, straddling him kept flashing in his eyes. And when they weren't, they hid at the back of his mind, whispering her moans into his ears. Thankfully, his walk back to the dorm offered an entirely new experience to help him get his mind off things. Usually, whenever Lancet strolled through the academy grounds, the whispers from those who recognized him were usually revolving around two popular insults: slum rat and dull rank. But today, the atmosphere had drastically shifted. The stares weren't looking down on him anymore. They were looking at him, wide-eyed and cautious. "Is that him?" A passing year one student muttered to her friend, not bothering to lower her voice enough. "Wasn't he won the Vanguard?" "Yeah, that's him," her friend whispered back, eyes wide. "The one who killed the second demon head. Since when were two demon heads even a thing? Gosh, that slum rat sure has leveled up now, huh? Look, that's him. Lancet Leogard," another boy said somewhere close by. "I heard he has a villainess for a summon now." Lancet rolled his eyes, adjusting the collar of the tunic Nurse Hallow had borrowed him. He could tell how the rumors would spiral from that news. "Yeah, that's true," another said as Lancet walked past. "It was Spectra. Do you remember that mother of demons we learned about in Professor Vane's history class?" "Holy shit," a girl gasped, clutching her books. "Is he crazy? He is going to get us all killed." "You're the crazy one. Long legs," Lancet joked internally as he shot the tall girl an accusing glare. Quieting her instantly, he sighed, deciding it wasn't worth it as he shoved his hands into his pockets and kept walking. Why do I even bother at this point? When he finally reached the gate of the building, he stopped, taking a moment to fully appreciate the beauty of the bronze dorms. It was still the same weathered, slightly crumbling building that was fitting to be lowest tier in the academy. The stonework was dull, and the banners hanging from the roof looked like they hadn't been washed since the era of ash. Lancet let out a soft huff of amusement. With the promised rewards from the Hepthage mission, he was definitely going to have enough profits to be promoted to a gold dorm. It was unfortunate, really. He had actually gotten somewhat used to this rundown place. And his roommates. Lancet stepped through the gate and stepped into the bustling courtyard. Almost instantly, the noise of the students died down. Both male and female students stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. "Is that him?" A guy near the fireplace whispered. "That's Lancet," a girl replied, blinking rapidly. "Huh, did he get taller? Isn't he kinda handsome now? Why is he so lean all of a sudden? That's what fighting a demon head will do to you. I still can't believe it. That weak, dull rank actually killed a 5-star void demon. Will he be leaving the dorm? Someone like him can't stay here now, right?" Lancet ignored them, making his way toward the stairs until a loud voice cut through the murmurs. "Hey, Lancet!" Lancet raised his head and stopped. Standing in his path was Theo Kane, flanked by his two loyal lackeys. Gully and Dace, the same trio that had cornered and bullied him on his very first day at the academy. Lancet's eyes narrowed, his posture instantly shifting into a guarded stance. "What do you want, Theo?" he asked coldly. "I don't think I need to call my summons to kick your ass this time." There was silence for a moment, with Theo glaring at Lancet and Lancet glaring back, waiting. Then, to Lancet's shock, Theo's usually arrogant face immediately flattened into an expression of utter submission. Lancet, without a second of hesitation, the year 2 student bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. A second later, Gully and Dace scrambled to follow suit, bowing their heads toward the floor. The students watching gasped collectively. Year 2's bowing to year 1. Lancet blinked, utterly bewildered. Lancet Leogard," Theo announced theatrically, his voice trembling just enough to sell the performance. "I humbly apologize for my atrocious actions when we first met. Even sending my brother, Elias, after you, it was a stupid, foolish mistake. I beg of you, please do not see me as an enemy anymore. I cannot possibly compete with a man who squashed a demon head." Lancet cringed, his face scrunching up in secondhand embarrassment. "Geez, what is wrong with you guys? Why are you making such a massive scene? Stand up, it's just an apology." Theo stayed bowed, but he peeked confusedly at Lancet through his hair. Lancet stared at the tops of their heads, and then it hit him. "Right? I keep forgetting I'm inside a light novel. It wouldn't be light novel characters if they didn't do a grand, face-saving, over-the-top declaration of defeat to establish the new pecking order. Lancet sighed, rubbing his temples. The trio stayed frozen, gaping at him, desperately waiting for a response that wouldn't end with Thor roasting their asses with lightning. All right, Lancet waved his hand. Stand up. I accept your apology, or whatever. And for the record, Theo, I didn't really see you as a rival anyway. Theo shot up. Really? His shoulders instantly relaxed, and he let out a massive breath he'd been holding. Oh, well, that is a massive relief. Lancet winced at the sudden shriek. He looked up toward the second floor and saw Casto leaning over the balustrades, his hands thrown wide open in joy. Lancet couldn't help but smile, letting out a soft sigh. Here we go. You're back, Casto yelled, abandoning the stairs entirely to practically slide down the railing. Anita was right behind him, her boots clattering loudly against the wooden steps. Before Lancet could even brace himself, the two of them crashed into him, wrapping him in a massive, suffocating double embrace. Gah! Watch it! Watch the chest! Lancet squirmed, his face paling as a sharp jolt of pain shot through his freshly stitched gloom wound. It's really you, Anita squealed, pulling back just enough to inspect him. We wanted to come see you so badly, Casto added, grabbing Lancet by the shoulders. But Nurse Hallow and that brick wall, Instructor Wolfgar, wouldn't let us anywhere near the infirmary. Huh, we were terrified you wouldn't make it, Anita said, her eyes shining with relief. Lancet gave them a lopsided, strained smile, rubbing his aching chest. Well, I did. Barely, but I'm here. Casto shook him slightly, his eyes wide with desperate curiosity. Is it true? The whole academy is talking about it. Did you really kill a demon head? Lancet scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, feeling the weight of the entire common room waiting for his answer. Yeah, I guess I did. Anita let out a highly pitched whoa. She clapped her hands together, practically vibrating with excitement. You really are the demon dissector. Lancet froze, staring at her with wide eyes. Is this ridiculous nickname already popular? What the hell? He groaned internally. As the roommates celebrated, Lancet glanced up toward the second-floor landing. Standing quietly by the shadows of the hallway was Luke. The quiet, observant roommate wasn't making a scene, but he was watching Lancet with a genuine look of respect. Lancet smiled. Luke hit his own. Come on. Casto grabbed his arm and yanked him forward. You have to tell us everything that happened. Hee. Anita leaped happily, following close behind. How lucky are we, getting the top-tier gist of what happened straight from the source. Lancet didn't even have the energy to fight back. Groaning good-naturedly, the demon dissector allowed himself to be dragged up the stairs by his ecstatic friends, leaving the awestruck Bronze Dorm students behind. Chapter 123. The Defenders of Hebthich. The next day was the start of the school week, and the Awakener Supreme was starting with a bang. The morning air swept through the courtyards of the academy, crisp, cold, and practically vibrating with anticipation. Outside the massive wrought iron gates of the institution, a fleet of Gothic buses sat idling. They looked like normal buses, but the steel was stronger and they were adorned with spiked arches and architecture of gargoyles. Beneath their chassis, heavy treads rested on the cobblestones, while the engines vented soft plumes of colored steam into the morning mist. Keep the lines moving. First years take the first 7 buses. Second years take the next 5 buses. Third years to the next 4. Fourth years, the next 4 after that. Fifth years? Any fifth year that wishes to go, we have 2 royal buses for you. All right, you heard him. Everyone, find your designated transports. A transportation instructor barked, waving a glowing baton to direct the chaotic sea of uniformed students. I can't believe it. I literally cannot believe it. Casto practically vibrated as he shuffled forward in the line, aggressively smoothing down the lapels of his academy blazer. We are going to the Royal Square. We're going to see the king. And Lancet is going to be on the stage. I know, Anita squealed, hopping on her toes to see over the heads of the taller students. She clutched her doll to her chest like a shield. I heard Lancet and the rest of the vanguard got ferried out hours ago in private cars. Everyone is talking about them. Everyone is talking about Lancet. You mean, Casto corrected, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Behind them, Luke let out a long, suffering sigh, his hands buried deep in his pockets. His uniform was slightly rumpled, and his eyes were half closed with sleep. "It's barely 8 in the morning," he mumbled. "Why do we have to be there? We didn't do anything." "Because it is history, Luke," Anita gasped, turning back to lightly smack his arm. "We are supporting our roommate. Besides, listen to what everyone is saying." She was wrong. The gossip flowing through the boarding lines was loud and relentless. "Do you think they'll bring out the villainous?" A year two student whispered loudly as they stepped onto the metal ramp of the bus. "Are you insane? The High Council would never allow a literal demoness in the Royal Square." "But that Lancet guy, I heard he cut the Void Rank demon in half with his bare hands." "No, idiot, he used a legendary holy sword. My roommate's cousin is in the vanguard. He saw the whole thing." Lucas rolled his eyes, finally stepping into the warm interior of the bus and collapsing into a window seat. Casto and Anita squeezed into the bench in front of him, chattering endlessly as the heavy doors hissed shut and the convoy rumbled to life, levitating just inches above the ground before shooting forward toward the Capitol. When a fleet of buses finally arrived at the heart of the Capitol, the scale of the Royal Square left the students breathless. It was a magnificent marvel of architecture, perfectly blending ancient, reverent Gothic designs with bleeding-edge Magi technology. On all the sides, tall cathedrals of bright white stone reached high for the bright morning sky. Winding along the edges of the ancient flying buttresses were thick cables of neon runic trim, pulsing with golden energy. Floating holographic banners displaying the roaring golden lion crest of Ethelgard draped gracefully over stone gargoyles, while street lamps poured amber light over the cobble ground. The square was absolutely packed. Tens of thousands of normal citizens had gathered behind heavy, hard-light barricades, waving flags and cheering in a deafening roar of civic pride. Cameras hovered in the air like metallic hummingbirds, their lenses flashing as reporters documented the historic event. "Stay together. Do not mix with the civilian populace." Academy students into the viewing pens. Instructors ordered, herding Casto, Anita, Luke, and hundreds of others into a cordoned-off section directly in front of the grand, marble-tiered platform. "Look at all these people," Casto breathed, his eyes wide as he gripped the velvet rope separating them from the press. "This is incredible," Anita whispered, completely awestruck. Suddenly, an enchanted bell rang. It was so deep and powerful that it vibrated right through the students' chests. Instantly, the roaring crowd fell silent. Seconds passed, and then a voice broke the reverence. "Presenting the sovereign of Ethelgard," a royal herald declared, his voice magically amplified to reach every corner of the square. "His Royal Majesty, King Ramsgard Goldstone." From the grand double doors of the cathedral behind the platform, the king stepped out into the morning light. King Ramsgard was a mountain of a man, with an aura that could be felt from every corner in the square, demanding immediate respect from every soul. He was battle-hardened, with broad, commanding shoulders and a thick, meticulously braided golden beard that reigned over his chest. He was dressed in a heavy crimson mantle trimmed with white fur, fastened over a suit of shiny golden armor engraved with meticulousness. Upon his head rested a crown forged from sun metal and embedded with fiercely glowing runic stones. His piercing, storm-gray eyes swept over the massive crowd. When he reached the podium, the Magitech microphones flared to life. "Citizens of Ethelgard," King Ramsgard began, his thunderous voice commanding the attention of everyone present. "We gather today under the light of a new dawn, but let us not forget the shadows that sought to consume us." He gripped the edges of the podium. Just days ago, the kingdom of Ethelgard found itself in a sudden state of dire emergency. A massive demon break tore through the borders of Hebthage. With our most esteemed, high-ranking awakeners engaged in other perilous tasks, we were stretched thin. The darkness of the second world encroached upon our homes, threatening to claim thousands of innocent lives. The crowd was dead silent, hanging on to his every word. In our desperation, we sought help. We called upon the esteemed Academy, Awakener Supreme. The king continued, gesturing expansively toward the cordoned-off student section. Though the council and I fear the absolute worst, sending youths into a gloom domain is a heavy burden on a king's conscience, these students answer the call. A murmur of pride rippled through the academy section. They outperformed every expectation. King Ramsgard's voice rose, vibrating with fierce pride. They proved that the instructors and the administration of the Awakener Supreme are forging true protectors. They are doing a fine job molding the future of humanity. The king paused, his eyes narrowing with fiery intensity. But let there be no mistake, he declared. The administration's success cannot, and will not, take the glory away from the brave souls who actually stood on that battlefield. The young awakeners who sweat, bled, and fought in the mud of Hebthage. Those who put their lives on the line to ensure the ever-encroaching evil of gloom does not enter our great kingdom. King Ramsgard threw his heavy, armor-clad arm toward the massive curtain at the side of the platform. Citizens, I present to you, the king roared, the Magitech speakers booming with triumphant power. The defenders of Hebthage. Down in the crowd, Casto and Anita leaned as far over the barricade as they physically could, their eyes shining with extreme excitement. The heavy curtains tore open, and the vanguard stepped one by one onto the platform.